Chapter 1 First Love Carrying a Child. Miss Gu, according to the test results, you have been diagnosed with stomach cancer, and it's already at an advanced stage. I sat motionless at the bus stop, clutching the medical report I'd just brought from the hospital, my beautiful eyes empty and desolate. Though it was midsummer, I felt chilled to the bone. For the past 2 years, I've been suffering from stomach pain, and recently it's gotten much worse. When I went to the hospital to get some medicine, the doctor recommended an endoscopy. I thought it was just ordinary gastritis, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be cancer. I just turned 23 last week. How could this happen so suddenly? I opened WeChat to find a prenatal test report staring back at me, bearing Bai Jingro's name as the examinee. Bai Jingru had also sent a message. So what if you've been married to Yi for 3 years? He has never publicly acknowledged you, and now he even takes me along on business trips. He wants me to keep this child. As a fellow woman, I advise you to sign the divorce papers as soon as possible. I enlarged the photo, scrutinizing Bai Jingro's report in meticulous detail, then glanced at the report in my own hand. His first love was carrying his child, while I, his lawful wife, was diagnosed with stomach cancer. How laughable. I laughed bitterly, my eyes reddening until they burned. 4 years ago, when Lu Sai was critically injured in a car crash, Bai Jingru abandoned him and went abroad alone to pursue her dancing dreams. It was I who defied my family and friends, shedding all pride to come to Lu Sai's side under a false name, silently caring for him. A year later, Lu Sai had fully recovered. When he asked what reward I wanted, 20-year-old me mustered the courage to say, I want you. The next day, we got our marriage certificate. There was no wedding. The private villa in the mountains named Jing'an Garden became our matrimonial home. For 3 years of hidden marriage, Lu Sai never publicly acknowledged our relationship. He only took me back to the ancestral Lu residence every weekend to fulfill filial duties. In public, I was Lu Sai's chief secretary. In private, I devoted myself to being a proper Mrs. Lu. Yet to him, I remained utterly dispensable. He never remembered my birthday, never noticed my allergies to shrimp and pollen, and never once asked about my family. After 3 years of marriage, the most intimate thing we'd done was remain the most familiar of strangers. Even so, I thought living together respectfully like this for a lifetime would be fine. At least I could always stay by his side. But even this humble wish was shattered 2 months ago. Someone on Weibo revealed that Broadway's hottest female dancer, Bai Jingru, had returned in triumph, with Lu Corporation's CEO Lu Sai personally picking her up at the airport and even treating her to a candlelit dinner. Soon after, news about Bai Jingru and Lu Sai getting engaged surfaced every now and then. No one in the entire northern city knew that Lu Sai had actually been secretly married for years, and even fewer knew that I, Gu Xingman, was his hidden wife. The cruelest irony was when a reporter once interviewed me, his secretary Gu, asking if the rumors about Bai Jingru and Lu Sai's imminent engagement were true. Facing the camera, I responded gracefully, this is Mr. Lu's personal matter. As his secretary, I have no right to inquire about it. But I did ask. On the very next day after Bai Jingru returned, Lu Sai coldly snapped back, you have no right to question anything about me. His words pierced through me, shattering all my composure in that moment. I acted like a jealous shrew, shrieking about how Bai Jingru had abandoned Lu Sai back then, but Lu Sai simply didn't care. It was our first argument since getting married, and the only time I ever lost control of my emotions in front of him. The heated quarrel came to an abrupt halt the moment Lu Sai uttered those words, let's get a divorce. He slammed the door behind him, leaving me frozen in place, unable to process what had just happened. That night, Lu Sai never came home. I sat alone on the living room sofa, waiting for him until dawn. The next day, I received his first divorce agreement. Over the following 2 months, a new one arrived every week, 8 in total by last week. Snapping out of my thoughts, I blinked away the tears threatening to spill. I only had 6 months left to live. I shouldn't waste my final days on this pathetic, laughable farce of a marriage. I loved, I tried, at least in this relationship, I gave it my all, with no regrets. So now, it's time to end it. Chapter 2 8 Divorce Agreements. At 8 o'clock on Monday morning, the executive conference room on the 58th floor of the Lu Corporation was tense. Seated in the chairman's position, Lu Sai's sculpted face was dark, his aura oppressive, leaving all the executives exchanging nervous glances, not daring to breathe too loudly. Despite my impeccable record of 0 mistakes since joining the company, today, unbelievably, I was late. 20 minutes past the scheduled meeting time, and I still hadn't shown up. Special Assistant Song Ching, watching Lu Sai's increasingly stormy expression, sensed the impending tempest. He pulled out his phone, about to text me, when suddenly, I pushed open the conference room door from the outside. Apologies for keeping everyone waiting. As I entered, the crowd turned at the sound of my voice, and froze in shock. The usual jet black ponytail was gone. My hair now sported bold tangerine pink highlights, rebellious and daring, with the end styled in beach waves that mirrored a certain live-streaming influencer's signature look. Yet my flawless pale complexion somehow managed to pull off this audacious color effortlessly. The rigid black-framed glasses that had perpetually perched on my nose were absent too. Without their obstruction, the exquisite bridge of my nose was fully displayed, delicately tapered at the tip, adding a playful charm. A sesame seed-sized beauty mark graced the outer corner of my right eye. Paired with my slightly upturned eyelids, it created a mesmerizing contradiction of allure and innocence, textbook bedroom eyes. Then there were the lips, painted in a lethal femme fatale red, framed by a black tank top and distressed denim riddled with strategic rips. Most attendees were male executives, whose unfiltered reactions manifested as awestruck murmurs. Was this really Secretary Gu, the same woman who normally floated through the office in demure blazers and scholarly glasses? Everyone scrutinized me carefully, confirming it was indeed me, but seriously suspecting I'd been possessed by DJ Girl's spirit. What the hell is going on? Is it April Fool's Day on April 1st? Even if it were April Fool's Day, no one would dare to play pranks in front of President Liu. So, what on earth has provoked me like this? They looked at each other, then simultaneously turned their gaze to Liu Sai at the head seat. He was just as shocked as everyone else. Married to me for 3 years, in his memory, I was always dressed in professional attire with straight black hair at work, and wore gentle-toned dresses during leisure time. This bold and exaggerated outfit, not only had he never seen it before, he wouldn't even have dreamed it could appear on me. Staring at my unrecognizable outfit, his extraordinarily handsome face darkened completely. What kind of trick is this woman up to? He was probably thinking to himself. Ignoring the astonished looks from everyone, my calm and indifferent gaze settled on Liu Sai's face. The moment our eyes met, the crease between his brows deepened instantly. He had always been well aware of my striking beauty, the kind that dazzles at first glance and grows more captivating with time, especially those eyes of mine, clear and bright, never concealing the adoration whenever they looked at him. Yet now, at this very moment, he found those same eyes strangely unfamiliar. I was looking at him, but there was no trace of affection, only a detached indifference, as if he were someone utterly unimportant. How could the same eyes change so drastically? An inexplicable panic surged through Liu Sai's heart. His dark, stormy gaze bore into me, jaw clenched tight. "Gushingmon," he growled, voice low and tense, "you'd better give me a damn good explanation." With a mocking curve of my lips, I strode toward Liu Sai under the watchful eyes of everyone around us. He didn't move, but the oppressive aura around him thickened, his thin lips pressed into a hard line, those darkened eyes never leaving me. Anyone with eyes could see, he was furious. But I was like someone who couldn't read the room. I stopped a few steps away from Liu Sai and pulled a resignation letter from my bag, handing it to him. "President Liu, here's my resignation." "A resignation letter?" The onlookers gasped. I had actually handed my resignation to President Liu in public, and with an air of "I'm quitting this job." Though the whole move was bizarre, everyone watching couldn't help but admit to themselves that this version of me was downright badass. Liu Sai's hand clenched at his side, the veins on his pale skin standing out sharply. With a mocking lift of his brow, he said, "Gushingmon, do you really think this little stunt will work?" I didn't respond. If the resignation letter wasn't enough to make my stance clear, I'd show him something more forceful. I swung the manila folder in my left hand and hurled it straight at him. It struck his chest with a dull thud before dropping loudly to the ground, its contents spilling out across the floor. The nearby senior employee peered closely and suddenly widened his eyes. It was a divorce agreement. I spoke coldly. "I've already signed the divorce agreement. 8 copies, no more no less. Please spare some time tomorrow, President Liu, to get the divorce certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 8:30 a.m. With that, I brushed my hair back and turned to leave without a second glance. A loud crash echoed from the conference room behind me. It sounded like Liu Sai had smashed a coffee cup, followed by Song Ching hurriedly announcing the meeting's adjournment. That scene must have been quite spectacular, thrilling even to imagine, but it no longer concerned me. Everything related to Liu Sai, from this moment on, had nothing to do with me. After leaving the Liu Corporation, I went straight back to the hotel. I had already moved out of Jing'an Yuan, taking only a small suitcase with the clothes I'd brought to Beijing 2 years ago. In the hotel room, my phone rang. It was Song Ching calling. I hesitated but answered anyway, figuring there were still some messages I needed him to relay to Liu Sai. "Young madam," Song Ching's tone remained respectful. He was one of the few who knew about my secret marriage to Liu Sai. "Song Ching, I answered to tell you. I left the keys to Jing'an Villa with the property management." Song Ching hesitated before asking, "Young madam, are you serious?" I scoffed. "You think I'm just throwing a tantrum?" He sidestepped the question. "You love Master Liu deeply." I didn't dislike Song Ching. He'd been decent to me these past 3 years. Hearing his words, I couldn't help but sigh. Crossing oceans alone to come to Beijing with nothing but reckless courage, only to end up like this. Perhaps this was the price of willfulness. Heaven had taught me a lesson. One-sided love bears no good fruit. Love is just a thing of the past now. I lowered my gaze to the fading ring mark on my ring finger, whispering, I left the wedding ring in the bedside drawer. I took none of the things Lu Sai bought for me after our marriage. I paused briefly before adding, if Lu Sai doesn't want to come in person tomorrow, you can come get the divorce certificate on his behalf. In Beijing, I was certain Lu Sai had that kind of influence. Having said my piece, I hung up. Songqing called several more times, but I refused to pick up, eventually switching off my phone completely. Left with no choice, he had to relay my message to Lu Sai. I could already picture the look on Lu Sai's face when he saw those 8 signed divorce agreements. The agreements were his idea, drawn up by Songqing at his request, stipulating that I would walk away empty-handed from the divorce. He'd been so sure I wouldn't sign, convinced I'd only married him for money, yet I signed them anyway. Getting nothing from the divorce, he must think I'm playing hard to get. Well, let's see how long he can keep this up. The next day, I arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau by 8 a.m. Lu Sai switched cars and pulled up nearby at 8:10. Sitting in the back seat, he watched me through the window. Today, my freshly dyed tangerine pink hair was styled in a high ponytail with lightly curled ends, the crown fluffy, paired with a peach-toned makeup look that made me appear even younger. I wore a vintage-style ripped denim mini-skirt matched with a snug rainbow crop top featuring an off-shoulder neckline. My fair skin made my collarbones strikingly eye-catching. The denim skirt couldn't hide my long legs, and paired with white sneakers, the outfit gave off unmistakable high schooler vibes. Who could have guessed such a youthful, pretty girl was here today to get a divorce certificate? From 8 to 9 a.m., I kept waiting for Lu Sai, glancing at my watch repeatedly. During this time, several men approached me for my WeChat, but I coldly brushed them off, too preoccupied to entertain them. Inside the car, Lu Sai observed these strangers hitting on me, his eyes narrowing slightly, lips pressed into a thin line. Songqing in the driver's seat noticed too. Checking the time, already 9:30, the outdoor June heat nearing 40 degrees Celsius, he ventured, President Liu, the young madam has been standing out there so long. Before he could finish, Lu Sai shot him a razor-sharp glare. You feel sorry for her? Songqing abruptly fell silent. Lu Sai checked the weather on his phone, frowned irritably, and then said, drive there. I grew impatient and was just about to call Songqing when a Bentley Mulsanne pulled up in front of me. I eyed the car. It was a discontinued model, and few in Northern City owned one. Could it be? Soon enough, the rear door opened, and sure enough, it was Lu Sai. His tall frame emerged from the car, bringing with him a chill. I watched as he shook out his suit jacket with a graceful flick of his wrist, exuding an air of noble refinement and polished manners, though his face remained as cold as ever. His deep-set eyes swept over me indifferently. Our gazes met, and I scoffed, turning my head away in disgust as I strode straight into the Civil Affairs office. I walked briskly, my sun-flushed face clearly alight with anger. Actually, I noticed this car parked not far away when I first arrived, but I didn't associate it with him. After all, he usually drives a Maybach or Rolls-Royce for city trips. Now, seeing him step out of it, I realize I'd been fooled again. He clearly arrived long ago but deliberately stayed in the car with the AC on, while I stood here like an idiot in the scorching heat for an hour and a half. This marriage must end, or I'll die with regrets even as a ghost. Inside the Civil Affairs office, I swiftly signed my name without hesitation. Lu Sai stared at my signature as though trying to bore a hole through my face and said, Gu Xingman, playing hard to get won't work on me. You'd better know when to stop. I glanced at the couples waiting in line behind me and smirked coldly. Mr. Liu, don't tell me you're trying to keep me now. My words were like a thorn, piercing his heart. His handsome face darkened completely. Gu Xingman, I'm giving you one last chance. If you, I cut him off, pointing behind me. Hurry up and sign. There are others waiting. The woman behind me impatiently urged further. Are you getting divorced or not? If not, please step aside. I need to get this done and return to work. I replied nonchalantly, hear that, President Liu? Don't waste everyone's time. My attitude enraged him completely. Gnashing his teeth in anger, he spat, you'll regret this. I'll wait for you to come begging. Coldly scoffing, I retorted, well, President Liu, you can wait all you want. Even in death, I won't turn back. Gu Xingman, you're unbelievable. He snatched the pen and signed his name with dramatic flourish. Staring at our two names side by side, the lingering grief in my eyes finally dissipated. So letting go wasn't so hard after all. I exchanged the red marriage certificate for the green one with Lu Sai, each of us holding a divorce certificate in hand. From now on, we would go our separate ways. After leaving the Civil Affairs office, I walked ahead while Lu Sai followed closely behind. I could feel his dark eyes fixed heavily on my back, holding the freshly issued green certificate in his hand. I guessed he must be seething inside. Suddenly, I stopped in my tracks. I heard the faint curl of Lu Sai's lips and imagined he was secretly mocking my lack of composure. He halted as well, perhaps even thinking that if I turned back to beg him, he might just forgive me. But I didn't even glance back. Instead, I turned toward a nearby trash bin, tore my divorce certificate to shreds, and tossed it inside before facing him again. Curving my red lips into a smile, I said, "Goodbye for good, President Liu." I saw Lu Sai frozen in place, his dark pupils trembling slightly, an expression of utter disbelief on his face. Without another glance at him, I turned and hailed a taxi, leaving with effortless cool, every movement seamless, without the slightest hesitation. After I left, Lu Sai probably came to his senses and violently flung the green booklet away, his dark eyes raging with fury. He was likely still shouting, "Gu Xingman, let's see how long you can keep up this tough act." As night fell, in the CEO's office of the Liu Corporation, Song Qing knocked and entered, saying, "President Liu, Miss Bai is here." Lu Sai, who had been working steadily since returning from the Civil Affairs Bureau, didn't even lift his eyes. Gripping his fountain pen firmly, he replied, "Not seeing her." Song Qing spoke again, but Miss Bai mentioned it's related to the Yunqing matter. Only then did Lu Sai lift his head, removing his gold-rimmed glasses as he pinched the bridge of his nose. "Let her come up," he said. In less than 5 minutes, Song Qing opened the door and said, "Miss Bai, please." Bai Jingru thanked him and stepped into the office. As Song Qing closed the door, he glanced at the time, already 11 p.m. Using the Yunqing matter as an excuse to come this late must have earned some silent complaints from Song Qing. Inside the office, Bai Jingru stood before the desk and said, Aunt Xian called me this afternoon. She seems to have caught on." Lu Sai paused his signature mid-stroke, looked up at her, and asked, "What did you say?" Bai Jingru replied, "I stuck to the script you gave me." Though she didn't say anything more afterward, I could tell her mood was off. With the surgery scheduled for next week, the doctors insist she needs to stay emotionally stable. Lu Sai said, "Understood," then tossed his pen aside. "Go back and pack. We fly to Yunqing tonight." Bai Jingru nodded. "All right, meet you at the airport." Lu Sai responded with a curt, "MHM." The next day, news of Lu Sai and Bai Jingru appearing together at the airport late at night once again dominated the headlines. Numerous online spectators reveled in speculation, convinced the pair were on a secret getaway and that an announcement was imminent. At the same time, in Yunqing, Lu Sai received an unfamiliar call. The person on the other end said, "Hello, this is the People's Hospital. Are you Gu Xingman's husband?" Lu Sai frowned and asked, "Is there something you need?" The other person replied, "It's like this. The day before yesterday, your wife forgot to pick up her medication from the pharmacy. Her condition is already in the late stages, and it's imperative she receives treatment." Lu Sai's heart sank, and his voice trembled as he spoke again. "What illness? Explain yourself clearly." Late at night, in the eerily empty living room on the first floor of Jing'an Villa, Lu Sai sat motionless on the sofa. A medical report lay on the coffee table before him. The room remained unlit, with only a sliver of moonlight filtering through the floor-to-ceiling windows to illuminate the document. His strikingly handsome features were shrouded in darkness as his pitch-black eyes remained fixed on the paperwork. The diagnosis read terminal stomach cancer. Seeing this, Lu Sai actually curved his lips into a smile and raised his hand to cover his eyes. He refused to believe it, convinced this was just another one of my schemes. In 3 years of marriage, he had hardly ever seen me fall ill, and at just 23 years old, how could someone so young possibly have cancer? He thought I was regretting his lack of attempt to stop me, that I'd panicked and resorted to pretending to be sick as a new tactic to guilt him into making the first move toward reconciliation. He hadn't forgotten what I'd said to those 2 women at the club, that I never loved him, that I married him only for his status and wealth. A woman so vain, he reasoned, wouldn't so easily agree to a divorce, let alone walk away empty-handed, if she really had cancer. He repeated the logic to himself over and over, yet his chest remained heavy. He recalled the way I'd looked at him that day in the conference room, strange and indifferent, an expression he'd never seen before. That inexplicable dread now surged uncontrollably, and he pressed his hand against his chest. He decided to come find me personally and expose my trick to my face. Standing up while heading out, he called his assistant on the phone, "Send me the hotel location where Gu Xingman is staying." But Lu Sai couldn't find me at all, and that medical report of mine became a curse. For the past week, every time he closed his eyes, the words late-stage gastric cancer would emerge, and that inexplicable panic would crash over him like a tidal wave. He refused to believe the report was real, but as the days passed, he grew increasingly uncertain in his heart. Another week passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Sai kept himself immersed in an intense workload. Though Yunqing called several times, he had no mind to deal with them. Song Qing handled everything instead. He exhausted every means, turning practically the entire North City upside down, yet not a single trace of me surfaced. This was clearly unusual, with his connections, finding someone in Bay City shouldn't be difficult. Unless the other party was deliberately hiding, and had the ability to cover up and erase their own whereabouts. Only then did it vaguely dawn on him that things had spiraled beyond his control. That version of me who had once been completely devoted to him, unwilling to divorce no matter how he humiliated or drove me away, that person was genuinely gone. Another day passed with no success in finding her. Song-Ching stood outside the CEO's office, recalling the murderous look in Lu Sai's eyes yesterday when he reported the failed search, making his stomach churn with dread. Just then, Secretary Zhang Lanqing respectfully called out, "Miss Bai." Song-Ching turned his head to see Bai Jingru walking slowly towards him in a beige dress, her straight black hair cascading down to her waist, her slender heels clicking lightly on the floor. She smiled softly at him, but Song-Ching instinctively wrinkled his brow. To him, some women might appear innocent and harmless, yet beneath the surface, their minds buzzed with calculations sharper than any abacus. Ever since Bai Jingru returned to the country, the speculative, sensationalized reports hadn't stopped. Song-Ching believed his abrupt departure this time was partly influenced by the relentless media frenzy online. He also couldn't comprehend why Lu Sai simply let those rumors spread unchecked. Masking his thoughts, Song-Ching asked routinely, "Miss Bai, the CEO is currently occupied. Do you have an appointment?" Bai Jingru maintained her gentle smile. "No, but I'm here to see him about Aunt Xian." There it is again, that same excuse. Song-Ching forced an official smile and said, "All right, please wait a moment while I consult President Liu." Bai Jingru replied, "Thank you for your trouble, Assistant Song." Song-Ching knocked before pushing open the office door and stepping inside, closing it behind him. Bai Jingru stared fixedly at the door, her smile instantly freezing into ice. Inside the office, Song-Ching briefed Lu Sai on Bai Jingru's arrival, adding, "She says it's regarding Aunt Xian's matter." Lu Sai's brow furrowed in displeasure before he slammed his pen down impatiently. "Let her in." Song-Ching nodded, turning to open the door again. With deference, he announced, "Miss Bai, please come in." Bai Jingru acknowledged him with poised grace before sweeping into the office. Song-Ching discreetly retreated, pulling the door shut behind him. Bai Jingru walked in and said, "Aye." Lu Sai looked up, his handsome face still impassive. Bai Jingru approached the desk, her voice soft and gentle. "Aye. Aunt Xian saw those recent online rumors. She misunderstood, and no matter how much I explained, she wouldn't listen. She even said she'd pick an auspicious date for us to register our marriage. I tried persuading her but couldn't, so I had no choice but to come to you." Lu Sai leaned back in his chair, brows slightly raised, and replied indifferently, "If it's just about this, I'll personally clarify it with her. I won't put you in a difficult position." Bai Jingru seemed taken aback by his response, her expression freezing momentarily. Her hands, hanging by her sides, clutched at the hem of her skirt. She bit her lip, took a deep breath, and finally asked, "Actually, I wanted to ask you, with your influence, you could have easily suppressed those rumors about us. But why did you let them spread?" Lu Sai curled his lips into a faint smile. "Oh, you've misunderstood too?" I met his gaze. Those eyes that once brimmed with tenderness when they looked at me now held nothing but detachment. My grip on my skirt tightened unconsciously, fingers turning pale at the knuckles. What happened in the past was my fault, but this time, I risked donating marrow to Aunt Xian. You should understand my feelings. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, I see." For a moment, my heart skipped a beat. I thought he understood my intentions and had allowed the rumors to spread because he wanted to get back together with me. Overjoyed, I blurted out everything in my heart. I know I was wrong to leave you 3 years ago. Honestly, I regretted it every day after going abroad. Even if Aunt Xian hadn't fallen ill, I would have come back for you. Because in my heart, I've never been able to let you go." He looked at me, but I could tell his thoughts were drifting elsewhere. Later, I learned that at that moment, Gu Xingmon's face had flashed through his mind. He remembered the woman who had adored him completely, only to realize he had lost her. The thought of Gu Xingmon made his chest ache, and his gaze toward me grew colder. He stood up, took his coat from the rack, and draped it over his arm. Then he turned to look at me, his thin lips curling slightly as he said, "I don't recall ever agreeing to be in a relationship with you, do I?" My eyelids twitched, my chest tightened, and an ominous feeling settled in. He continued coldly, "The night I got into that car accident 3 years ago, I asked to meet you so I could make things crystal clear. I also wanted you to go back and explain to Aunt Xian yourself, Lu Sai has no interest in you." My face instantly turned deathly pale. Later that evening at the Mortal World high-end private club, I heard Jiang Beiwang had arrived. As the crown prince of the Jiang family, one of the 4 great clans of North City, he had grown up alongside Lu Sai. I watched as he stepped out of a black Hummer, his entire demeanor exuding wild charisma. Taking long strides up the entrance steps, he tossed the car keys with effortless cool to the valet before entering the club. On the 8th floor in the imperial private room, Jiang Beiwang kicked open the private room's door, only to wrinkle his nose at the overwhelming stench of alcohol. Song-Ching looked at him like a drowning man spotting a lifeline, explaining that Lu Sai had been drinking non-stop for 3 days and nights. Jiang Beiwang's face twisted in disgust as he berated Song-Ching for indulging Lu Sai's binge. Though Lu Sai had a mild alcohol intolerance that made his stomach ache at the first sip, he'd still managed to drink himself into oblivion. Suddenly, Lu Sai sat up abruptly, the wine bottle shattered, followed by the agonizing sound of retching. By midnight, the emergency room door opened, and the doctor said Lu Sai had acute gastric bleeding. Fortunately, he was brought to the hospital in time and needed a week's hospitalization for further treatment. Song-Ching went to complete the admission paperwork, leaving Lu Sai in Jiang Beiwang's care. In the VIP ward, the duty nurse settled Lu Sai in and quickly left. When Song-Ching returned after handling the formalities, he told Jiang Beiwang to go home and rest. Jiang Beiwang said he'd do his best to help Lu Sai find me and urged him to stop acting recklessly. Lu Sai had a terrifying dream, darkness all around, a tombstone looming ahead, and the piercing pain of Gu Xingman's smiling black and white photo etched on it. He jolted awake with a start, relieved to see Song-Ching beside him. Song-Ching explained his condition was due to excessive drinking, causing acute gastric bleeding, and mentioned Jiang Beiwang would help search for me. Sick and unaware of where I had been these past 2 weeks or how my health fared, Lu Sai dared not dwell on it. 2 months later, in early autumn in Beijing, I returned by plane from country Y. I wore a long black trench coat paired with a fitted black V-neck vest, ripped wide-leg jeans and white sneakers, with a black baseball cap and sunglasses obscuring most of my face. My look was both lazy and arrogant, making passers-by instinctively glance back. My assistant Lin Xiaona had long grown accustomed to this scene. At the same time, Lu Sai and Song-Ching walked in from outside the airport. Rumors said a problem had arisen with an overseas project collaboration, and they needed to rush over immediately. Through the crowd, the distance between Lu Sai and me grew increasingly closer. Suddenly, a tourist group surged forward ahead, forming an instant thick human wall that separated me from Lu Sai. Lu Sai and I simultaneously turned to look in each other's direction, but our line of sight was blocked by the crowd. After that, Lin Xiaona and I walked straight toward the airport exit. As we brushed past each other, I noticed Lu Sai abruptly stop, as if a sudden, inexplicable sense of familiarity welled up in his chest. He frowned, paused, and turned around, but amidst the constant flow of people, he couldn't find the figure he was searching for. President Liu? Song-Ching looked at him in confusion. Lu Sai snapped back to reality, his lips curling into a self-deprecating smile. He must have been driven half-mad by his search. Just now, he'd actually thought he'd seen me. Mr. Liu, are you all right? Lu Sai shook his head. I'm fine. Let's go. Right. Song-Ching nodded. If they didn't hurry, they'd miss their flight. Outside the airport, the car sent by the film crew had been waiting for a long time. Chen Yang, the receptionist, stood by the vehicle holding a sign with the large characters Yichong, constantly scanning the crowd. Spotting this, I strode over. Chen Yang held up the sign when suddenly he noticed a tall figure approaching him. Upon closer inspection, it was a young and strikingly beautiful woman. Shaking his head dismissively, he thought, this can't possibly be the person I'm looking for. After all, Teacher Yichong was a legendary male-dominated sci-fi giant. There was absolutely no way they could be a woman. I stopped in front of Chen Yang and pointed at the reception sign he was holding high. Director Wei sent you? Chen Yang's face froze in shock. He looked at me, then at Lin Xiaona beside me, swallowing hard. I'm Yichong, but judging by your reaction, I raised my hand to remove my sunglasses, my red lips curling slightly. Do you need to see my business card to confirm my identity? Chen Yang's eyes lit up. You're really Teacher Yi? Hello, this is Sister Man's business card. Lin Xiaona beside me proactively handed my card to Chen Yang, then smiled and nodded at him. I'm Sister Man's assistant. My name is Lin Xiaona. Chen Yang and Lin Xiaona nodded at each other, then immediately put away their name tags and accepted the business card with both hands. The card bore Yichong's personal signature. This couldn't be fake. I always thought Teacher Yi was a man. Never expected it to be such a stunning beauty. And so young. Chen Yang stared at my face, more flawless than any popular celebrity, his voice trembling with excitement. He was my fan, completely captivated by my book since my first publication. But I never made public appearances or revealed any personal information, so most fans naturally assumed that someone writing male-oriented sci-fi novels must be a man. This time, for the film adaptation of my best-selling sci-fi novel, the crew went to great lengths to personally invite me to assist with the shooting. As a devoted reader, Chen Yang volunteered to Director Wei to be my host. Now that he's seen me in person, beyond sheer shock, all that remains is utter euphoria. Professor Yi, could I ask you to sign something for me? Chen Yang rushed to add, fearing I might refuse. I brought all your books, from the first one to the latest. Signatures are fine, I said, putting my sunglasses back on and gesturing toward the car. But can we get in the car first? I'll sign for you inside. After flying for over 10 hours, I was exhausted and just wanted to reach the hotel quickly for a shower and a good sleep. Of course. Sorry, Professor E, I got too carried away. Chin Yang hurried to open the rear car door for me. I gave him a slight smirk before turning to get into the car. Chin Yang helped Lin Xiaona load the luggage into the trunk. Lin Xiaona got in and whispered in my ear, "Sister man, I'm convinced Chin Yang won't be the last one to react like this." I leaned back against the seat with my eyes closed and mumbled, "If it weren't for Uncle Wei's good relationship with our family, I wouldn't have come. I write books out of passion, fame, fortune, money, those things don't interest me at all, and I don't even need them." Chin Yang got into the car, fastened his seatbelt, and turned to smile cheerfully. "Teacher E, I'll take you to the hotel now." "Alright, thank you." I paused before adding, "Give me your books." "Here." Chin Yang quickly handed over a stack of physical books. Lin Xiaona hastily reached out to take them. 3 series, with at least 2 volumes each, that added up to millions of words. Even though she knew I'd been writing since I was 13, Lin Xiaona couldn't help but silently marvel. A prodigy. An hour later, we arrived at the hotel designated by the film crew. Chin Yang personally escorted Nina, Lin and me to our rooms, leaving his contact information with Nina before returning to the crew to report back. The presidential suite on the top floor had 2 bedrooms. Nina swiped the key card and pushed the door open. "Big sis man, don't you want to call home first to let them know you're safe?" I pushed open the master bedroom door, took off my sunglasses and placed them on the nightstand, then lazily yawned. Why bother with unnecessary formalities? If my second brother wants to know where I am, it wouldn't be difficult for him to find out. Nina was speechless. With someone able to directly activate tracking and positioning, not even the ends of the earth could hide from the second young master of the Gu family's powerful celestial surveillance system. This was probably one of the conveniences of coming from a powerful family. I slept for a while and woke up to find it completely dark outside. Lin Xiaona pushed open the door and saw me sitting on the bed in a daze. The young girl was wearing a white princess-style lace nightgown, her hair slightly tousled and fluffy, with dazed, beautiful eyes, both adorable and stunning. Lin Xiaona smiled, already accustomed to this, as I was always like this just after waking up. Actually, I was 2 years younger than Lin Xiaona. She called me sister man because she followed the lead of my little friends around me. After all, among our peers, I had always been the epitome of excellence and strength since childhood. This title sister man was their way of showing admiration and recognition for me. Lin Xiaona walked in, closing the door quietly, then went to the wardrobe to pick out the clothes I would wear for the dinner gathering that evening. After about a minute, I blinked my eyes and was fully awake. "What time is it?" I rubbed my eyes. "It's almost 7. Lin Xiaona walked over with 2 dresses in her arms, bending down to lay them out on the bed. "Sister man, you pick." I glanced down at them, one black, one white, one long, one short. My lashes fluttered slightly as my slender fingers lazily pointed, "The black one." "I bet you'd pick this one too." Lin Xiaona folded the white dress and hung it back in the closet. "Sis man, are you hungry? Should I make you some milk powder to tide you over?" I threw off the blanket and got out of bed. "Sure, I am a bit hungry actually." "Alright, you go freshen up first, I'll make it right away." At exactly 7 p.m., inside the Rose private room of the 5-star hotel, all the key personnel of the film Beyond Day and Night had gathered. Also present were Bai Jingru, the film's leading actress, and her manager. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere at the dinner table grew lively. "Director Wei, I heard you went all out to invite the original novel's author to support the production?" The man addressed as Director Wei, whose full name was Wei Lai and was a renowned 45-year-old director in the country, raised an eyebrow and smiled at Producer Wang. "Producer Wang, your sources are truly remarkable. The person just arrived, and you already know about it." Wang the producer burst into laughter, raising his glass to clink with Wei Lai's. "To be honest, I'm also a devoted fan of Teacher Ichong, but I've heard he's extremely low-key. From his first book to now, each one has been a bestseller at home and abroad, yet he's never held a single book signing event. Rumors say he's even signed confidentiality agreements with his publishers. Not a single detail about his personal life can be revealed. The man himself is more mysterious and elusive than the sci-fi novels he writes. Director Wei, tell me quickly, how did you manage to invite such an elusive figure?" Wei Lai lowered his head and took a big gulp of wine, a flicker of guilt flashing in his eyes for just a second. Naturally, he couldn't reveal how he managed to invite me, otherwise, my family would destroy him. Chapter 10, The Battlefield of the Ex-Wife and the White Moonlight. Setting down his glass, Wei Lai arched his eyebrows, feigning composure. "I just got lucky. It's only natural that Teacher Ichong values her own work." Bai Jingru and her agent, Qin Shui, sat across from Wei Lai and producer Wang, listening quietly to their conversation. This was Bai Jingru's first film after returning from abroad, and her talent agency was paying special attention to it. Now, hearing that the original author was coming to the set to assist with filming, Jin Shui couldn't help but feel some reservations in her heart. These film and television adaptations of IP generally involve a professional screenwriter who adjusts according to the shooting schedule and practical circumstances. The differences between the screenwriter and the original work are quite significant. The former focuses more on the film and actors, while the latter prioritizes the framework and narrative completeness of the entire story. After all, novels and films are quite different. The principles and standards of the original author can sometimes seem overly strict to actors, but for seasoned performers, they merely present challenges. The ones truly affected are newcomers without acting experience, like Bai Jingru. If comprehension and acting skills fall short, the demands of the original work can become deadly constraints for actors. Qin Shui was well aware of Bai Jingru's acting capabilities. This time, landing such a coveted opportunity relied entirely on her connection with Lu Sai. She had already taken care of the on-set editor, thinking everything was foolproof. Who could have guessed the original author would suddenly appear now? Moreover, Yi Chong is too mysterious. Such people are usually hard to fool. Qin Shui was just about to ask for more information about teacher Yi Chong when suddenly the private room door was pushed open by a waiter. Everyone turned their heads at the sound. Gu Xingman, dressed in a chic black dress and with impeccable makeup, stepped calmly into the private room under everyone's gaze. Lin Xiaona followed closely behind her. Wei Lai, seated at the head of the table, immediately stood up. Man, come sit here quickly. Gu Xingman nodded and smiled at him. Uncle Wei, I'm sorry I'm late. Not at all. Wei Lai pulled out the chair beside him. Tired from the flight? Not bad. Gu Xingman took a seat next to Wei Lai. Wei Lai sat down and asked Gu Xingman what she'd like to drink. Gu Xingman glanced at the red wine on the table, her lashes trembling slightly. Just juice is fine. Perfect. Juice is better for girls anyway. Wei Lai immediately arranged for freshly squeezed juice to be served to Gu Xingman. The dining table witnessed the interaction between Gu Xingman and Wei Lai, compounded by Gu Xingman's striking appearance. Everyone was burning with curiosity. Director Wei, who is this? One of the investors, a shareholder from the Lin family, spoke up. Producer Wang and I were just discussing this. Let me formally introduce to everyone. This is teacher Yi Chong, the original author of our film's source material. As soon as Wei Lai's words fell, the entire room was stunned. Him? Yi Chong himself? Producer Wang widened his eyes in disbelief, his jaw practically hitting the floor. Director Wei, you can't be joking with us. I love reading Yi Chong's books too, but fans all say Yi Chong is a man. Wei Lai shot a glance at the speaker. President Zhou, who are you going to believe, your fans or me? As the director of this film, do you really think I'd mistake the original author? President Zhou. Producer Wang was completely dumbfounded. The others reacted slightly better than him, but not much, murmuring among themselves. Gu Xingman sat quietly, letting them chatter away. After all, no one would easily believe that Yi Chong, who exclusively wrote male-oriented sci-fi novels, was actually a woman, and only 23 years old at that. And the person who was least willing to believe this was Bai Jingru. Bai Jingru sat directly across from Gu Xingman, paying no attention to the surrounding clamor of voices. From the moment Gu Xingman entered, her eyes had been fixed unwaveringly upon him. Chapter 11, The Report is Fake. Gu Xingman was actually Yi Chong? Bai Jingru clenched her fists tighter on her lap, her emotions shifting from shock to resentment. The waiter brought the juice, and Gu Xingman thanked him with a sweet, clear voice and a smile. Hearing that familiar voice, Bai Jingru couldn't stop herself from recalling the day she'd gone to Lu Enterprises to see Lu Sai, only to stumble upon him pinning Gu Xingman against the desk, kissing her fiercely. Ever since then, whenever she heard Gu Xingman address Lu Sai professionally as President Lu in public, that scene would haunt her like a curse, fueling the jealousy and bitterness festering in her heart. Now, that discontent and envy have taken root and grown into towering trees, firmly planted in her heart. She hated Gu Xingman, hated her for taking possession of the man who should have rightfully belonged to her. If it weren't for Gu Xingman, she and Lu Sai wouldn't be in this situation now. Gu Xingman picked up her juice, took a sip, and as she set the glass down, her eyelids lifted, thick lashes fluttering, her gaze landing squarely on Bai Jingru's exquisitely made-up face. Her red lips curved slightly, smiling yet not quite. Their gazes met, and Bai Jingru's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Though she was unwilling and jealous of Gu Xingman, she couldn't understand why, upon meeting Gu Xingman's eyes at this moment, she felt an inexplicable unease. Qin Shui noticed Gu Xingman's gaze lingering on Bai Jingru, scrutinizing her with an expression that carried even deeper implications. This was not a good sign. Qin Shui picked up her wine glass and stood up, proposing a toast to Gu Xingman. Teacher Ichong, this is our first meeting and I didn't prepare much. I'm Qin Shui, an agent from Huiyu Entertainment. I've long heard of your great reputation. Our Xiao Jing will need your guidance in the future, so please take care of her. This glass is my toast to you. With these words, Qin Shui downed the red wine in her glass with bold enthusiasm. Agent Qin, you flatter me. I'm not good with alcohol, so I'll substitute tea for wine. Hope you don't mind. Gu Xingman raised her cup indifferently and took a small sip, never bothering to stand up from start to finish. Her demeanor carried a hint of superiority. Having navigated the entertainment industry for so many years, Qin Shui hadn't had to cater to anyone's attitude in a long time. Now, being treated with such arrogance by a young woman left her feeling somewhat unbalanced, but her face still brimmed with warm smiles. Feel free to make yourself at home, Teacher Ichong. Gu Xingman couldn't be bothered to speculate what Qin Shui truly thought of her. Turning her gaze back to Bai Jingru, she slightly arched an eyebrow. So this must be our film's female lead, Miss Bai Jingru? Bai Jingru's complexion stiffened slightly as she was about to speak when Gu Xingman's voice rang out again. Miss Bai appears rather delicate and frail. The female lead I envision is the deputy captain of an interstellar battleship, a role with substantial action scenes. Miss Bai's physical condition. She deliberately paused, her gaze drifting downward to Bai Jingru's abdomen and lingering for a few seconds before leisurely rising back to her face. With meaningful emphasis, she asked, "Is this appropriate?" Bai Jingru's face instantly drained of color, her tightly clenched hands trembling slightly as her nails dug deep into her palms. The sharp pain helped her barely steady her emotions, refusing to let even a hint of composure slip. To outsiders, Gu Xingman's words might seem ordinary, but both women knew their true weight. Was Gu Xingman using the pregnancy to force her out of this film? Yet the pregnancy itself was a lie, a fake report she'd concocted alone to drive Gu Xingman away in the first place. Chapter 12, Did Bai Jingru have a miscarriage? At that time, she thought Gu Xingman was an orphan with no background. She didn't act recklessly, she had specifically hired a private investigator to look into Gu Xingman, and the results left her extremely satisfied. Gu Xingman was an orphan with no background in Beijing. If she hadn't married Lu Sai, she wouldn't even have been able to enter the Lu Corporation. This kind of woman was easy to deal with, which was why she dared to forge the report and force her out. But why did Gu Xingman suddenly become Ichong? The situation developed far beyond Bai Jingru's expectations. After disappearing for 2 months, Gu Xingman made a powerful comeback under the identity of Ichong. Though Bai Jingru burned with jealousy, she couldn't deny that the current Gu Xingman was dazzling. If Lu Sai were to see this version of Gu Xingman, no, absolutely not. She had gone to great lengths to finally get them divorced. Even if she and Lu Sai weren't together now, she would absolutely never allow Gu Xingman and Lu Sai to have any further entanglement. Thinking of this, Bai Jingru took a deep breath and forced a strained smile. Teacher Ichong, are you referring to my accidental fall during last month's commercial performance? Don't worry, I wasn't seriously injured. I've fully recovered and it won't affect the filming schedule. Hearing this, Gu Xingman slightly furrowed her brows. Has your body fully recovered from the accident during last month's commercial performance? Gu Xingman glanced at Bai Jingru's abdomen, his frown deepening slightly. So, Bai Jingru had a miscarriage? If it was a miscarriage, then taking on this film would make sense. Qin Shui's gaze darted back and forth between Gu Xingman and Bai Jingru, sensing an odd tension between the two, though she couldn't quite pinpoint what exactly felt off. However, the story about the accidental injury during a commercial performance was fabricated. The truth was, Bai Jingru had indeed been hospitalized for a week last month. She never explained the reason to Qin Shui, and with Lu Sai keeping tight-lipped, Qin Shui didn't dare pry further. But now, listening to Gu Xingman's cryptic remarks and noticing how his eyes twice lingered on Bai Jingru's abdomen, Qin Shui's mind suddenly clicked. She understood. A wave of melancholy washed over Qin Shui. Lu Sai was the untouchable apex predator of Beijing's social pyramid. While rumors swirled about his relationship with Bai Jingru, he'd never publicly acknowledged it. And now Bai Jingru had secretly lost his child. From this perspective, Bai Jingru was not exactly marriage material in Lu Sai's eyes either. Qin Shui had been counting on Bai Jingru to become a big star. Now that she realized the relationship between Bai and Lu Sai wasn't as lovingly equal as rumored, she became even more determined that this movie must not go wrong. The top priority now was to build a good relationship with Teacher Ichong. Thinking of this, Qin Shui hurriedly smiled and said, Teacher Ichong, rest assured, Xiao Jing has excellent dance training background. Those action scenes won't trouble her at all. The accidental injury last month has fully healed and absolutely won't affect the shooting quality. This I can guarantee you. Oh, is that so? Miss Bai. Gu Xingman looked at Bai Jingru, her beautiful eyes brimming with laughter, though a hint of mockery lingered within. Others might not see it, but Bai Jingru saw it all too clearly. Yet this film was something she had sacrificed dearly to obtain. She couldn't give up now. She forced a gentle smile and nodded gracefully at Gu Xingman, saying, Teacher Ichong, don't worry, my health isn't an issue. Is that so? Then I'll wait and see, Gu Xingman said, shaking the juice in her hand. Here's to a pleasant collaboration. Bai Jingru stared at Gu Xingman without responding. Qin Shuan nudged her hand lightly. What are you spacing out for? Bai Jingru finally snapped out of her daze, feeling slightly awkward. She raised her glass and clinked it virtually with Gu Xingman before tilting her head back to drain her cup in one gulp. Gu Xingman only took a small sip of her juice before setting the glass down. Her attitude toward Bai Jingru wasn't particularly friendly. Anyone with half a brain could see that. The atmosphere at the dining table suddenly turned rather peculiar. Wei Lai glanced at the silent Bai Jingru who had kept her head down since finishing her drink, then looked sideways at the elegantly dining Gu Xingman beside her, who remained utterly composed. Though this young master had never been one to suffer losses since childhood, she wasn't the type to proactively provoke others either. After this round of exchanges, Wei Lai realized Bai Jingru must have done something to offend their precious troublemaker. Wei Lai noticed that the little demon tonight seemed much more restrained than usual, perhaps giving him face, or maybe brewing some nasty trick in secret. Suddenly, the private room door was pushed open. Songqing stepped inside, nodding at Wei Lai. Director Wei, apologies for our delay. Bai Jingru abruptly lifted her head as Lu Sai's tall figure strode in from outside. She froze, her pupils contracting sharply as she instinctively looked at Gu Xingman. Chapter 13, was her stomach cancer fake? Gu Xingman had just picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork rib when Song Cheng's voice made her hand pause, causing the rib to clatter back down. Eyeing the fallen pork rib on the dining table, she mumbled regretfully, what a waste, before setting down her chopsticks and quietly taking a sip of juice. Lin Xiaona gave Gu Xingman a thoughtful glance, wrapped the sweet and sour pork rib in a napkin, and tossed it into the nearby trash can. No one else noticed this little episode. Their attention was all on Lu Sai, except for Bai Jingru, who saw it. Though Gu Xingman acted shocked, the fallen sweet and sour rib still betrayed her true feelings. She definitely still loved Lu Sai. Bai Jingru's internal alarm bells were ringing deafeningly, her gaze toward Gu Xingman growing increasingly venomous. President Lu? Wei Lai had already reacted and stood up, striding over to extend his hand toward Lu Sai. What an incredible surprise. Assistant Song mentioned this morning that you'd be traveling abroad today. I was so disappointed thinking you couldn't make it. Plans changed last minute. Lu Sai's deep voice remained calm, yet his gaze stayed fixed on Gu Xingman. With her back turned, Gu Xingman gave no indication she'd noticed him, yet Lu Sai recognized her instantly without needing to see her face. Her orange-pink hair, freshly dyed just before she left 2 months ago, still retained its color, with slightly curled strands barely reaching her waist, perhaps even longer than when she had departed. Lu Sai stared without blinking, hearing the sound of his own heartbeat quickening. It was her, the living Gu Xingman. Before boarding, he had received a call from Jiang Beiwang, saying they'd found records of Gu Xingman entering the country, the most recent one being just today at 2 in the afternoon. Without a second thought, Lu Sai pushed aside a multi-billion-dollar overseas deal and cancelled his flight to return to the company. As long as Gu Xingman was in North City, tracking her whereabouts would be incredibly easy for Lu Sai. In less than an hour, Lu Sai found out which hotel Gu Xingman was staying at and her plans for the evening. At the same time, he also discovered the purpose behind her attending tonight's dinner gathering. He was shocked. Despite being married to Gu Xingman for 2 years, he had no idea she was the renowned sci-fi master writer Yi Chong. They had been married for 3 years, yet she had never once brought up anything about herself to him. Even after the divorce, she vanished without a trace, leaving behind only the devastating news that she had late-stage stomach cancer. For the past 2 months, he had been tormented sleepless by that late-stage gastric cancer report. But what about her? Without a word, she vanished for 2 months, leaving him powerless to find even a trace of her by any means. She haunted his nightmares countless times with visions of eternal separation, jolting him awake in terror. Just as he was on the verge of giving up and losing his mind, she suddenly reappeared, as if descending from the heavens. Moreover, it was with an entirely new and unfamiliar identity. After learning that Gu Xingman was in the late stages of stomach cancer, he had imagined countless reunion scenarios, yet never once had he pictured it like this. She looked perfectly fine, without even the slightest trace of the frailty or sickness one would expect from someone with terminal stomach cancer. So, was her illness real or fake? At this moment, Lu Sai's emotions were incredibly tangled. On one hand, he desperately hoped her illness was fabricated, yet on the other, if it were indeed a lie, it would mean she had deceived him yet again. This calculated push-and-pull tactic only made him despise her even more. But one thing he could now almost be certain of, Gu Xingman definitely still harbored many unknown secrets. Lu Sai stared at Gu Xingman's retreating figure, watching as she occasionally leaned in to whisper to Lin Xiaona beside her, composed and utterly unperturbed by his sudden appearance. The fury in his chest burned hotter and brighter, yet his dark eyes only grew colder. Gu Xingman was quite something. She had fooled him again. Chapter 14. The ex-husband loses his composure. Gu Xingman knew returning to Beijing would inevitably lead to running into Lu Sai, but she hadn't expected it to happen so soon. From the moment Lu Sai entered, Gu Xingman could feel his gaze tightly locked onto her. Though irritated, her expression remained cool and composed. She kept reminding herself internally, it was all in the past. She came back this time for work, and there was no need to let irrelevant people affect her mood. President Liu, please have a seat. Wei Lai enthusiastically ushered Lu Sai to his seat. He wasn't completely lacking in perception either. Lu Sai's gaze had been riveted on Gu Xingman ever since he entered, and although he was extremely curious about the nature of their relationship, judging by how Gu Xingman ignored Lu Sai entirely, it probably wasn't a particularly good one. Wei Lai had also seen the news about Bai Jingru and Lu Sai, so given the unclear circumstances, he naturally seated Lu Sai next to Bai Jingru. President Liu, Miss Bai just happens to be here too. Why don't you sit together? Wei Lai thought he was being thoughtful and considerate. Lu Sai stared at Gu Xingman across the table, who was quietly eating her dish completely unruffled. Seeing her so unaffected only stoked his anger further, though his voice remained calm as he responded, Wei Lai secretly breathed a sigh of relief and personally pulled out the chair for Lu Sai. Lu Sai sat down expressionlessly next to Bai Jingru, his gaze still locked fiercely on Gu Xingman. Seeing that Lu Sai didn't refuse to sit beside her, Bai Jingru's heart leaped with joy as she turned to look at him, her infatuation blatantly unconcealed in her eyes. Gu Xingman accidentally glanced up and caught this scene in full view, instantly sickened to the point of losing all appetite. She set down her chopsticks, the corner of her lips curling slightly with a scoff, her gaze lingering on them for just a second before shifting to Wei Lai. Uncle Wei, I need to adjust to the time difference, so I'll take my leave first. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, cool and composed. Wei Lai knew her well. This young miss had always done as she pleased. The fact that she showed up for tonight's dinner was already giving him enormous face, so of course he wouldn't dare push his luck. Alright then, you go back and rest well. If you need anything at all with accommodations or meals, just give me a call. Uncle Lai certainly won't neglect you. Don't worry about it, you focus on your work. Gu Xingman raised her glass of juice, standing up to face everyone at the dining table. Her gaze swept across the room with composure, lingering not even a moment when passing Lu Sai and Bai Jingru. Everyone, here's to our future cooperation going smoothly. Enjoy your evening, I'll be taking my leave now. With those words, she downed the juice in her glass in one go. Though her movements were casual, with her beauty and sweet voice, the aura she exuded was so commanding it couldn't be ignored. Apart from Bai Jingru and the cold-faced Lu Sai, everyone else, spurred by Wei Lai, raised their glasses and stood up, smiling as they bid farewell to Gu Xingman. Gu Xingman set down her glass, picked up her bag, and turned to leave the private room. Lin Xiaona and Wei Lai bowed to everyone in farewell before turning to chase after Gu Xingman. The private room door closed, and everyone took their seats. Lu Sai suddenly stood up. Wei Lai turned around and noticed his grim expression, his dark eyes fixed intently on the door. Hurriedly rising, he asked, President Liu, what's wrong? Lu Sai ignored everyone, striding out of the private room with his long legs. Apologies, Director Wei. Our President Liu suddenly had urgent business. Song Qing nodded briefly at Wei Lai before turning to chase after Lu Sai. Bai Jingru sat frozen in place, staring at the private room door that had swung open and shut, her eyes shadowed with darkness. Judging by Lu Sai's earlier reaction, it seemed even he had been kept in the dark about Gu Xingman's identity as Yicheng. What on earth is happening? Bai Jingru grew more uneasy the more she thought about it. She couldn't just wait for death. Lu Sai belonged to her, always had, always would. Bai Jingru stared at the wine glass in her hand, the beautiful eyes gradually revealing a shadowy gloom. Chapter 15. Once decided to let go, never look back. Gu Xingman walked with hurried steps, her high heels clicking incessantly against the marble floor. The rhythm matched the pounding of her heart at this very moment. Soon enough, upon closer listen, it became erratic. After immersing herself for 2 months, she had thought she was no longer affected. Yet this sudden encounter shattered the illusion of numbness she had carefully constructed. Falling in love with someone might only take a second, but how long does it truly take to completely forget someone? Stepping out of the hotel, the night breeze hitting her face cleared her muddled mind considerably. Tilting her head to gaze at the pitch-black night sky, she laughed softly with a sense of release. In the end, what does it matter whether there's love or not? Since she's decided to let go and walk away, she'll never look back. What's love anyway? Gu Xingman absolutely refuses to be love's slave. She only needs to tell herself, from now on, live for herself. Outside the hotel, Gu Xingman stopped in her tracks, took a deep breath, and felt her emotions settle back into calm. Lin Xiaona watched her with concern. Sister man, are you okay? I'm fine. Gu Xingman pinched her nose lightly. Don't look at me with those puppy dog eyes. If my brother and the others see, they'll make a huge fuss. Lin Xiaona sighed softly. Being the only person who knew about Gu Xingman's 3 years in Beijing, though her heart ached for her, she understood why Xingman wanted to keep it from her family. If her family were to find out, all hell would break loose in Beijing, and that President Liu would probably have it rough. Sai, though she claims not to care, deep down she's still worried about Liu Sai being targeted by the Gu family. Romantic relationships were something Lin Xiaona had no experience with, so she couldn't offer Gu Xingman any advice. She could only try her best to take care of her and keep her company. Manjia, I'll go get the car. Can you wait here for me? Lin Xiaona draped the shawl over her shoulders. Gu Xingman adjusted the shawl and replied, go ahead. Lin Xiaona studied her expression and, seeing she was relatively calm, finally felt relieved enough to go fetch the car. Gu Xingman stood quietly, gazing at the distant night scenery with its twinkling lights. She remembered how bitterly cold the winters were in this city. Footsteps approached from behind. Gu Xingman's eyelashes fluttered slightly, but she didn't turn, already knowing who was coming. What must come will come. She closed her eyes for a moment, took a deep breath, and told herself to stay calm. Gu Xingman. Her wrist was gripped tightly, yet Gu Xingman did not struggle. The hand gripped with considerable strength, its palm dry yet its fingertips slightly cool. She was forced to turn around, meeting the man's deep dark eyes. Those familiar eyes now appeared frighteningly dark, as if they could transform into a sharp sword ready to strike her down mercilessly. After 3 years of marriage, this was the first time Gu Xingman had seen such obvious emotion on this man's face. See, they were truly strangers, so estranged that even his look of fury struck her as something novel. President Liu, please show some self-respect. Gu Xingman's red lips curved slightly, her eye corners lifting with a faint smile, perfectly beautiful yet never reaching her eyes. Liu Sai stared into those eyes, that inexplicable panic rising in his chest once more. The man's strikingly handsome face darkened completely, his jaw tightening. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? An explanation? Gu Xingman scoffed. I don't understand. What exactly do I need to explain to President Liu? Liu Sai pulled the report from his pocket, unfolded it, and thrust it in front of her. Explain this. What is it? Gu Xingman glanced at the report, his expression stiffening slightly. How could Liu Sai have this medical report? Chapter 16, Belated Concern. She wants none of it. Where did you get this medical report? Gu Xingman frowned, trying to pull her hand back, but Liu Sai's grip was too strong, she couldn't break free. The hospital called me the day after our divorce. Liu Sai searched her eyes, hoping to find traces of the former adoration. In vain. She had changed so much, even the way she looked at him was different now. A dull ache gripped his chest, and Liu Sai detested this sensation. Gu Xingman, is this really necessary? I've told you before, playing hard to get doesn't work on me. You schemed to have the hospital cooperate in this charade, then pulled your disappearing act. Did you truly think this would make me beg for your return? Gu Xingman could scarcely believe what she was hearing. She stared at Liu Sai, her gaze fixed for several seconds before ultimately responding with an angry laugh. Liu Sai, when did you smash your brain during these 2 months apart? If you're sick, go see a doctor. Don't bother me. She struggled fiercely, unable to shake off that annoying large hand, and finally stomped hard on his foot. The stiletto's heel was needle thin, and she delivered the kick without the slightest restraint. Liu Sai let out a muffled groan, his brows furrowing tightly as his handsome face darkened instantly. Gu Xingman seized the moment to pull her hand free, turning away to leave. Gu Xingman, stop right there. Liu Sai chased after her, once again grabbing her wrist and yanking harshly. Gu Xingman's heel twisted, nearly causing her to stumble. Steadying herself, she finally snapped, Liu Sai, are you out of your mind? I must be sick. I must be insane to still believe this report is genuine despite knowing full well you're a liar. Liu Sai's eyes burned crimson, his deep voice hoarse as he growled, Gu Xingman, you tell me, is this report real or fake? You'd believe whatever I say? Gu Xingman scoffed, observing the faint redness around Liu Sai's eyes as mere fury. President Liu, have you forgotten? I'm a liar. I don't care. I need to hear it from you directly. Is this report real or fake? Frowning, Gu Xingman studied Liu Sai with pensive intensity. What exactly did Liu Sai mean by pressing her about the authenticity of that report? Could he actually be concerned about whether she lived or died? If he cared, why had he treated her like a plaything during their marriage, always beckoning and dismissing her at will? Now that they were divorced, what difference would it make even if he did genuinely care? Belated concern, she doesn't want it. President Liu, we have no relationship now. You have no right to question my affairs. She didn't think she owed Liu Sai any explanation, but to Liu Sai's ears, her words sounded like evasion. 2 months of longing and worry had nearly driven Liu Sai mad. Now that he'd found her, he realized more than anything else, he wished she would firmly tell him the test results were fake. Lu Sai stared into her calm eyes, took a deep breath, and decided to set aside his emotions for the moment. Come with me. He reached out to grab her hand. Gu Xingman shook off his grip and said, Lu Sai, we're divorced. Why should I still go anywhere with you? Lu Sai was shaken off, standing there in a daze. Gu Xingman looked at him, but those eyes no longer held any admiration for him, not even a trace of nostalgia remained. That surge of panic rose in his chest again. Lu Sai swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing with difficulty as he softened his voice. I just wanted to take you to the hospital for a checkup. Hearing this, Gu Xingman froze for a moment before regaining her composure. With a cold expression, she said, I don't need it. I'm perfectly healthy. She hadn't originally intended to explain so much to Lu Sai, but to avoid unnecessary trouble, she felt it would be better to make things clear. Lu Sai, if you're sympathizing with me because I was sick, or if you feel guilty, that's really unnecessary. Her tone was calm yet earnest. What I'm saying now is the truth, not angry words. I'm perfectly healthy. That medical report was a hospital misdiagnosis. If this has caused you any distress, okay, I apologize to you. Are you satisfied now? Chapter 17, Can't go to the hospital with him. Misdiagnosis? Lu Sai's dark brows knitted tightly as his hawk-like eyes bore into her. Gu Xingman, you'd better not be lying to me. Why would I lie to you? Gu Xingman curled her lip disdainfully. Listen carefully, Lu Sai, we have absolutely no relationship anymore. It's not just that I'm not sick. Even if I were dying tomorrow, it would be none of your business. So get the hell away and stop interfering with my new life. Gu Xingman. Lu Sai was stung by her words and lashed out even more recklessly. It seems you've never changed. Misdiagnosis? More like a carefully staged act you orchestrated, right? Hearing such accusations again, Gu Xingman no longer felt anger. From the moment she decided to kick Lu Sai out of her life, she vowed not to waste the slightest shred of emotion on him again. If you say so. Anyway, what you think of me now means absolutely nothing to me. Gu Xingman shrugged indifferently and moved to step around him, only to be abruptly intercepted by Lu Sai after taking just 2 steps. Ah! The world spun around her as Gu Xingman found herself forcibly scooped up into Lu Sai's arms. Lu Sai, have you lost your mind? Let me go. With a darkened expression, Lu Sai ignored her struggles and strode toward the roadside. Lu Sai, can't you hear me? I said let me go. Gu Xingman had practiced judo before and could certainly struggle free if she really wanted to resist, but she held back, mindful of her current physical condition. A black Bentley was parked by the roadside. Seeing the situation, Song Qing, who was in the driver's seat, hurriedly got out of the car and ran over to open the rear door. Lu Sai, are you crazy? Let me go, or don't blame me for being rude. Without a word, Lu Sai, his face darkened, proceeded to shove Gu Xingman into the back seat. Gu Xingman knew he wanted to take her to the hospital, but right now, she couldn't go to the hospital with Lu Sai. Gritting her teeth, Gu Xingman seized the moment when Lu Sai placed her in the car. Twisting around, she delivered a sweeping kick that squarely hit the man's shin bone. Lu Sai's tall frame abruptly froze as excruciating pain blanked his mind for an instant. Gu Xingman took advantage of this gap to push open the rear door on the other side. A screech of brakes sounded as Lin Xiaona's car came to an abrupt stop right in front of Gu Xingman. Gu Xingman rushed over, pulled open the passenger door, and jumped in, quickly fastening her seatbelt. Nana, let's go, quick. Lin Xiaona stepped on the accelerator, and the red Ferrari sped away. Lu Sai narrowed his eyes as he watched the car disappear into the twilight ahead, his presence radiating icy tension. Song Qing approached cautiously and asked, President Lu, should we send someone after the young madam? Have someone follow her. Lu Sai snapped back to reality, his voice returning to its usual indifference. Keep watch around the clock but don't disturb her. Report any developments immediately. Song Qing nodded. Understood. Lu Sai exhaled heavily, pinching the bridge of his nose before turning back toward the hotel. Asterisk. The private room door swung open as Lu Sai stepped inside. President Lu. Wei Lai was the first to stand up, pleasantly surprised by Lu Sai's unexpected return, and hurried forward to greet him. Lu Sai exchanged a few polite words with Wei Lai before settling back into the seat beside Bai Jingru. Bai Jingru had already been about to leave, never expecting Lu Sai to return after all. Hadn't he gone after Gu Xingman? Looking at Lu Sai's expression at this moment, Bai Jingru felt secretly delighted. It seemed the two of them had parted on bad terms. "Yi, your stomach isn't good, you should just drink juice." Bai Jingru proactively handed him a glass of juice, her actions so natural. To those present, it was the most intimate and caring gesture between a couple. Lu Sai didn't refuse, merely giving her a faint glance. He returned with only one purpose in mind, to extract more information about Gu Xingman from Wei Lai. Bai Jingru's manager, Qin Shui, witnessing his arrival, mistakenly assumed Lu Sai had returned for Bai Jingru and quickly chimed in with a smile. "We were just talking about you with Jingru." At this, Lu Sai raised an eyebrow, looking at Bai Jingru with a mocking amusement. "Oh? What exactly were you saying about me? Under Lu Sai's gaze, Bai Jingru felt a faint unease creeping into her heart. Chapter 18. This is the last time. She tugged at Qin Shue's hand, signaling her to stop talking. But Qin Shue couldn't forget how Bai Jingru had been hospitalized for an abortion just last month. Regardless of whether their relationship was equal behind closed doors, Bai Jingru and Lu Sai at least had to maintain their loving couple facade in public. Tonight everyone present is a key figure in this film. At the very least, they must all believe Lu Sai dotes on Bai Jingru. Qin Shui pretended not to grasp Bai Jingru's hint and said cheerfully, "Don't be shy, Jingru. Who in Bay City doesn't know you and President Lu are about to tie the knot? Just now, producer Wang was even asking me if Lu's investment in this film was because of you. Truth is, everyone knows you're the chosen lead. Who else would he do it for if not you?" Qin Shui then glanced at Lu Sai and added, "Isn't that right, President Lu?" "Qinjia, stop talking nonsense." Bai Jingru had already sensed the chill radiating from Lu Sai. 2 months ago in the office, Lu Sai had already personally rejected her. His attitude was clear. There was no possibility between them anymore. It was true that Lu Sai was an investor for this film, but he definitely couldn't have invested it for her sake. As for being the predestined female lead, that was merely his repayment to her for donating bone marrow to Aunt Xing. If Lu Sai weren't here today, Bai Jingru would be perfectly happy to let everyone misunderstand her relationship with him. It would only benefit her future acting career. But now that Lu Sai is right here, given his ruthless and indifferent attitude that night, Bai Jingru is genuinely worried he might directly clarify their relationship. She knew the illusion she had painstakingly created would eventually be exposed, but just not now. At least not now. Bai Jingru looked at Lu Sai with eyes reddening from anxiety. Aunt Xian called me this afternoon." Hearing this, Lu Sai impatiently furrowed his eyebrows, his dark eyes fixed on Bai Jingru with increasingly evident coldness. A cold sweat broke out on Bai Jingru's back. She was gambling. Lu Sai valued Aunt Xian deeply. When it came to anything related to her, he would always relent. After about half a minute, the man's thin lips parted slightly as he spoke in a low voice. "Remember, this is the last time." Around the dining table, others were engaged in casual conversation, with few paying attention to their corner. Lu Sai's voice was deep and icy, soft enough that only Bai Jingru and Qin Shui beside them could hear. Bai Jingru felt a wave of relief wash over her. He had agreed. Though Wei Lai couldn't hear what the three of them had discussed, she sensed an eerie tension in the air. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Sai stood up and looked in his direction. "Director Wei, do you have a moment for a private chat?" Wei Lai quickly put down her glass and stood up. "President Lu, I'm available anytime you need me." Lu Sai and Wei Lai left the private room one after the other. Qin Shui leaned close to Bai Jingru's ear and voiced the question weighing on her heart. "What exactly is going on between you and Lu Sai?" Bai Jingru hung her head, consumed by indignation, yet she put on an aggrieved and pitiful expression. "Qinjia, don't say these things in front of him anymore." Qin Shui was taken aback for a moment. As a top-tier agent in the entertainment industry, she had seen it all. After a quick thought, she understood. "Does he not want to make your relationship public?" Bai Jingru nodded gloomily. "He's a businessman. He doesn't like making headlines for personal relationships, says it's bad for the group's image. I understand him, and he's actually really good to me in private." Qin Shui wasn't surprised. It only confirmed her suspicion that Lu Sai was merely playing along with Bai Jingru for fleeting pleasure. If that was the case, as her agent, she had to make the most of Lu Sai's influence for Bai Jingru's benefit while he still had an interest in her. She gently patted Bai Jingru's shoulder and comforted her. "That's true. The fact that he's willing to invest in a movie for you already proves his sincerity. Since you're planning to transition into the film industry now, let your work do the talking." This film is adapted from Teacher Chung's most explosive novel. The buzz is extraordinary. Your starting point is literally the finish line for others in the industry, you know that? Though somewhat unwilling, Bai Jingru knew this opportunity absolutely couldn't be missed. "I know, Sister Qin, don't worry, I'll give it my best. Go for it. You've got strong fundamentals, you'll definitely succeed." Bai Jingru smiled, though the smile didn't reach her eyes. So what if Gu Xingman was the famous author Yi Chong? As long as she remained Aunt Xian's lifesaver, Lu Sai would never abandon her. As long as Lu Sai still cared for her, she would never give up on him. Chapter 19 didn't even consider Lu Sai worth a glance. Gu Xingman remained silent the whole way back. Upon returning to the hotel, she immediately removed her makeup and took a bath. Lin Xiaona, concerned that she hadn't eaten much for dinner, asked what she'd like to eat. Seated cross-legged on the sofa, Gu Xingman didn't feel particularly hungry. "Just make me some powdered milk," she said casually. She didn't eat much tonight, just a few bites of vegetables and a glass of juice. Lin Xiaona was worried about her current physical condition. Such a small amount definitely wasn't enough. Sister man, how about I cook you some congee? Uncle San specially reminded me to bring this new rice. He said it's this year's new organic produce from our farm. It's especially delicious, and you'll surely like it. Lin Xiaona was an excellent cook. Even plain rice porridge could be simmered to an exceptionally soft and fragrant consistency, especially when using the organic rice produced by the Gu family farm. Gu Xingman's appetite, which had just wandered off in rebellion, came trotting back. She nodded with a smile. All right then. You watch some TV first. Dinner'll be ready in half an hour. Lin Xiaona bustled into the kitchen while Gu Xingman curled up alone on the sofa, absorbed in the television. The TV was playing some light variety show. Gu Xingman's eyes fixed on the screen, yet she couldn't focus at all. Lu Sai was actually the investor for this movie. Why did it have to be him? But she truly wanted nothing more to do with Lu Sai. After much deliberation, Gu Xingman decided to give Wei Lai a call. At this moment, Wei Lai and Lu Sai were in the adjacent private room. When the phone rang, Lu Sai's gaze swept over and saw Gu Xingman displayed on the screen. CEO Lu? Wei Lai looked at Lu Sai. Lu Sai's dark brows furrowed slightly. You answer it. Put it on speaker. Wei Lai smiled awkwardly and answered the phone, putting it on speaker. Uncle Wei. Gu Xingman's voice came through the phone line. Are you free to talk right now? Wei Lai glanced at Lu Sai across from her, her expression slightly tense. Lu Sai remained silent, so Wei Lai had no choice but to press on awkwardly. Just say whatever's on your mind. Then I'll speak frankly. Gu Xingman paused for a moment before continuing. I hope the investor for this film can be replaced. Wei Lai. The investor in question, Lu Sai himself. Song Qing, standing nearby, couldn't help but draw a sharp breath upon hearing Gu Xingman's words. Wei Lai stared at Lu Sai, distinctly sensing the atmospheric pressure around him plummet instantly. That extraordinarily handsome face now seemed cloaked in a layer of icy frost, chilling and terrifying. Lu Sai looked at Wei Lai, his eyes signaling him not to reveal his presence there. Wei Lai wiped his face with his hand, took a deep breath, and cautiously asked, may I ask the reason? The reason is simple. I personally don't want any contact with Lu Sai. If I had known from the beginning that he was the investor for this film, I would never have agreed to this copyright collaboration. Lu Sai's perfectly chiseled jawline tightened abruptly, his dark eyes fixed on the phone on the table, the fury in his gaze almost capable of burning the device to ashes on the spot. Song Qing held his breath, both awestruck and silently applauding Gu Xingman in his heart. Aside from Gu Xingman after their divorce, it would be hard to find a second person who showed such disregard for President Liu. At this very moment, the person suffering the most was undoubtedly Wei Lai. He desperately wanted to hang up the phone, or better yet, have a lightning bolt strike him unconscious right now. Lu Sai and Gu Xingman were both like ancestors he couldn't afford to offend. Neither one should be provoked. But no thunder came. On the contrary, Lu Sai kept staring intently at him, signaling with his eyes for him to continue dealing with Gu Xingman. Wei Lai felt helpless to the point of tears but had no choice but to comply. Listen, Uncle Wei needs to explain something. The investor wasn't decided by me alone, Wei Lai cautiously coaxed. And though Mr. Liu is the investor, he's usually very busy and barely ever visits the set, so you can totally rest. Uncle Wei, isn't he just an investor? Gu Xingman interrupted Wei Lai, his tone resolute. Have Lu Sai withdraw, and I'll cover the compensation. Wei Lai. Hearing Gu Xingman's audacious words, Lu Sai was so angry he laughed. A few 100 million yuan in investment. You think you can just casually pay the penalty fee? At the other end of the phone, Gu Xingman froze upon hearing Lu Sai's voice. A few seconds later, she finally snapped out of it and scoffed coldly, Lu Sai, I just realized today how despicable you are, eavesdropping on others' phone calls with such shameless confidence. Lu Sai smirked. And I just realized today how wealthy you are, casually handing out hundreds of millions in compensation like it's nothing? What's the matter? Regretting it now? Feeling cheated that you didn't take half my assets in the divorce? Gu Xingman's tone dripped with provocation and scorn. So the illustrious CEO of Lu Corporation has a taste for living off women, huh? Lu Sai, Gu Xingman, you. Having vented enough, Gu Xingman hung up directly. Beep beep. The busy tone echoed through the silent private room. Lu Sai, still holding back his unresolved anger. Song Qing, unsatisfied and wanting more drama. Wei Lai, with her heart pounding in her throat. After a full minute of silence, Wei Lai slowly raised her hand and covered her face in despair. He's done for. The movie's done for. Everything is completely ruined. Chapter 20. Does she hate Lu Sai now? Gu Xingman hung up the phone and angrily threw her phone aside. What the hell? Lu Sai was actually with Wei Lai, and Wei Lai even put the call on speakerphone for Lu Sai to hear. Though furious, Gu Xingman knew Wei Lai wouldn't do something like this. It must have been Lu Sai's demand. Now that he was the investor behind the film, how could Wei Lai, as the director, dare to disobey him? The phone rang. Gu Xingman glanced at it. It was a call from Wei Lai. Wei Lai was actually quite innocent in this matter. Caught between her and Lu Sai, it was truly a difficult position. Despite her bad temper, she wasn't someone who couldn't tell right from wrong. Closing her eyes briefly, Gu Xingman sighed helplessly before pressing the answer button. As soon as the call connected, Wei Lai's voice came through urgently, pleading for forgiveness and admitting her mistakes. Manny, I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to do that just now. Director Lu saw your call and forced me to put it on speaker. Uncle Wei, Gu Xingman replied with surprising calmness in her voice. I understand. Wei Lai was taken aback. You're really not angry? Of course I'm angry, Wei Lai, but I'm angry at Lu Sai. I know it's difficult for you to be caught in the middle too. I'm so glad you understand, man. President Liu is the main investor, and with his strong background in Beijing, I really can't afford to offend him. Of course, Gu Xingman knew about Lu Sai's influence in Beijing. Over the past 3 years, the Lu Corporation hadn't just expanded domestically but had also made historic progress overseas. Indeed, the current Lu Sai had the power to make people tremble at the mere mention of his name. Gu Xingman closed her eyes for a moment. Uncle Wei, why did Lu Sai come looking for you? Wei Lai dared not hide anything further and replied truthfully. He first asked how I knew you, probing into your background. But don't worry, your mom had already instructed me not to reveal your origins to anyone unless you agreed. So, I vaguely said you were my niece's good friend who introduced us to collaborate, which is why you call me Uncle Wei. Gu Xingman was slightly moved. I've caused you trouble, Uncle Wei. Don't say such formal words, he replied. But Mr. Liu mentioned you were his secretly married wife of 3 years and that you had a conflict 2 months ago, causing you to leave home. What's going on with that? He got it wrong, Gu Xingman corrected. We divorced 2 months ago. Wei Lai was once again struck speechless with shock. Gu Xingman hadn't planned to bring up these private matters, but with things developing this way, she had to make things clear, otherwise her future collaboration with Wei Lai would be affected. Uncle Wei, I delegated full authority to my agent to handle the copyright negotiations for Beyond Day and Night. Had I known from the beginning that the investor was Lu Sai, I would never have agreed. Seeing how resolute Gu Xingman was, Wei Lai finally understood. There was no amicable parting between her and Lu Sai. He had practically watched Gu Xingman grow up and knew full well this young mistress was never one to take insults lying down. How could she have quietly gotten married and then divorced without a word? Wei Lai felt this matter wasn't something the Gu family would tolerate. Man, tell uncle the truth. Do your parents know about this? Gu Xingman lowered her gaze, curling her lips bitterly. I only told them I broke up. You know how fiery my dad and brother can be. I didn't want to complicate things. Wei Lai pondered for a moment. But, Uncle Wei, Gu Xingman interrupted him, you don't need to persuade me. Between me and Lu Sai, it's hard to explain in just a few words. It all comes down to me being young and reckless, loving the wrong person. Now I'm paying the price for my actions. Wei Lai remained silent for a moment before finally asking, do you hate President Liu now? Chapter 21, Gu Xingman's background. Gu Xingman didn't answer immediately. Wei Lai didn't rush her either. Several minutes later, Gu Xingman's voice finally sounded again. At first there was hatred, yes, but I'm still young. I don't want to trap myself in this hopeless relationship. I want to move forward, and I don't want to remain entangled with Lu Sai any longer. So if Uncle Wei still wants me for this film, I'm afraid I'll have to apologize. I need you to choose between Lu Sai and me. As for the breach penalties and investors, don't worry, I'll handle those arrangements. Wei Lai sensed her determination and naturally didn't press further. Manny, since you call me Uncle Wei, I naturally shouldn't make you accept second best. Don't worry, I'll explain everything clearly to President Liu. Gu Xingman closed her eyes, feeling a weight lift off her shoulders. Thank you, Uncle Wei. Bah, no need for thanks between us. But about this divorce business, I really think you should talk to your parents about it. Gu Xingman thought of her own father and those 3 brothers, her brow twitching slightly. If they were to find out, neither of the 2 major conglomerates would have any peace. She guiltily touched her earlobe and said with feigned composure, when the time is right, I'll tell them myself. Until then, Uncle Wei, you'll have to keep it a secret for me. Alright, don't worry, I'll keep it confidential. Late at night, the lights were still on in the Lu Corporation office. Songqing pushed the door open, clutching the freshly retrieved documents. President Liu, Songqing handed the documents to Lu Sai. These were obtained through 7th Master's contacts abroad. Lu Sai immediately took the documents and opened them. 7th Master said that while his friend was investigating the young madam, he repeatedly encountered obstacles. Someone from the same profession was secretly protecting her information. Moreover, the opposing party's background is likely quite formidable. Lu Sai examined the details about Gu Xingman on the file. At the age of 13, Gu Xingman published her first serialized novel under the pen name Ichong on Comet website in country Y. That same year, she won the Newcomer Popularity Award. The following year, her book was published in print, followed by her second and third novels, each one a bestseller, gaining popularity both domestically and internationally. Thanks to the massive popularity brought by Gu Xingman's novels, Comet website gradually transformed from an obscure small site into a listed media company. Today, it boasts thousands of signed online authors and hosts annual conventions where many accomplished writers participate. However, Gu Xingman remains the sole exception. She was far too low-key. Apart from a pen name, she had never disclosed any other personal details. Media had consistently cooperated in protecting her private information. If she hadn't voluntarily come forward today, no one would have known that Gu Xingman was also Yi Chong. This clearly isn't something a mere orphan with no background could accomplish. Even with media's full backing, it would be nearly impossible to pull off so flawlessly. Lu Sai's brows were tightly furrowed. This information had clearly been deliberately leaked by the other party. Without their leniency, they probably wouldn't have been able to uncover even a single lead by now. So, just how immense is the hidden power behind Gu Xingman? For 3 years of marriage, Lu Sai had always believed Gu Xingman was an orphan with no background. But the documents in his hands now, along with everything he'd witnessed today, were telling him Gu Xingman had deceived him. Putting aside the deliberately concealed background details, just the identity of Yi Chong the writer alone was enough to be worth tens of millions. In other words, Gu Xingman couldn't possibly lack money. Since she wasn't short of money, her coming to his side couldn't possibly be for his wealth. If not for money, then there could only be one possibility. Gu Xingman genuinely loved him. Lu Sai's chest ached with a dull pain. In truth, from the first moment he woke up 3 years ago and saw Gu Xingman, he had found this answer in her moist, glistening eyes. But what has he done in these 3 years? Chapter 22, the first day of pursuing his wife in a floral way. He took Gu Xingman's devotion and admiration for granted, arrogantly convinced that Gu Xingman would never leave him in this lifetime. His overconfidence led him to be overwhelmed by anger when he heard Gu Xingman's words at the time, causing him to do many irrational and excessive things. Lu Sai's gaze fixated on Gu Xingman's ID photo in the documents. It was taken when she was 18, her rounded face still carrying youthful innocence. Those eyes gazing into the camera, pupils sparkling so brightly one couldn't bear to look away. This beautiful girl had once crossed oceans to come to him without hesitation, yet he failed to cherish her properly. President Liu. Seeing him lower his eyes in silence, Songqing voiced his concern. What do you plan to do? Lu Sai looked up, his eyes filled with unconcealed regret and guilt. Songqing, do you think she'll ever forgive me? Songqing remained silent. His silence gave Lu Sai the answer. You also think I'm unforgivable, don't you? Lu Sai let out a self-deprecating laugh. Songqing, I regret it. Today I said a lot of angry words again. She must be even more disappointed in me. Songqing looked at him at a loss, wanting to comfort him but unsure where to start. He'd been following Lu Sai since graduation, accustomed to seeing his domineering and powerful side. Never had he imagined that someone as formidable as Lu Sai could one day be tormented by matters of the heart. Songqing had been single for all 28 years of his life, never even been in a relationship once. He simply couldn't offer any advice. But after all, Songqing had worked with Gu Xingman for 3 years. In his impression, she wasn't the type of woman who couldn't distinguish right from wrong. President Liu, may I speak frankly? Lu Sai nodded faintly. Speak your mind freely. Taking a deep breath to summon his courage, Songqing said, although I feel the current young madam is very different from the one I've known these past 3 years. Perhaps she truly has hidden some things from you. But there's one thing I believe cannot be wrong. Young madam genuinely loves you. Lu Sai chuckled lightly. That was before. Now, he wasn't so sure. Seeing him so dejected, Songqing couldn't help feeling somewhat sympathetic. President Liu, the young madam might genuinely be angry with you, or she might really want to cut ties completely. But I think women are soft-hearted by nature. As long as your attitude in admitting mistakes is sincere, and as long as you put in more effort moving forward, reconciling this relationship shouldn't be too difficult, right? Lu Sai's dim eyes suddenly lit up, staring intently at Songqing without blinking. Are you serious? Songqing gazed at the anticipation in Lu Sai's eyes, his conscience smiting him hard. He had only meant to comfort his boss, who knew the man would take it seriously. Songqing scratched his head awkwardly, avoiding Lu Sai's gaze as he forced a smile that he thought exuded confidence. Probably. Lu Sai, get lost. Songqing. At 8 o'clock the next morning, in the master bedroom, Gu Xingman was still sound asleep while Lin Xiaona had already gotten up, freshened herself, and returned from the nearby supermarket with ingredients to prepare breakfast for him. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Lin Xiaona set down the ladle, turned the stove flame to low, and walked out of the kitchen to answer it. The moment the door opened, the first thing she saw was a vibrant bouquet of red roses, still glistening with morning dew. Hello, is this Miss Gu Xingman's room? Lin Xiaona looked at the black-suited, sunglasses-wearing private bodyguard clutching the enormous bouquet of roses, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. What era are we living in where people still send roses with dewdrops on them? She asked. Do you need something with my sister, man? The bodyguard nodded mechanically and relayed what Song Ching had taught him verbatim. This is sent by our President Liu to our young madam. These roses were airlifted from province this morning. President Liu says that 99 roses represent eternal love and everlasting devotion. He hopes the young madam will understand his feelings. Lin Xiaona. Chapter 23. He agreed to withdraw from the partnership. Where on earth did he learn these tacky sweet nothings? Lin Xiaona had never been this speechless before. Just what kind of man had her beloved sister been infatuated with for these past 3 years? Never mind how vulgar these roses were, didn't he know the pollen alone could be deadly for her sister? Still going with the 99 roses for everlasting love? To hell with everlasting love. Mr. Bodyguard, kindly tell your boss Mr. Liu that our boss man doesn't like flowers. Lin Xiaona finished speaking and promptly slammed the door shut. The bodyguard failed to dodge in time, and the door slammed into the roses, instantly scattering a shower of petals across the floor. Inside, Lin Xiaona stomped back to the kitchen, cursing under her breath as she grabbed a cleaver and angrily chopped cucumbers with loud duong-duong noises. What a scumbag. He didn't even know his own wife, her beloved Monsees, was allergic to pollen. How did he even qualify as a husband? No wonder Monsees dumped him. Serves him right. The Rolls-Royce was parked by the roadside outside the hotel. The bodyguard walked out of the hotel holding the bouquet of roses that hadn't been delivered. Seeing this, Song Ching quickly pushed open the car door and got out. What happened? Did the young mistress refuse them? He ran over and stopped the bodyguard. I didn't see the young mistress. Her assistant said the young mistress doesn't like flowers. So you just came back? The bodyguard looked innocent. She closed the door on me. There was nothing I could do. Song Ching. He looked at the bodyguard with an expression reserved for idiots for several seconds, then took a deep breath and waved his hand in exasperation. Forget it. Sending you to deliver flowers was the worst decision of my entire career. The bodyguard. Song Ching dismissed the bodyguard and turned back to the car. After closing the door, he turned to Lu Sai. President Liu, it seems the young madam doesn't like flowers. Didn't you tell me women are always moved when receiving flowers? Lu Sai stared at him, his dark eyes narrowed like a hawk watching its prey in the night, gleaming with dangerous light. Song Ching, it seems you need some field experience in Africa recently. Song Ching. He gulped, wearing a woebegone expression. Boss Liu, I swear 9 out of 10 women love receiving flowers. This conclusion is based on solid questionnaire data. Completely justified. As for the young madam, I can only say, I never expected she'd be that one exception in 10. Lu Sai. Though annoyed, it was only now that Lu Sai belatedly remembered, over the past 3 years, Gu Xingman had never once bought flowers. Lu Sai raised his hand to pinch the bridge of his nose with a light sigh. Seemed she genuinely had zero interest in flowers whatsoever. What does she like? Lu Sai searched through his memories for Gu Xingman's habits over the past 3 years, hoping to find some clues. But a few minutes later, he opened his eyes in frustration. His gaze was utterly blank. He actually couldn't recall a single thing. This overwhelming sense of powerlessness instantly made him feel utterly ashamed. For 3 whole years as husband, while enjoying his wife's companionship and care, he'd never once taken the initiative to show affection, nor even paid attention to her habits and preferences. Lu Sai finally understood. Gu Xingman's divorce demand wasn't a spur-of-the-moment act to pique. She had truly grown disheartened with him. The suppressed panic he had long refused to acknowledge finally erupted completely at this moment. Lu Sai raised his hand to cover his chest and turned to look out the window. Song Ching. Song Ching turned to look, freezing in stunned silence. The man's handsome profile appeared dull and defeated, the corners of his eyes faintly reddened. Liu. President Liu. Song Ching panicked. President Liu, what's wrong? Call Wei Lai. Tell him I agree to withdraw from this film investment. Song Ching was stunned. President Liu, are you sure? This investment is tied to our company's flagship interstellar online game launching next year. Canceling the film collaboration would significantly impact our game. Do as I say. Chapter 24. She can temporarily hold back on by Jean Gru. Gu Xingman was startled awake by her phone ringing and groggily answered the call. Man, are you still sleeping? Gu Xingman rubbed her eyes and checked the time. It was already 9 o'clock. She yawned, fully awake now. No, I'm up. That's good. I thought I might have disturbed you. Not at all, Uncle Wei. Feel free to say what's on your mind. Nothing much, just that Assistant Song called me saying CEO Liu has agreed to withdraw from this collaboration. Gu Xingman froze. Lu Sai agreed? Although she genuinely hoped Lu Sai would withdraw his investment from this film, she also knew he wasn't the type to easily concede. Moreover, if she hadn't guessed wrong, the reason Lu Sai invested in this movie was that Lu Corporation would launch an interstellar online game next year. This film happens to be related to space themes, making it the perfect advertisement for the game. She had even attended several meetings during the development of this game, which Lu Sai took extremely seriously. The primary reason Lu Sai invested in this film was actually to pave the way for that game, so she understood perfectly well how difficult it would be to make Lu Sai give it up. But this time, Lu Sai completely overturned her long-held perception of him. Man. Gu Xingman snapped back to reality. Uncle Wei, what were you saying? I was just asking, since President Liu agreed to withdraw his investment, can we keep Bai Jingru as the female lead? Gu Xingman knew Wei Lai was still concerned about Lu Sai. After all, in Beijing or even the entire country, no one dared to easily offend Lu Sai. Withdrawing the investment had already put Wei Lai in a difficult position. If he were to remove the female lead originally chosen by Lu Sai, their relationship would likely be completely ruined. Wei Lai was just a director. There was really no necessity for him to oppose the capital. Although Gu Xingman didn't like Bai Jingru, thinking of Wei Lai's situation, she still softened her heart. Uncle Wei, don't worry. As long as Bai Jingru can focus on acting properly, I won't touch her. Hearing Gu Xingman's words, Wei Lai finally relaxed. Man, don't worry. I'll have a talk with Bai Jingru's agent. I'm not very familiar with film production details, Uncle Wei. You can make the arrangements as you see fit. Gu Xingman paused before adding, I'll arrange the new investor and have him contact you in the next couple of days. You can discuss the specifics directly then. Good. Anyone you recommend, Uncle Wei will trust without hesitation. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. Just as Gu Xingman set down her phone, the bedroom door was pushed open. Manjia, you're up. Lin Xiaona entered while pushing the door open, walked to the window and drew the curtains. I've made breakfast. Didn't you say yesterday you were craving cucumber salad? I saw fresh cucumbers at the supermarket this morning and bought some. Hurry up and wash up so we can eat. Alright. Gu Xingman threw back the covers and got out of bed. She paused at the bathroom doorway, turning to look at Lin Xiaona. Give Rongyi a call. Tell him to book the earliest flight to Beijing. Huh? Lin Xiaona was puzzled. Why do you suddenly want Rongyi here? That kid's a handful, and he can't keep secrets. If he finds out about your current health condition and that Lu Sai, I'm afraid he won't be able to restrain himself from going back and telling third uncle and the others. These concerns had certainly crossed Gu Xingman's mind as well, but she had long been prepared. Gu Xingman flashed a mysterious smile. Don't worry, I have a way to shut his mouth. Just tell him the matter he begged me to handle last time has been settled. That's all you need to say. I guarantee he'll come rushing over immediately. Oh, Lin Xiaona scratched her head. Though burning with curiosity, she didn't press further. After all, once Gu Xingman made a decision, there was no persuading her otherwise. Might as well just do as told. Chapter 25, that ex-wife who disappeared after the divorce. 2 days later, Rongyi flew from Country Y to Beijing. At Beijing International Airport, Lin Xiaona waited at the arrival gate. At 10:50 a.m., tourists began streaming out through the exit. Lin Xiaona spotted Rongyi instantly in the crowd, towering above others, dressed in a bomber baseball jacket. The young man stood at 185 centimeters tall with a wheatish complexion. His passion for extreme sports had sculpted his 21-year-old frame into solid muscle. Yet this rugged physique came paired with a strikingly youthful face. Not only had he inherited his biological mother's doll-like features, but his eyes were the epitome of harmless innocence, round almond-shaped orbs whose smile could instantly outshine all those delicate flowers in the entertainment industry. Lin Xiaona waved at him. Over here. Rongyi saw her and strode over toward her. Lin Xiaona frowned slightly as she noticed he was only carrying a backpack. Didn't you bring any luggage? What luggage? Sis man told me to come straight over without bringing anything. She's covering all my food, drinks, and accommodations in North City. Rongyi raised his eyebrows, utterly pleased with himself. Lin Xiaona, listen up. Starting today, you might want to call me brother-in-law. Lin Xiaona, having another episode? Rongyi snorted coldly. Lin Xiaona, just wait till I become your brother-in-law. See how you'll cry then. Lin Xiaona scratched her ear with her pinky finger. Rong Xiaoyi, I'll give you exactly what my aunt-in-law once said about your mom. All these years, you've only grown older, but never any wiser. Rongyi immediately flew into a rage. Lin Xiaona, I swear I'll punch you. Insult me all you want, but don't you dare talk about my mom. Of course Lin Xiaona knew that the last thing Rongyi could bear was hearing anyone speak ill of his mother. She shrugged. Let me rephrase. I wasn't targeting your mother. On the contrary, I actually like her. After all, she's a double Golden Horse award-winning actress. But you're supposed to be a strapping 7-foot-tall man with this perfectly muscular body. Yet somehow there's a naive sweetheart living inside it. What a tragic waste. Rongyi. Lin Xiaona watched Rongyi, once again rendered speechless by her remarks, with great satisfaction. Turning to leave, she called over her shoulder, Come on, Manjia reserved a private room to welcome you properly. Hearing about a feast, Rongyi instantly regained full energy and hurried after Lin Xiaona. My sister man is always the best to me. Lin Xiaona shook her head with amusement. Gu Xingman had reserved a private room at the most famous specialty restaurant in North City. During the first year of their marriage, she and Lu Sai had visited this restaurant several times. The dishes suited her taste perfectly, but later they became too busy to return. The decor she remembered was gone. She heard the place had been renovated at the beginning of the year with new investors and a revamped menu. Gu Xingman sat in the private room, gazing at the completely unfamiliar interior style, and suddenly felt a pang of melancholy. In the 3 years she had been with Lu Sai, they could count their dates on one hand. The few times it happened were almost always at this exact restaurant. One might say this restaurant was the only genuinely sweet memory from her 3-year marriage when she looked back. But now, even this place had changed. Gu Xingman let out a self-deprecating laugh and murmured, "See, even this place has changed. There's really no going back for us now." Outside the private room, Lu Sai and Jiang Beiwang walked side by side. As they passed Gu Xingman's booth, he suddenly paused and turned his head. The door wasn't completely closed. Through the slightly ajar gap, Lu Sai saw Gu Xingman with her head bowed, appearing somewhat dazed. Jiang Beiwang halted as well, following Lu Sai's gaze. "Isn't that your ex-wife who disappeared during the divorce proceedings?" The term ex-wife instantly darkened Lu Sai's expression. A sharp glare shot directly toward Jiang Beiwang. Jiang Beiwang shrugged fearlessly. "What are you glaring at me for? Which word did I get wrong?" Lu Sai frowned. Though displeased, he couldn't refute it. Divorce, disappearance, ex-wife, all facts. When strung together, they pierced his heart like a sharp blade. Gu Xingman inside the private room heard the commotion outside and looked up. Their eyes met, her pupils trembling slightly for just a moment before Lu Sai pushed the door open and walked straight in. Chapter 26. She had no intention of going back. Gu Xingman's eyebrows twitched, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. "President Lu, you've mistaken the room. This is my private booth." Lu Sai paused, staring at Gu Xingman with a touch of bewildered thoughts. He wasn't even sure why he had come in. Seeing Gu Xingman sitting at the dining table with folded arms, undisguised disapproval etched between his brows, a faint sourness rose in Lu Sai's heart. He remembered this restaurant during their first year of marriage. He had brought Gu Xingman here several times. Though Gu Xingman had never mentioned it, Lu Sai now vaguely recalled that she had always enjoyed the dishes at this restaurant. Running into her here today only confirmed his memory wasn't mistaken. Gu Xingman really did like this place. He swallowed hard, images flooding his mind of how Gu Xingman used to laugh joyfully in his presence, her eyes brimming with adoration. Before him stood Gu Xingman, her eyes filled with detachment, looking as though she wished they would never cross paths again for the rest of their lives. The contrast was staggering. He, who had grown accustomed to being loved by Gu Xingman, for the first time chose to humble himself in front of her. Man, can we talk?" The man's voice was hoarse, his dark eyes gazing at Gu Xingman with a mix of melancholy and anticipation. Gu Xingman was astonished that she lived to witness the day Lu Sai would lower his pride and speak to her in such a consultative tone. Precocious from a young age, she had grown up doted on by her parents and 3 older brothers, a proud girl who had willingly abandoned herself for Lu Sai, choosing to love him in the most desperate and reckless way. Looking back now, she realized how naive she had been, doing things that moved only herself. She thought it was love, but in the end, the sweetheart's first love is pregnant. Yet when she received her terminal cancer diagnosis report, that same first love came waving pregnancy test results in her face. That feeling couldn't be described even by the destruction of heaven and earth. Gu Xingman remembered that noon 2 months ago, standing frozen under the scorching sun. What a pitiful, laughable clown she had been. Once the heart dies, looking back brings only resentment and unwillingness. Now hearing Lu Sai speak to her in a tone she could never have imagined, there was surprise but no touch of emotion. After the surprise came profound amusement. "President Lu, I'm very busy and have no time for discussions. Please leave, this private room was reserved by me. Surely you won't stoop to contesting a private room with me." Her words were cold and laced with venom, each one sharp as a thorn. Lu Sai felt a wave of helpless frustration. "I just want to talk to you. I think there's been some misunderstanding between us." "What difference does a misunderstanding make?" Gu Xingman arched her delicate brows. "We're divorced now, and frankly, I think I'm better off this way. I don't regret ending our marriage one bit, so there's nothing left to discuss. I don't believe in second chances, and I have no interest in lingering ties with an ex. Please have some self-respect, Mr. Lu." Her words brought back the echoes of what he had accidentally overheard that day. At that time, Gu Xingman spoke in this very same tone, arrogant and indifferent, like a person devoid of emotion. But back then, Lu Sai didn't know Gu Xingman had also concealed her background. So, he took her words at face value, felt deceived, and in the heat of the moment, made many unwise decisions. That included using Bai Jingru. Truthfully, Bai Jingru never meant anything to him from start to finish. Back then, it was Aunt Xian who had taken a liking to Bai Jingru and insisted on pushing the two of them together against his will. For years ago, he and Bai Jingru had never actually been in a relationship. Their so-called confirmation was entirely the wish of Aunt Xian and Bai Jingru acting unilaterally. Back then, he had just taken over the Lu group and was overwhelmed with work. Between Aunt Xian's relentless persuasion tactics, alternating between coaxing and pressuring, he reluctantly agreed to have one meal with Bai Jingru. During that meal, he barely exchanged words with Bai Jingru. Buried in company matters, he spent the whole time taking calls and handling business affairs. He didn't even notice what she wore that day. Yet somehow, after returning to the office, Aunt Xian called him saying how much Bai Jingru liked him and was willing to date him. Lu Sai flew into a rage on the spot. He told Aunt Xian that his meal with Bai Jingru was solely to indulge her selfish whims and to prove he had no such feelings for Bai Jianro. Whether it was 1 meal, 10 meals, or even more, he and Bai Jingru would never become lovers. Aunt Xian got angry because of this, and after hanging up the phone, she still wouldn't give up. Taking matters into her own hands, she told Bai Jingru that Lu Sai had agreed to date her. Just like that, Lu Sai inexplicably gained his first girlfriend, and the news spread quickly. Even his college friend Shen Maching knew about it. Only then did Lu Sai realize things couldn't be left to escalate. After some thought, he decided to meet Bai Jingru in person to clarify everything. But who could have predicted that on the very day he arranged to talk with Bai Jingru, a severe car accident would occur? Chapter 27, Gu Xingman, the one you love is me. After the car accident, Bai Jingru also went abroad. As far as Lu Sai was concerned, that relationship had been completely severed at that time. If it weren't for Aunt Xian's illness this time, he and Bai Jingru would never have resumed contact. After much deliberation, Lu Sai grew increasingly convinced that the reason Gu Xingman's attitude was so resolute this time must be due to the rumors about him and Bai Jingru. If that's the case, then he should just explain it clearly. Lu Sai took a deep breath and softened his tone. Man, actually between me and Bai Jingru. Sister man. An excited voice suddenly interrupted Lu Sai's words. Frowning, Lu Sai turned around. The towering figure of Rongyi strode in from outside, arms wide open as he lunged straight toward Gu Xingman. In the past, Gu Xingman would have raised her hand to give Rongyi a playful knock on the head when he lunged at her, but today, she simply stood up calmly and let him envelop her in his arms without resistance. Rongyi froze the moment he embraced Gu Xingman. What a marvelous sight. His tomboyish eldest sister actually stood still willingly and let him embrace her fully. Lu Sai watched in shock as Gu Xingman embraced another man. After a few stunned seconds, his handsome face darkened instantly. Gu Xingman, he growled, his dark eyes fixed on her. Do you think I'm dead? How dare she hug another man right in front of him? Gu Xingman glanced at Lu Sai, utterly unfazed. Then, under Lu Sai's murderous gaze, he opened his arms and hugged Rongyi back. Rongyi froze in place, his mind erupting like 1,000 dazzling fireworks exploding all at once. She, his fierce elder sister, actually hugged him on her own accord. Gu Xingman sensed Rongyi's stiffened body and sighed inwardly in resignation. Pulling him down slightly, she whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Steady now, play along." Rongyi was utterly baffled, barely having time to react before Gu Xingman released him, only to grasp his hand again the very next second. Rongyi! Exclamation point. He stared at Gu Xingman, his eyes wide open, his boyish face etched with astonishment. Gu Xingman gazed at Lu Sai, whose face had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, her crimson lips curving slightly. President Liu, since we bumped into each other, I might as well introduce you. This is my new boyfriend, Rongyi. Gu Xingman. Lu Sai's dark eyes were cold enough to freeze water droplets. Don't think I'll believe you just because you found some random man to pose as your boyfriend. Whether you believe me or not doesn't bother me. Gu Xingman blinked nonchalantly. But right now, I have a date with my boyfriend, so I'd appreciate it if you didn't disturb us. What kind of boyfriend is this? Lu Sai glared at Rongyi, his eyes like sharp swords, as if he wanted to tear him apart on the spot. Rongyi felt an inexplicable chill down his spine under Lu Sai's gaze. Mostly, though, he was completely clueless about what was going on. His bewildered expression, combined with his naturally boyish face and wide eyes, gave the first impression of being wet behind the ears. One might even believe he was underage. Lu Sai would never believe that Gu Xingman would date such a man. He sneered coldly, "Don't think you can piss me off by finding some immature brat. Even if you found a man 100 times better than me, I wouldn't believe it. Gu Xingman, the one you love is me." His voice was deep, his tone furious but still dripping with his usual domineering arrogance. For 3 years, Gu Xingman had grown accustomed to that expression of his. He always seemed that way, as if everything was under his control, convinced that people and situations around him should naturally revolve around him. Gu Xingman admitted that she had indeed been one of those who once orbited around Lu Sai, but that was in the past alone. From the moment Lu Sai threw the first divorce agreement at her, an irreparable crack appeared in their marriage, a relationship that had been a one-way street from the very beginning. Truth be told, even without Bai Jingro's prenatal checkup report and her stage 4 stomach cancer diagnosis, her divorce from Lu Sai would have been inevitable sooner or later. Chapter 28. She wasn't as nonchalant as she claimed. The pregnancy report and the cancer diagnosis merely helped her see the obvious truth, that their marriage had long become a hollow shell. So at this moment, hearing Lu Sai say those words, Gu Xingman not only found it laughable but also felt unworthy of her past self. Perhaps Lu Sai had regrets, yet he still arrogantly believed that she, Gu Xingman, should continue loving him. Even after the divorce, even after she repeatedly expressed her determination to end things completely, Lu Sai stubbornly assumed she was just acting out of spite. Gu Xingman suddenly felt utterly exhausted. This endless entanglement made her feel utterly worthless. She also admitted it was because she had loved too selflessly in the past that Lu Sai still believed she was playing hard to get now. But she couldn't change the past. For this moment and the future, she would never let herself repeat the same mistakes. Lu Sai. Gu Xingman looked into Lu Sai's eyes, her gaze as indifferent as if staring at a complete stranger. I admit I still harbored resentment toward you right after the divorce, but 2 months have passed. From the moment I decided to return to Beijing to take this film role, I was mentally prepared to meet you again. Lu Sai looked at her. Her calm gaze unsettled him. That sensation of losing control washed over him again. His instincts told him nothing good would come of this. Frowning, he tried to cut her off. Man, there are misunderstandings between us. We need to talk this through properly. Gu Xingman let out a bitter laugh. Don't you get it? I don't even want to hate you anymore. The only acceptable outcome now is if we treat each other as strangers when we meet. Stranger? Lu Sai laughed in exasperation. If you really treated me as a stranger, then why did you insist on having Wei Lai replace the film's investor? Gu Xingman was momentarily speechless. Regarding the matter of replacing the investor, she had no rebuttal. At the time, she had simply wanted to avoid further contact with Lu Sai. If he hadn't withdrawn his investment from this film, he would have had ample justification to appear on set whenever he pleased throughout the production process. She admits she's not as carefree as she claimed to be. The mere thought of frequently running into her ex-husband after divorce makes her skin crawl. Since she has the means and ability to make life easier for herself, why should she endure unnecessary suffering? The past 3 years have exhausted every ounce of her patience in this lifetime. Never again will she force herself into such self-sacrificing foolishness. Man, you're nowhere near as detached as you pretend. If you truly moved on and regarded me as a complete stranger, you wouldn't care at all about me becoming this film's investor. Gu Xingman gritted her teeth, her deepest and most unwilling to face thoughts being laid bare. Annoyance flashed across her face as her gaze at Lu Sai grew more resentful. Typical Lu Sai, peerless at reading people's minds. But she wouldn't admit it. Never again would she let Lu Sai lead her by the nose. Noticing the anger and resentment in her eyes, Lu Sai secretly sighed in relief. This shows he guessed right. He curled his thin lips, his deep voice filled with complete confidence. Man, even if you're throwing a tantrum, you should at least find someone convincing to act the part. This little brother you're holding hands with looks underage, not very persuasive at all. Gu man. She had to admit that asking Rong-yi to pose as her boyfriend wasn't her wisest move. She knew all too well what kind of person Lu Sai was. Someone like Rong-yi would indeed have a hard time persuading him. She took a deep breath to steady her emotions. I've said there's nothing to discuss between us. Gu Xingman pulled Rong-yi to her side, pressing on his shoulders to make him sit down. Rong-yi sat down in complete bewilderment. Gu Xingman stood beside Rong-yi, staring expressionlessly at Lu Sai. Mr. Lu, don't force me to call the staff to throw you out. Lu Sai's jaw tightened as he stared at her hands resting on Rong-yi's shoulders. Those hands were incredibly beautiful, delicate and boneless, the same hands that had once massaged his neck, their gentle and soothing touch lingering in Lu Sai's memory. Yet those very hands he couldn't forget were now resting on another man's shoulders. Lu Sai endured for a moment but ultimately couldn't hold back, stepping forward. Chapter 29, Heartbreak leads to a slightly unhinged mind. Jiang Beiwang, who had been watching the drama from outside the door, couldn't bear it any longer. He walked in and forcibly dragged Lu Sai out. Jiang Beiwang, what are you doing? President Lu, can we have some manners please? Jiang Beiwang dragged Lu Sai out while turning back to give Gu Xingman an apologetic nod. Miss Gu, I'm truly sorry for disturbing your enjoyment. He's not normally like this, just recently suffered a romantic setback that's made him a bit unstable. Gu Xingman. The two tall men stumbled out of the private room while grappling with each other. Lin Xiaona reacted quickly and immediately slammed the door shut. That Lu Sai really has no shame at all. Lin Xiaona muttered under her breath before turning to Rong-yi. With a tone of exasperation, she scolded, Rong Xiaoyi, don't say I didn't warn you. You didn't inherit even a shred of your mom's acting skills. That clueless expression on your face just now pretty much told Lu Sai that cis man was lying. Gu Xingman released Rong-yi's hand and waved dismissively. Don't blame Rong-yi. It's all on me. I was so furious with Lu Sai that I actually pinned my hopes on Rong Yi. Rong Yi, sis man, are you okay? Lin Xiaona asked, eyeing Gu Xingman with concern. That Lu Sai has power and influence in North City. Judging by his attitude, he probably still thinks she'll get back together with him. It's his problem, not mine. I'm certainly not going back to him. Wait. Rong Yi widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at Gu Xingman. Manjia, did I hear you right just now? You're saying, remarry? You heard correctly. Gu Xingman looked calmly at the astonished Rong Yi. I was secretly married for 3 years and just got divorced 2 months ago. Rong Yi. Half a minute later, Rong Yi's heartbroken sobs echoed from the private room. I don't believe it. Manjia, how could you possibly be married? Was it that guy just now? He looked like total trash at first glance. Woo-woo. Manjia, why did you marry him? Do third uncle and Auntie Chow know about this? Who filed for divorce? Why did you divorce? I get it. That scumbag must have mistreated you, didn't he? Was he fooling around? Manjia, tell me everything. I'll go teach him a lesson for you. Enough. Gu Xingman couldn't take it anymore and kicked out. The kick was as swift and precise as ever, landing squarely on the shin bone. Rong Yi instantly grabbed his leg, hopping in circles on one foot while howling like a wounded animal. Rong Yi, I'm warning you. If you dare tell my family, especially my dad and brother, that I've been married, I'll skin you alive. Of course I'm going to tell them. Rubbing his aching calf, Rong Yi abruptly straightened up, his voice thick with indignation. Third uncle and his sons have doted on you like a princess since you were little. When have they ever let anyone mistreat you? That bastard Lu married you without a word and then had the nerve to make you suffer? Forget the marriage for now, but divorce is no small matter. What were you thinking, Manjia? Walking away with nothing? I know money means nothing to you, but you basically handed that Lu scum a free pass. Gu Xingman had already taken a seat, flipping leisurely through the menu as she replied calmly, I chose him myself. I accept the consequences. Well, I don't accept it. Rong Yi exploded. I've never seen you tolerate injustice in my life. I won't allow anyone to bully you now. I'm going to hunt that Lu bastard down and settle this. Rong Yi turned around and rushed toward the door. Gu Xingman set down the menu, raised her eyes, and signaled Lin Xiaona with a glance. Lin Xiaona immediately understood her meaning and blocked the doorway, preventing Rong Yi from leaving. Lin Xiaona, get out of my way. Rong Yi's eyes turned red with genuine anger. I can't just stand by and let Sister Man be wronged like this. I may not be the smartest, but I never lose a fight. Lin Xiaona, move. Chapter 30. He clearly looks like a pretty boy. Rong Yi, don't meddle in Sister Man's decisions, Lin Xiaona said sternly. Impulse is the devil. Don't make things difficult for Sister Man. She knew Rong Yi was genuinely furious. Truth be told, wasn't she furious too? When she first found out, she had contemplated countless times whether to just tell the Gu family. After all, no matter what, the Gu family would surely seek justice for Gu Xingman. But this was Gu Xingman's own decision. As sisters who grew up together, Lin Xiaona felt distressed and unwilling, but she also understood Gu Xingman's temperament. Whatever, or whoever, she set her mind to, she would take responsibility for the outcome, be it good or bad. In truth, very few people could make Gu Xingman suffer such grievances. Lu Sai was the first, and he would be the last. Hence, Lin Xiaona did her best to respect Gu Xingman's decision this time. Moving on without hesitation had always been Gu Xingman's way. Rong Yi looked at Lin Xiaona's serious expression and, though furious, no longer insisted on settling scores with Lu Sai. Gu Xingman gestured to Rong Yi. Rong Yi, come here and pick what you'd like to eat. Today's meal is on me. Rong Yi hung his head, eyes reddened, remaining silent. Though an absolute foodie at heart, he was currently too devastated. No culinary delight in the world could lift his spirits now. Lin Xiaona walked over, stood on tiptoes, and patted his head as if comforting a puppy. Rong Xiaoyi, no wonder they say you're so pig-headed. Rong Yi brushed off Lin Xiaona's hand. I'm really upset right now. Don't provoke me. What? Are you gonna bite me? Lin Xiaona teased. Is the giant chihuahua turning into a Tibetan mastiff? Lin Xiaona. Rong Yi glared at her furiously, his embarrassment turning to anger. Are you really Sister Man's good friend or not? Such a huge thing happened to her, and I don't see you worried or upset for her at all. Lin Xiaona waved her hand impatiently. I'm not like you, so stubborn. Rong Yi stomped his feet again. You. Rong Xiaoyi, I know you're upset on Manjia's behalf and feel for her, but the divorce happened 2 months ago. Manjia has already adjusted and decided to move forward. That bastard Lu is ancient history. Besides, think about it. Now that Manjia is free from that creep, anyone has the right to pursue her. As her suitor, you should be happy about this. From the age of 3, the top devoted admirer who adored Gu Xingman, Rong Yi. Lin Xiaona's words struck Rong Yi like a bolt from the blue. He jerked his head up to stare at Gu Xingman. His large eyes, which had been slightly reddened, instantly sparkled with dazzling brilliance. Gu Xingman paused while flipping through the menu and glanced over, saying expressionlessly, sorry, but I refuse to date idiots. Rong Yi. Next door in the private booth, Jiang Beiwang watched as the man downed his second glass of imported liquor and sighed faintly with a frown. I'm telling you, why put yourself through this? Lu Sai's face was stormy with rage. Didn't you see? She'd even stooped to using underage kids just to spite me. How can you be so sure she's underage? Jiang Beiwang took a sip from his glass. Some people just have naturally youthful faces. From her figure, I'd say she's at least 20. Big deal, 20 years old? Lu Sai downed another glass and slammed it down. Total pretty boy material at first glance. Jiang Beiwang watched the man practically steaming with rage and found it increasingly amusing. Lu Sai, do you know what your behavior right now is called? Spit it out already. Lu Sai snatched the bottle from Jiang Beiwang's hand, poured himself another glass, and downed it in one go. He kept downing the high-proof imported liquor like it was plain water, one glass after another. Jiang Beiwang glanced at the bottle that was suddenly half empty and frowned, grabbing it away. Stop drinking. I'm not sending you back to the hospital again. The mere 2 months it took Lu Sai to go from alcohol intolerance and stomach problems to near immunity was akin to him betting his life on every drink. Though Jiang Beiwang mostly turned a blind eye when he couldn't dissuade him, he couldn't just stand by and watch him land himself in the hospital again. You're so worked up, you must be jealous. Jiang Beiwang swirled his wine glass with an air of playful provocation. Too bad, no matter how jealous you get now, your ex-wife doesn't seem to care anymore. At those words, Lu Sai shot him a sharp, dagger-like glare. Chapter 31, he had loved without realizing it. Even if you lash out at me, I'll say it anyway. Jiang Beiwang dropped his teasing tone and grew serious. We grew up together in the same compound. Others might not understand you, but I do. You're far too rigid and domineering. Maybe that's not a bad thing in family feuds or the business world, but it won't work with women. Lu Shiye scoffed coldly. What would a single dog like you know? I may be single, but at least I have a sister. I've been figuring out little girls' minds since childhood, probably better at it than you, don't you think? Lu Shiye furrowed his brows. Jiang Beiwang wasn't wrong about that. The Jiang family had a daughter 8 years younger than Jiang Beiwang, a crying, tantrum-throwing, extremely clingy girl who always stuck to him. Jiang Beiwang had spent no small amount of effort dealing with this sister. Lu Sai showed a slight change in expression. Then tell me, what should I do to make her stop being angry? First, you need to figure out where you went wrong. Lu Sai instinctively replied, apart from the scandal with Bai Jingru, I don't remember doing anything else wrong. Are you sure? Jiang Beiwang looked at him with suspicion in his eyes. I heard from Songqing that you sent divorce papers to your ex-wife, 8 copies, no less. Lu Sai. He had nearly forgotten about that incident himself. Jiang Beiwang read the answer from his expression and tooted, shaking his head. You're a real piece of work, President Lu. As far as I can tell, your ex-wife must be a remarkably patient woman to have resisted cursing you out. I had my reasons for doing that. Lu Sai avoided Jiang Beiwang's gaze with some guilt. To be honest, even now when he thought about those 8 divorce agreements, he was filled with remorse. Impulse is indeed the devil. That saying couldn't be more right. Seeing that he was genuinely regretful, Jiang Beiwang decided not to tease or criticize him further. Ah Yi, there's no one else here now, just the 2 of us brothers. Tell me honestly, what are your real feelings for your ex-wife, miss? Lu Sai was momentarily stunned before shifting his gaze toward Jiang Beiwang. Their eyes met, with Jiang Beiwang's gaze calm and rational. Yet in Lu Sai's dark eyes, there was a trace of bewilderment. In truth, Lu Sai had never seriously considered this question before. As for Gu Xingman, in his memory, he had known of this girl ever since waking from his car accident. This girl had stayed by his side faithfully during his coma, and after he regained consciousness, she continued to care for and accompany him with tireless devotion, without a trace of resentment or regret. Over time, he grew accustomed to it. He had grown accustomed to accepting Gu Xingman's devotion, accustomed to the undisguised admiration in her eyes when she looked at him. Including their marriage, afterward, he continued living according to his own routines, while Gu Xingman never hesitated to accommodate him. She had always been giving, always silently complying with every arrangement he made. 3 years of a secret marriage, and he had grown used to being loved and watched by Gu Xingman, yet he had never once actively cared to ask about her needs or feelings. In the early days of the divorce, he was furious and humiliated, still convinced it was just Gu Xingman's trick. Even today, he still believes the divorce was merely Gu Xingman acting out of pique. He has always believed, faithfully, that Gu Xingman would love him forever, just like in the beginning. But now, Jiang Beiwan asks him what he truly thinks of Gu Xingman. The question strikes like a thunderbolt, jolting Lu Sai violently awake. Lu Sai's expression gradually shifted from initial confusion and bewilderment to anxiety and anguish. Jiang Beiwang observed quietly. One thing he could be absolutely certain of. That idiot Lu Sai had been completely unaware of his own feelings until today. Chapter 32, Chasing women is simply about catering to their preferences. Ah Yi, do you have the answer in your heart now? Lu Sai snapped out of his daze and gave a bitter smile. You probably wouldn't believe it if I told you. Turns out I made such a rookie mistake. A fault confessed is half redressed. Jiang Beiwang lit a cigarette, took a slow drag, and exhaled smoke rings languidly. Now that you've recognized your feelings for her, what you should think about next is how to make amends. Lu Sai lowered his gaze, shadowed beneath his lashes. I don't know what to do. Chasing women is all about catering to their preferences. Jiang Beiwang took a drag from his cigarette and flashed a rogue smile. After all, she was your ex-wife who lived with you for 3 years. Don't tell me you have no clue about her likes and habits. If you're really that clueless, then sorry, bro. All I can do is burn some incense and pray for you. Lu Sai. The air in the private room suddenly froze. Jiang Beiwang held the cigarette between his teeth, staring fixedly at Lu Sai. A few seconds later, he took the cigarette out of his mouth and said, "Don't tell me you really don't know?" Lu Sai's handsome face tightened, his expression turning increasingly grim. Here, silence spoke louder than words. Jiang Beiwang stood up, stubbed out the cigarette butt in the ashtray, and gave Lu Sai a thumbs up without hesitation. As expected of President Liu, I'm out of ideas. If you're determined to win her back, you can borrow my Swiss Army knife. The man's face darkened, his obsidian eyes glinting with shards of ice as he shot Jiang Beiwang a withering glare. Jiang Beiwang deliberately fanned the flames. This move might be a bit underhanded, but women are soft-hearted. Shed some blood and play the sympathy card, it might just work. You're truly shameless. Lu Sai couldn't be bothered with him, pouring himself a glass of liquor and downing it in one gulp. Jiang Beiwang wanted to stop him, but the man was in an even worse mood than when he'd first arrived, utterly unstoppable now. The current Lu Sai was no longer the same man from 2 months ago. 2 months of heavy drinking had finally rid his body of its aversion to alcohol, significantly increasing his tolerance, though that didn't mean he couldn't still get drunk. The bottle of imported liquor was emptied. Lu Sai's consciousness was already fading. The image of Gu Xingman's face kept flashing through his mind. Smiling, crying, all sorts of expressions, like a curse, they madly darted back and forth in his thoughts. Though the alcohol numbed his senses, it magnified his longing 1,000-fold. At this very moment, he desperately longs to see Gu Xingman, lying face down on the dining table while murmuring man repeatedly. A pitiful yet obsessive sight. Jiang Beiwang received an urgent assignment. Before leaving, he called Songqing to report Lu Sai's condition and urged him to come retrieve the man immediately. When Songqing arrived, the private room was completely empty. What's going on? Songqing hurried out of the private room to find someone and happened to run into Gu Xingman and 2 others who had just exited their room. Madam, Songqing paused at the sight of Gu Xingman, giving a slight bow as he greeted her. Gu Xingman halted and smiled faintly at Songqing. Assistant Song, it's been a while. Songqing detected her deliberate distance and couldn't help feeling somewhat emotional. Young mistress, are you feeling well? Gu Xingman only learned after returning this time that the hospital had taken the liberty of informing Lu Sai about the test results. Since Lu Sai knew, then Songqing would inevitably know as well. I'm perfectly fine. She smiled, distant and indifferent. President Liu and I have already dissolved our marriage, so Assistant Song, the next time you see me, please address me as Miss Gu, or you can call me by my name. Songqing stiffened slightly. If Assistant Song can't manage that, then don't blame me for treating you like a stranger and ignoring you in the future. Gu Xingman's attitude was so resolute and forceful that Songqing could only nod awkwardly. Understood, Miss Gu. I'll remember. Thank you. Gu Xingman nodded and turned around, but his steps halted abruptly as his gaze locked onto the corner of the hallway ahead. Songqing, Lin Xiaona, and Rongyi followed Gu Xingman's line of sight. In that instant, all 3 of their expressions changed dramatically. Lin Xiaona and Rongyi were initially shocked, but after the surprise subsided, they were filled with utter disdain and disgust. At the corner of the hallway, Lu Sai's tall figure leaned against the wall, with Bai Jingru tucked within that corner. From the angle where the 3 stood, the scene unmistakably appeared as if Lu Sai was embracing Bai Jingru, and with his head bowed slightly, it gave the impression his face was buried against her neck. Song Chinku covered his face with a hand, silently raising a cross in his heart for his boss. Chapter 33. What happens when you add female before a courtesy name? Bai Jingru leaned against the wall, watching the man who had planted his hands on either side of her head, leaving barely a step between them. His eyes were clouded with intoxication as his raspy, low voice kept murmuring man along with pleas like, don't be angry anymore, forgive me, okay? She burned with indignation. Just then, she spotted Gu Xingman not far away, and a scheme instantly formed in her mind. She suddenly lifted her hand and wrapped it around Lu Sai's arm, speaking in a tone of helplessness and heartache. You're drunk. Let's go home. Drunk to the point of delirium, the words home conjured in Lu Sai's mind the image of Jing'an Garden, where he and Gu Xingman had lived together for 3 years. Had Man finally agreed to come home with him? Man, you're not angry with me anymore? You're willing to come home with me? Like a child who had done something wrong, His voice was humble and full of grievance. Bai Jingro's heart ached as if sliced by knives. She had never seen Lu Sai like this before. Never had he appeared so fragile and humbled, yet now he was willingly lowering himself for Gu Xingman. Watching Gu Xingman approach, Bai Jingru feared Lu Sai might continue calling his name and hastily interrupted. I stopped being angry long ago. Though we lost our child, I don't blame you at all. I understand completely. There will be plenty of time. We'll have other children in the future. Gu Xingman walked past them without even a flicker of expression. She walked fast, leaving Songqing and Lin Xiaona trailing behind, unable to keep up with her pace. This corner was the only way out, and as they brushed past each other, Bai Jingru's words fell clearly into Gu Xingman's ears. Her lips curled coldly, without sparing them even a single glance. Detached and indifferent, this was the attitude she left them with. Failing to witness Gu Xingman lose his composure, Bai Jingru gritted her teeth in frustration. Lin Xiaona and Rong Yi, trailing behind Gu Xingman, passed by Bai Jingru and Lu Sai and, with perfect synchronicity, muttered, "Scumbag couple." Bai Jingru's expression stiffened as she glared venomously at their retreating figures. Songqing approached. Bai Jingru immediately put on a frail facade, her tone brimming with innocence. "Assistant Song, could you help me? I is far too drunk. He keeps insisting I take him home." Songqing tried to pull Lu Sai over, but the latter remained unmoving, staring obsessively at Bai Jingru as he demanded, Man, are you willing to come home with me now?" But Lu Sai truly was drunk beyond reason. His mind was wholly fixated on Gu Xingman. Man, answer me, you promised you'd never leave me." Songqing. He took a deep breath and growled, "President Liu, you've got the wrong person. This is Miss Bai. The young mistress has already left." "Damn it, she left because she was furious with you, you know that?" Bai Jingru was grateful that Lu Sai was so thoroughly drunk, feeling rather pleased with herself as she said softly, "Assistant Song, why don't I help you take I home?" Songqing adjusted his black-framed glasses and said calmly, "Miss Bai, President Liu was indeed drunk, so please don't take it to heart if he mistook you for someone else." Bai Jingru's face paled. She bit her lip and lowered her head. "Assistant Song, there's no need to remind me so deliberately. I know the person in I's heart isn't me, but I just can't let go of him. Even if he mistakes me for someone else while drunk, it's fine. As long as he needs me, I'll stay by his side." Songqing narrowed his eyes. It seems this woman's personality truly lives up to her surname. Bai means white, often symbolizing purity or simplicity. Being pestered by such a woman, Songqing could only silently mourn for his boss for 3 seconds. In the end, Bai Jingru got her wish. Drunk, Lu Sai completely mistook Bai Jingru for Gu Xingman, forcing Songqing to have Bai Jingru help take Lu Sai back to Jing'an residence. Jing'an residence, master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Songqing and Bai Jingru placed the completely drunk Lu Sai on the bed. "Miss Bai, thank you for your trouble. I'll take care of President Liu. I'll have the driver take you home." Bai Jingru sat by the bed, lifting the arm that Lu Sai was gripping tightly and refusing to let go, looking utterly helpless. "Assistant Song, it's not that I don't want to leave, but I won't release my hand." Songqing. He stared at Lu Sai's large hand gripping Bai Jingru's arm through the fabric of her clothes and let out a heavy sigh. Suddenly, he really wanted to ask, what happens when you add the character for female before a courtesy name? Chapter 34, A Smart Woman Won't Deceive Herself. What the hell kind of holier-than-thou saint is this? With his strong willpower and professional self-discipline, Songqing tugged at the corner of his mouth and flashed an official smile. "Miss Bai, a smart woman wouldn't deceive herself." "Assistant Song, I don't understand what you mean," Bai Jingru said, her eyes welling up with tears. "Is it wrong for me to have unrequited feelings for I? I've never expected any promises or status from him. I just couldn't bear to see him suffering and wanted to stay by his side to take care of him. Is even that not allowed?" Her gentle voice trembled with choked sobs, growing increasingly impassioned until real tears began to fall. Songqing. He raised his hands in surrender. Just then, the phone in his pocket rang. Songqing hurriedly pulled it out and turned to walk into the bedroom. Bai Jingru listened as Songqing's voice gradually faded into the distance. She sniffed, then lifted her gaze to the doorway. Making sure he was truly gone, she pried Lu Sai's large hand off hers, stood up, and walked over to close the door. Time was running out. She had to complete her plan before Songqing returned. 5 minutes later, Songqing ended his call and walked in from the balcony. Just as he reached the door, he bumped into Bai Jingru, who was stepping out of the master bedroom. "Assistant Song." Bai Jingru nodded gently, her demeanor soft. "Ah yes, condition has stabilized considerably, so I'll take my leave now." Songqing secretly exhaled in relief. "Sorry to trouble you, Miss Bai. Let me see you out." "No need. It'd be better if you stayed to watch over I can leave by myself." Songqing didn't insist. "Alright then, the driver is waiting outside. Take care, Miss Bai." "Alright." After Bai Jingru left, Songqing entered the master bedroom. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw Lu Sai, who had woken up at some point and was leaning against the headboard, lost in thought. The top 2 buttons of the man's shirt had come undone, revealing his toned chest and delicate collarbones. His cheeks were still slightly flushed, and the redness in his dark eyes hadn't completely faded. His usually neat hair was now slightly disheveled, with a few strands falling over his forehead, giving him a somewhat decadently handsome appearance. Even as a man, Song-Ching couldn't help but marvel at how dangerously attractive he looked. No wonder Bai Jingru would throw aside her modesty and cling to their CEO Liu. What a pity, such peerless beauty was something their former young madam no longer coveted. Who was here just now? Lu Sai massaged his throbbing temples, his deep voice still slightly hoarse. Song-Ching sighed and truthfully reported the grand deeds Lu Sai had accomplished during his drunken stupor. Lu Sai froze completely upon hearing this. Song-Ching wasn't surprised by his reaction. In fact, seeing his dumbfounded expression, Song-Ching even felt a hint of sympathy for him. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Sai finally spoke. Song-Ching. Mr. Liu, please go ahead. Buy out that restaurant today, no matter the price. Huh? Song-Ching couldn't keep up with the sudden shift in topic. Mr. Liu, are you sober now? Lu Sai rubbed his temples, his expression serious. That restaurant holds beautiful memories of Man and me, but it's changed now. I want to restore it to what it once was. Song-Ching froze for a moment before sudden understanding dawned on him. Yet he couldn't bring himself to explain that this behavior was no different from locking the stable door after the horse had bolted. Some things, once changed, are changed forever. No amount of mending can restore them to their original state. Especially the human heart. Song-Ching let out a light sigh and nodded, saying, understood. I'll handle it as soon as possible. Also, I recall the filming location requirements for Beyond Day and Night are quite extensive, with many scenes needing mountain backdrops. The untouched mountainous area we acquired west of the city last year should be perfect. Send an intermediary to negotiate with Wei Lai, but don't reveal any connection to the Lu Corporation or myself. Song-Ching understood clearly and responded, yes. Chapter 35. She's running a fever. After leaving the restaurant, Gu Xingman directly took Lin Xiaona and Rong Yi to find Wei Lai. Rong Yi became the new investor for this film and also took on a relatively important role in the movie. This role would mark Rong Yi's debut on the silver screen. Influenced by his mother since childhood, Rong Yi aspired to become an actor, but his father wished for him to enlist in the military instead, hoping he'd become a pillar of the nation to safeguard their homeland. Regarding this, Rong Yi and his father made a 3-part agreement. He must produce a representative work before turning 25. He cannot leverage his mother's fame as an award-winning actress to gain attention or resources. And he must absolutely keep hidden the fact that he is the son of the acclaimed actress Tan Shuer. Thus, this time Rong Yi didn't reveal his identity to Wei Lai. The Rong family had always trained Rong Yi in military school and never exposed him to the public eye, so Wei Lai only knew he was Gu Xingman's friend and nothing beyond that. Gu Xingman knew Rong Yi was very passionate about acting. Even though she understood that helping him would go against his father's wishes, she still secured this acting opportunity for him. As a friend, she believed Rong Yi deserved a chance to prove himself. If it truly didn't suit him, he could walk away without regrets. Dreams and feelings are actually the same. If there's still no result after putting in effort, then they're truly not meant to be. People must learn to let go of those who or what aren't right for them. After handling the film matters, Gu Xingman was exhausted and collapsed into bed at the hotel, sleeping like the dead. In the middle of the night, half asleep, Gu Xingman felt someone shaking her. The force wasn't heavy, but it shook her until her head spun violently, making her extremely uncomfortable. Manjia, wake up quickly, Manjia. Amid Lin Xiaona's anxious shouts by her ear, Gu Xingman finally came to her senses. After struggling a few times, she managed to pry open her heavy eyelids. Through her blurred vision, she saw Lin Xiaona's tense expression. What's wrong? As soon as she spoke, she realized her voice was hoarse, her throat parched as if burning, making her extremely uncomfortable. Lin Xiaona was holding a coat, looking at her fever-flushed eyes. Manjia, you're running a fever. We need to go to the hospital. Gu Xingman froze for a few seconds before understanding and raised her hand to touch her forehead. It was a bit hot. What time is it now? 2 a.m. Lin Xiaona draped a coat over her shoulders. Can you walk? Should be fine. Gu Xingman threw off the blankets and stood up, only to be hit by sudden dizziness that made her sway unsteadily. Lin Xiaona caught her in time. You're in no condition to move. I'll ask Rong Yi to come help. Gu Xingman felt utterly weak, his body burning with fever yet still shivering with cold, instinctively pulling his jacket tighter around himself. The illness had struck without warning, leaving even Gu Xingman himself disoriented. Lin Xiaona made a call to Rong Yi. In less than a minute, Rong Yi was already at the door. Lin Xiaona opened the door and saw Rong Yi standing there in pajamas and hotel slippers. How did you just come here like this? Where's Sister Man? Is her fever bad? Rong Yi didn't stop to answer Lin Xiaona's question. pressing forward while asking as she strode toward the bedroom. Lin Xiaona followed behind him, watching Rong-yi hurry along anxiously. She reminded him, take it slow, be gentle and steady with your movements. Xiaona Lin, you're being too much of a worrywart. I'm hardly too weak to even carry Sister Man. Rong-yi retorted, crouching down in front of Gu Xingman before turning his head to reassure her. Sister Man, don't worry. I'll get you to the hospital right away. Gu Xing was burning with fever, completely unable to respond. Wait up. Lin Xiaona hurried over and tapped Rong-yi on the shoulder. Couldn't you be a bit more gentlemanly and carry her? Rong-yi was a bit bewildered. What do you know? Sister Man can rest comfortably on my back. Besides, with such strong winds at night, my broad and sturdy shoulders can block the wind for her. Lin Xiaona fumed. What the hell do you know? I said carry her, so carry her. Hurry up. Rong-yi couldn't understand Lin Xiaona's insistence but mumbled a few words before complying. Turning around, he scooped Gu Xingman up in a perfect princess carry, holding her steadily in his arms. When he adjusted his grip slightly, Lin Xiaona's heart leaped into her throat. Hey, Rong Xiaoyi, hold her steady. No jostling. Do you have any idea how precious Manjia's condition is right now? Chapter 36. Her current physical condition is quite special. Rong-yi rolled her eyes at the overly dramatic Lin Xiaona. Lin Xiaona, should I start calling you Nanny Na instead? I never knew you could be this high-strung before. Lin Xiaona hesitated, her lips parting then closing, truly unable to speak her mind. All she could do was shoot him a glare. Rong-yi frowned. What's with the dirty look? Hurry up and get the car. I'll carry Manjia to the hotel entrance to wait for you. Then remember to take your time. I know. Lin Xiaona, are you going through menopause or what? Go to hell. Lin Xiaona grabbed her bag and ran toward the door. Rong Xiaoyi, just wait till Sister Man gets better. When I'm done with you, I'll take your last name if I don't beat you to death. Rong-yi, holding Gu Xingman, sauntered out with an unshakable calm. No thanks, I never planned to marry a tigress like you. Lin Xiaona scoffed, in your dreams. I'd rather remain single forever than settle for someone like you. Rong-yi whistled, what a coincidence. So would I. Just you wait. Glaring fiercely at Rong-yi, Lin Xiaona grabbed her purse and car keys before pressing the elevator button. They entered the elevator one after another. Arriving on the first floor, Rong-yi carried Gu Xingman out while Lin Xiaona headed to the underground garage on B1 to get the car. Gu Xingman wasn't in good condition, drowsy and struggling even to breathe. She could faintly hear Rong-yi and Lin Xiaona's voices around her intermittently. Before long, she felt herself being placed on a bed, and a doctor's unfamiliar voice reached her ears. When did the fever start? I'm not exactly sure when, but I noticed she looked unwell when I came in at 2 o'clock, and her cheeks felt burning hot to the touch. Did you measure her temperature at home? Lin Xiaona nodded. Yes, I used a digital thermometer. It was 38 degrees at 2 o'clock. Does the patient have any history of allergies or medical conditions? Lin Xiaona glanced sideways at Rong-yi. Rong-yi frowned with displeasure, demanding, what do you mean by looking at me like that? Lin Xiaona, are you trying to kick me out? This concerns Sister Man's secret, Lin Xiaona said somewhat guiltily. She specifically warned me not to let you know about this matter. What secret could I possibly not know? Rong-yi's emotions instantly exploded. The three of us grew up together since childhood. Hell, you guys even pulled off my diapers multiple times back then. Now you're forming little cliques behind my back. Is that even appropriate? Upon hearing this, the doctors and nurses all lowered their heads, their expressions turning somewhat peculiar. Lin Xiaona, frustrated, gave Rong-yi a light smack on the shoulder. This is a hospital. What's with all the yelling? Rong-yi lifted his chin arrogantly, fully embracing his tsundere persona. I don't care. No secrets behind my back. Lin Xiaona, facing Rong-yi's baby face, to be honest, she felt somewhat soft-hearted. But when she thought about Rong-yi's intelligence level, her wavering resolve instantly hardened again. If Rong-yi found out about this matter, the whole world would practically know soon after. No, Rong-yi mustn't find out. Lin Xiaona looked at Rong-yi with an unusually solemn expression. Little Rong, you'll learn about this eventually, but for now I have to keep Sister Man's secret. Could you please understand? Rong-yi glared at Lin Xiaona angrily. If I'm going to know sooner or later, why can't you tell me now? The timing isn't right yet. Rong-yi's lips drooped as he looked at Lin Xiaona with pitiful eyes. The more you say that, the more I want to know. Deal with it. Lin Xiaona raised her hand and pushed him toward the ward door. You need to leave now. I need to speak with the doctor. Rong-yi. Though unwilling, Lin Xiaona's stance of I won't say anything unless you leave forced Rong-yi to relent. Gu Xingman was currently running a fever and waiting for medical treatment. This wasn't the time for childish tantrums. %. After Rong-yi left, Lin Xiaona closed the ward door and even locked it. The doctors and nurses watched her actions, exchanging silent glances. Lin Xiaona approached, cleared her throat, and said, Doctor, I apologize for taking up your time. The thing is, my young mistress is currently in a rather special physical condition. Chapter 37, He's Not Welcome Here. Late at night, in the master bedroom on the second floor of Jing'an residence, the man's tall figure stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the autumn wind rustled, and the bright moon hid behind clouds. The night was bleak and silent. The man held a wine glass in his hand, ice cubes submerged in the liquor, emitting a cold gleam, much like those pupils gazing at the night outside, chillingly lifeless. An abrupt phone ringtone broke the silence. Lu Sai set down his wine glass and picked up the phone on the table. It was Song Chun calling. At this hour, Song Chun wouldn't call unless it was something important. Lu Sai frowned slightly and pressed the answer button. President Liu, something seems to have happened to the young madam. The man's pupils constricted slightly. Explain clearly. In the hospital's VIP ward. After learning the situation from Lin Xiaona, the doctor had the nurse draw Gu Xingman's blood for urgent testing. The results showed that the fever was caused by a viral infection. According to the report, Miss Gu's condition is currently stable. The viral infection isn't too severe, but her tonsils are inflamed. She may experience recurring fever within the next 3 days. I recommend hospitalization for observation first. We should refrain from using antibiotics unless absolutely necessary. I'll prescribe some 4 drips to replenish her energy and nutrients. Hearing the doctor's words, Lin Xiaona finally felt the weight lift from her anxious heart. Thank you, doctor. I appreciate your care and attention. Don't mention it. This is our duty as medical professionals. Lin Xiaona nodded with a smile and added, by the way, doctor, how should I address you? The male doctor pointed to his name tag. My surname is Shen. Lin Xiaona instinctively glanced at the work badge on his chest. Shen Maching, Chief Physician of Internal Medicine. Hello, Dr. Shen. I'm Lin Xiaona. Lin Xiaona extended her hand and greeted him warmly. Shen Maching shook her hand politely in return. Hello, Miss Lin. Dr. Shen, regarding my mistress's condition, could I trouble you to keep it confidential? Shen Maching had understood the situation the moment Lin Xiaona sent Rongyi out earlier, so he wasn't surprised when Lin Xiaona made this request now. He smiled slightly and nodded, saying, our hospital has an obligation to protect patient privacy, especially for VIP patients. We place even greater emphasis on that. You can rest assured about this matter. That's wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Shen. Lin Xiaona chuckled cheerfully. Then for the next 3 days, we'll be troubling Dr. Shen to pay special attention to our young lady. No need for formalities, Miss Lin. I'll return to my office to prepare the medication now. Please follow Nurse Zhang to update the records and complete the admission procedures. Got it. The ward door opened. Shen Maching walked in front, with Lin Xiaona and Nurse Zhang following closely behind. How is she? Is Sister Man alright? Rongyi rushed over, gripping Lin Xiaona's shoulders and shaking them anxiously. Lin Xiaona was shaken until she saw stars before her eyes, and irritably stomped on his foot. Rongyi cried out in pain and released Lin Xiaona. Lin Xiaona, are you insane? Why did you step on me? Can you just settle down? All your racket is disturbing the patient's resting. Lin Xiaona rolled her eyes at him. Go inside and keep an eye on Sister Man. I'll go handle the paperwork with the nurse. Oh, Rongyi nodded and turned to enter the ward. Lin Xiaona followed Nurse Zhang out. Before long, Lu Sai and Song Chun arrived in a hurry. Man. The ward door was flung open with tremendous force, startling Rongyi, who was sitting in a chair by the bed playing games. His phone nearly flew out of his hands. Before Rongyi could react, Lu Sai had already barged in. Hey, what are you doing? Rongyi abandoned his game, standing up to block Lu Sai's path as he glared at him furiously. Lu, get out. You're not welcome here. Chapter 38, Remarriage? Not in this lifetime. Move. Lu Sai's expression darkened. I don't want to escalate this, so you'd better wise up. You think I'm afraid of a fight? Rongyi squared his shoulders. A man from the military academy wasn't frightened by physical confrontation. Song Chun rushed in and saw the two on the verge of fighting. He quickly stepped forward to pull Lu Sai back. Mr. Lu, calm down. The young mistress is sick right now. Won't arguing like this disturb her rest? Upon hearing this, Lu Sai froze briefly before his gaze shifted toward Gu Xingman, lying unconscious on the hospital bed. Her eyes were closed, her brows tightly furrowed, her cheeks flushed red, her lips terribly dry. Even her breathing seemed unusually labored. Lu Sai's heart instantly softened, a faint ache welling up inside. He gently brushed aside Song Cheng's hand. Song Cheng, go call the doctor. Song Cheng looked at him with lingering concern. Don't worry, I wouldn't stoop to competing with some pretty boy. Lu Sai glanced at Rongyi, the corners of his thin lips curling slightly. I can't possibly bully someone so much younger, can I? Rongyi's face turned livid with anger. Who are you calling young? Your whole family's young. Lu Sai gave a light scoff. Childish. Say that again if you dare. Song Chun hurried forward to stop Rongyi, who was about to charge ahead, and coaxed earnestly, young master, calm down. We're all here out of concern for the young mistress. There's no need to lose your temper. Rongyi shook off Song Cheng's hand and glared furiously at Lu Sai. If you truly cared about Sister Man, you'd leave immediately. Don't let her faint again when she wakes up and sees this bastard Lu. Songcheng. Lu Sai's expression remained cold as he chose not to engage with Rongyi any further. In his view, Rongyi was still too green, his emotions were written all over his face, and his impulsive nature made him little more than an immature pretty boy. How could Gu Xingman possibly be interested in someone like that? No way. Even if it wasn't him, Gu Xingman would never choose someone like Rongyi. This much confidence he certainly had. What he needed to do now was exert every effort to win Gu Xingman back. He wanted to see her eyes once again filled with adoration for him. Songcheng went to call the doctor. In the ward, Lu Sai and Rongyi stood facing each other in a stalemate. Lu Sai did want to get closer to see Gu Xingman, but Rongyi stubbornly guarded the bedside, refusing to let him approach. If not for fear of disturbing Gu Xingman's rest, Lu Sai would have long since physically thrown him out. The two stood facing each other. In the end, Rongyi was the first to lose patience. Lu, I'm asking you, why did you divorce Sister Man? Lu Sai's expression was icy, his tone equally sharp. None of your business. Too scared to say? Rongyi knew it was unlikely to get Lu Sai to confess willingly, so he resorted to taunting him instead. I heard you two had a secret marriage for 3 years, during which you were constantly embroiled in various scandals. Oh, and aren't you quite close with that recently returned ballerina surnamed Bai? So Manjia filed for divorce because she was thoroughly disappointed in you. The mere mention of Bai Jingru made Lu Sai's blood boil. There was absolutely nothing between him and Bai Jingru, but those groundless rumors had indeed spread with his tacit consent. It was the stupidest thing he'd ever done in his life. I'll make this clear to Man, he said, looking at Gu Xingman with unwavering determination in his eyes. I've never done anything to betray her trust. Rongyi scoffed coldly, TCH, that's exactly what a scumbag would say. Lu Sai. Rongyi felt a tiny bit better seeing his dark expression. With malicious glee, she continued firing her verbal arrows. Listen here, Mr. Lu, let me tell you something about Sister Man. Once she makes up her mind, it's nearly impossible to change it. So I advise you to stop struggling. If you still think there's any chance of remarrying Sister Man, you're being utterly naive. There's absolutely no future for you two in this lifetime. So do yourself a favor and just leave. Rongyi spoke while making a perfectly polite after-you gesture toward Lu Sai. The gesture, though flawlessly courteous, felt like nothing short of outright provocation to Lu Sai at this moment. That woman looks familiar. Look into her identity. Assistant, President, that's your recently divorced wife. Chapter 39, CEO Lu actually has a tragic backstory? Lu Sai narrowed his dark eyes, staring at Rongyi like a nocturnal hawk's gaze, sharp and dangerous. Growing up with a police officer father under strict tiger-style parenting, Rongyi had developed an unyielding stubbornness that only grew more defiant over time. Now, under Lu Sai's piercing stare, even though Rongyi admitted the man's intimidating glare and aura were formidable, he refused to back down. Rongyi had only ever backed down and admitted defeat before two people in his life, his mother, and Gu Xingman, the girl he'd adored since childhood. Aside from them, the only thing that could thoroughly humble him was his father's fists. Lu, I know you might be the most powerful in this northern city, but let me tell you, I, Rongyi, am not afraid of you, and our sister Man's background is no less formidable than yours. It was your honor that she once loved you, but you didn't know how to cherish what you had. Betraying her was the stupidest mistake you'll ever make in your life. Rongyi's righteous voice echoed through the quiet hospital room. Lu Sai, who had originally intended to teach Rongyi a lesson, suddenly raised his ink-dark eyebrows. Rongyi's words just now revealed a crucial piece of information. Gu Xingman's background is no less impressive than his own? Lu Sai gazed at the unconscious Gu Xingman on the bed, his eyes deepening with contemplation. Rongyi was absolutely not bluffing. On the contrary, he was definitely telling the truth, and it was a truth blurted out in sheer exasperation. Lu Sai's thin lips curled slightly, forming a meaningful hint of a smile. Perhaps he shouldn't confront Rongyi head-on. Compared to Lin Xiaona, this Rongyi seemed much easier to handle. Lu Sai's eyelids drooped, his gloomy expression suddenly shifting into one of sorrow. His tone turned melancholic as he murmured, perhaps you're right. I didn't know how to cherish Man before. Divorcing her was the most foolish thing I've ever done in my life. Rongyi, wait, what's going on? Why has Lu's demeanor suddenly changed? Rongyi's angry doll-like face instantly transformed into a puzzled expression. He blinked several times, making sure his eyes weren't deceiving him. The person before him was definitely Lu Sai. No, I think I might have been hearing things just now. What did you say? Lu Sai lowered his eyelids, his expression growing even more sorrowful. I failed Man. I didn't know how to cherish her before, but now I regret it. I truly want to win her back. Rongyi, well, you're certainly blunt about it. It's just this sudden transformation from tiger to sorrowful cat. He's really at a loss on how to handle it. Rongyi irritably ran his fingers through his hair, suddenly realizing that Lu Sai's domineering, bullying demeanor was far easier to deal with than this current version. His temperament thrived on conflict, strong when challenged, yet weakened by submission. Lu Sai's abrupt surrender and apology had completely disarmed his usual fierceness. Rong Yi's reaction only further confirmed Lu Sai's assessment. A sly glint flickered through the man's downcast eyes. When I looked up again, there was that same sorrowful and remorseful expression on his face. Man is fortunate to have a friend like you who cares so deeply about her, while I seem destined only to bring her misfortune. Rong Yi. Holy crap, is this really Lu Sai? The legendary Lu Sai, whose mere stomp supposedly makes the entire northern city tremble. Is this what he's actually like? Damn, did he not do his homework properly on romantic rivals or what? The dossier didn't indicate Lu Sai had a tragic backstory persona. Just as Rong Yi was on the verge of breaking down, Lin Xiaona returned. Seeing Lu Sai, Lin Xiaona froze momentarily before her face immediately darkened. Rong Xiaoyi, what's wrong with you? How could you let just anyone waltz in here? Lin Xiaona strode over, reaching up to twist Rong Yi's ear. Can't you be reliable just once? Ah, don't pinch, it hurts. Rong Yi's baby face nearly scrunched into a ball from the pain. Lin Xiaona released her grip in exasperation, planting her hands on her hips as she glared at Lu Sai with clear disapproval. President Lu, I don't want to repeat such unpleasant words. Would you kindly do the decent thing? Chapter 40. Gu Xingman is his woman. Song Qing had just arrived at the hospital room when he witnessed his boss being given the cold shoulder. Mr. Lu. Song Qing approached and whispered into Lu Sai's ear. The chief physician in charge of the young madam is Dr. Shen. Hearing this, Lu Sai frowned slightly. Song Qing stepped back, glanced at the hospital bed, and added, Mr. Lu, the young madam has her friend here with her. Shall we leave first? With a stern expression, Lu Sai took one last look at Gu Xingman before turning to exit the ward. Song Qing nodded respectfully to Lin Xiaona and Rong Yi before quickly catching up to Lu Sai. The moment the two left, Lin Xiaona walked over and closed the door. Rong Xiaoyi, you didn't accidentally let anything slip to Lu Sai just now, did you? Rong Yi scratched his forehead guiltily. I didn't. You scratch your head and stutter whenever you lie. Lin Xiaona pounded Rong Yi's solid arm with several punches. What did you say? Spill the truth. I didn't say anything. Rong Yi rubbed his sore arm. Lin Xiaona, are you even a woman? Even with all my muscles, I can't withstand your beatings. Stop interrupting. Your mind's so easily tricked without you even realizing it. Just tell me, what were you two talking about just now? Rong Yi briefly recounted the situation under Lin Xiaona's sharp gaze. After listening, Lin Xiaona remained silent for a moment before finally losing her temper. She swung her hand and slapped Rong Yi on the back of the head. Do you ever prove me wrong when I say you're dumb? Lin Xiaona scolded, hands on hips and furious. Are you only realizing today that cis man's identity must stay hidden? Have you forgotten what happened 10 years ago? Rong Yi muttered quietly. I only said cis man's background is no worse than his. I didn't spill anything else. Do you even know what kind of person Lu Sai is? A single careless word from you could be a goldmine of intel for him. Honestly, Rong Yi, you're the worst teammate ever. I should have stopped cis man from bringing you along in the first place. Rong Yi. The office of the chief physician of internal medicine. Song Qing raised his hand and knocked on the door. Shen Maqing had just met with Song Qing and knew that Lu Sai would inevitably come looking for him, so he calmly said, come in. Song Qing pushed open the door and stepped aside to make way. Lu Sai walked in, glanced around, and finally fixed his gaze on Shen Maqing's face at the doctor's desk. Shen Maqing raised his head from a stack of medical records, removed his frameless glasses from the bridge of his nose, casually set them on the desk, and then looked up. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere instantly grew somewhat delicate. Meeting again after 3 years apart, Lu Sai could clearly see the changes in Shen Maqing. Nowadays, Shen Maqing has shed the youthful innocence he had back in university. His features carry a composed maturity, dressed in a white lab coat with refined and scholarly good looks, yet that bookish air about him remains unchanged. Lu Sai's thin lips curved slightly. Long time no see. Shen Maqing, who was always friendly to others, now faced Lu Sai with utmost coldness. Lu Sai, it seems there's no need for us to be in contact. Fair enough. Lu Sai slightly raised his dark eyebrows, his demeanor relaxed and at ease. He knew Shen Maqing had held a strong hostility toward him ever since that incident 3 years ago, but he didn't care. Lu Sai got straight to the point. Dr. Shen, why pretend ignorance? You know exactly why I'm looking for you. Shen Maqing couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush, and Lu Sai was definitely not someone to be trifled with. If you're here concerning Miss Gu, then I truly have nothing to say. Shen Maqing pointed to his employee badge. Protecting patient confidentiality is our duty as medical professionals. Shen Maqing, spare me your lofty excuses. Lu Sai's expression darkened. Gu Xingman is my woman. Caring for her well-being is only natural. Chapter 41. Think you're touching? How pathetic. Shen Maqing was momentarily stunned, staring intently at Lu Sai. After a long silence, he finally spoke, his gentle voice laced with a trace of anger he himself hadn't noticed. Are you with Gu Xingman? We've been secretly married for 3 years, Lu Sai said expressionlessly. He didn't want to admit that everything between him and Gu Xingman was over, even though the divorce certificate still lay untouched in his bedroom drawer. Besides, when it came to Shen Maching, there was no need to explain things so thoroughly. He just needed to learn the truth about Gu Xingman's physical condition from Shen Maching. Songqing next to him lowered his head, nearly losing control of his expression. They had indeed been secretly married for 3 years, but wasn't it a bit despicable not to mention the divorce? Of course, he didn't dare to expose the truth. He still didn't want to lose this wonderful job. Shen Maching stared at Lu Sai in disbelief, his handsome face darkening slightly. You've actually been secretly married for 3 years? His reaction was somewhat intense, leaving Songqing beside them bewildered. Lu Sai, however, was accustomed to such situations. You should be happy that I'm married. Happy? Shen Maching stepped forward and grabbed Lu Sai's collar. The usually refined and gentle man was now unusually agitated. Lu Sai, are you being fair to Xiao Jing? She was thriving abroad. She only chose to return to China for your sake. As a dancer, she knows better than anyone how vital physical health is, yet she risked donating bone marrow to Aunt Xian for you. Did you know she had a fever for an entire week after the surgery? None of this suffering was necessary. She endured it all for you. Lu Sai pushed him away, straightening his collar with a frosty expression. So, I'm naturally grateful for her help, and I've repaid her. Repaid her? Shen Maching sneered. With money, you mean? Or the resources you can unleash with a single word to alter an artist's career? Lu Sai, someone as sharp as you, don't pretend you don't know why Xiao Jing did all this. You're utterly despicable. You've exploited her love for you, and now that you've used her up, you cast her aside, tossing her insignificant monetary scraps as so-called repayment. You're truly worthy of being called a capitalist, calculating everything so meticulously. I pale in comparison. Shen Maching's accusation echoed through the office. Songqing, listening nearby, felt his heart tighten. He cautiously observed the expression on Lu Sai's face. The man's dark eyes gleamed with a sharp coldness, yet when they swept over Shen Maching, they turned calm, as if it were of no consequence. His deep voice was unhurried as he spoke. Shen Maching, no one's stopping you from playing the saint of love, but don't drag me into your moral crusade. Regarding donating bone marrow to Aunt Xian, let me be frank with you. Bai Jingru and I signed a clear-cut contract from the start. She provides the bone marrow, I provide the payment. No debts between us. What a fine no debts between us. Shen Maching gnashed his teeth in fury. Then what about those scandalous rumors online? If you hadn't allowed it, those stories would never have surfaced. Now the whole world thinks you two are about to wed. Yet here you are telling me the woman lying comatose in the hospital is your wife? You yourself admitted their rumors. What more do you want me to explain? Lu Sai curled his lips, watching Shen Maching's current loss of composure and finding him utterly laughable. He hadn't wanted to spell it out, but someone was taking the act too seriously, and he simply couldn't be bothered to play along anymore. Shen Maching, his voice was colder than before. 3 years ago, on the very day rumors spread about me and Bai Jingru dating, I remember the three of us, you, Jiang Bei Wang, and I, had a small gathering. I clearly hinted to you back then that Bai Jingru and I didn't have that kind of relationship. Shen Maching froze. Lu Sai's thin lips curved into a smirk as he looked at Shen Maching, the smile growing increasingly frosty. Whether in business or love, I've always believed that only by taking the initiative can one quickly get the answers they seek. Even if the answer turns out to be wrong, at least I tried, and letting go becomes easier. But you? I placed the opportunity right in front of you, yet you won't even reach for it. And you blame me? He paused, his dark eyes growing even more intense and sharp. Call it selfless love? Touching, isn't it? How laughable. Chapter 42, Gu Xingman's Real Medical Records. That final sentence was like a sharp blade, plunging straight into Shen Maching's heart. He clenched his fists hanging by his sides, gazing at Lu Sai, those jet-black eyes gradually tinged with a faint flush of red. Loving yet not being loved in return wasn't his choice. He simply couldn't bear to make his beloved suffer. In the end, had this merely become something for his rival to scoff at? Shen Maching let out a cold chuckle. Very well, since we're laying things bare, let me ask you one final question today. Why did you agree to have dinner with Xiao Jing back then? If you had no feelings for her, why give her hope? Lu Sai responded calmly. Aunt Xian has always liked her very much. To be honest, Aunt Xian urged me multiple times to pursue Bai Jingru back then. I refused many times, but Aunt Xian threatened to kill herself, so I had no choice but to agree to have a meal with Bai Jingru. That meal was just to fulfill Aunt Xian's wish once, and I also wanted to clarify things face to face with Bai Jingru, but work piled up and delayed me. Afterward, Aunt Xian and Bai Jingru unilaterally assumed I agreed to be in a relationship. I ended up arguing with Aunt Xian over it. Later, I arranged to meet Bai Jingru, intending to explain things clearly to her and hoping she would take the initiative to make things clear with Aunt Xian. But fate played a cruel joke. On the day we were supposed to meet, I ended up in a car accident. You scumbag, Shin Maching roared, swinging a punch directly at him. President Liu. Amidst Song Cheng's exclamation, Lu Sai was left with a black eye. 10 minutes later, Nurse Zhang held the cotton swab dipped in mercurochrome, frowning as she double-checked. Mr. Liu, are you sure you want to use this medicine? Lu Sai knitted his brows, his expression dripping with impatience. I hurt my lips, not my brain. You don't need to keep confirming the same thing with me. Nurse Zhang. She knew Lu Sai had only scraped his lips, but who in their right mind would insist on using mercurochrome for such a minor injury? This small wound would actually heal quickly with just some disinfectant and become barely noticeable, but applying this red medicine will only make it look more conspicuous. Lu Sai is the most prestigious man in North City, representing the entire Lu Corporation with his personal image. Nurse Zhang couldn't believe that Lu Sai wouldn't understand this obvious point. Yet despite knowing full well how this red medicine would affect his appearance, the man stubbornly insisted on using it, truly baffling. Nurse Zhang held up the cotton swab and cast a pleading glance at Shin Maching standing nearby. Shin Maching was too irritated himself to care about what sinister schemes Lu Sai might be plotting. Just go ahead and use it on him. Since it's his own request, follow through. After all, he's the one who'll look ridiculous. Nurse Zhang. In the end, Nurse Zhang had no choice but to grit her teeth and apply the red antiseptic to Lu Sai's wound. Director Liu, try not to get the wound wet for 3 days. If brushing your teeth is inconvenient, just use mouthwash. Nurse Zhang finished packing her things, gave her instructions, then turned and hastily made her exit. This room was no place to linger. Not only was the usually decisive Director Liu acting unusual, but even Dr. Shen, who was always as gentle as jade, seemed oddly terrifying. After Nurse Zhang left, Shin Maching also started shooing people out. I still have things to attend to here. You can leave on your own. Shin Maching walked to his desk, picked up the medical records prepared in advance, and handed them to Song Qing. Song Qing quickly took them with a smile. Thank you, Dr. Shen. Shin Maching cast a disapproving glance at Lu Sai before turning back to Song Qing, his tone softening slightly. Miss Gu just has a common viral cold. A few days of rest in the hospital will be enough for her recovery. Song Qing nodded. That's good news. We'll be counting on your care for our young madam these next few days, Dr. Shen. Don't say such things to me. I've only done what any physician ought to do. Shin Maching walked around the desk and sat down in front of the computer when it suddenly occurred to him again. Raising his head, he looked at Lu Sai. But why do I get the feeling that your wife and her friends seem to have quite a bit of hostility toward you? And why was it her friend who sent her here in the middle of the night when she was sick with a fever? Where were you? No. Lu Sai, tell me the truth. Is she really your wife? Lu Sai. Of course it's his wife. Only now they've already gotten their divorce certificate. Ahem. Song Qing cleared his throat and quickly stepped forward to help Lu Sai out of the awkward situation. Dr. Shen, what are you saying? Even the most affectionate couples sometimes quarrel. Our young madam recently argued with our CEO Lu over some minor matters. Women tend to storm off when they quarrel, that's perfectly normal. But don't worry, our CEO Lu will surely coax our young madam back in no time. Shin Maching raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Lu Sai. Is that so? Should I put in a good word for you with your wife later? Who asked you to meddle? Mind your own tongue. Lu Sai stormed out with a darkened expression. Song Qing and Shin Maching hastily said their goodbyes and rushed after Lu Sai. The office suddenly fell silent. Shin Maching sat at his desk, narrowing his eyes slightly as he stared at the screen displaying Gu Xingman's other authentic medical record. Chapter 43, CEO Lu launches his second courtship tactic. After leaving Shin Maching's office, Lu Sai immediately reviewed Gu Xingman's medical records. It was indeed just a common cold. Frowning, he asked Song Qing, "Do you think we can trust this medical report?" Song Qing shook his head. It's hard to say, but I hope it's true, so the young madam wouldn't have stomach cancer. I also hope she doesn't have stomach cancer. Lu Sai handed the medical records to Song Qing, but I can't shake the feeling that her reaction was too extreme last time when I mentioned bringing her to the hospital. President Liu, do you really think Dr. Shen would help the young madam forge medical records? Not entirely impossible. Lu Sai pinched the bridge of his nose. Tell Jiang Beiwan to contact his friend and try hacking into this hospital's computer system. The digital archives at least shouldn't be falsified. Yes, I'll take care of it right away. Wait. Song Qing paused mid-turn. Director Liu, is there anything else you need? Look at me. Song Qing? Lu Sai straightened his handsome face with a serious expression, slightly raising his chin. How does my injury look now? The swelling has gone down compared to earlier, but this red antiseptic. Song Qing chuckled awkwardly. It's just too noticeable. Even someone with poor eyesight could immediately spot the wound on the corner of your mouth. is that so? Lu Sai arched an inky brow, pleased. Good, you go attend to your business. I'll check if Man has woken up yet. Songcheng. He finally realized what was going on. His boss, Mr. Liu, had switched to another tactic in his wife-chasing playbook, playing the pity card. It was already 3:30 in the morning. Even after the 4-drip was set up, Gu Xingman still hadn't woken up. The nurse instructed Lin Xiaona to go downstairs and buy some daily necessities, especially a basin and towels, as Gu Xingman now needed physical cooling. Lin Xiaona asked Rongyi to go buy something. Rongyi returned with the purchases just as Lu Sai arrived outside the ward. Why haven't you left yet? Rongyi clutched a bag of items, his delicate doll-like face full of disdain. It was all because of Lu Sai that he had ended up getting beaten by Lin Xiaona again. But soon he noticed the injury at the corner of Lu Sai's mouth. Though surprised, his primary emotion was schadenfreude. Who's the hero that stood up in the dead of night to rid the world of evil? Lu Sai raised his hand to touch the corner of his mouth, unfazed by his provocation. Those dark eyes fixed on the bag in Rongyi's hand. Are those things for Man? Exactly, see? With me and Lin Xiaona by her side, sis Man will be well taken care of. So you can really piss off now. I'll wait until she wakes up to make sure she's alright before I leave. Rongyi rolled her eyes, too lazy to argue with him, and pushed open the hospital room door to enter. Lu Sai followed closely behind. I got the things. Rongyi placed the items on the table and pointed at Lu Sai behind her. I didn't invite him in. He was guarding the door and followed me in when I opened it. Lin Xiaona shot a cold glance at Lu Sai, retrieving a basin and 2 towels from the bag. As she walked toward the bathroom, she said, I need to clean Manjia now. Rongyi, you'll have to leave too. And please take the irrelevant person with you on your way out. Rongyi turned around and shrugged helplessly at Lu Sai. You heard that, right? Your timing's off. Shall we? Ignoring Rongyi, Lu Sai strode to the bedside on his own and reached out to touch Gu Xingman's forehead. The scorching heat radiating from her skin made him frown. He grabbed the thermometer from the nightstand to take Gu Xingman's temperature properly. 38 degrees. Why hasn't it gone down at all? Lu Sai turned around, glaring at Rongyi. When did the 4 start? Didn't the doctor prescribe any fever reducers? Why hasn't the fever subsided after all this time? Chapter 44, Lu Sai becomes suspicious. Rongyi wasn't clear about Gu Xingman's current physical condition. Hearing this, he grew anxious too. How could the fever still not have gone down? The 4 has been running for an hour already. Lu Sai flung the thermometer gun onto the table and demanded coldly, is this what you call taking good care of her? Rongyi. The humiliation came so suddenly it was beyond belief. Why are you two still here? Lin Xiaona emerged from the bathroom carrying a basin of warm water, her expression impatient when she saw them still present. Can't you just cooperate? Rongyi stepped forward and pressed on. Lin Xiaona, Manjia still hasn't shaken off her fever. Should we call a doctor to examine her? No need. I'll wipe her down with a wet towel to reduce her fever physically. Lin Xiaona placed the basin on the bedside table and pressed the nurse call button. Less than a minute later, Nurse Zhang entered. Lin Xiaona glanced at Lu Sai, remaining vigilant in her heart. She couldn't let Lu Sai stay too long. A man capable of controlling the entire Lu Corporation possessed extraordinary perception and shrewdness. If he noticed anything unusual, it would be disastrous. Rong Xiaoyi, Sister Man will be left to me and Nurse Zhang. You can go straight back to the hotel to rest. President Liu, you may leave too. Lin Xiaona urged once more. Upon hearing Lin Xiaona's words, Rongyi felt reassured. So physical cooling is still an option. In that case, Sister Man is in your hands. I won't return to the hotel. I'll wait outside. Lin Xiaona waved her hand dismissively. Go back. Sister Man is fine now. The movie will start filming soon. You should spend more time in the hotel studying the script. Don't embarrass Sister Man when the time comes. Rongyi, alright then, I'll head back. He turned around and looked at Lu Sai, saying, let's go, President Liu. They're going to give Sister Man a physical cooling down. Any man would have to step aside. Lu Sai remained unmoved, his dark eyes fixed sharply on Lin Xiaona. Physical cooling? He asked. Lin Xiaona felt a creeping unease under his stare, but she forced herself to remain composed. Raising an eyebrow, she countered, is there a problem? For viral infections in adults causing fever and tonsillitis, doctors usually prescribe antibiotics directly for quick results. While there are side effects, an adult's bodily functions can metabolize them relatively quickly. Compared to direct medication, does physical cooling seem overly fussy? Lin Xiaona, damn, since when do presidents know so much about medical prescriptions? For a moment, Lin Xiaona couldn't find words to refute Lu Sai. She was utterly stunned. President Liu, here's the thing. While 38 degrees Celsius does indicate a fever for the human body, medically speaking, fevers are classified into 4 levels. A temperature of 38 degrees Celsius is technically classified as the lowest grade of mild fever. Generally speaking, We recommend using physical cooling methods for fevers that don't exceed 38 degrees whenever possible. After all, antibiotics come with certain side effects. They should be used cautiously not only for children but also for adults with weaker constitutions. Lin Xiaona looked at Nurse Zhang and suddenly felt as if Nurse Zhang was radiating divine light. With such a perfect explanation, Lu Sai should have nothing left to argue about. But Lu Sai wasn't ready to let it go. Narrowing his eyes, he pressed further. Isn't Gu Xingman's body supposed to be perfectly healthy? Nurse Zhang nodded and continued. Miss Gu's blood test report shows she has mild anemia, coupled with her usual symptoms of slight hypoglycemia. That's why Dr. Shen recommended trying to lower Miss Gu's fever through physical cooling methods as much as possible. Lu Sai had reviewed the medical records. The conditions mentioned by Nurse Zhang did indeed exist. But he couldn't shake the feeling that refusing antibiotics solely due to anemia and hypoglycemia might indicate the doctor was being overly cautious. Nana. Gu Xingman suddenly woke up in bed, interrupting Lu Sai's train of thought. I'm here. Lin Xiaona hurried closer to Gu Xingman. Sister man, how are you feeling now? Chapter 45. President Lu's aura is too dominating. Squinting her eyes, Gu Xingman was awake but still disoriented. Her vision remained blurry, barely discerning a few figures standing near her. She frowned, her voice slightly hoarse from the fever. I need to use the bathroom. Frequent urination is common during IV therapy. Nurse Zhang approached, observing Gu Xingman's condition before adding, though she's awake now, she's still quite disoriented. Let me help you support her to the bathroom. Alright. Just as Lin Xiaona reached for Gu Xingman's arm, Lu Sai suddenly stepped forward, scooping up the bedridden Gu Xingman before Lin could assist. Hey, what are you doing? Take the 4 bag. Lu Sai firmly held Gu Xingman in his arms, turned around with dark, chilling eyes fixed straight on Lin Xiaona. Lin Xiaona. So this is how terrifying Lu Sai is when he's serious. Lin Xiaona was so overwhelmed by his commanding presence that she couldn't even think straight, nodding blankly as she obediently followed behind him holding the 4 drip. Entering the bathroom, Lu Sai slightly bent forward and gently set her down with careful movements. Gu Xingman stood swaying unsteadily, her entire body weak as she instinctively searched for something to lean on. The tall figure of the man before her seemed like nothing less than a solid, immovable wall in her current state. Her delicate frame leaned in, face and hands pressed against Lu Sai's chest. Lu Sai's tall figure stiffened abruptly, his lashes fluttering slightly as his eyes darkened. Gu Xingman's body temperature remained frighteningly high. He could feel it clearly even through the fabric. Frowning slightly, Lu Sai supported the small of her back with one large hand while brushing fingers across her flushed cheek, his voice tender yet concerned. Man, can you manage this yourself? Gu Xingman's consciousness was hazy, her reaction sluggish, and for a moment, she didn't recognize Lu Sai. Frowning, she mumbled, Nana, have you been working out lately? Why is your chest so hard? Lu Sai. He lowered his gaze to the little hand wantonly wreaking havoc on his chest, and his mind, quite inappropriately, recalled the countless nights of this woman beneath him. Nana, I really need to pee. Gu Xingman's delicate brows knitted tightly in genuine distress as she frantically tugged at the hem of her nightdress with both hands. She was still wearing her sleepwear. In her haste to arrive, Lin Xiaona hadn't had time to help her change. The lace-trimmed cotton skirt lifted effortlessly, gradually revealing her straight, slender legs that gleamed startlingly white. Lu Sai's gaze fixed intently, his Adam's apple bobbing visibly. It wasn't him who was ill, yet at this moment he felt his own body burning with equal intensity. Suddenly, Gu Xingman cried out in pain, Nana, my hand hurts, help me take this off. Damn it. Lu Sai silently cursed himself as his large hand swiftly clamped down on Gu Xingman's right hand, now bleeding from excessive movement, commanding in a deep voice, stop squirming. If I can't move then help me, I really can't hold it anymore. Lu Sai. Standing outside the door, Lin Xiaona finally lost her composure and hurriedly spoke up, President Lu, this kind of thing should be left to me. Lu Sai let out a soft sigh. Being in the hospital now, and considering his current relationship with Gu Xingman, this kind of thing probably shouldn't be his responsibility. He closed his eyes and commanded in a low voice, come in and hold her. Got it. Lin Xiaona walked in, carefully taking Gu Xingman from Lu Sai's arms, then cautiously said, Mr. Lu, could you please step outside and close the door on your way out? Thank you. Lu Sai remained stern-faced and silent, turning to exit the restroom. Before closing the door, he coldly tossed back, I'll wait right outside. Call me when you're done. Having fully grasped President Lu Sai's commanding presence, Lin Xiaona didn't dare voice any objections at this moment. Nodding repeatedly, yes, thank you for your trouble. The door closed. Facing the tightly shut door, Lin Xiaona heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the feverish Gu Xingman, sincerely marveling. No wonder Manjia took a liking to this man. His presence is truly formidable. Chapter 46. Lu Sai is an illegitimate child. A few minutes later, Lin Xiaona opened the door and, seeing Lu Sai standing outside, offered an awkward smile. President Lu. Keeping a sullen expression, Lu Sai remained silent and strode inside with his long legs. Lin Xiaona stepped back on her own initiative. With a swift motion, Lu Sai bent down and swept Gu Xingman into his arms once more, carrying her bridal style before turning to leave the bathroom. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water, without even a single unnecessary glance spared for Lin Xiaona. Lin Xiaona swallowed hard, feeling that Lu Sai now seemed far more terrifying than during her previous encounters with him. It was as if his mood tonight was particularly bad. Lu Sai placed Gu Xingman back on the bed, then turned to Nurse Zhang and asked, "How long will the physical cooling take?" "It's about an hour." Nurse Zhang also sensed the intimidating aura emanating from Lu Sai at this moment, feeling somewhat apprehensive. "I'll wait right outside." Lu Sai glanced at the steel watch on his wrist. "If the fever hasn't gone down in an hour, your hospital will have to give me an explanation." Nurse Zhang, Lin Xiaona. Sure enough, this big shot still has strong objections to physical cooling methods. Lu Sai glanced at Gu Xingman once more before turning to leave. "Hey, wait for me." Rong Yi, who had been sitting on the sofa, stood up and hurried after Lu Sai. Lin Xiaona closed the ward door and locked it. Nurse Zhang asked in a whisper, "May I ask, what exactly is the relationship between this Mr. Lu and Miss Gu?" Lin Xiaona glanced at Gu Xingman, who had fallen into unconsciousness again on the bed, and shrugged. "Who knows, maybe they're fated adversaries?" "Huh?" Nurse Zhang looked puzzled. I can't really explain it," she continued. "Anyway, our Manhwa currently detests CEO Lu, so Nurse Zhang, you must hold firm. No matter how CEO Lu threatens or bribes you later, you absolutely must not tell him Manhwa's true condition. Please, consider it a favor to me, okay?" Lin Xiaona clasped her hands together, her attitude extremely sincere. This actually made Nurse Zhang laugh. "Miss Lin, rest assured. Although I don't know what exactly is going on between Miss Gu and Mr. Lu, since our Dr. Shen has even helped falsify medical records for you, I certainly can't undermine Dr. Shen's efforts." Lin Xiaona smiled and said, "Thank you all so much. It's fine, our hospital pays special attention to VIP patients." Nurse Zhang rolled up her sleeves. "But we need to move quickly. If Miss Gu's fever doesn't break within an hour, I can't guarantee I'll be able to fool Mr. Lu again. He's incredibly sharp." Lin Xiaona nodded vigorously. "Right? He seems to know a thing or two about medicine and pharmacology too." "You didn't know?" Nurse Zhang said while wringing out a towel. "Mr. Lu attended military academy before. I think he even trained in the same unit as Dr. Shen." "What?" This revelation truly shocked Lin Xiaona. Someone like President Lu actually went to military academy? How could the Lu family ever agree to that? Nurse Zhang shook out the damp towel she had wrung dry and smiled. "Miss Lin, you aren't locals from North City, are you?" "No, both Manhwa and I are from Haidu, but we emigrated abroad with our parents when we were 10. "No wonder." Nurse Zhang glanced at the tightly shut hospital room door. Talking about President Lu's family background behind a closed door gave her an unsettling feeling. "Don't stop now." Lin Xiaona's curiosity was completely piqued as she stared intently at Nurse Zhang. "I promise not to tell anyone else." "What are you promising?" "Everyone in North City knows about this. It's just that while everyone's aware, nowadays nobody dares to bring it up in discussion. The truth is, Mr. Lu is the Lu family's illegitimate child. He was only recognized as part of the family 8 years ago." Chapter 47 The Story Behind Lu Sai. "What?" Lin Xiaona's eyes widened to the size of copper bells. "Lu Sai is actually an illegitimate child? Keep your voice down." Nurse Zhang nervously glanced at the closed door. "If Mr. Lu hears, I'll be in big trouble." Lin Xiaona nodded and lowered her voice. "The Lu family actually let him become the president of Lu Corporation? A bastard child. Did the legal wife of the Lu family not bear a son? The eldest madam of the Lu family was unlucky. She suffered complications after giving birth to the eldest young master of the Lu family and was bedridden for years. She succumbed to illness when the eldest young master was just 10. After that, Mr. Lu's father never remarried and focused entirely on raising the eldest young master, but who knew the young lord himself would turn out so disappointing?" At this point, Nurse Zhang suddenly dropped her voice. "The Lu family publicly claims the eldest young master went abroad for medical treatment, but privately, everyone's whispering that he was actually exiled overseas to fend for himself, apparently because he crossed legal boundaries. In short, after the eldest young master of the Lu family was rendered useless, Mr. Lu became the focus of the family's cultivation. But for some inexplicable reason, just as the eldest young master went abroad, the highly groomed Mr. Lu was suddenly involved in a car accident 4 years ago. That accident was quite severe. At the time, everyone in North City thought Mr. Lu would never wake up. Yet, against all odds, he miraculously regained consciousness after a year-long coma and made a full recovery. In the 3 years that followed, Mr. Lu not only salvaged the Lu group, which was already plagued by internal and external crises, but also elevated it to new heights. He's truly incredible. No wonder all the socialites and wealthy young ladies in North City are breaking their necks trying to get close to him. Lin Xiaona listened to Nurse Zhang's words while looking down at Gu Xingman. When she first arrived in North City, she had seen Lu Sai a few times and couldn't help but wonder to herself. Aside from his good looks, she felt there was nothing particularly noteworthy about him for Gu Xingman. She simply couldn't understand why her dear sister man had set her heart on Lu Sai. But now, hearing Nurse Zhang's words, she was beginning to understand. Lu Sai wasn't just a pretty face, nor was he like those spoiled rich kids born with silver spoons in their mouths. There must be a story behind him that touched Gu Xingman's heart. For a moment, Lin Xiaona fell silent. Seeing her silence, Nurse Zhang didn't dare to continue speaking either. Gossiping about Lu Sai carries certain risks. Today, she couldn't resist speaking out of turn only because she noticed Lu Sai's unusual attitude toward Gu Xingman. Thinking back on it now, it's a bit frightening. Miss Lin, about what I told you today, please don't say it was me who told you. Although Mr. Lu's background and those matters concerning the Lu family aren't exactly secrets in Beijing, he definitely wouldn't be happy if he knew people were discussing him behind his back. Lin Xiaona understood Nurse Zhang's concerns. Don't worry, Nurse Zhang, I won't tell anyone. That's good. Let's hurry up so the heat dissipates faster. Good. The last room at the end of the VIP ward corridor was the hospital's designated smoking area. Lu Sai sat on the couch with his long legs crossed, leaning back against the sofa as he lit a cigarette and smoked in silence. Rongyi sat across from him, thumbs flying across the screen as he occasionally glanced up at the man opposite him. By the time Lu Sai lit his third cigarette, Rongyi's game had also come to an end. He exited the game and stuffed the overheating phone into his pants pocket, frowning at Lu Sai with undisguised disgust. Lu, are you a damn chimney? You've smoked through half a pack in the time it took me to finish one game. Chapter 48. Maybe he wasn't so bad after all. Lu Sai lifted his eyelids, giving him a cool glance before continuing to smoke his cigarette. Rongyi felt ignored and was extremely displeased. Hey, Lu, don't you have any manners? I'm talking to you. You're noisy. Lu Sai's dark brows furrowed slightly, his voice icy, the oppressive aura around him dropping to an intimidating low. Rongyi choked back his words. Even someone as slow on the uptake would recognize that Lu Sai was in a terrible mood at the moment. Although Rongyi had never lost a fight before, Lu Sai was several years older than him and carried an overwhelmingly intimidating presence. If it really came to blows, Rongyi still felt a twinge of unease. Rongyi rubbed his nose and checked the time. It's been almost an hour. I wonder if Manjia's fever has gone down yet. Lu Sai remained silent. Rongyi scratched his head awkwardly and let out a yawn. The sky outside was beginning to lighten, yet he felt exhausted. I can't stay awake any longer. I'll go check if Manjia's fever has broken. If it has, I'll return to the hotel to catch some sleep. Rongyi stood up and walked out. Wait, Lu Sai called after him. Rongyi halted and turned to look at him. What's wrong? Who exactly is Gu Xingman? Rongyi. Talk about hitting a sore spot. Just now, he'd let it slip by accident and gotten an earful from Lin Xiaona, enough to teach him a lesson. Don't reveal Gu Xingman's identity. But since Lu Sai asked directly, if he refused to answer outright, Lu Sai definitely wouldn't let it go. Rongyi had a sudden inspiration, raised his voice, and made a hip-hop gesture. My sister man is the most beautiful and outstanding woman in the world. Lu Sai. What, you don't think so? Rongyi arched an eyebrow, playing the fool with deliberate unseriousness. Lu Sai gave a faint tug at his lips. If you don't want to tell me, just say so. No need to play dumb. Rongyi. Lu Sai stubbed his cigarette out in the ashtray and stood up, walking toward Rongyi. Hey, what are you doing? Rongyi took a step back, raising his fists defensively as he watched Lu Sai warily. If you want a fight, I'm game, but not here. Let's take it to the rooftop. Lu Sai scoffed coldly at his cowardly and foolish demeanor. Pretty boy, you'd better give up early. Gu Xingman will never consider you. Nonsense. Rongyi's baby face nearly puffed up like a pufferfish as his secret was exposed. What do you know, Lu? I've liked Sister Man since I was 3. Sure, I'm 3 years younger than her, but I'll keep maturing. One day, Sister Man will recognize how amazing I am. Oh? Lu Sai raised an eyebrow, giving Rongyi a mocking glance. Too bad even if you matured tenfold, Gu Xingman wouldn't spare you a second look. You're not Sister Man. What the hell do you know? I understand. Lu Sai's dark eyes were calm and steady as he fixed his gaze on Rongyi. Rongyi grew restless under his assured look, running a hand through his hair in agitation. What do you understand? Sister Man was just young and easily fooled by your sweet talk back then. Lu Sai sneered coldly. Seems you still don't know the full story between us. Rongyi, ? I suppose she never told you 4 years ago when she came to Beijing seeking me. I was in a coma and might have become vegetative. Rongyi. Lu Sai observed Rongyi's stunned expression and patted his shoulder. Shocking, isn't it? Rongyi remained silent, but his trembling pupils and frozen expression gave the clearest answer. Lu Sai let out a light sigh, his expression suddenly turning grave. In the past, I was too arrogant. I overlooked many details about Gu Xingman, and now looking back, I was such a scoundrel and a fool. Rong Yi, suddenly becoming the sentimental once again left him at a loss. Without saying anything more, Lu Sai strode out of the smoking room. Rong Yi watched the man's departing figure and suddenly thought that maybe he wasn't so detestable after all. Chapter 49, Did Lu Sai give up? Outside Gu Xingman's hospital room, Lu Sai had just arrived when he encountered Nurse Zhang stepping out after opening the door. Upon seeing Lu Sai, Nurse Zhang lowered her head in greeting. Mr. Liu. Lu Sai gave a slight nod. How is she? Don't worry, Mr. Liu. Miss Gu's fever has already subsided. Hearing this, Lu Sai's expression softened slightly. Can I go in to see her now? Well, technically yes, but Miss Gu just woke up to drink some water and has fallen asleep again. She's still weak right now. It's best not to disturb her. Hearing this, Lu Sai frowned slightly. Seeing this, Nurse Zhang turned pale with fright, thinking she had offended the big shot with her words. She was just about to make amends when she heard the man's deep voice. Then I'll be going. Take good care of her. Nurse Zhang, understood, Mr. Liu. You can rest assured that Miss Gu will receive the best care at our hospital. Lu Sai didn't respond, turning to leave without another word. Nurse Zhang watched the man's retreating figure, pressing a hand to her chest. Being a nurse these days was no easy job. The horizon slowly revealed the pallor of dawn, the early autumn morning in Beijing thick with biting chill. Lu Sai emerged from the hospital to find Songqing already waiting by the curb with the car. President Liu. Songqing opened the rear door and reported, we just received a call from someone in Yunqing. Lu Sai bent into the vehicle, casting a glance his way. They're causing trouble again? Songqing nodded, his expression turning serious. Aunt Xian is particularly agitated this time. She's refusing to eat and insists you return immediately. Lu Sai rubbed his throbbing temples, his handsome features clearly showing fatigue. Head straight to the airport. Understood. I'll arrange the flight tickets immediately. Prepare the private jet instead. Make sure we leave and return quickly. Okay. Gu Xingman slept for what felt like an eternity. At first it was fever-induced lethargy, then after the fever subsided, it became natural deep sleep for bodily recovery. For 2 whole days, she slept like the dead, only waking to drink water or use the toilet before sinking back into slumber. Initially, Lin Xiaona was quite worried, calling for Shen Maching multiple times a day. Shen Maching repeatedly assured her that Gu Xingman was recovering well. Only when she saw Gu Xingman's increasingly rosy complexion in deep sleep did Lin Xiaona finally feel completely relieved. During this time, Wei Lai had called to say that the filming location procedures were completed, and the set design team had already arrived and started building the sets. Wei Lai thought that as the original author, Gu Xingman would have a more intuitive feel for the scenes and wanted her to supervise on-site and give some suggestions. However, upon learning that Gu Xingman was ill and hospitalized, Wei Lai became very worried and immediately wanted to visit, but Lin Xiaona convinced her not to come. Wei Lai ultimately didn't come, but she called every day to check on Gu Xingman's condition. To Lin Xiaona and Rong Yi's surprise, Lu Sai hadn't visited the hospital again these past 2 days. Lin Xiaona asked Rong Yi if Lu Sai had said anything else before leaving that dawn. Rong Yi truthfully recounted their conversation in the smoking room. Lin Xiaona listened and was left utterly confused. Could it be that Lu Sai had finally realized how terrible he'd been in the past and was too ashamed to keep pestering Gu Xingman? Gu Xingman was hospitalized for the 3rd day. Rong Yi went to the costume fitting at the film set today, leaving Lin Xiaona alone at the hospital to watch over Gu Xingman. Having slept her fill, Gu Xingman finally deigned to wake up. The first thing she felt upon opening her eyes was ravenous hunger. The woman blinked sleepily, yet when her gaze fell upon Lin Xiaona, her pupils shone bright enough to seemingly emit light. Nana, I'm so hungry my belly's sticking to my backbone. Go buy me something to eat right now. Chapter 50, Only when sick does she become most adorable. Big sis, you just woke up. Let me get you some water first. I don't want water. I want snacks from Zhongshan Street in the North District, every single kind. Especially those takoyaki balls with wasabi sauce, and the roasted pig trotters from a Fayette's place. Tell them to add extra cumin. Oh, and those tornado potato skewers. Ugh, I can't wait any longer. Go now, I'll text you what to get on WeChat as you're heading there. Lin Xiaona, who had just returned with a cup of warm water. She was seriously starving. But these intensely flavored snacks are absolutely off limits for someone who's just recovered from a fever. Lin Xiaona raised the head of the bed, slipped a straw into a cup, and handed it to Gu Xingman. Sister man, the doctor said you need to drink plenty of water. Gu Xingman frowned. All I want right now is to eat something. You had a viral cold with tonsillitis-induced fever. The moment you feel slightly better, you want to eat those snacks? Lin Xiaona rarely showed her serious side to Gu Xingman and made a no gesture. Not allowed. Gu Xingman gritted her teeth. My physical condition is excellent, as you well know. A little cold like this is nothing to me. Don't forget your current condition. Lin Xiaona glanced down at her abdomen before lifting her eyes with a smile. You need to be extra careful during this time. Gu Xingman, drink some water, Lin Xiaona urged. Still unwilling to give up on the delicious food, Gu Xingman pouted her rosy lips and pleaded in a soft voice, Nana. Lin Xiaona simply closed her eyes. I can't see or hear anything. If you're determined to eat it, sister man, then I'll have no choice but to call third uncle. Gu Xingman, Nana, you've become so unlovable. Lin Xiaona sighed, my dear ancestor, hiding such a serious illness from third uncle and the others without reporting it has already put me under tremendous pressure. If you don't cooperate and recover soon, I won't be able to get a good night's sleep anymore. That's true. Ever since Gu Xingman was little, all four Gu father and sons would get disproportionately anxious whenever she fell ill. If they found out about her current physical condition, hospitalized with a fever, they'd undoubtedly rush to Beijing in a heartbeat. That mental image. Gu Xingman felt a headache coming on just thinking about it. Her momentary craving for delicious food was shattered instantly by the thought. Never mind, I'll just drink water. Gu Xingman took the cup with a pout, biting the straw in a neither here nor there manner as if she couldn't decide whether to drink properly or not. Seeing her like this, Lin Xiaona couldn't help but soften, ultimately giving in. Forget it, you shouldn't think about eating greasy or heat-inducing snacks, but I'll try my best to buy other delicacies from North City for you. Gu Xingman was so touched she nearly teared up. Nana, I love you. Perhaps because illness leaves people at their most vulnerable, Gu Xingman would consciously or unconsciously reveal her innately hidden side, clinging, coquettish demeanor with a hint of childish willfulness. Lin Xiaona didn't know whether to laugh or cry, completely helpless against this wave of coquettish cuteness. Sister man, you're only this adorable when you're sick. What kind of talk is that? Wishing for me to fall ill? Gu Xingman downed the water in one gulp and handed her the empty glass. Nah, shouldn't you prove your love for me now? This eagerness made it impossible for Lin Xiaona to refuse. Alright, I'll go right away. If you need anything later, just press the nurse call button. Gu Xingman waved her hand dismissively. I know, I have a fever, but it hasn't fried my brains. Lin Xiaona looked at Gu Xingman at this moment, her eyes filled with newfound tenderness. Truth be told, if not for that incident 10 years ago, Gu Xingman's personality would likely still be like this, more lively and adorable. Lin Xiaona left the ward with her bag, even stopping by the nurse's station to inform Nurse Zhang before setting off with peace of mind. She hadn't been gone for 5 minutes when Shen Maching arrived for rounds with Nurse Zhang. Chapter 51, Lu Sai, damn, this man is something else. Miss Gu, you're looking much better today. Nurse Zhang measured Gu Xingman's temperature and blood pressure, smiling as she said, everything's normal. I actually feel completely fine now. Gu Xingman looked at Shen Maching, who was wearing a white coat with a gentle expression, and asked, Dr. Shen, when can I be discharged? She truly disliked hospitals. Shen Maching smiled and explained, Miss Gu, your current physical condition is special. It's best to observe for one more day today. If there's no discomfort, you can be discharged tomorrow. Alright. Thinking about her condition, Gu Xingman had no choice but to follow the doctor's advice. Nurse Zhang, could you step out for a moment? I'd like to speak with Ms. Gu privately. Of course, I'll wait in the next ward. After Nurse Zhang left, she gently closed the door behind her. With just the two of them remaining, the room grew noticeably quieter. Gu Xingman looked at Shen Maching, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a faint smile, taking the initiative. Speak your mind directly, Dr. Shen. Shen Maching smiled warmly. Actually, I meant no harm. I just wanted to tell you that Lu Sai came to see me last night. He's very concerned about your health. Gu Xingman chuckled softly, her delicate brows arching slightly. Dr. Shen, what you really want to ask is the exact nature of my relationship with him, isn't it? Then Miss Gu must have guessed by now that Lu Sai and I know each other. Gu Xingman chuckled softly, the amusement in his eyes fading slightly. Since you two know each other, I assume Lu Sai has already told you whatever information you wanted to know. So what else would Dr. Shen want to learn from me? Shen Maching didn't answer immediately. Looking at Gu Xingman's unreadable expression, he couldn't help feeling somewhat astonished. Until just now, he had always believed that Lu Sai didn't choose by Jean Gru because although she excelled in every aspect, her personality was too quiet and she was too sensible, which led to her being repeatedly overlooked and let down by Lu Sai. He thought that Lu Sai's wife of 3 years in a secret marriage could at most be outstanding in appearance, and perhaps had a bit of clever manipulation to tame a man like Lu Sai. But now, it seemed that Gu Xingman wasn't the person he had imagined her to be. Her eyes were sharp when she looked at people, yet her pupils were bright and clear, not like those of someone scheming and calculating. Or perhaps it should be said that she could easily discern the thoughts of others, but whether to expose them or not depended entirely on her mood. Just from that brief exchange moments ago, Shen Maching already felt a subtle pressure, as if he might unwittingly be led by the nose by her. It suddenly dawned on him that Gu Xingman might not be a woman who enjoyed playing tricks, Rather, she was simply mature, exceptionally intelligent, and, thanks to a hint of innate pride, disdained petty arguments over right and wrong. No wonder such a remarkable woman would make Lu Sai break his usual rules. Last night, Lu Sai kept acting out of character. To be honest, it had struck him as downright bizarre at the time. But now he was beginning to understand Lu Sai's unusual behavior a little better. Dr. Shen, have you been staring at me a bit too long? Shen Maching snapped out of his thoughts and met Gu Xingman's faintly amused, beautiful eyes, feeling momentarily flustered. He lifted a loosely clenched fist to his lips and cleared his throat. Sorry, I was just thinking about something. About me and Lu Sai? He only told me last night that you're his wife. Everyone who knows Lu Sai has always thought he had no heart, so learning he's actually been secretly married for 3 years. As an old acquaintance, I honestly struggled to digest it. Gu Xingman was momentarily stunned. Did Lu Sai only tell you that much? Shen Maching frowned. Was there something else he was supposed to tell me? So that bastard Lu Sai only mentioned their 3-year secret marriage but conveniently left out the part about their divorce? What an utterly shameless man. Gu Xingman suppressed the fury rising in her chest, shaking her head as she looked at Shen Maching with a soft sigh. Dr. Shen, unless I'm mistaken, my medical records clearly state single, don't they? Chapter 52. This situation can't be hidden much longer. Shen Maching froze. It took him about half a minute to fully process this information. He swallowed hard before asking again, you mean, you and Lu Sai are already divorced? That's right. We divorced 2 months ago. Shen Maching was utterly shocked, even more so than when he first learned that Lu Sai had a secretly married wife of 3 years. Now that they're divorced, why did Lu Sai deliberately keep it to himself last night? Gu Xingman wasn't particularly interested in his reaction. She was more concerned about whether Lu Sai would discover her secret. Dr. Shen, I don't know what kind of relationship you have with Lu Sai, but as your patient, I hope you'll continue to protect my privacy. Shen Maching thought for a moment and said, but your situation can't be hidden for much longer. At least 2 more months, Gu Xingman said calmly. I won't make things difficult for you for long. I'm only returning to Beijing for work this time, and I'll leave again in about 2 months. While I'm in Beijing, I'm confident I can avoid being discovered by Lu Sai. Gu Xingman didn't mince words at all, openly and frankly sharing her decision. Because right now, she needed Shen Maching's cooperation. To make Shen Maching willingly cooperate, it was necessary to dispel the doubts in his heart. Dr. Shen, if you're worried about any disputes or trouble later, I can sign a declaration stating that it was my personal insistence, that you only acted as a doctor to protect my privacy, and that all responsibility lies with me alone. Shen Maching fell silent. Gu Xingman was determined not to let Lu Sai find out. Moreover, judging by Gu Xingman's tone, he was certain that she had an extraordinary background. She must have been absolutely confident in her ability to keep Lu Sai in the dark. But Lu Sai wasn't someone to be underestimated either. Not that he was worried about Lu Sai coming after him. It was just that if Lu Sai ever found out the truth, he could practically guarantee that, no matter where Gu Xingman was, even if she were at the ends of the earth, Lu Sai would spare no effort to track her down. And as a man, he could tell that Lu Sai was serious about Gu Xingman. This secret might just change the current situation between Lu Sai and Gu Xingman. If Lu Sai and Gu Xingman reconcile, what will happen to Bai Jingru? Thinking of all Bai Jingru has sacrificed for Lu Sai, Shen Maching's heart ached with pity. Perhaps this is heaven-given opportunity for Bai Jingru? Shen Maching's gaze abruptly turned resolute as he looked at Gu Xingman with a faint smile. Since Miss Gu has already carefully considered and arranged everything, naturally I'll cooperate. Gu Xingman extended her hand. Thank you, Dr. Shen. Shen Maching shook her hand briefly. You're too kind, Miss Gu. After Shen Maching left, Gu Xingman felt somewhat bored alone. She opened WeChat to reply to messages from family and friends, then surfed Weibo for a while. But she was so hungry that even playing with her phone couldn't distract her. She called Lin Xiaona. Nana, where are you? Lin Xiaona had gone to the west side of town to buy the famous lotus root cake from North City, but got caught in a traffic accident on her way back, leaving the road ahead completely blocked. Manjia, I asked around, it'll take at least half an hour for the traffic to clear. Are you starving? I'm starving. Gu Xingman lay collapsed on the hospital bed, gazing weakly at the ceiling. Nana, order some takeout first. I'm not picky. Anything that can fill my stomach and arrive within 5 minutes. I'm so hungry I feel like my front is sticking to my back. Alright, don't worry. I'll order right away. After hanging up, Gu Xingman closed his eyes while rubbing his sunken, empty stomach. Soon, the hospital room door was pushed open. Gu Xingman instantly sprang upright, his eyes gleaming as he looked toward the door. Is Northern City's food delivery this efficient now? It's only been a few minutes. The words abruptly cut off. Lu Sai's tall figure walked in from outside, carrying a fruit basket in his hand. Chapter 53. Keep your hands to yourself. Gu Xingman's pleasantly surprised face instantly fell, the light in her beautiful eyes dimming as she glared coldly at him. President Liu, I know you're ill, but you've come to the wrong ward. Lu Sai ignored her sarcasm. As he reached her bedside, he suddenly raised his large hand to cover her forehead. Stop touching me without permission. Gu Xingman slapped the man's large hand away fiercely. Lu Sai, what the hell is wrong with you? Can't you understand plain language? No fever anymore. Judging by the strength of that slap, you must be fully recovered. Lu Sai glanced at his reddened hand. Gu Xingman didn't even bother looking at him. Stop pretending we're close. We're not familiar, so please leave on your own. The man's thin lips curved slightly as his dark eyes sparkled with amusement, staring at her. Man, you didn't treat me like this when you were sick. Gu Xingman. Her dazed expression made Lu Sai recall how she had weakly leaned against him in the bathroom that night. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he smirked. If you don't remember, you can wait for your little sidekick to return and ask her yourself. I don't understand what you're saying. Gu Xingman glared at him angrily. When hungry, her temper was even more irritable than usual, and now that she was faced with the detestable Lu Sai, she couldn't muster any pleasant expression for him. Lu Sai, could you please stop annoying me all the time? If you had this much free time, why don't you go find your little white flower instead? What little white flower? Gu Xingman rolled her eyes. Do I have to spell out your first love's name for you? You mean by Jingru? Lu Sai frowned, looking very serious. It's not what you think between her and me, man. Actually, back then I just... Stop it. Gu Xingman interrupted him coldly. I'm not interested in anything about you right now. I genuinely don't want to continue this entanglement with you. So Lu Sai, as a man, could you be more straightforward? Your persistent pestering now makes you seem utterly lacking in grace. Her current indifference and heartlessness left Lu Sai feeling utterly helpless. You can be angry with me, but you can't just sentence me to death without hearing my explanation. He suddenly grabbed her wrist and pulled it towards his chest. Man, no matter how many misunderstandings there are between us, I swear my heart has never held anyone but you. Gu Xingman was yanked forward, entirely caught off guard as she collided against him. Watching her hand pressed against the man's chest, fragmented scenes suddenly flashed through her mind, and this warmth and texture in her palm felt so familiar. Abruptly, those images grew clearer and clearer, Gu Xingman's beautiful eyes widening in shock. She stared blankly at Lu Sai as the pieces in her mind gradually formed a complete picture, until she finally recalled what she had done to him in the restroom that night. Oh my god, she actually threw a tantrum and acted spoiled towards Lu Sai back then. Gu Xingman simply wanted to die on the spot. No wonder Lu Sai just reminded her about the restroom incident. Damn, this bastard was implying she has two faces. Gu Xingman was filled with utter regret, wishing she could go back in time to knock herself out that night. But then she thought, if it weren't for Lu Sai taking advantage of her feverish confusion to get close to her, she would never have lost her composure in front of him. So, the real culprit was still Lu Sai. That damned bastard. Furious beyond measure, she pushed at him but couldn't budge him. She struggled to free herself from his large hand but was too weakened by hunger to muster the strength. Lu Sai, I'm telling you for the last time, let go. She was furious, pounding his chest with her other fist. Release me right now, or I'll call the police and report you for harassment. She was truly angry. Lu Sai could clearly sense that the way she was looking at him now was even colder than before. The man loosened his grip in frustration. Gu Xingman took a step back and pointed to the open hospital room door. Get out. Lu Sai sighed. Can't we just sit down and have a proper talk? No. Gu Xingman's attitude was resolute. No matter how many times you ask, the answer will always be no. Chapter 54. Every word pierced like a thorn, stabbing at his heart. Her stance was so unyielding that Lu Sai felt a faint ache in his chest. Man, I was wrong in the past, but things between me and Bai Jingru really aren't what you think. Those rumors are all false. I admit I'm partly responsible. You can resent me or blame me. I'll accept all that. But breaking up? That I won't accept. The man's dark eyes remained fixed, his pupils reflecting Gu Xingman's frosty expression. His words carried both sorrow and resolve. Yet Gu Xingman believed she understood Lu Sai well enough. Had he not tacitly permitted those rumors, the media in Beijing wouldn't have dared publish them. Now you're suddenly saying those rumors are false? She felt Lu Sai's IQ had dropped a bit after the divorce. Did he really think she'd be dumb enough to believe such self-contradictory excuses? Perhaps before witnessing Bai Jingru's pregnancy test results with her own eyes, she might have believed it. But against all odds, she had seen it. That pregnancy test result incessantly reminded her. This man called Lu Sai had long been tainted. What gives Gu Xingman the right to claim a man who was filthy in both body and soul? As if she were some trash recycling station. Besides, the issue between her and Lu Sai wasn't solely about Bai Jingru. Even without Bai Jingru, without that pregnancy test report, the problems between her and Lu Sai would still exist. From the very beginning, their relationship had never been equal. The reason Lu Sai was now coming back to apologize was simply because he felt uncomfortable with her departure. The more she thought about it, the more ridiculous Gu Xingman found the situation. Truth be told, even if it were just a pet suddenly gone missing after years of companionship, wouldn't its owner feel anxious and heartbroken? Gu Xingman let out a self-deprecating chuckle, her beautiful eyes now calm and indifferent as she looked at Lu Sai. Lu Sai, you really don't need to say so much. Admitting by Jingru played a partial role in our divorce doesn't capture the whole truth. From the moment you handed me our first divorce agreement, I've been questioning whether this marriage of ours was even worth holding on to any longer. Lu Sai panicked. He realized that when faced with Gu Xingman's calm gaze, shadows had already taken root in his heart. Just like that day in the conference room when she handed him her resignation letter, so composed, so resolute in her decision. She no longer wanted him. That overwhelming sense of losing control washed over him once again. Lu Sai was at a complete loss. Man. Lu Sai, you don't love me. Gu Xingman smiled, her beautiful eyes growing colder as she gazed at him. Now you've come to pester me, apologizing, just to get me back. Perhaps you need me, but only the version of me who loved you. She shrugged her shoulders, her tone suddenly lightening again. But none of this is your fault. In the beginning, it was just my youthful recklessness. I thought if I took the initiative, this relationship would end perfectly. But after these 3 years, I've finally realized how naive I truly was back then. I thought marrying you meant we were equal partners in love, but it turns out that's not the case. Were you happy these past 3 years? Lu Sai felt a lump rising in his throat. Searching his soul, he admitted that these 3 years with Gu Xingman had brought him peace and contentment. But this answer, he couldn't bring himself to voice now. Because behind this answer might lie 3 years of Gu Xingman's silent suffering and compromises. His silence and gaze had already given Gu Xingman the clearest answer. She smiled, yet couldn't stop her eyes from growing faintly warm. You see, you know it all in your heart, you've just never bothered to pay attention. You know perfectly well that for the past 3 years, I've accommodated every decision of yours. To love you, I even compromised by taking a secretary job I disliked. To earn your approval, from diet to clothing, I tailored everything to your preferences. But what about you? You assumed that because I loved you, everything I did for you was taken for granted. Yes, I did love you, but why did it never occur to you to ask whether this Gu Xingman, who loved you so deeply, was truly happy? Lu Sai's brow furrowed tightly, his chest so heavy it felt suffocating. He watched Gu Xingman, seeing her eyes gradually turn red and fill with tears. Man, I'm sorry. He lowered his gaze, knowing his apology at this moment was utterly feeble and laughable. But what else could he say besides apologizing? Gu Xingman took a deep breath and held back her tears. In our marriage, you played the role of a husband, but in my love, you were merely a bystander. Lu Sai, how cruel you've been to me. What possible reason could you have now for wanting me to stay? Her accusatory words pierced him like thorns, embedding deep into his flesh and blood. He felt an unbearable suffocating pain but couldn't refute her. Everything she said was true. Gu Xingman watched Lu Sai's silent response as her emotions gradually settled. In truth, she never wanted their parting to escalate into an ugly scene. This relationship had begun with her and would end with her. She told herself to be able to both embrace and let go, at the very least preserving that last shred of dignity. But she never anticipated Lu Sai's drastic change in attitude after the divorce, and with her current physical condition, every interaction with him now carried the risk of exposure. So she had no choice but to make her words final. Lu Sai was a man with particularly strong self-esteem. No matter how much guilt he felt toward her, after hearing her say those words, he would never shamelessly cling to her again. The atmosphere in the hospital room was suffocating. After Gu Xingman finished speaking, Lu Sai fell into complete silence. As for Gu Xingman, she didn't bother with Lu Sai anymore either. She simply turned her back and lay down, picking up her phone to scroll mindlessly by herself. After saying those decisive words, she could still calmly scroll through her phone. This behavior seemed somewhat heartless. Lu Sai stared at her, his dark eyes swirling with unspoken pain. After about 10 minutes, movement came from behind her. Footsteps shuffled little by little, growing fainter until they disappeared altogether. Gu Xingman put down her phone and turned over to sit up. Lu Sai had left, leaving behind the fruit basket he brought on the bedside table. Gu Xingman stared blankly at the fruit basket, yet her mind unwittingly wandered back to the day she first arrived in Beijing and found Lu Sai. 3 years apart, this relationship began in a hospital and now, in a hospital, it came to a definitive end. She lowered her gaze, masking the sorrow in her eyes with a self-deprecating twitch of her lips. Perhaps this was simply fate? Chapter 55, The Uninvited Guest Arrives Unbidden. Chapter 55. A week later, casting session 4, Beyond Day and Night. 7 or 8 people sat at the judging table, producers, directors, investors, and screenwriters among them. Gu Xingman, sporting sunglasses and a baseball cap, sat beside Wei Lai, occasionally exchanging a whisper or two with him. The success of a movie largely depends on the casting of actors. Most roles are determined through open audition competitions, though inevitably, there are also those actors who have already secured predetermined roles and come to play along in the process. Rong-yi was one of them. Despite having a predetermined role, Rong-yi still put in considerable effort for today's formality. Just moments ago, Rong-yi performed on stage alongside another fresh-faced actor competing for the same role. His performance left everyone in awe, completely overshadowing the newcomer. Wei Lai was thoroughly impressed and whispered, "No wonder Man recommended him. He's truly promising talent." Gu Xingman's red lips curled slightly as she smiled faintly. Uncle Wei is exaggerating. He's naturally gifted, but after all, this is his first time acting. Some emotional expressions are still a bit rough. "TSK, now you're just being provocative," he said. "Natural talent like this is rare and hard to come by. Don't worry, Uncle Wei will make sure to mentor him well. I guarantee he'll make a stunning debut in this film." Gu Xingman arched her delicate brows slightly. "I wouldn't trust others, but Uncle Wei, I can still hold some expectations from you." "Absolutely necessary." Wei Lai adjusted his glasses, looking at Rong-yi on stage, and announced, "Rong-yi, the role of Yan Luosi is yours. Give it your best." Rong-yi bowed. "Thank you, Director Wei." Although it was pre-arranged, Rong-yi believed she performed better than the others, so this casting felt deserved and she had no qualms about it. After that, several minor but relatively crucial supporting roles in the movie were cast smoothly, with suitable actors decided on the spot. Finally, only one female supporting role remained, Mavini. This supporting female character had the second highest screen time after the female lead in the film. Moreover, she was an evolving character who stole the spotlight from the female lead after her later corruption arc, making her one of the core figures in this movie. This role mattered deeply not only to Wei Lai but also to Gu Xingman herself. When initially creating the character Mavini, she had struggled with whether to give her an image reversal in the final climax, but in the end, she decided against writing it that way. This character became a lingering regret, sparking the most debate among readers, with some even urging her to rewrite Mavini's ending. Gu Xingman had a habit. Once a book was finished, she never revisited it. She never actively sought out reader reactions. Mostly, it was Lin Xiaona or the agency, unable to withstand public pressure, who would relay feedback to her. But feedback was just that, feedback. Gu Xingman considered herself a laid-back author, never one to deliberately cater to readers' preferences by altering her books. However, this time she decided to give Mavini an image reversal ending in the movie, not because readers demanded it, but because she herself felt the novel's conclusion was somewhat unfair to Mavini. Wei Lai also expressed support for this, making the casting choice for Mavini absolutely crucial this time around. After several consecutive auditions, neither Wei Lai nor Gu Xingman was satisfied. "Manjia," Lin Xiaona suddenly whispered into Gu Xingman's ear. "I just got word that Gu Jiaojiao has arrived in North City." Hearing this, Gu Xingman frowned slightly, visibly surprised. "What is she doing in North City?" Chapter 56, Each Step Light and Sprightly. "Third brother sent me a message saying Gu Jiaojiao came to North City for filming." "Filming?" Gu Xingman raised his eyebrows meaningfully. "I think I've guessed." As the words fell, the venue doors were pushed open. "Sorry I'm late." An overly sweet and coquettish female voice rang through the venue, drawing everyone's attention. Gu Jiaojiao wore a little black strapless dress, her straight raven hair cascading down to her waist. She stepped onto the stage in stiletto heels, waving as she went. Each step was light and lively. The young woman had an exquisite oval face, her smiling eyes crinkling like crescent moons in the night sky. By her rosy cherry lips, two dimples added an extra touch of charm. This image made Wei Lai's eyes instantly brighten. "Doesn't she have a bit of that early Mawini vibe?" Gu Xingman didn't respond, merely staring at Gu Jiaojiao through her sunglasses, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly beneath the dark lenses. Gu Jiaojiao paused at the center of the stage, then bent forward gracefully in a modest bow. "Hello, directors, producers, and esteemed guests. My name is Gu Jiaojiao. I apologize for my delayed arrival due to flight issues. Could I ask for a bit more of your time? I'm here to audition for the role of Miweni. Gu Jiaojiao?" Producer Wang, sitting next to Wei Lai, leaned over and asked. "Quite an impressive appearance. Which agency's new talent is she from?" Wei Lai lowered her head and found Gu Jiaojiao's information from the list of interviewees. Gu Jiaojiao, a Chinese-American from Haidu, is signed to Huaxing Media, a subsidiary of the Gu Group. Notable works. At the age of 12, she starred in the Hollywood Lunar New Year sci-fi blockbuster The End, playing the role of Xiao Milu and winning the Best Newcomer award that year. Wei Lai glanced at the profile, frowned slightly, and turned to look at Gu Xingman. Gu Xingman was also reviewing Gu Jiaojiao's documents, his sunglasses obscuring most of his face, making his expression unreadable. Wei Lai couldn't quite gauge her attitude. Man, what do you think?" Uncle Wei, treat everyone equally. Gu Xingman's voice was neither loud nor soft, her tone indifferent. Wei Lai couldn't say much more, clearing his throat before turning to Gu Jiaojiao at the center of the stage. Gu Jiaojiao, if you're ready, you may begin. Thank you, Director. Gu Jiaojiao bowed gratefully toward Wei Lai once more. Wei Lai adjusted his glasses, entering strict evaluation mode. Begin. Gu Jiaojiao took a deep breath and closed her eyes. About a minute later, with emotions fully simmered, Gu Jiaojiao slowly opened her eyes. 10 minutes later, Gu Jiaojiao's performance concluded. The venue was completely engrossed. Gu Jiaojiao wiped the tears from her face and bowed deeply. Scattered applause began, gradually growing more and more thunderous. This is the most straightforward recognition of her performance just now. Gu Jiaojiao was ecstatic, her smile radiant as she looked at Wei Lai. Director, did I do well? Wei Lai snapped out of his daze and blurted out, more than well, you practically are Mi Weini herself. Absolutely, even a longtime book fan like me got teary-eyed. Producer Wang pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his tears and snot, then urged the staff to pass tissues to Gu Jiaojiao. The staff quickly handed tissues to Gu Jiaojiao. Gu Jiaojiao took the tissues and kept saying thank you politely. With her sweet and adorable appearance, excellent acting skills, and such politeness, Gu Jiaojiao had won everyone's favor within less than half an hour of her arrival. The selection panel unanimously agreed that Gu Jiaojiao was perfect for the role. Wei Lai looked at Gu Xingman, man, so we'll go with her? Chapter 57, Her Manjia is the goat. Gu Xingman responded calmly, I think she acted quite well too. No one could be more suitable than her. Hearing this, Wei Lai exhaled in relief and slammed the table decisively. Gu Jiaojiao, congratulations. The role of Mi Weini is yours. Thank you, Director. Thank you to all the leaders. Gu Jiaojiao bowed enthusiastically, her delight so infectious that everyone present couldn't help but smile. Lin Xiaonao listened to everyone's approval and praises for Gu Jiaojiao, rolling her eyes in disagreement. Some people, well, are just exceptionally good at acting. The thought of this Gu Jiaojiao woman actually playing the role meant for her dear sister man made Lin Xiaonao's skin crawl with discomfort. Unable to resist bending down, he lowered his voice and asked Gu Xingman, Manjia, why did you agree to let her act? Others might not know what kind of person Gu Jiaojiao is, but how could you not be aware? Business is business, Gu Xingman replied somewhat nonchalantly. I genuinely think she's perfect for this role. Gu Jiaojiao was performing the scene where Mi Weini turns dark. This scene was the most emotionally intense and shocking moment in the entire film. When Gu Xingman wrote this passage, she was profoundly affected by the character's emotions herself, and it took her several days after finishing to fully recover. That Gu Jiaojiao could portray Mi Weini so impeccably was something Gu Xingman hadn't anticipated. It's not easy for a character to meet the right actor, and she couldn't reject Gu Jiaojiao for personal reasons. That would be unfair to the film. Moreover, the fact that Gu Jiaojiao came here to audition for her role must have been approved by the Gu family. This time, Gu Jiaojiao is determined to win, so she might as well stick with her till the end. Gu Xingman lazily yawned, a hint of mischief flickering in her eyes. After the event ended, everyone walked out of the venue. Man, wait for me. Just as Gu Xingman and Lin Xiaonao reached the car, they heard someone calling from behind. That uniquely sugary way of speaking could only belong to Gu Jiaojiao. No one else could pull it off. Gu Xingman paused, then leisurely turned around. Nana Gu Jiaojiao came running toward them, waving her arms as if she wanted the whole world to know they were acquainted. People around were glancing in their direction. Lin Xiaonao rolled her eyes dramatically. Big sis man, why even bother with her? Gu Xingman shot her a glance. Tone it down, you're so fierce she'll make her cry again, and then she'll say you bullied her. Lin Xiaonao. Indeed, Gu Jiaojiao lived up to her name, delicate and fragile. The most innocent person in the world. If she cried, it was definitely someone else's fault. Over the years, Lin Xiaonao's blunt and outspoken nature had often landed her in silent, bitter defeats against Gu Jiaojiao. Keep your cool, we're all adults here. Childish tricks like these are petty and meaningless, Gu Xingman said as she calmly removed her sunglasses and casually hooked them onto her collar, watching Gu Jiaojiao approach with composed indifference. Nana, do you know the saying like Jiang Taigong fishing, he who wishes is caught? Lin Xiaonao froze, looking puzzled at Gu Xingman. Gu Xingman gazed at Gu Jiaojiao, her red lips curling slightly. From now on, I'll be Jiang Taigong, and Gu Jiaojiao will be the fish. Lin Xiaonao frowned, then after a few seconds, suddenly understood. She took a deep breath to suppress the urge to scream out something like, Sister man is the goat. At this moment, Gu Jiaojiao had already reached Gu Xingman. Having hurried over, she was slightly out of breath. After steadying herself with a deep inhale, she smiled and said, Man, Nana, it's been so long. Lin Xiaonao resisted the urge to roll her eyes, barely holding back her disgust. Gu Xingman extended her hand, offering Gu Jiaojiao a gentle smile. Jiaojiao, congratulations. Chapter 58 Destined to live in obscurity. Gu Gu Jiaojiao immediately reached out to grasp Gu Xingman's hand, nearly weeping with joy. Thank you, man. I genuinely adore the role of Mi Weini. You have no idea how much effort I poured into this character. That much is obvious. Lin Xiaona couldn't resist firing back. Gu Jiaojiao turned to Lin Xiaona at once, sniffing delicately as her sugary voice took on a wounded tone. Nana, must you always be so harsh with me? I was just speaking the truth. If you don't like hearing it, I simply won't say it anymore. Lin Xiaona. Look, here we go again. In the past, given Lin Xiaona's temper, she would have mercilessly lashed out without hesitation, but today, she held back. This was all thanks to Gu Xingman's timely reminder just moments ago. Green tea loves to act, doesn't she? Well then, let her act to her heart's content. Jiaojiao, why am I still as emotionally sensitive and fragile as before? I'm loud and speak my mind. You've seen how I am with Rongyi too. What I said earlier genuinely recognized your progress this time. You need to be more confident. Gu Jiaojiao choked up, her expression stiffening as she looked at Lin Xiaona, but she composed herself in just a few seconds. She immediately flashed a brilliantly sweet smile again. Sorry, Nana, I really am lacking confidence. After all, you're all so outstanding, and I've always been afraid I wouldn't perform well enough and embarrass the Gu family. She lowered her head as she spoke, her posture pitiful and humble. Gu Xingman looked at her, her beautiful eyes carrying a trace of casual mockery. Gu Jiaojiao's words were quite cleverly phrased. She managed to showcase her own fragility and innocence while conveniently bringing up the Gu family. Jiaojiao, Gu Xingman glanced around before asking softly, what are the Gu family's plans for you coming to North City to film this time? Gu Jiaojiao looked up, blinking at Gu Xingman with a bewildered and innocent expression. Man, I don't quite understand what you mean. Gu Xingman pressed her tongue against her front teeth, suppressing an almost uttered national expletive, and calmly explained, what I mean is, coming to the unfamiliar city of Beijing as an artist to film, you'll need support in every aspect. Won't the Gu family do something to help you? Hearing this, Gu Jiaojiao smiled shyly and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Mom and Dad said they'd support me anytime I need it, but I think it's best if I rely on myself as much as possible. Independence is good. Gu Xingman patted her shoulder. But this industry judges people by their status, and the difference between domestic and foreign environments is huge. Don't push yourself too hard. Man, don't worry. If I can't handle it, I'll definitely ask Mom and Dad for help. Gu Jiaojiao paused, then leaned closer to Gu Xingman and lowered her voice. But they told me not to reveal your identity, so rest assured, I'll absolutely keep your secret for you. Gu Xingman looked at her earnest and caring demeanor, her red lips curving slightly. With that reassurance from you, I can rest easy. Gu Jiaojiao continued, Man, don't worry. What happened 10 years ago affected you so much. Now that I'm part of the Gu family, I'll definitely join Mom and Dad in protecting you with all our might. Hearing this, Gu Xingman smiled and reached out to give Gu Jiaojiao a virtual hug. Jiaojiao, you're so sweet. Gu Jiaojiao hugged Gu Xingman back, her smiling eyes flashing with a hint of smugness. Man, we're family. No need to be so formal. Yes, family. Gu Xingman narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, an icy chill lurking in their depths. Lin Xiaona stood to the side, watching Gu Jiaojiao's pretentious antics and nearly ground her perfectly good teeth to dust. She held it in, and finally endured until they got in the car. The car door slammed shut as Lin Xiaona stepped on the gas, sending the red Ferrari speeding away. Gu Jiaojiao was left choking on exhaust fumes, cursing Lin Xiaona inwardly, though her mood remained entirely unaffected. After 4 years apart, Gu Xingman seemed somewhat more composed than before, but what difference did that make? Soon everyone in this city would know she, Gu Jiaojiao, was the treasured daughter of the Gu family. And Gu Xingman? Who even cared about her now? She was probably destined to live under an assumed name for the rest of her life. Chapter 59, repeatedly provoking Gu Xingman. On the way back to the hotel, Lin Xiaona scolded Gu Jiaojiao the entire trip. Seated in the back, Gu Xingman actually dozed off while listening. The car parked in the underground garage, and Lin Xiaona unbuckled her seatbelt and turned around. Sister man, we've arrived. The word, Ed, got stuck in her throat. Lin Xiaona looked at Gu Xingman, who was sleeping with her head tilted, and sighed helplessly. How could she fall asleep while I was scolding her so passionately? She must be exhausted. But no matter how tired she was, she couldn't just sleep in the car like this. Lin Xiaona still roused Gu Xingman awake, draped a coat over her shoulders, and helped her out of the car. Still half asleep, Gu Xingman leaned against Lin Xiaona as they entered the elevator, yawning lazily and rubbing her eyes. Lin Xiaona was accustomed to her drowsy post-nap state. Her only concern was keeping a close watch on her. Back in their hotel room, Gu Xingman kicked off her high heels and padded barefoot into the master bedroom, flopping directly onto the large bed. Lin Xiaona came in behind her, picked up the coat and sweater from the floor, and hung them on the coat rack. Turning around, she looked at Gu Xingman lying asleep on the large bed without even removing her makeup, placed her hands on her hips, and sighed softly. Lin Xiaona went to the bathroom to get makeup remover and cotton pads, then sat down by the bed to personally remove Gu Xingman's makeup for her. In reality, Gu Xingman hadn't really worn much makeup. After applying basic skincare, she had only used primer and lipstick, not even filling in her eyebrows, so Lin Xiaona finished the task with ease. After removing her makeup, Lin Xiaona drew the curtains, plunging the room into darkness before turning to leave. No sooner had the door clicked shut than her phone rang in her pocket. Seeing the caller ID, Lin Xiaona's eyes flickered slightly as she answered immediately, "Uncle San." "Xiaona, is Man with you right now?" The middle-aged man's voice on the other end was deep, carrying an undeniable authority. Lin Xiaona glanced at the just-closed master bedroom door. Sister Man just fell asleep. "How is she doing now?" "Uncle, are you asking about Sister Man's physical condition or her mood? Do you think I wouldn't know about her health condition?" Lin Xiaona. Well, she had always felt that the matter of her hospitalization would eventually reach the Gu family. "Third uncle, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not taking good care of Sister Man. I don't blame you. Your Aunt Xiao said that women's immune systems are weaker during this period, so falling ill is unavoidable. Just be more careful in the future, and if there's anything you don't understand, call your Aunt Xiao more often for advice." Lin Xiaona gripped her phone and nodded furiously. "Don't worry, uncle, I'll definitely be more careful from now on after this lesson. I must take good care of Sis Man." On the other end of the line, the middle-aged man sighed. "Did Jiao Jiao meet up with you today?" At the mention of Gu Jiao Jiao, Lin Xiaona instantly grew angry. "Uncle, why did you let Gu Jiao Jiao come to North City? And even worse, let her audition for Sis Man's role. If Jiao Jiao likes that character, just let her act it," he said. "But her personality is really grating. Although Sis Man never argues with her, I don't believe you and Aunt Xiao haven't noticed. She has to compare herself with Sis Man and everything. If this indulgence continues, she'll start snatching things next." Lin Xiaona had never vented her anger over Gu Jiao Jiao in front of Gu's parents before. After all, no matter how close she was with the Gu family, she wasn't a Gu by name, and it wasn't her place to overstep boundaries too much. But this time was different. Given Gu Xingman's current fragile condition, with Lu Sai already being enough trouble, now there was Gu Jiao Jiao to deal with. Lin Xiaona was genuinely worried, so she had no choice but to steel herself and confront the issue head-on. At the very least, in her eyes, the affection Gu's parents held for their biological daughter, Gu Xingman, was absolutely beyond doubt. There was no reason for them to keep tolerating Gu Jiao Jiao's repeated provocations toward her. But the outcome left Lin Xiaona utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 60, Rising to New Heights of Hypocrisy. Upon hearing Lin Xiaona's words, Mr. Gu on the other end of the phone simply responded, Man is a smart girl. She won't let herself be taken advantage of." For a moment, Lin Xiaona thought she must be hearing things. She frowned, her heart burning with indignation on Gu Xingman's behalf. "Uncle, what exactly gives Gu Jiao Jiao the right? A foster daughter with no blood relation at all, and you'd actually wrong your own flesh and blood for her? If Manjia knew about this attitude of yours, how heartbroken would she be?" "Xiaona," Father Gu's voice instantly turned stern. "I know you and Man are close, but as elders, we have our considerations for keeping certain things unsaid. Man is our daughter, and every decision we make is with her best interests in mind, so you needn't worry." Lin Xiaona trembled under the reprimand. "Uncle, I'm sorry, don't say these things in front of Man from now on. Since she hasn't mentioned Gu Jiao Jiao's matter to us up till now, she must be confident in handling it herself." "I understand. Everything about the Gu family is under the control of me and your Aunt Xiao. The only thing we're concerned about right now is that man named Lu from Beijing." Lin Xiaona hesitated briefly before saying, Lu Sai seems to have quieted down lately." "Finally quieted down?" Mr. Gu's tone carried a hint of menace. "Earlier, my second son told me that brat kept pestering Man relentlessly after she returned to North City. How could he have given up after just a few days?" At this moment, separated by the vast Pacific Ocean, Lin Xiaona could still keenly sense Mr. Gu's hostility. Although Lin Xiaona didn't like Lu Sai either, she found herself inexplicably breaking into a cold sweat for him now. "If we weren't worried that Man would be upset with us taking action, we would have dealt with him long ago," Mr. Gu snorted coldly. "But we can't always indulge Man's whims. Third brother will be arriving in North City soon. Having him there will put my mind at ease. When the time comes, cooperate with him. If that Lu fellow still insists on being shameless and continues harassing her, then don't blame us for being merciless." "Brother Sanson is coming?" Lin Xiaona was shocked, then immediately worried about Gu Xingman's situation. "But hasn't Sister Man's identity not been publicly revealed yet? Who said the third brother must go as Man's elder brother? Lin Xiaona? Knucklehead, figure it out yourself." With that haughty remark, Father Gu hung up the phone. Lin Xiaona blinked as she listened to the busy tone from her phone. All that could be said was, "Mr. Lu, you're on your own now. Good luck." Gu Xingman had slept for quite a while, waking just as the sun was setting. Lin Xiaona pushed the door open and found Gu Xingman sitting on the bed in a daze, clearly having just woken up. "Ah, sister man, you're awake. I was just about to come in and wake you." Lin Xiaona turned on the overhead light, and Gu Xingman squinted uncomfortably. Lin Xiaona walked over, handing the cup in her hand to Gu Xingman. "You've been sleeping more and more lately." Gu Xingman took the cup, took a sip, and rubbed her eyes. "I had a dream." Lin Xiaona asked curiously, "What did you dream about?" "I dreamed that Lu Sai died." Lin Xiaona. Gu Xingman looked at Lin Xiaona, pointed to her own chest, and said expressionlessly, "I dreamed about him bleeding profusely here, dying with his eyes still open." Lin Xiaona didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "How much must you hate him for this?" Gu Xingman also laughed, but his expression grew stiff. "Maybe I really do hate him? After all, in the dream, it was me who stabbed that wound in his chest." Lin Xiaona. She couldn't continue this conversation. "That sister man, I read in books that it's normal to have more dreams during this period of yours. Dreams are all fake, don't dwell on them." Lin Xiaona stood up and walked to the coat rack, grabbed a sweater, and handed it to Gu Xingman. "Right now, taking good care of your health is what's most important." Gu Xingman took the clothes and put them on. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Lin Xiaona prepared a table full of sumptuous dishes, all of Gu Xingman's favorites. At the dining table, the two sat down facing each other. Lin Xiaona scrolled through Weibo while eating when suddenly her fingers froze. "Holy crap, Gu Jiaojiao has outdone herself in being a total bitch." Gu Xingman, who was enjoying his meal, looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Chapter 61, TCH, staging his own show. Lin Xiaona said angrily. She posted on Weibo about her successful interview with Vivienne. Gu Xingman arched an eyebrow. "Though it's showy, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. The key part comes next." Lin Xiaona handed her phone to Gu Xingman. "Sister man, look at the comments." Gu Xingman set down her chopsticks and took the phone. The comments under Gu Jiaojiao's Weibo post were buzzing with activity. At first, it was just a few fans coming to offer congratulations, but soon, several accounts started stirring the pot, subtly or not so subtly hinting that Gu Jiaojiao had powerful connections. Because of these accounts, the comments section quickly shifted from celebrating Gu Jiaojiao's successful audition to speculating about her family background. Some casual fans and anti-fans were drawn into the discussion as well. It's quite normal for artists to have a few anti-fans during their careers. Gu Jiaojiao, whose acting debut was already higher profile than most, had long been the target of rumors about having a wealthy sugar daddy backing her. These accounts are deliberately steering the narrative to imply Gu Jiaojiao's powerful family background, prompting antis to come out spraying hate. Anti number 1, what the poster above said is just facts. Without connections, how could Gu Jiaojiao land a Hollywood blockbuster right after debut? Anti number 2, did Gu Jiaojiao switch sugar daddies this time? Looks like she's gone from a foreign sugar daddy to a domestic one. Is the new sugar daddy from Beijing? Anti number 3, the character Mavini is central to Beyond Day and Night, with screen time second only to the male and female leads. No wonder those whitewashing fanatics above are getting inflated. Even if she switches sugar daddies, she definitely wouldn't downgrade. The haters constantly drag Gu Jiaojiao into their rants, never missing a chance to mention her sugar daddy, which infuriates her loyal fans. But soon enough, one of the original accounts that started the backlash, a user named Sugar-Free White Rabbit, posted a message tagging the deputy general manager of Huaniying Media. The post was blunt and to the point, essentially demanding an explanation from the deputy manager about Gu Jiaojiao's identity. After all, how could they stand by and watch the daughter of their own boss being bullied and slandered? The moment this post went up, it sent shockwaves through the community. It's common knowledge that the majority shareholder of Universal Star Media is the Gu Group. Moreover, Universal Star Media is the sole entertainment company under the Gu Group's umbrella, wielding significant influence both domestically and internationally. Most importantly, the company maintains exceptionally high standards for signing artists, which is why it has relatively few talents under its roster. However, those who remain are all proven professionals, enjoying resources commensurate with their stature, artists who have demonstrated stable career growth over a decade. Back then, Gu Jiaojiao was exceptionally signed by Universal Star as the only artist who debuted with resources rivaling what others achieve at their peak. Before winning the Best New Artist award, she faced constant skepticism. Even after her victory, some doubts persisted, and anti-fans have never let up on her over the years. After her award win, Gu Jiaojiao wisely chose to step back from the entertainment industry to focus on further studies. This move earned praise and recognition from her parents, the Gu family, while also reassuring her true fans, who admired her resistance to fame and material temptations, proving herself worth waiting for. But the anti-fans didn't see it that way. They believed Gu Jiaojiao's so-called study break was just an excuse. She'd probably gotten all the resources and benefits she wanted and was now returning to cozy up to her sugar daddy. After all, the resources for a Hollywood blockbuster couldn't possibly be repaid with just a night or two of company. Anti-fans were always vicious and knew no bounds. Though Gu Xingman didn't like Gu Jiaojiao, that didn't mean she approved of these haters spewing such venom. Occasionally, when she saw Gu Jiaojiao being torn apart so brutally by the anti-fans, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for her. But now, staring at this ID that had recklessly tagged the vice president of Huaniying Entertainment, Gu Xingman narrowed her beautiful eyes. She clicked open the profile to scroll through this account's past posts. Soon, she curled her lips slightly, her beautiful eyes tinged with a hint of mockery. TCH, acting all alone. Chapter 62, forcing the Gu family to acknowledge her identity. Right? Lin Xiaona said indignantly. I've truly never seen someone as disgusting as her. This so-called white rabbit who doesn't eat candy. I swear, either it's her own alternate account or one of her plastic fake friends. She sure is in a hurry, Gu Xingman remarked as she handed the phone back to Lin Xiaona. As the true heiress of the Gu family, she wasn't overly bothered by Gu Jiaojiao's little scheme. Don't mind her. She picked up her chopsticks again and continued eating. Lin Xiaona looked at her carefree demeanor, feeling like the anxious eunuch worrying for an unconcerned emperor. It's bad enough that third uncle indulges Gu Jiaojiao, but why are you also being like this? Hearing this, Gu Xingman paused mid-motion while serving food and lifted her eyes. You contacted my father? Lin Xiaona. Oops, I spilled the beans. Gu Xingman looked at her, narrowing his eyes slightly. What did you talk about? And nothing much, just about Gu Jiaojiao. Lin Xiaona lowered her head guiltily, gulping down her soup in big mouthfuls. If you won't tell me the truth, should I go ask myself? Lin Xiaona. Gu Xingman set down her chopsticks, and Lin Xiaona hurriedly cried out. Sister man, I was wrong. I'll tell you. Don't get upset. Speak, said Gu Xingman, picking up her chopsticks again as she elegantly chewed on a piece of beef cube. Lin Xiaona let out a soft sigh and truthfully recounted her midday conversation with Gu's father. After listening, Gu Xingman remained silent for a long moment before speaking. Nah, remember this, my parents love me deeply. There must be reasons behind their indulgence of Gu Jiaojiao, and they know where to draw the line. I trust them, and at the same time, they have faith in me too. Lin Xiaona looked at Gu Xingman in surprise. His words echoed exactly what Gu's father had said. Could this be the unspoken understanding shared between those bound by blood? Lin Xiaona felt a pang of shame, realizing how impulsive she had been. She'd forgotten that the Gu family's collective intelligence was hardly the type to be manipulated or exploited by a scheming green tea like Gu Jiaojiao. However, she still couldn't understand. Sister man, though I believe in the bond and understanding between you, third uncle, and Aunt Qiao, I'm really curious, what exactly Gu Jiaojiao did that made all of you tolerate her like this? I'm actually not too sure about that. Gu Xingman only knew that her parents indulged Gu Jiaojiao, but she didn't know the specific reason. But she vaguely sensed it must be connected to that incident from 10 years ago. What a shame, she couldn't remember. Damn it, Lin Xiaona exclaimed. The vice president of Huaniying actually stepped out for PR damage control. He openly announced Gu Jiaojiao is the wealthy Gu family's heiress. Gu Xingman had anticipated this outcome. They must have consulted my parents first. This is letting Gu Jiaojiao off way too easily. Lin Xiaona was practically exploding with rage. An orphan girl the Gu family only adopted when she was 13, how shameless can she be? This is just forcing the Gu family to acknowledge her through backhanded means. The Gu family wouldn't mind raising one more daughter. But someone like Gu Jiaojiao doesn't deserve the Gu family. Lin Xiaona was frantically typing on her screen. I'm going to ruthlessly diss her with my alt accounts. Gu Xingman watched the fuming Lin Xiaona and smiled helplessly. Nana, I'm not even angry. Why are you getting so worked up? I just can't stand her. Lin Xiaona didn't even look up as she kept aggressively typing insults about Gu Jiaojiao. Seeing how genuinely upset she was, Gu Xingman couldn't help but add another word of caution. Gu Jiaojiao is a schemer who specifically preys on straightforward people like you. From now on, stay sharp when you see her. Keep your cool and bite your tongue so she can't stir up trouble. I know, don't worry, Manjia. Even when I diss her, I'll only use a burner account. Next time I see her, I'll pretend to be blind and deaf. I won't drag you down, but I really want to know. Lin Xiaona lifted her head and fixed Gu Xingman with a pleading stare. Manjia, when are you going to put her in her place? Chapter 63, The Difference Between a Sugar Daddy and a Real Dad. Gu Xingman chuckled lightly, reassuring her, no rush. When the time comes, I won't let her off. Ugh, I really can't stand seeing her arrogant and hypocritical face for even one more day. Gu Xingman remarked, in this life, we inevitably encounter people we dislike. When facing those we dislike, we must learn to turn a blind eye and not let them easily affect our emotions. Of course, if they threaten us, we must also learn to eliminate future troubles. As humans, we should be kind, but remember, never foolishly kind. Lin Xiaona nodded emphatically, her eyes sparkling. Sister man, you know what? You're practically my idol. Shut up, you're ruining my appetite. Lin Xiaona. After Gu Jiaojiao's identity as the heiress of the Gu family was exposed overnight, her popularity in the domestic entertainment industry skyrocketed to trending searches. For 3 full days, Gu Jiaojiao dominated the top 3 spots on the trending charts. That's just how the industry is. Female artists with connections often face criticism. But if that backing comes from their own biological father, that's a different story altogether. A sugar daddy and a real daddy are 2 entirely different matters, and it directly determines how netizens perceive a female artist. The status of being the Gu family heiress instantly bestowed Gu Jiaojiao with an aura of prestige, earning her the affectionate nickname Princess Jiaojiao from her genuine fans. The voices of anti-fans noticeably diminished, not because Gu Jiaojiao had fewer haters, but because under the protective shield of her Gu family heiress identity, the malicious insults from anti-fans became markedly restrained. After all, the Gu Group is now an international top 10 empire conglomerate. Nowadays, even the staunchest critics have to think twice before hurling insults at Gu Jiaojiao. Would doing so invite retribution from this corporate empire? Gu Jiaojiao achieved exactly what she wanted. In the entertainment industry, she effortlessly secured the same top-tier resources and spotlight as A-list celebrities, all without any standout work to her name. Gu Xingman took all of this in but hardly reacted at all. As for Lin Xiaona, after days of fruitless venting, barred from actually taking physical action, she could only sit back and wait for Gu Xingman to finally deal with Gu Jiaojiao. A week later, the entire cast and crew of Beyond Day and Night officially entered production. Except for the actor playing the male lead, all other cast members participated in the script reading session. After 3 days of script readings, the male lead actor still hadn't shown up, leaving everyone brimming with curiosity. But Wei Lai maintained an air of mystery, refusing to reveal the identity of the lead actor until the last possible moment. Even the media was keeping a close eye on this situation. Additionally, the other 2 major actors in the film have also drawn considerable media attention, with paparazzi capturing heartwarming and harmonious scenes of Bai Jingru and Gu Jiaojiao dining together while discussing the script. Following their idol's lead, fans of Bai Jingru and Gu Jiaojiao engaged in mutual flattery, each side feigning admiration more insincerely than the last. In reality, anyone with half a brain could tell both fanbases were merely angling for public favor. After all, both actresses commanded significant industry clout lately, one backed by the Lu Corporation, the other by the Gu conglomerate, utterly untouchable forces. Lin Xiaona nearly gagged reading the report. A White Lotus versus a fake innocent, what rotten luck. Gu Xingman had just finished a round of the game when he glanced up to see Lin Xiaona's eyes nearly rolling into the back of her head. Nana, we're joining the crew tomorrow. You'll have to face these 2 every day, so maybe tone down those expressions a little. Lin Xiaona pouted. Can't I vent a little in advance? Gu Xingman chuckled but said nothing. Lin Xiaona was perfect in every way, except for her impatient temperament. Asking her to deal with Bai Jingru and Gu Jiaojiao was indeed a bit of a challenge for her. Gu Xingman let out a light sigh. It seemed that once they joined the crew, she would have to keep a closer eye on Lin Xiaona to prevent her from getting the short end of the stick. Chapter 64, I'm sorry, don't be angry. Lin Xiaona closed the Weibo app and looked up at Gu Xingman, her expression suddenly turning serious. Manjia, we're joining the crew tomorrow. Do you think you'll be okay? She was referring to Gu Xingman's physical condition. Gu Xingman raised an eyebrow. Do I look like someone who can't handle it? At the age of 13, the Gu family had hired a private coach for Gu Xingman, and from then on, she trained relentlessly in taekwondo and judo. Naturally, her physical fitness was beyond doubt. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xiaona wouldn't have worried about this, but wasn't Gu Xingman in a special condition right now? Lin Xiaona scratched her head. I'm still a bit uneasy. It's up in the mountains, after all. The filming conditions definitely can't compare to those in the city. I'm not an actor anyway. I'd just be sitting next to the director watching the monitors. And you're mistaken, that was halfway up the mountain. The crew rented houses at the foot of the mountain. The whole area is full of vacant villas in affluent neighborhoods. The environment is no worse than this 5-star hotel. Gu Xingman suddenly grew slightly animated as she spoke. I looked it up online earlier. There's a natural hot spring pool over there. Since it's completely undeveloped, everything remains relatively pristine. We could go check it out when we have time. That won't do. Lin Xiaona made an X gesture with her arms. That entire area is completely undeveloped. Who knows what kind of wild animals might be in those woods. Plus we don't know the road conditions at all. Sister man, you absolutely mustn't go wandering off like that. Just think about your current physical condition. The spark of excitement Gu Xingman had just felt was instantly doused like a bucket of cold water by Lin Xiaona's final remark. The passion faded, and the smile on the woman's delicate face instantly dimmed. Lin Xiaona was stunned, realizing she might have said the wrong thing. Sister man, are you okay? Gu Xingman sighed and rubbed her belly. If I'd known it would be so troublesome, I would have never. Don't say such ominous words, Lin Xiaona shouted, cutting her off. And this isn't superstition. If you're not mentally prepared to face the consequences, don't blurt out reckless words in a moment of anger. Gu Xingman pouted and lowered her head to stare at her flat stomach. After a long pause, she sighed softly and murmured, I'm sorry, don't be mad. Lin Xiaona looked at her, pursed her lips, and said, anyway, after joining the crew, sister man, you'd better be more careful. Don't worry, I'll tell you right away if I feel any discomfort. That's good. Don't push yourself too hard. Lin Xiaona paused, then added, oh, by the way, Brother Sanson just texted me. He said he'll arrive at 8:30 p.m. Should we go pick him up? Hearing this, Gu Xingman raised an eyebrow and chuckled, no need. Given my third brother's current status, we're not worthy to greet him. Lin Xiaona, is this what they call a sister's loving acknowledgement of her brother? The filming location for Beyond Day and Night was situated in Luoyun Mountain, an undeveloped primitive forest in North City. Luoyun Mountain is a hilly area spanning approximately 2.9 square kilometers, with its highest elevation just under 1,500 meters. When viewed from above, its shape strikingly resembles ever-changing clouds, while at its base lies a lake that nestles against it like sunset glow, hence earning its name Luoyun, falling cloud, mountain. The film crew chose a shooting location halfway up the mountain, where the terrain is relatively open. After set construction and post-production special effects, it closely matches the scenes described in the original book. All exterior shots for the movie will be filmed here, with an estimated shooting period of 1 to 2 months. This will be the most challenging and arduous filming environment for the entire production. For safety reasons, the crew rented several villas at the mountain's base to serve as accommodations. Crew members must commute up and down the mountain daily. Though the distance isn't great, the undeveloped mountain road makes travel difficult. The jolting sensation inside vehicles is noticeably intense. Gu Xingman and Lin Xiaona, who had not yet experienced these situations personally on site, were unaware of them. At 9 in the morning, Lin Xiaona followed Gu Xingman out of the hotel room, pulling 2 suitcases behind her. With a turn, she caught sight of the tall figure standing by the elevator. Hearing the noise, the man lifted his gaze and looked over. Our eyes met. Gu Xingman halted her steps, her delicate brows knitting slightly as her beautiful eyes narrowed with suspicion. Lu Sai wasn't wearing his usual suit today. Instead, he had on a white dress shirt paired with dark blue casual jeans, and he'd even switched to convenient white sneakers. Lin Xiaona stopped as well, staring blankly for several seconds at Lu Sai, who'd suddenly reappeared after 10+ days of radio silence, before shifting her gaze to Gu Xingman. Chapter 65. Has President Lu suffered some mental breakdown? Gu Xingman withdrew her gaze and strode forward with effortless grace. She hadn't forgotten every word exchanged with Lu Sai at the hospital that day, and true to form, Lu Sai never bothered her again. So during chance encounters like this, as long as Lu Sai didn't force his presence, Gu Xingman could just as breezily treat him as a complete stranger. Lin Xiaona hurried to catch up. Lu Sai watched Gu Xingman approach, his eyes deep and unreadable. The 2 elevator doors stood side by side, and Gu Xingman halted before the other one. Clearly, she had no intention of acknowledging Lu Sai's presence. She wouldn't even deign to share the same elevator with him. Lin Xiaona stopped behind Gu Xingman, dragging 2 suitcases with her. Though she kept her head lowered, the corners of her eyes couldn't help stealing glances at Lu Sai. To be honest, Lin Xiaona had once felt somewhat regretful. After all, that night at the hospital, Lu Sai's behavior had completely reshaped her impression of him. She had vividly sensed the aura of this formidable man, and then witnessed with her own eyes Lu Sai's domineering yet tender devotion to her sister, Manhwa. After that, she felt as if she had somehow switched sides, secretly nursing a tiny bit of anticipation for Lu Sai's pursuit of his wife. But who would have thought that Lu Sai would pull a vanishing act the very next day? This disappearance lasted over 10 days, leaving Lin Xiaona simmering with frustration at someone's sheer hopelessness. With behavior like this, did he really think her sister man would ever make an exception to reconsider him? Lin Xiaona sighed and shook her head quietly. This big shot's level of awareness was still far too low. Ding! The elevator doors slid open. Gu Xingman stepped inside, while Lin Xiaona, snapping out of her daze, hastily wheeled her suitcase after him. In her rush, one of the suitcase wheels got lodged in the door gap. Lin Xiaona tugged at it a few times but failed to free it. Just as Gu Xingman was about to step forward to help, a deep male voice chimed in, "Let me." Lin Xiaona and Gu Xingman simultaneously looked up. The man's handsome face wore a neutral expression, his thin lips slightly pressed together, unconsciously exuding an air of dominance amidst his solemnity. Lin Xiaona's heart inexplicably trembled, her body reacting faster than her mind. She let go and took a step back inside, even pulling Gu Xingman with her. Gu Xingman, forced to retreat, lowered his head to stare at her. Their eyes met, and Lin Xiaona gave an awkward smile. "President Liu is always so helpful. Let's give him some face, shall we?" Gu Xingman frowned. "Since when do you care about saving his face?" Lin Xiaona. It wasn't about saving Lu Sai's face at all. She just couldn't admit she'd been momentarily stunned by the president's commanding presence into making that move. Gu Xingman chuckled softly as he watched her scratching her head in frustration, seeing through her dilemma but choosing not to comment. His gaze shifted to the man rescuing the suitcase. Lu Sai crouched slightly, one large hand gripping the suitcase's pull handle while the other worked to free the wheel stuck in the elevator door. With just one casual motion, the trapped wheel came loose. As the man straightened up, his distinctly knuckled hand gave the handle a light upward tug. The wheels rolled smoothly forward and he stepped into the elevator with fluid grace. The elevator doors slowly closed behind him. Gu Xingman. Lin Xiaona? Lu Sai maintained a composed expression as he looked at the two people staring at him, not seeing anything inappropriate about his abrupt entrance. Pulling his suitcase aside, he met Gu Xingman's gaze, the faint curve of his lips forming a smile. Man, long time no see." Gu Xingman held back for a second, but couldn't restrain herself anymore. Gnashing her teeth, she retorted, "Best if we never meet again." Yet he kept smiling. Though rebuffed, his deep-set eyes remained intently fixed on Gu Xingman. Lin Xiaona stood startled nearby, her mouth slightly agape as she stared at Lu Sai with a look reserved for fools. She sidled closer to Gu Xingman and whispered, "Sister man, I think there's something off about him. Weird, abnormally weird." Hearing Lin Xiaona's words, Gu Xingman's delicate brows furrowed even tighter as she scrutinized Lu Sai from head to toe, her gaze finally settling on his handsome face that was smiling as warmly as a spring breeze. After 3 years of secret marriage, she had never once dreamed of seeing this man smile like that. What on earth was wrong with this man? Could it be that her words that day were too harsh, pushing the usually proud and fiercely self-respecting CEO Liu beyond his limits, driving him out of his mind? Chapter 66. Does this mean he'll truly never appear before her again? Lost in thought, Gu Xingman lowered his gaze. Was it because the shock was too great that he hadn't come to see her even once in these past 10 days? No, why should she care whether he's normal or not, or whether he would come looking for her? Gu Xingman suddenly snapped out of it, lifting her eyes to glare at Lu Sai once more. He was still staring at her, still wearing that same grin. Under his relentless gaze, Gu Xingman grew increasingly uncomfortable and finally barked at him, "What are you looking at? Give me back my suitcase." Lu Sai. Seeing Gu Xingman erupt in anger, Lin Xiaona took advantage of Lu Sai's momentary stunned reaction and swiftly snatched the suitcase. Lu Sai's sharp and ominous gaze swept over them like a blade. Lin Xiaona's small frame shuddered in fear as she ducked her head and hid behind Gu Xingman, still clutching the suitcase. Good heavens! That one glance just now was so murderous that Lin Xiaona felt her soul momentarily leave her body. How does the big boss manage to go from smiling at Manhwa to giving a killing look in the next second? Woo-woo, so terrifying. Gu Xingman turned to glance at Lin Xiaona, who was hiding behind her, and let out a soft sigh. This guy fears neither heaven nor earth, yet he's actually afraid of Lu Sai? She was somewhat frustrated at his lack of backbone, but being fiercely protective, she absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to bully her people. Lu Sai, Nana is one of mine. You better show some respect. Her pretty face was cold, her voice not loud but icy in tone, yet undeniably commanding. Hearing this, the sharp gloom in Lu Sai's eyes instantly dissipated. When his gaze returned to Gu Xingman, his eyes were gentle, quietly gleaming with amusement. Gu Xingman. They say women change their minds faster than flipping pages, but she now believes this bastard changes expressions faster than a rocket. Lu Sai's transformation was too sudden, too bizarre. Gu Xingman wanted to curse, but facing his gaze and gentle smile, she couldn't bring herself to speak. As the saying goes, you don't hit someone who's smiling. Every word of it rings true. Gu Xingman was thoroughly annoyed and simply chose to ignore it. The elevator continued its descent, finally reaching the first floor. As the double doors opened, Lu Sai strode out first. Gu Xingman pulled a suitcase along as she and Lin Xiaona walked out one after the other. Lu Sai was clearly waiting for her. As soon as she appeared, he followed and attempted to pull her suitcase, but Gu Xingman coldly refused. He didn't insist either, silently trailing behind Gu Xingman all the way until they exited the hotel. The previous night, Wei Lai had informed Gu Xingman that due to the challenging mountain road conditions, a specialized high-performance off-road vehicle had been specially arranged to pick her up. Considering her physical condition, Gu Xingman tacitly accepted this special arrangement. However, when she stepped out of the hotel, she didn't spot any mountain bikes. Instead, she saw Lu Sai's Rolls-Royce. Her eyes narrowed as she quickly pieced it together in her mind. But she couldn't blame Wei Lai for this. Wei Lai was simply no match for Lu Sai's influence in Beijing. Lu Sai, is this really necessary? She turned around, shoving her suitcase angrily toward the man's feet. I've made myself perfectly clear. How much longer are you going to keep harassing me? The suitcase skidded a short distance before hitting the man's foot with pinpoint accuracy, then bounced back unsteadily, almost colliding with Gu Xingman again. In one fluid motion, the man stepped forward and firmly grasped the handle, averting disaster. Lin Xiaona watched the unfolding drama with bated breath, finally exhaling in relief when she confirmed the suitcase hadn't struck Gu Xingman. Gu Xingman had truly been furious earlier, her actions bordering on recklessness. The moment she realized how close she'd come to disaster, a fleeting look of fear flashed through her eyes. The suitcase was quite large. If it hit her now, it would strike right against her belly. Lu Sai pushed the suitcase aside and stood a few steps in front of Gu Xingman, staring at her with a serious expression. Gu Xingman composed herself and raised her eyes to meet his gaze. Lu Sai, can't we just part amicably? She truly didn't want to live in constant apprehension facing Lu Sai every day. Lu Sai's Adam's apple bobbed twice as he sighed softly. Man, don't be angry yet. I heard every word you said at the hospital that day. Gu Xingman froze, caught between surprise and suspicion. If you took it all in, why are you here now? Gazing steadily at her, his deep voice continued slowly. For the past 10 days, I've tried convincing myself to accept that we're divorced, that I've already lost you. Man, I've finally understood. I won't use our ended marriage to pressure or pester you anymore. You're free now, with every right to choose. Gu Xingman listened in stunned silence. So what? Are you really willing to let go? You won't appear before me again in the future? Chapter 67. Don't hate him, okay? Yes, I've decided to let go. He smiled, though his heart felt sore and bitter. Gu Xingman widened her eyes in disbelief. Really? Lu Sai, a gentleman keeps his word. If you go back on it again, you'd truly have no shred of dignity left. Lu Sai pressed his lips together, his expression solemn. Man, I was wrong to you in the past. You were absolutely right. As a husband these past 3 years, I've been a complete failure. I don't deserve your selfless, unwavering love at all. Gu Xingman frowned, parting her lips slightly, but found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Sai admitted how unfit and irresponsible he had been as a husband over the past 3 years. Lin Xiaona beside her was also stunned. Had the big boss really made up his mind to give up on her beloved sister-man? Though Lin Xiaona knew this was the outcome her sister-man wanted, she couldn't help feeling an inexplicable sense of regret. Wasn't it a bit too hasty for the big boss to give up just like that? If you still like them, then fight for it. Win them back. Lin Xiaona dug her nails into the suitcase handle, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on Lu Sai and Gu Xingman. Her heart ached unbearably. This feeling was just like witnessing your favorite celebrity couple suddenly break up, utterly heartbreaking and impossible to accept. Before uttering these words, Lu Sai had still clung to a shred of hope in his heart. But now, seeing Gu Xingman showing no trace of sadness or disappointment, the last shred of hope in him was utterly shattered. Gu Xingman truly couldn't wait to break free from him. The man's eyes dimmed with sorrow. Man, I won't pester you anymore. You're free. Gu Xingman's pupils trembled slightly as she stared at his grief-stricken face. Are you serious? Lu Xiyue gently nodded, took a deep breath, and his deep voice carried a faint tremor. From now on, just keep moving forward. Live the life you want, do the things you desire. Gu Xingman pressed her lips together, stared at Lu Xiyue for a moment, then gave a soft laugh. Alright, Lu Xiyue, I'll trust you one last time. I hope you keep your word. She thought this was fine, even if they couldn't be a couple. At least parting amicably and becoming strangers was better than turning into enemies. My word is my bond, Lu Xiyue said with utter seriousness. It had taken him a full 10 days to convince himself to make this decision. Once he let go, all the precious moments between him and Gu Xingman would become nothing but memories, like a fleeting dream. In truth, he was extremely unwilling. For a whole week after leaving the hospital, he drowned his sorrows in alcohol every night, plagued by insomnia night after night, refusing to let go, yet not daring to disturb Gu Xingman either, trapped in a whirlpool of emotions he couldn't escape. It wasn't until Jiang Beiwang's words jolted him awake. Jiang Beiwang said, if your 3-year marriage has become an impossible knot for Gu Xingman, then you should let it go all the more. You must face the reality. She's simply casting off a past she finds unbearable. She's moving forward to pursue an entirely new and better life. Your persistence is nothing but shackles to her now. At this moment, as Lu Sai watched Gu Xingman respond without the slightest hesitation, even acting completely composed, when he declared he'd let go completely, he finally realized Jiang Beiwang was absolutely right. Gu Xingman truly didn't love him anymore. To persist would merely be binding her. His heart was filled with bleakness, utterly helpless and lost, yet he knew there was truly no way out. Give up. Admit that she never loved you, then step back gracefully. Stand aside without interfering, yet continue to love her and watch over her. Man, let's forget everything from the past. Lu Sai extended his hand with restrained courtesy, as if the two were meeting for the first time. You can forget about me, but I only ask one thing, don't hate me, okay? Gu Xingman lowered her gaze, staring blankly at the large hand the man had offered her. Chapter 68 An unexpected turn of events. Those hands were pale and slender, with distinct knuckles, each nail bearing a perfect crescent moon. She still remembered how she'd trimmed his nails for him every week during that year he lay unconscious. Memories came flooding back like a tide, but the timing was all wrong. Gu Xingman gritted her teeth, her lowered eyelashes trembling slightly as she slowly reached out to grasp the large hand. Their palms met, and the familiar warmth inexplicably threw her heartbeat into disarray. She took a deep breath, reminding herself to stay steady and clear-headed. Then, she raised her eyes with a relieved smile. You kept your word, so naturally I have no reason to hate you. Lu Sai stared at her smiling face, his vision gradually blurring as his thin lips curled slightly. His voice carried a hint of nasality. I'm sorry, man. And thank you for loving me so fiercely and wholeheartedly in the past. Gu Xingman's smile froze for a second before blossoming once more, brighter and more radiant this time. She withdrew her hand smoothly. President Liu, since everything's been laid bare, let's part ways here. She turned to look at Lin Xiaona and said, Nana, call Uncle Wei and remind him to send a car to pick us up. Oh, okay. Lin Xiaona hastily pulled out her phone and scrolled through her contacts to find Wei Lai's number. Man, I haven't finished speaking. Lu Sai frowned slightly, his expression tinged with urgency. Gu Xingman turned to look at him, her tone distant. President Liu, is there something else you wanted to say? Lu Sai felt that she might have misunderstood him, so he blurted out the rest of what he hadn't finished saying. Man, from now on, I'll continue following you as someone pursuing you. You don't have to respond to me, no matter what I do. It's all of my own free will, and you don't need to give me an answer. Gu Xingman? Lin Xiaona, who had just found Wei Lai's number, abruptly looked up. What's going on? Gu Xingman stood frozen for a full half-minute before she finally processed what had just happened. Had this bastard been circling around this whole time only to land here? President Liu, were all those words just to mess with me? Her gaze shifted from distant to icy cold. Her patience had run out, and she certainly wasn't going to humor him any longer. Lu Sai saw she was about to get angry and quickly explained. I meant every word I just said. You talk about letting go, yet also say you want to approach me as a suitor, and you still claim you're serious? I just felt we needed to clear up past misunderstandings, but as for the future. Gu Xingman crossed her arms and laughed in exasperation. Lu Sai, did your physics teacher teach you language arts or what? The man was being lectured with lowered eyes and brows, his deep magnetic voice tinged with a hint of innocence. I'll accept any attitude from you, but I won't change my decision to pursue you again. Gu Xingman, wait, what? Lin Xiaona held up her phone, utterly stunned. The boss's sudden plot twist was downright unpredictable. After building up such a solemn atmosphere and saying all those final words, to suddenly pull this stunt, anyone would feel played for a fool. As an onlooker, Lin Xiaona genuinely believes President Liu's emotional intelligence is impressively sub-zero. If you can't let go and want to win her back, then just take action. Must you start with all that melodramatic farewell talk, wait until she believes it, then announce you're pursuing her again? Isn't this a contradiction? From Lin Xiaona's understanding of Gu Xingman, Lu Sai had totally botched it again this time. Manny, don't be angry. Every word I said today came from the bottom of my heart. Lu Sai took a step forward, his posture almost pleading, as if he were on the verge of kneeling before Gu Xingman. Gu Xingman suppressed the surging anger in his chest. If you take back those last words now, I'll believe what you said earlier was sincere. The man shook his head, refusing to budge. If I pursue you, I mean it sincerely. Gu Xingman. Chapter 69, If I believe you again, I'm a pig. Lu Sai, you're absolutely shameless. If I trust you again, I'm a pig. She couldn't take it anymore and kicked Lu Sai hard. She didn't hold back at all with that kick, swift, accurate, and vicious, landing squarely on Lu Sai's right shin bone. A piercing pain shot through his leg, but the man clenched his jaw and endured it without even a hint of a frown. Lin Xiaona stood watching, and even she winced in sympathy for Lu Sai. I'm warning you. Don't bother me again. Gu Xingman huffed before turning on her heel and striding into the hotel. Nana, did you make the call? No, I was just about to call. Don't bother, I'll do it myself. Gu Xingman took out her phone and dialed Wei Lai's number. Oh. Lin Xiaona watched as Gu Xingman walked toward the hotel lobby lounge, then glanced back at Lu Sai. The tall man stood motionless where he was, head lowered, his handsome profile visible. He just seemed a little dejected. Lin Xiaona scratched her head and dragged her suitcase to find Gu Xingman. Lu Sai stood there for a moment before taking out his phone and dialing Song Cheng's number. "Bring the stuff over." On the other end of the line, Song Cheng hesitated for a second, sounding incredulous. "Boss Lu, you mean here?" Lu Sai impatiently replied, "Just bring it." "Alright, I'll get it right away." The driver's side door of the Rolls-Royce parked roadside swung open as Song Cheng stepped out and circled to the rear to open the trunk. In the hotel lobby's lounge area, Gu Xingman sat on a single sofa, phone held to his ear as he spoke with Wei Lai. "Uncle Wei, you clearly promised me before that you wouldn't work with Lu Sai again." On the other end of the phone, Wei Lai sighed, Man, I'm sorry. I only found out today that the venue we rented is actually under President Lu's personal ownership. The contract is already signed, and we paid the deposit. Most importantly, our stage setup is complete. Backing out now would mean huge losses." Gu Xingman, Man, I'm sorry. Uncle Wei should have checked more carefully beforehand. Gu Xingman closed her eyes briefly. Though furious, she couldn't help but acknowledge that based on Lu Sai's persistent disruptions during this period, he had clearly come prepared. Withdrawing as an investor was just a temporary solution. He never intended to give up entirely. "Forget it. It's for the sake of the film. They can't keep making last-minute changes just for me." She paused, then added, "Lin Xiaona and I are downstairs at the hotel now. When is the car coming to pick us up?" On the other end, Wei Lai fell silent. "Uncle Wei? Man, there's something I need to confess to you." Gu Xingman narrowed her eyes slightly. "Uncle Wei, you're not going to tell me that the person picking me up is Lu Sai?" "That's right. This area hasn't been developed yet, and the roads are still under construction. They should be completed in about a week. But until then, we have to use helicopters to go up and down the mountain. President Lu has several private planes, so he lent them to us." Gu Xingman. She was so angry that she didn't want to say another word. After a long pause, Gu Xingman took a deep breath, realizing there was no point in saying more now that things had come to this. "I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first." Man, are you mad at me?" Wei Lai's voice trembled with tension on the other end. No, she wasn't angry with Wei Lai, but right now, she could strangle Lu Sai with her bare hands. "Well then, I'll be waiting for you on the mountain." "Okay." Gu Xingman hung up the phone, tossing her phone back into her bag with restless irritation. Lin Xiaona had been watching her the whole time, noticing her worsening expression since the call began, and felt somewhat concerned. "Sister Man, what's wrong?" Gu Xingman scratched her hair in frustration. "Lu Sai just can't change his shit-eating ways." Lin Xiaona. At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps grew nearer. Gu Xingman raised his eyes to look. Lu Sai and Song Cheng walked toward her, one in front of the other. The man was tall and slender, his dark eyes fixed directly on her with a trace of determination. Chapter 70, CEO Lu kneels publicly. As he approached her, Gu Xingman glared coldly and demanded, "Truly worthy of the president of Lu Corporation, your tactical retreat is utterly unpredictable." Lu Sai stopped in his tracks, staring at her with a grave expression, staying silent. Song Cheng halted a few steps behind Lu Sai, clasping his hands behind his back, hesitating as he watched him. Lu Sai turned his head and glared at him. "What are you standing around for, Song Cheng?" He glanced at Gu Xingman sitting on the sofa, then at Lin Xiaona, still feeling somewhat uneasy. "Boss Lu, this area is too exposed with people coming and going. Maybe we should find somewhere else." Song Cheng. Lu Sai's voice lowered, the grave tone instantly eradicating Song Cheng's last shred of hesitation. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, bent down, placed the keyboard he'd been hiding behind his back before Lu Sai, then quickly retreated. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Sai bent his knee and knelt down rigidly. With a thud of knees hitting keys, the 6-foot-tall man crashed decisively onto the keyboard, knees first. Gu Xingman. Lin Xiaona? Song Cheng raised his hand to cover his eyes while his other hand secretly slipped into his pocket, pulling out a phone. He tapped the camera icon and aimed the lens at Lu Sai. Click. A photo was captured successfully. Song Cheng put away his phone, accomplishing the whole process with seamless ease. Then, he cleared his throat and glanced around. As expected, Lu Sai's kneeling drew countless eyes. People were coming and going through the hotel lobby, yet Lu Sai knelt before Gu Xingman as if no one else existed. Receptionists and hotel staff all gathered around, eager to witness the spectacle. Song Cheng immediately sought out the hotel manager, instructing him to control the situation. Though the sight of his boss pursuing his wife was thrillingly novel, as an assistant, he still had to help preserve some dignity for his superior. The manager, having received Song Cheng's instructions, hastily sealed off the hotel temporarily, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting, and summoned the security team. A dozen security personnel lined up to form a human wall, completely isolating the lounge area. Employees and hotel guests who wanted to watch the commotion were all shooed away by the manager, restoring calm in the lobby. From start to finish, 5 minutes had already passed. Lu Sai knelt unwaveringly, his back straight, his dark eyes fixed intently on Gu Xingman. Gu Xingman was also sizing up Lu Sai. A man who had always found it difficult to bow his head or yield was now kneeling silently before her in public. She admitted that for a moment she had been utterly shocked when Lu Sai knelt, but after that fleeting astonishment, she regained her composure. Perhaps it was because Lu Sai's behavior during this return to North City had repeatedly shattered her perceptions, so witnessing him kneel publicly now actually felt somewhat normal to Gu Xingman. At least, for the current Lu Sai, it seemed quite normal. Her thoughts racing, Gu Xingman's delicate face remained icy cold. Like a queen, she leaned back lightly against the sofa, her long legs, clad in wide-legged trousers, crossed elegantly while her jade-like fingertips tapped rhythmically on the armrest. Her red lips curved slightly in a smirk, her beautiful upturned eyes reflecting the man's current appearance. The man knelt before her, his figure erect and his face handsome, gazing at her with deep affection and determination. At first glance, the scene had something of a princess and knight vibe. Lin Xiaona watched, her heart itching with excitement. She stealthily pulled out her phone, found the perfect angle, quickly snapped a few photos, and quietly saved them. Lu Sai paid no heed to others' reactions. At this point, he couldn't be bothered with anything else. His right knee, where he'd undergone surgery, pressed uncomfortably against a keyboard, sending dull waves of pain. He clenched his teeth and endured it, unmoving. He said, Man, I'll kneel for you, no matter how long you say, I'll stay like this. Gu Xingman arched an eyebrow, watching the humbled man before her. The stifling resentment in her chest faintly wavered. Chapter 71, I'll kneel for you, will you chase me? Yet her expression remained frosty. And then? You think kneeling will make me forgive you? No. Lu Sai gazed at her intently, his deep voice tinged with pleading. I'm not asking for your forgiveness. I just want to beg you for something. Gu Xingman arched an eyebrow. Oh? I'll get on my knees for you. Just give me a chance to pursue you, alright? Gu Xingman, Lin Xiaona and Song Qing. Is this still the same decisive Lu Sai we know? Lin Xiaona cautiously moved closer to Song Qing. She leaned toward Song Qing's ear and whispered, Has your boss Lu ever knelt before my sister man? Song Qing shook his head. Our boss Lu was notoriously domineering back in the day. Kneeling? He never even softened his tone with the young miss, not once. Is that so? Lin Xiaona glanced at Gu Xingman. The latter wore a faint expression, her delicate eyebrows slightly arched, reacting with even more composure than these two onlookers. Lin Xiaona shook her head and sighed, Then I guess this trick won't work on my sister man. Hearing this, Song Qing sounded skeptical. Your sister man's heart is that tough? Call this a hardened heart? Lin Xiaona rolled her eyes at Song Qing. Why don't you talk about how rigid your precious President Lu has been for the past 3 years? Never once yielded, has he? Well then, kneeling on a keyboard won't cut it now. He'd better switch to durian shells. Song Qing. He'd originally felt quite bad for his boss, but after hearing Lin Xiaona's words, he suddenly thought his boss might deserve this just a tiny bit. Gu Xingman truly wouldn't soften, but Lu Sai kneeling publicly made her realize one undeniable truth. That meant Lu Sai was dead serious. This was getting a bit troublesome. Faced with a Lu Sai who had completely let go of his pride, Gu Xingman found herself utterly helpless. In a place like Beijing, if Lu Sai really wanted to, there seemed to be nowhere she could absolutely avoid him. After much deliberation, Gu Xingman finally decided to shorten her stay in Beijing and leave as soon as possible. But before that, she still had to deal with Lu Sai. She couldn't let him discover her secret, nor could she let him know she was planning to leave. She intended to leave silently, just as she had 2 months ago, and then have her second brother erase all traces of her. That way, she could finally rid herself of Lu Sai's relentless pursuit. Gu Xingman's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she snapped out of her thoughts. Looking at Lu Sai calmly, she said, Get up. Lu Sai remained unmoved. If you don't agree, I won't get up. Agree to what? Gu Xingman arched an eyebrow in response. Do you really think I'm someone you can catch just by chasing? Lu Sai frowned, momentarily at a loss for words. Gu Xingman gave a light scoff. Lu Sai, do you know the most fundamental quality a suitor should possess? Lu Sai looked at her with a bewildered expression. A qualified suitor wouldn't make others feel awkward or embarrassed. Gu Xingman raised her hand to gesture around them. Now look at what you're doing. Do you think you qualify? Lu Sai suddenly snapped back to reality, glancing around. The next moment, the man lowered his eyes, his expression tinged with defeat. Having lived 31 years, is this the first time I'm doing something like this, and still messing it up? I have no interest in men who kneel at the drop of a hat. Gu Xingman paused, then added, Also, if I like someone, I'll take the initiative to pursue them. But if I don't like someone, no amount of pestering will change my mind. You like chasing after me? Fine, go ahead. But let me say this up front, Mr. Lu, mind your manners and keep your dignity intact. I don't want to constantly become a spectacle for others to laugh at. Gu Xingman finished speaking and stood up, looking at Songqing. Assistant Song, Director Wei has explained the situation to me. Please take us to the private jet now, thank you. Caught off guard by being addressed, Songqing froze for a moment before turning to look at Lu Sai. Chapter 72, agreed to let him pursue her again? At that moment, Lu Sai happened to stand up and glanced over, commanding, you take them there. Oh, right away. Songqing immediately stepped forward to take the suitcase beside Gu Xingman, saying respectfully, young Miss Gu, let's go. Gu Xingman gave a slight nod. Thank you, Assistant Song. You're too kind, Miss Gu. Pushing the suitcase, Songqing followed Gu Xingman and Lin Xiaona as they walked out. Suddenly, he stopped and turned back to look at Lu Sai. President Lu, you. Songqing's gaze shifted from Lu Sai's face to his right knee, a hint of concern flashing in his expression. He had noticed earlier that Lu Sai moved somewhat stiffly when standing up, probably because kneeling had aggravated the old injury in his right knee. That knee injury had been compounded over time. It sustained serious damage even before the car accident 4 years ago, making complete recovery impossible to this day. Of course, apart from Songqing and Lu Sai's attending physician, no one else knew about the condition of his leg. This included Gu Xingman, who had been secretly married to Lu Sai for 3 years. Ahead, Gu Xingman and Lin Xiaona stopped when Songqing did and turned to look back. Seeing Gu Xingman's gaze, Lu Sai furrowed his brows and snapped at Songqing. Can't you walk without me? Songqing. He turned away, pushing his suitcase as he dejectedly shuffled out the door. Gu Xingman shot Lu Sai a bewildered glance. What was with the sudden outburst at his subordinate for no reason? This behavior was getting stranger by the day. Gu Xingman silently cursed to herself before turning around and continuing to walk out. Seeing that she hadn't grown suspicious, Lu Sai quietly sighed in relief. Outside the hotel, Songqing opened the rear car door for Gu Xingman. She bent down to get in while Songqing wheeled 2 suitcases toward the trunk. Lin Xiaona opened the passenger door herself and climbed in. While Songqing was loading the luggage in the back, Lin Xiaona finally got the chance to whisper to Gu Xingman. Manjia, do you really agree to let President Lu pursue you again? Gu Xingman sighed wearily. It's just a delaying tactic. That man won't easily give up on what he's determined to do. The more I resist, the harder he'll cling to me. Lin Xiaona nodded, agreeing with what Gu Xingman had said. But she couldn't help sighing. Still, I truly never dreamed that President Lu would actually kneel before you in public. Given how proud he is, imagine what it must have taken for him to do something like that. Hearing this, Gu Xingman opened her eyes and turned to look out the car window. Outside the hotel entrance, Lu Sai's tall figure stood as steadfast as a pine tree. Even through the car window glass, she could feel his gaze. Gu Xingman's lashes fluttered slightly as she leaned back against the seat, closing her eyes. Lin Xiaona, seeing she wasn't responding anymore, tactfully fell silent. Songqing opened the driver's door and settled in. Miss Gu, shall we get going now? Alright. Gu Xingman covered his mouth as he yawned, still keeping his eyes closed. Nana, wake me when we arrive. Got it. The Rolls-Royce started up and drove forward. Lu Sai stared at the receding vehicle until it completely disappeared from sight. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Come pick me up. Half an hour later, in a private hospital's orthopedic specialist consultation room, Dr. Zhong, dressed in a white coat, set down the imaging report in his hand, removed his reading glasses, and looked up at Lu Sai seated before him with a very grave expression. Have you been drinking excessively lately? That was Dr. Zhong for you, spotting trouble from just a single scan. Lu Sai frowned slightly, his thin lips pressed together in silence. Silence means consent. Old Zhong slammed the table in frustration, scolding with exasperation. Do you know how much effort I put into saving this leg of yours? Are you trying to ruin yourself or drive me to an early grave now? Chapter 73, that stubborn, inflexible temper. Lu Sai kept a stony expression and remained silent. Old Zhong paused slightly when he saw this, hesitating a moment before asking, has something troubling happened recently? Lu Sai's eyelashes trembled faintly as he lifted his gaze to meet Old Zhong's. It's nothing. Just prescribe me some medicine. You, really now? Old Zhong unconsciously clenched his aged teeth. Do you remember what I told you during your checkup at the beginning of the year? Of course Lu Sai remembered. But thinking of Gu Xingman, he simply said, prescribe the medicine first. Old Zhong huffed in exasperation. Fine. That stubborn, taciturn temperament of yours is exactly like your grandfather's. Both of you, grandfather and grandson, drive people up the wall. Mentioning Old Master Lu made Lu Sai's expression soften slightly. Don't tell my grandfather. Humph. If you don't want me telling your grandfather, then find time to come get your 3rd surgery done properly. Lu Sai frowned. Not now. Why not? Old Zhong felt his blood pressure skyrocketing. It's just not possible. You. Old Zhong pinched his pen, pointing it at Lu Sai's nose, frustrated by his perceived lack of ambition. What could be more important than your leg? What's the matter? Did your wife run away and you're in a hurry to chase her back? Lu Sai pressed his thin lips together without a word, neither explaining nor compromising. His stubborn demeanor left old Zhong utterly helpless. With a sigh, he said, even if your wife did run away, with your leg in this condition, you wouldn't catch up. Brat, I'll prescribe medicine for 1 month. When you finish it, come back yourself to check in for surgery prep. While writing the prescription, old Zhong issued his final warning. If you don't show up after a month, I'll call your grandfather personally. With his grandson's leg nearly wrecked, does he still have the leisure to drink tea and play chess with those country grannies? TSK, you Lu family men, when the upper beam's crooked, the lower ones go askew. Lu sigh. At 10 in the morning, the Rolls-Royce drove into the private villa district for the wealthy at the foot of Luoyun Mountain. After entering, the car traveled another 5 minutes, passing several private villas of varying architectural styles, before finally stopping at the entrance of a row of commercially used villas with identical designs. Songqing turned off the engine and glanced back at the rear seat. Miss Gu, we've arrived. Gu Xingman gave a faint response and pushed the door open to step out of the car. Having stayed in Beijing for so long, she had never known there was such a pristine private villa area in the city. The air here was much fresher than in the urban district, with sparse population and minimal pollution. Especially now in early autumn, the maple leaves on Luoyun Mountain had turned red. The autumn wind rustled, and the crimson leaves drifted slowly, creating a unique charm that made it particularly suitable for a getaway. However, the temperature here was slightly lower than in the city. As Gu Xingman and Lin Xiaona stepped out of the car, they immediately felt a chill in the air. Manjia, are you cold? Lin Xiaona reached out to adjust Gu Xingman's coat for her. It's at least 2 or 3 degrees colder here than in the city. I'm fine. Gu Xingman ruffled Lin Xiaona's hair. If you're sensitive to the cold, you should take extra care to stay warm. I know. Even though Beijing is cold, it's nothing compared to Wei country. Despite growing up in the south, Lin Xiaona had never gotten used to the bone-chilling cold of Wei country, where she'd lived for years. Her body still reacted strongly to low temperatures. Gu Xingman smiled. Songqing came up behind them pulling their suitcases. Miss Gu, let me take you to see the house first. Gu Xingman swept her gaze across the row of identical villas ahead, then focused on the notice posted at the entrance listing the residents of each villa. It appeared the entire crew had been accommodated in this row of villas. Songqing cleared his throat with a slight cough, his gaze flickering. Well, all the rooms here are booked. Director Wei had to temporarily rent another suite from our CEO Lu. Special treatment again. Lin Xiaona arched her eyebrows, staring at Songqing. Seriously, what exactly is your CEO Lu trying to pull here? Gu Xingman remained silent, arms crossed as she raised an eyebrow at Songqing. Her beautiful eyes held an amused yet expectant gleam, clearly waiting for him to provide a satisfactory answer. Songqing. Chapter 74. The 800 million birthday gift. Songqing felt his stress levels were just a wee bit overwhelming. After some deliberation, he said, Miss Gu, regarding that house, our President Lu and Director Wei signed a contract granting you exclusive usage and allocation rights during your stay. Without your consent, even President Lu himself cannot set foot in it. Oh, Lin Xiaona arched an eyebrow, casting a glance at Gu Xingman. Gu Xingman gave a soft scoff. Since Uncle Wei has arranged everything so thoroughly and thoughtfully, we really shouldn't let his kindness go to waste. Lin Xiaona nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Director Wei really went all out. The environment at President Lu's private villa must be impeccable. Sister man, we should properly thank Director Wei. Gu Xingman laughed with wild abandon. Exactly. Later, help me pick out a gift for Uncle Wei. Will do. Songqing. This was clearly President Lu's thoughtful gesture all along. Ah, when a woman becomes heartless, she truly shows no trace of human warmth. Lu Sai's private villa is a newly renovated Chinese-style duplex villa, standing alone with its own courtyard. It boasts over 10,000 square meters of front and backyard space, featuring a sunroom, gym, outdoor swimming pool, indoor hot spring pool, underground cinema, private bar KTV, and more, every leisure amenity imaginable. The villa spans 5 floors with a total interior area of over 1,000 square meters. Its recent renovation, completed early this year, incorporates mostly smart furniture. The villa's grand hall is spacious, with floor-to-ceiling windows extending from the 3rd floor on the southern side, bathing the entire building in excellent natural light. At the center of the living room hangs a magnificent suspended crystal chandelier, stretching from the 5th floor ceiling down to the 2nd floor, stunningly dazzling, both nostalgic and spectacular. Lin Xiaona had grown up mingling with wealthy families like the Gu since childhood. Having seen the grandeur of high society, she was no stranger to luxury. Yet, as she took in the lavish decor and furnishings of this villa, she couldn't help but murmur a quiet exclamation of awe. Sister man, looking at this house, I'm absolutely certain right now that President Lu hasn't been secretly spending money to keep a mistress behind your back all these years. Gu Xingman. She looked at the innocent Lin Xiaona and shook her head with a faint smile. Nana, you're underestimating Lu Sai a bit. Lin Xiaona? She flicked Lin Xiaona's forehead with a laugh and said, "Stop being so nosy. Grab your luggage, we need to head up the mountain." Oh. Lin Xiaona turned and looked at Song Qing, who was standing nearby waiting. "Assistant Song, which floor are we staying on?" "Wherever Miss Gu prefers." Lin Xiaona turned to look at Gu Xingman. Gu Xingman simply asked indifferently, "Has Lu Sai stayed here before?" If he had, she would need to avoid the room Lu Sai had occupied. "No, here." Song Qing hesitated. Gu Xingman narrowed her beautiful eyes, staring at Song Qing. "Assistant Song, feel free to speak your mind." Song Qing scratched his forehead and chuckled awkwardly. "Actually, this villa was originally intended by President Lu to be a birthday gift for Miss Gu this year." Hearing this, Lin Xiaona looked surprised and turned her gaze to Gu Xingman. Gu Xingman's delicate face remained cold, her beautiful eyes utterly calm. Lin Xiaona shrugged helplessly. It seemed her sister man really didn't care for this gift at all. Song Qing looked at Gu Xingman but couldn't resist saying a few more words. This villa, from its architecture to its interior design, was personally planned by Chairman Liu. He then hired a professional team to custom build it accordingly. Since Chairman Liu supervised every detail closely, the construction progress was relatively slow. It took 2 full years until the beginning of this year to complete. The total cost exceeded 800 million, but of course, as a birthday gift for Miss Gu, Chairman Liu wouldn't bat an eye at any expense. But Miss Gu's birthday is at the end of the year. Chairman Liu probably never expected that you two would suddenly divorce 2 months ago, so the villa has been left unused since then. Song Qing trailed off at this point, carefully observing Gu Xingman's expression. Chapter 75, Throw in some extra for President Liu? Gu Xingman responded indifferently. Oh. Song Qing had said all he could, yet Gu Xingman's reaction was far from satisfactory. He sighed inwardly before adding, "Rest assured, Ms. Gu, the place gets cleaned weekly. And someone just came by yesterday. Everything in the villa is brand new, and the groceries are ready to use." Gu Xingman's expression remained calm. "Thank you, Assistant Song. I appreciate your hard work." Song Qing smiled and said, "No need to thank me, Miss Gu. This was all arranged by our CEO Liu." "Oh, in that case, I'll have Uncle Wei transfer extra funds to CEO Liu." Song Qing. That wasn't what he meant to convey at all. Gu Xingman looked up at the house and finally said, "Nana, let's live on the 2nd floor. Staying next to each other will be fine." "Sounds good." Lin Xiaona walked over and pulled a suitcase. "Assistant Song, thank you for your trouble." Song Qing hurriedly stepped forward. "It's my duty." 5 minutes later, Song Qing and Lin Xiaona came downstairs after arranging their luggage on the 2nd floor. Gu Xingman stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, gazing outside. There was a swimming pool out there, its water sparkling clear, lined with a row of maple trees along its edge. The pool mirrored that tapestry of red, blending blue and crimson into a breathtaking sight. An autumn breeze brushed past, sending a few more red leaves drifting from the trees. They landed on the still surface of the pool, creating ripples that expanded in delicate concentric circles. "Lu Sai, I watched a movie today. I loved the newlyweds' house in it. They had a pool with maple trees planted around it. The way they passionately kissed in that pool, bathed in the sunset. It was so romantic." Gu Xingman lowered her eyes, the shadows beneath her thick, curled lashes deepening. That was something she had said 2 years ago, just a passing whim inspired by a movie. She hadn't meant to ask anything of him, yet he had taken it seriously, quietly building this villa in secret. She turned, her gaze sweeping the room, her red lips curling into a cold smile. Very similar, indeed strikingly similar to every scene and object from the movie. What a pity, though the house may resemble it perfectly, the people living inside are ultimately different. He never understood that romance could perhaps be imitated, but love could never be replicated. The helicopter landing pad is just a 5-minute walk from the villa. Song Qing led Gu Xingman and Lin Xiaona to the helicopter. "Miss Gu, I won't be going up the mountain with you. I need to pick up President Liu. These two are Jian Shan and Tong Yi. They're a golden team, both highly professional pilots who will safely take you up the mountain." Jian Shan sat in the driver's seat, dressed in full professional gear, and gave a slight nod to Gu Xingman and Lin Xiaona as a form of greeting. "Hello, I'm Tong Yi," said Tong Yi, standing at the hatch, her demeanor noticeably warmer than Jian Shan's. Gu Xingman nodded to them in turn, then looked at Song Qing. "Assistant Song, you can go about your business. I've often taken helicopters before, so I know all the necessary precautions." Song Qing was somewhat surprised, but recalling Gu Xingman's mysteriously untraceable background that defied all investigation, he felt he might be overreacting. Gu Xingman and Lin Xiaona boarded the helicopter, while Tong Yi and Song Qing nodded and swiftly shut the cabin door. Inside the cabin, Tong Yi noticed Gu Xingman and Lin Xiaona buckling their seatbelts with practiced ease and raised an eyebrow slightly. "If Miss Gu flies frequently, I suppose there's no need for me to explain the safety procedures?" "Thank you, no need." Lin Xiaona raised her eyebrows, a hint of pride in her tone, don't underestimate our Manhwa. She's been flying this type of helicopter since she was 16. Chapter 76. Can't tolerate this green tea bitch. Better clap back first. Hearing this, Jian Shan, who was adjusting the controls in the pilot's seat, abruptly turned his head to stare at Gu Xingman. His astonished gaze held a trace of scrutiny. Are you kidding me? You can fly a helicopter? Is it that hard? Gu Xingman glanced over languidly, her soft voice dripping with nonchalance. Jian Shan was irritated by her casual attitude, feeling his profession was being slighted. He frowned with utmost seriousness. This is a heavy-lift helicopter, foreign-made, combining coaxial rotor technology with military-grade performance. It's completely in a different league from light helicopters, demanding extremely high piloting skills, absolutely not something your average beginner aviation enthusiast could handle. Gu Xingman had originally intended to debate the topic with Jian Shan, but his words amounted to nothing less than blatant dismissal of her abilities, even implying she was ignorant. Her eyes narrowed slightly, crimson lips pressing into a thin line. The competitive spirit buried deep within her suddenly stirred. In the past, she would have shut Jian Shan up with sheer ability, but considering her current physical condition, she merely curled her lips coldly, her beautiful eyes glinting with frost. It's the 21st century. Do judgmental men like you still think it's acceptable to judge by appearances? Jian Shan. Gu Xingman glanced at Jian Shan's speechless expression, scoffed lightly, then put on her sunglasses and turned to gaze out the window. If you'll drive, then drive faster. I'm in a hurry. Jian Shan. Lin Xiaona suppressed her laughter. Watching Manhwa shut someone down was truly satisfying. Tong Yi also chuckled as his phone vibrated in his pocket with an incoming message. He pulled it out and tapped the screen. It was a WeChat from Songqing. Songqing, Miss Gu is the woman Chairman Liu is desperately pursuing. You should remind Jian Shan to watch his words. That straight-laced man is better off not speaking at all. If he accidentally offends Miss Gu and drags Chairman Liu down with him, Chairman Liu won't let him off easy. Tong Yi. Haha, Jian Shan absolutely did not disappoint Songqing. 10 minutes later, the helicopter landed at the designated spot on the mountainside. After the aircraft came to a complete stop, Tong Yi pushed open the cabin door. Gu Xingman and Lin Xiaona disembarked from the aircraft. Only after the two had walked some distance away did the helicopter take off again and fly away. The landing site was still a short distance from the filming location, requiring a 5-minute walk. The mountainside area was relatively open, free from the obstruction of trees, making the wind considerably stronger. Fortunately, Lin Xiaona had come prepared. She pulled a scarf from her tote bag and handed it to Gu Xingman, saying, Sister man, wrap this around you quick. We absolutely can't let you catch another cold. Gu Xingman didn't stubbornly refuse either, accepting the scarf and wrapping it around herself. I also brought hand warmers. Lin Xiaona produced several warming pads, giving 2 of them to Gu Xingman. Gu Xingman took it and stuffed it into the pocket of his jacket. 5 minutes later, the two arrived at the filming location. Before Gu Xingman could go report to Wei Lai, Gu Jiaojiao came to find him first. Gu Xingman looked at Gu Jiaojiao in her costume and faintly raised an eyebrow. Jiaojiao, do you need something? Man, I've been waiting for you for so long. Gu Jiaojiao's tone carried a hint of grievance. She was currently filming scenes for the early Muani storyline, dressed in a pure white dress with understated makeup that made her appear increasingly delicate and fragile. Though speaking calmly, her eyes reddened in an instant. Man, I'm sorry. I didn't expect my connection to the Gu family to be exposed so soon after arriving in Beijing. When the news broke, I immediately asked my friend to delete it, but netizens reacted too quickly. I reached out to my parents, hoping they could help remove the trending topic, but they said exposure didn't matter. They believed being known as the Gu family heiress would protect me from mistreatment and casting couch practices in the entertainment industry. So you just conveniently embraced this identity as the Gu family heiress. Lin Xiaona couldn't tolerate her green tea act and snapped first. How very innocent you sound then. Gu Jiaojiao. Chapter 77. At least do some homework before lying. Watching Gu Jiaojiao's tears about to fall. Nana, are you blaming me for this? Lin Xiaona choked back her words. You're deliberately. Gu Xingman shot Lin Xiaona a glance, his eyes carrying a warning. Lin Xiaona's expression froze for a moment before she quickly composed herself. Realizing she'd lost her cool again, she pouted slightly and said, Jiaojiao, don't overthink it. What I mean is you're too naive. Your little friends don't work in the entertainment industry and don't understand how it works. You should remind them to be more careful with their words in the future. Those entertainment gossip accounts might twist the slightest rumor and turn black into white. Gu Jiaojiao wiped the tears from the corner of her eye, appearing obedient and compliant. Nana, thank you for the reminder. This lesson has taught me to be more careful in the future, and my friends will be more mindful too. Lin Xiaona smiled, though inwardly she felt as disgusted as if she'd swallowed a fly. As long as you understand, Gu Jiaojiao turned to look at Gu Xingman again, still with that same pitiful and innocent expression. Man, I still feel quite guilty about this matter concerning you. Gu Xingman's expression remained indifferent as she raised an eyebrow and countered, why would you feel guilty toward me? Or do you think you've stolen the title of Miss Gu family from me? Gu Jiaojiao's face paled, then she bit her lip and stared at Gu Xingman. I merely benefited from the Gu family's influence. All these things should have been yours, but given how circumstances have turned out, I truly feel guilty toward you. Lin Xiaona inwardly rolled her eyes. Well, damn right you benefited from the Gu family's influence. Gu Xingman watched Gu Jiaojiao's superb acting skills, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. I think the title of the Gu family heiress suits you better. Having just returned to the country, you're not familiar with the tactics of domestic entertainment gossip accounts. It's easy for you to get taken advantage of. The title of the Gu family heiress is like a protective shield for you, not a bad thing at all. Man, you're so kind, Gu Jiaojiao said, stepping forward and reaching out to grab Gu Xingman's hand. Gu Xingman subtly avoided her touch. Jiaojiao, just focus on being the Gu family heiress, but don't get too close to me. Gu Jiaojiao's expression stiffened. Man, are you looking down on me? I'm not a celebrity, nor do I enjoy being in the spotlight. Do you understand what I mean? Gu Xingman's tone was lazy, carrying a hint of indifference yet faintly laced with underlying threat. For now, she had no intention of tearing off Gu Jiaojiao's mask. For her parents' sake, she could tolerate Gu Jiaojiao, but only if the latter didn't push her luck. Yet Gu Jiaojiao insisted on towing the line and testing Gu Xingman's patience at every turn. She said in a persuasive tone, I know you prefer to keep a low profile, but keeping it hidden like this isn't good, is it? I heard you suffered a lot these past 3 years in North City by concealing your identity. A girl should have a strong family backing her. If you had just hinted a little about the Gu family to that man back then, I'm sure he wouldn't have dared to hurt you so brazenly. So, man, why don't you consider revealing your identity? Gu Xingman narrowed her beautiful eyes, smiling, but the smile was cold. How do you know about my time in North City? Gu Jiaojiao faltered momentarily, a trace of panic flashing in her eyes. Did you investigate me? Though phrased as a question, Gu Xingman's tone was certain. Gu Jiaojiao saw the coldness in her eyes and felt her heart skip a beat, utterly panicked. Man, please let me explain. I didn't investigate you. I just accidentally overheard you talking to our parents before. I only heard that you went undercover in Beijing and dated a boyfriend, but in the end, because of the difference in your statuses, he ended up betraying you. Are you sure this is what I told our parents? Gu Xingman cut her off, her gaze sharp. If your memory's failing you, at least do your homework before lying. Gu Jiaojiao. Chapter 78. Gu Xingman's warning. Gu Xingman raised his hand and lightly tapped Gu Jiaojiao's forehead, not using any force. The gesture even carried a hint of affection. Jiaojiao, darling, don't lie to me. I see all those little schemes of yours. His tone was light, his voice soft and sweet, yet the words made Gu Jiaojiao's face instantly pale. Gu Jiaojiao shook her head, her face white with fear. I haven't. Suddenly, Gu Xingman gripped Gu Jiaojiao by the nape of her neck, pressing down and pulling her forward. Gu Jiaojiao's breath hitched as she was unexpectedly yanked forward, stumbling a few chaotic steps before barely managing to steady herself. Gu Xingman leaned down, narrowing her eyes to meet Jiaojiao's gaze, her pitch-black pupils reflecting the pallor of the younger girl's face. The woman's crimson lips curled slightly, a trace of that savage intensity surfacing in her eyes. My parents adopted you out of pity, but you were already 13 when you came to the Gu family, old enough to know better. How could you be so naive as to keep fantasizing about replacing me? Gu Jiaojiao struggled to break free. Gu Xingman released her, folding her arms across her chest while watching with an ambiguous smile. Gu Jiaojiao hastily retreated several steps, staring at Gu Xingman in terror. Her petite frame swayed precariously, appearing utterly pitiful. In contrast, the tall, icy-eyed Gu Xingman appeared increasingly domineering. I didn't, man, how could you think that of me? I never intended to compete with you. My parents indulging you has their reasons. I tolerate you because I don't want to make things difficult for them, but Gu Jiaojiao. Gu Xingman paused, her beautiful eyes narrowing with a cold, sharp gleam as she scrutinized Gu Jiaojiao from head to toe, her red lips curving slightly. Your face is quite pretty, but you'd better learn to handle it yourself, because my patience is limited. Who knows when I might get the urge to tear it off someday. Gu Jiaojiao. Gu Xingman finished speaking and ignored Gu Jiaojiao, striding off toward the director's tent. As he passed by Gu Jiaojiao, he even reached out and patted her shoulder. Focus on your acting, and don't provoke me. Gu Jiaojiao's breath hitched, her petite frame frozen stiff, yet her slender shoulders trembled uncontrollably. Lin Xiaona, having enjoyed the show, gave Gu Jiaojiao a cocky whistle before sauntering away in high spirits. Gu Jiaojiao's hands clenched her skirt tightly at her sides, her knuckles turning white. She lowered her head, rage surging in her chest, struggling to restrain herself from losing control. Her frail, innocent face gradually contorted into something hideous and monstrous. Footsteps approached from behind, and Gu Jiaojiao's expression instantly transformed, the hideous contortion melting back into innocent fragility. A handkerchief was handed to her, carrying the scent of Chanel perfume. Gu Jiaojiao looked up to meet a pair of beautiful, gentle eyes. Jiaojiao, why are you crying? Bai Jingru asked gently, her voice soft as she looked at her with concern. Thank you, I'm fine. Gu Jiaojiao took the handkerchief and wiped the tears from her face lightly. I just saw you talking with Teacher Yi, and she seemed to lay hands on you. Bai Jingru spoke quietly, sighing as she added, don't be afraid. If you've been wronged, you should speak up. Gu Jiaojiao stared at Bai Jingru, simply shaking her head faintly, though inwardly she remained guarded against her. She couldn't reveal her relationship with Gu Xingman. If she provoked Gu Xingman to anger, and he exposed her background, she would be completely ruined. However, before coming to Beijing, Gu Jiaojiao had looked into Bai Jingru. Chapter 79, Comparing people only leads to resentment. She knew Bai Jingru was Lu Sai's first love. Speaking of which, Gu Jiaojiao really ought to thank Bai Jingru. If it weren't for Bai Jingru's scandal with Lu Sai, Gu Xingman wouldn't have given up on Lu Sai so decisively. So, the biggest credit for Lu Sai's regained freedom now goes to Bai Jingru. For Gu Jiaojiao, this is absolutely fantastic news. These past few days, Bai Jingru had been actively seeking her favor, and Gu Jiaojiao knew exactly what she was scheming. She was aware that Bai Jingru coveted her status as the daughter of the Gu family, hoping to curry favor with her and gain a powerful ally in the entertainment industry. Not a bad plan, Gu Jiaojiao thought with inward scorn, though outwardly she maintained an innocent, wounded expression. A pawn had delivered herself to her doorstep, might as well make use of her. Thinking about it, Gu Jiaojiao sniffled pitifully. Teacher Yi just gave me a few words of advice, telling me to focus on acting properly. Is that all? Bai Jingru clearly didn't believe it. She had been secretly observing Gu Xingman ever since she arrived. Gu Xingman's demeanor just now was clearly asserting dominance over Gu Jiaojiao. After all, Gu Jiaojiao is the precious daughter of the Gu family. Even if Gu Xingman is a famous writer, how could she possibly compare to an heiress of the Gu family? Just based on Gu Xingman's haughty attitude toward Gu Jiaojiao moments ago, anyone unaware would think Gu Xingman was the real Gu family heiress. Bai Jingru increasingly felt that Gu Xingman was far too self-important. The Gu family emigrated abroad 10 years ago, and while they've retained their domestic assets, they've always maintained a low profile. A woman like Gu Xingman, who only knows how to write sci-fi novels, probably doesn't even understand the Gu family's foundations. So in Bai Jingru's eyes, Gu Xingman's arrogance was merely the bravado of ignorance. Bai Jingru grew more resentful the longer she thought about it. No matter what, she was a graduate of a prestigious university with a spotless family background, and now she was even the female lead of Beyond Day and Night. Her future in the industry was bound to be dazzling. And Gu Xingman, with no background whatsoever, she actually thought she could steal a man from her just because of her identity as Yicheng? What a joke. Bai Jingru glanced at Gu Jiaojiao's innocent, aggrieved expression before her eyes, a hint of scheming flashing in her gaze. She took a step forward and gently took Gu Jiaojiao's hand. Don't be afraid. Actually, I've met Instructor Yi a few times myself. She does have a bit of a temper. She's like this with everyone, not just you. I've heard other crew members whisper about how arrogant she is too. Well, you can't help it. People in creative fields tend to have strong personalities. Just don't let her get to you. I've seen your acting, and you're really good. Gu Jiaojiao looked at Bai Jingru with surprise. Really? Why would I lie to you? You're just too sheltered by your family. That's why you're so easily bullied. Jingru adopted the tone of a wise older sister, growing more enthusiastic as she spoke. You really shouldn't feel upset over her words. Besides, you're the treasured daughter of the Gu family. Why should you be afraid of her? Jiaojiao forced a helpless smile. I just want to focus on acting. I've loved performing since childhood. My parents respect that, but they never interfere with my career in entertainment because I told them I wanted independence. Listening to this, Jingru burned with envy while simultaneously concluding that Jiaojiao was just a naive sweetheart. In the entertainment industry where good and bad are all mixed together, those without any backing easily get trampled upon. Yet this Gu Jiaojiao clearly has the backing of the Gu family. Why does she still want to rely on herself? Comparing yourself to others can really be infuriating. Chapter 80. What does this industry fear the most? Suppressing the jealousy in her heart, Bai Jingru sighed softly and said, Alright, as long as you know what you're doing. You don't need to pay too much attention to Teacher Yi. She's just the original author. We just need to focus on performing our roles well. Gu Jiaojiao nodded. Sister Jingru, you have such a positive mindset. I should learn more from you. Bai Jingru felt even more pleased with the compliment. She hooked her arm with Gu Jiaojiao's and said with a smile, I went abroad right after graduating from university. Being alone in a foreign land, I've experienced many things that gave me perspective. You're still young, take your time. If teacher E gives you trouble again, tell me and I'll help you. Gu Jiaojiao pretended to be confused. How could you help? Don't be silly. What does this industry fear the most? Gu Jiaojiao blinked and asked, what? Public opinion. Bai Jingru lowered her voice, looking at Gu Jiaojiao as she said, not only do we artists fear public opinion, but writers also rely on popularity and traffic. They're equally afraid of public backlash. Gu Jiaojiao feigned shock and said, but that wouldn't be right, would it? She's already bullied you, and you're still worried about her? Bai Jingru shook her head. Jiaojiao, you're too soft-hearted. How can your parents rest easy with you like this? Gu Jiaojiao bit her lip. My parents won't let me suffer. If teacher E goes too far, they'll step in. Hearing this, Bai Jingru instantly felt overjoyed. Perfect. This makes things much easier. Whether Gu Xingman would bother Gu Jiaojiao again or not, she was determined to create this trouble. Bai Jingru was mentally calculating while putting on a concerned expression with a sigh. Alright, I was just worried about you and wanted to offer some advice. But ultimately it's up to you. Come on, let's rehearse our lines together. Our next scene is a confrontation. Okay. Gu Jiaojiao smiled sweetly. Her head lowered, but a glimmer of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. Look at yourself, Gu Xingman. So many people can't stand you. On the first day of shooting, most actors aren't in their best form, which is completely normal. Inside the director's booth, Gu Xingman sits beside Wei Lai, watching the monitor screens. This scene depicts the female lead dishing and supporting female character Mavini turning from sisters to enemies over the male lead. The plot follows how Mavini falls for the male lead first and has been sharing her feelings with her best friend Dishing from the beginning. She always treats Dishing as her confidant in matters of love. Through Mavini, Dishing learns about many of the male lead's preferences and habits. Though Dishing initially shows no interest in him, she gradually develops feelings during their missions together as they come to understand each other through continuous teamwork. Mi Weini had never confessed her feelings to the male lead, and he remained unaware of her affection. He had always treated her like a younger sister, but Mi Weini mistook his kindness for mutual attraction. So when she learned Dishing was with him, she completely broke down. The man she loved most and her closest sister were now together, leaving her as the abandoned one. In Mi Weini's eyes, Dishing had betrayed her. Love turned to hatred, and the usually timid Mi Weini developed murderous intentions toward the female lead. Today's scene depicted Mi Weini losing control and shooting Dishing with an arrow, but upon seeing Dishing wounded, she suddenly regained her senses. When the male lead arrived and saw Mi Weini holding the weapon while Dishing lay injured on the ground, he impulsively attacked Mi Weini in desperation, accidentally causing her to fall into a space-time wormhole. This scene is crucial, as it directly sets the stage for Vivian's eventual dark turn and vengeful return. That's why Wei Lai attached such importance to nailing this scene's impact. Yet, Bai Jingru, the actress playing the female lead, Dishing, kept flubbing her takes repeatedly, failing to get into character. Wei Lai's patience wore thin as frustration simmered beneath his professionalism. Biting back his anger out of consideration for Bai Jingru's powerful backer, Lu Sai, all he could do was grit his teeth and yell cut, time and again. At this rate, the entire day's shoot might become a wasted effort. Gu Xingman, the original novel's author, finally had enough. He called for a break and strode purposefully toward Bai Jingru. Chapter 81 Let them fight like dogs. The entire set suddenly fell silent. Gu Xingman wore a baseball cap, her long black trench coat swaying slightly in the cold wind. Bai Jingru and Gu Jiaojiao stood facing each other, then turned to watch Gu Xingman approach. Teacher E. Gu Jiaojiao greeted with a humble posture. Gu Xingman glanced at her, her gaze indifferent. Under her gaze, Gu Jiaojiao's shoulders trembled lightly as she took a step back, lowering her eyes and bowing her head, appearing both obedient and pitiful. Seeing this, Bai Jingru couldn't help feeling exasperated at her inability to meet expectations. This Gu Jiaojiao is too weak. How could she be so terrified of Gu Xingman? Gu Xingman ignored Gu Jiaojiao. She was here to find Bai Jingru. Since she had come to the set in person, naturally she wouldn't turn a blind eye. As both the original author and the behind-the-scenes investor, she simply couldn't bear to watch Bai Jingru's lackluster acting ruin this movie. Bai Jingru, you can't act. Her opening words were outright denial. Bai Jingru stiffened, glaring at her defiantly. What do you mean I can't act? I followed the script perfectly. Perhaps driven by wounded pride, Bai Jingru's reaction to Gu Xingman's skepticism came out rather heated. Oh really? So you're saying none of those dozen NGs with Gu Jiaojiao were your fault? Gu Xingman turned to Gu Jiaojiao with a smirk. She claims it's all your problem. Gu Jiaojiao bit her lip, lowered her head, and whispered an apology. I'm sorry, Jingru Jia. It was my fault for not acting well. Bai Jingru was taken aback, looking at Gu Jiaojiao's aggrieved expression before shifting her gaze to Gu Xingman. The latter raised her eyebrows at her, those beautiful eyes glimmering with a hint of provocative amusement. Just stirring up trouble, who couldn't do that? Are Bai Jingru and Gu Jiaojiao forming an alliance to give her trouble? Then she'll make them turn on each other first, leaving them no time to spare. Bai Jingru instantly caught the provocation in Gu Xingman's eyes and clenched her teeth in fury. Gu Xingman, don't try to drive a wedge between me and Gu Jiaojiao, she snarled. I never said the NG was Gu Jiaojiao's fault. Oh? Gu Xingman raised an eyebrow and turned to glance at Wei Lai in the director's booth. If it's not the actor's problem, could it possibly be the director's fault then? Upon hearing this, Bai Jingru was so angry she nearly stomped her feet. She never expected Gu Xingman to openly challenge her like this on the very first day of filming. Gu Xingman, Bai Jingru couldn't contain her anger any longer, glaring at Gu Xingman. You're just the original author, not the director. It's not your place to give orders. Precisely because I'm the original author that my words carry the most weight regarding this film. Gu Xingman paused before adding, don't believe me? Then dare you watch your own playback? Bai Jingru, too scared? Gu Xingman scoffed coldly. An actress who dares not watch her own playback. How can you possibly act well? Gu Jiaojiao stepped forward and gently tugged at Bai Jingru's sleeve, lowering her gaze submissively. Jingru, don't be upset. I think Teacher Yi makes a good point. When I first joined a Hollywood production group and couldn't get into the rhythm, the director also made me watch my own playback. It really helped. Bai Jingru frowned. It wasn't that she was afraid to watch the playback, she just hated the feeling of being ordered around by Gu Xingman. Over there, Wei Lai also stood up and said, Miss Bai, Teacher Yi is right. You should come look at your playback footage. It's the most straightforward way to identify your own issues. Seeing this, Qin Shui quickly stepped forward, gently nudged Bai Jingru, and whispered in her ear, Xiao Jing, hold it in. With so many people watching, you absolutely can't confront Gu Xingman head-on. Stay composed. Chapter 82, Someone like her only deserves to be cannon fodder. Bai Jingru clenched her teeth and nodded. She had indeed lost her head just now, but Qin Shui's reminder suddenly made her realize Gu Xingman had been deliberately provoking her. Taking a deep breath, Bai Jingru calmed herself down. The group moved to the director's tent, where the monitoring screens replayed the scene between Bai Jingru and Gu Jiaojiao. With over a dozen NGs, yet only 3 takes were replayed. Even Bai Jingru herself couldn't bear to watch. Qin Shui sighed silently beside them. Although she was Bai Jingru's agent, she had to admit that Bai Jingru's acting skills were truly hard to describe. The others exchanged looks, their expressions equally difficult to articulate. Gu Xingman glared at Bai Jingru and pointed at the monitor. Do you see your expression and eyes? You're Di Xing. At this moment, Di Xing feels guilty towards Mi Weini. She's pained and helpless in the face of Mi Weini's accusations. But what are you showing? There's not a trace of guilt in your eyes, just cold, calm tears of hypocrisy. Di Xing is the female lead, yet if you keep acting like this, she might as well be the mistress who stole another woman's man. Bai Jingru. Originally, when everyone watched the surveillance footage, at most they found Bai Jingru's acting awkward and strange, but couldn't pinpoint exactly where the problem lay. But now that Gu Xingman pointed it out, everyone instantly had an epiphany. Yes, it was the eyes. Bai Jingru's gaze was far too distracting. The gazes directed at Gu Xingman instantly carried a new layer of admiration. Without giving Bai Jingru a chance to defend herself, Gu Xingman pressed on. Bai Jingru, you're not suited for this role. No matter how perfectly your makeup mirrors Di Xing, it's pointless. You've read the script and memorized Di Xing's lines, but you've never truly understood Di Xing's emotions in your heart. That's why you can't capture Di Xing's essence. Furious at being exposed, Bai Jingru raised her voice in protest. That's nonsense. I may lack experience, my acting may not be great, but I've worked hard. I'd even hired a coach for lessons. Today I specifically used the techniques my teacher taught me. You're talking about empathy-based acting, right? Gu Xingman interrupted her, counter-questioning. Bai Jingru frowned, staring at Gu Xingman. Only now did she realize that Gu Xingman seemed to know far more than she did. But wasn't she just a writer? Why did she appear so knowledgeable about film acting? Gu Xingman's voice continued. It's true many rookie actors lack acting techniques initially, so they typically use emotional empathy to help themselves get into character quickly. Qin Shui must have hired you a private coach to strengthen this aspect. You did employ empathy today, but do you realize? When you channel personal emotions through empathy, you directly expose your inner self, your feelings, your emotions, all become visible through your eyes. So ask yourself this, when you connect personally through empathy, what exactly were you thinking about? Bai Jingru stared blankly at Gu Xingman, completely stunned. She panicked. Had her eyes truly betrayed her? Gu Xingman abruptly took a step forward, closing in on Bai Jingru. Her crimson lips brushed against Bai Jingru's ear as she whispered in a voice meant only for them. A homewrecker like you, daring to flaunt herself before the legitimate wife, deserves nothing but to be cannon fodder. Understand? Bai Jingru's mind exploded. Her pupils dilated, and in the next instant, she raised her hand to shove Gu Xingman away. Gu Xingman had already stepped back a fraction too soon. Bai Jingru's hands froze mid-air, those hypocritical eyes now completely veiled by hatred, ugly and dark. Gu Xingman looked at her like this and smirked coldly. Di Xing isn't like you. You could never play Di Xing. Chapter 83. Everything has spun out of control. Qin Shui listened to Gu Xingman's words and vaguely sensed there was some unknown grudge between Bai Jingru and Gu Xingman. Worried, she tugged at Bai Jingru's sleeve and whispered, "Are you okay?" Pale-faced, Bai Jingru shook her head, but her mind was a complete mess, too chaotic to think clearly. She had never realized before just how difficult Gu Xingman could be. Bai Jingru, if I were you, I'd give up this role at this point. Staying longer would only bring humiliation upon yourself. Gu Xingman yawned as she spoke, then turned to Wei Lai. Director Wei, don't you think I'm right? Wei Lai not only wanted to nod in agreement, he wanted to applaud. But he hadn't forgotten that Bai Jingru had Lu Sai backing her. This made the situation rather awkward to handle. Gu Xingman noticed Wei Lai's troubled expression and frowned slightly. "Oh," she said with realization, "I forgot that Miss Bai is the female lead personally chosen by President Liu. So that means if Miss Bai herself doesn't want to leave, we'll just have to keep treating her like royalty." Wei Lai, Qin Shui. At the mention of Lu Sai, Bai Jingru's eyes instantly lit up. That's right, she still had Lu Sai. This role was what Lu Sai had promised her, what she had traded her bone marrow for. As long as Lu Sai didn't agree, no one could replace her. Gu Xingman, if you want to misuse your power for personal revenge, you'd better ask Lu Sai first. Bai Jingru said with a smile, no longer flustered as before. Her gaze at Gu Xingman even carried a hint of provocative intelligence. Gu Xingman narrowed her eyes. Do you really think Lu Sai will protect you unconditionally? The sudden question gave Bai Jingru an inexplicable sense of foreboding. But thinking of Aunt Xian and that contract, she steadied herself a little. When it comes to Aunt Xian's matters, Lu Sai would never break his promise lightly. Bai Jingru was still confident about this. If you don't believe me, you can try, Bai Jingru said, lifting her hand to tuck a strand of long hair behind her shoulder as she forced a calm smile. This role was specifically chosen for me by I. He invested in this film for me. Director Wei, if I'm no longer the female lead, do you think this movie can still continue? Wei Lai looked at Bai Jingru with pity, adjusted his glasses, and chuckled dryly. Miss Bai, I'm sorry to tell you, but Mr. Liu has withdrawn his investment. The investor has changed. Bai Jingru. Qin Shui was also shocked. Director Wei, you mustn't joke about something like this. How would I dare joke about something this serious? There genuinely was a change in investors. Wei Lai paused, then asked, Ms. Bai is quite close with President Liu, isn't she? How could she not know he withdrew his investment? Bai Jingru faltered, her expression shifting unpredictably. She hadn't seen Lu Sai since that dinner gathering. She had taken the initiative to contact him several times, but each time Song Qing handled the calls for him, Lu Sai simply ignored her, let alone mention the withdrawal of funds. But why did he suddenly pull out his investment? Bai Jingru's newfound confidence was shattered to pieces again by this news. She couldn't even comprehend how the situation had deteriorated like this. Everything had been going according to her plan in the beginning. She thought that forcing Gu Xingman and Lu Sai to divorce with that pregnancy test report would ensure her smooth relationship with Lu Sai, but reality proved otherwise. Ever since Gu Xingman and Lu Sai divorced, everything had spiraled out of her expectations. Lu Sai behaved unexpectedly, and Gu Xingman even more so. Everything was out of control, completely out of control. Chapter 84, The Truth Behind Bai Jingru's Pregnancy Test Report. Qin Shui also realized the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable for Bai Jingru. She couldn't let Gu Xingman continue this aggressive onslaught. She looked at Gu Xingman and spoke in a humble tone, Mr. Yi, I don't know what personal grievances you have with Xiao Jing, but if she acted improperly in the past, I hope you can overlook it for President Liu's sake. Hearing this, Gu Xingman turned to Qin Shui. You want me to consider President Liu's face? Yes. Qin Shui nodded. Lu Sai was their final trump card. I'm genuinely sorry about that. Gu Xingman arched her eyebrows, her beautiful eyes brimming with amusement as she shrugged disdainfully. But I'm sworn enemies with President Liu, so I can't possibly tolerate his people. Qin Shui. As one of those in the know, Wei Lai couldn't help but feel some sympathy for Qin Shui. He cleared his throat lightly and said to Qin Shui with a smile, President Liu and Teacher Yi really don't get along well, so quit pushing your luck mentioning President Liu already. Qin Shui was dumbfounded. After all her years in the entertainment industry, this was the first time she'd encountered someone like Gu Xingman who wouldn't budge. Is she really unafraid of Lu Sai just because she's famous? She somewhat doubted Gu Xingman's influence. After all, this was Beijing. By all logic, Lu Sai's clout shouldn't be something a mere popular author could disregard. Xiao Jing, if there's really no other way, you should call President Liu. Qin Shui felt they were being bullied right at their doorstep. If they kept tolerating it, they'd always be looked down upon in this production crew. Bai Jingru turned pale upon hearing Qin Shui's words, looking even more panicked than when she'd been cornered by Gu Xingman. Qin Shui furrowed her brows. What's wrong with you? Why are your hands shaking so badly? Bai Jingru stiffened all over, biting her bloodless lips tightly. Qin Shui didn't know the truth about her relationship with Lu Sai. Everyone assumed they were a loving couple deeply in love, but she alone knew they weren't. Xiao Jing? Qin Shui noticed Bai Jingru's face growing increasingly pale, panic creeping into her voice. Xiao Jing, don't scare me, what's wrong with you? Bai Jingru remained silent, her gaze fixed on Gu Xingman. Her pupils trembled faintly as if shaken, while unmistakable hatred welled in the depths of her eyes. Why was Gu Xingman pushing her to this? Why did you have to come back after getting divorced? If only Gu Xingman didn't exist in this world. Yes, there should never have been a Gu Xingman in this world. If only she would disappear. Once she's gone, Lu Sai would be hers, and the female lead in this movie would be hers too. The twisted voice in Bai Jingru's mind grew louder, completely drowning out Qin Shui's cries. She was caught in a whirlpool of hatred, her eyes fixed solely on Gu Xingman, that very Gu Xingman she loathed. Xiao Jing, you're scaring me, say something. Qin Shui noticed Bai Jingru's gaze locked on Gu Xingman, her eyes growing increasingly sinister and distorted. Ah, Gu Xingman. Bai Jingru suddenly lost control and screamed, lunging towards Gu Xingman. Xiao Jing, sister man. Gu Xingman reacted swiftly, dodging the moment Bai Jingru charged at her. Qin Shui grabbed Bai Jingru and shouted sharply, Jing, calm down. I hate her, I want her to vanish. Bai Jingru was completely deranged, the graceful demeanor of her past as the nation's sweetheart nowhere to be seen. Now she was howling, claws out, twisted and ugly. It's all because of her that I stopped looking at me. It's all her. If she disappears, if she just dies. Lin Xiaona pulled Gu Xingman aside and checked her over. Sister man, are you okay? It's fine, she didn't touch me. Gu Xingman waved dismissively. Hearing this, Lin Xiaona finally exhaled in relief, patting her chest. You scared me to death. Is she insane? Some national goddess. Someone should really film her current state for her fans to see. Lin Xiaona pulled out her phone to start recording, but Gu Xingman pressed a hand over it. Puzzled, she looked up at Gu Xingman. Gu Xingman looked at her, raised an eyebrow, and said meaningfully, no rush, someone will post it eventually. Lin Xiaona hesitated briefly before reacting with a smile and putting her phone away. Dogs biting dogs, what a spectacle. Qin Shui, fearing Bai Jingru's current state might get filmed, grabbed a coat to cover her head and called for an assistant. Together, they escorted Bai Jingru into the van. The van door closed, finally silencing Bai Jingru's screams. Gu Xingman gazed silently in the direction of the nanny van. Bai Jingru's psychological resilience was surprisingly fragile, quite unexpected. And did she just say something like, I won't look at me? Lu Sai won't look at Bai Jingru? Gu Xingman narrowed her eyes and recalled Lu Sai's explanations about him and Bai Jingru over the past few times. Could it be that she had truly misunderstood the relationship between Bai Jingru and Lu Sai? But if it really was a misunderstanding between Lu Sai and Bai Jingru, how could Bai Jingru's pregnancy test result be explained? No, that can't be. Gu Xingman's eyebrows twitched as his thoughts suddenly cleared. From beginning to end, she never managed to get verification of that pregnancy test report from Lu Sai's mouth. Besides, if Bai Jingru was scheming, fabricating a pregnancy test report wouldn't be difficult. Chapter 85, The Agony of Unrequited Love. Gu Xingman's frown deepened, dark emotion swirling in their eyes. That pregnancy test result was the final straw that crushed her last vestige of obsession with Lu Sai. Previously, she hadn't doubted the authenticity of that test result because of all the gossip, and how uniquely defensive Lu Sai became of Bai Jingru during their arguments. Gu Xingman had always believed that Bai Jingru enjoyed all of Lu Sai's favoritism, which emboldened her to flaunt that pregnancy test without fear. Yet Bai Jingru's behavior today was strikingly different from what Gu Xingman had witnessed before. Bai Jingru couldn't help but infuse her own emotions into the scene opposite Gu Jiaojiao. As she gazed at the heartbroken Mi Weini, whose beloved had been snatched away, her eyes unwittingly revealed a flash of malicious glee. Though she strained to summon tears and forced an expression of remorse and anguish, her subconscious gaze betrayed her. It was too artificial, too sinister. Especially when she later lost control and screamed those lines, it perfectly mirrored Mi Weini's lovelorn desperation. Bai Jingru couldn't begin to comprehend Dixing's feelings, couldn't even begin to act them out. Yet she unconsciously mirrored Mi Weini's emotions down to the slightest nuance. This can only mean that Bai Jingru has personally experienced Mi Weini's feelings and, like Mi Weini, has been enduring the pain of unrequited love. Gu Xingman suddenly curled her lips into a smile, turned around, and returned to her seat. though she no longer cared about Lu Sai now. If that pregnancy test result was part of Bai Jingru's scheme, she would definitely settle the score with her. An eye for an eye has always been her way of doing things. Wei Lai glanced at the nanny car, then turned back to look at Gu Xingman, clearly torn with indecision. Man, what do you plan to do now? Just wait and see. Gu Xingman took another look at the nanny car before turning to Wei Lai. Uncle Wei, you can start looking for a new actress to play the female lead. Wei Lai. He had already foreseen the outcome whereby Jingru would be eliminated. Inside the chauffeur-driven car, Bai Jingru had been slapped by Qin Shui and had now calmed down, keeping her head lowered without uttering a word. Seeing her like this, Qin Shui could only sigh helplessly. Xiao Jing, don't blame me. If I didn't wake you up with that slap, your career would be ruined by today. Bai Jingru's shoulders trembled slightly, and her usually gentle voice was hoarse from the earlier shouting. I'm sorry. Qin Shui sighed, took the thermos from her assistant's hands, unscrewed it, and handed it to Bai Jingru. Then can you tell me what exactly is going on between you and Mr. Yi? Bai Jingru accepted the thermos, holding it with both hands. Upon hearing Qin Shui's words, she frowned, her eyes brimming with resistance. Qin Shui's voice turned colder and more stern. Xiao Jing, we're in the same boat now. If you want my help, you'd better not hide anything from me. I need to understand clearly to know how to help you. Hearing this, Bai Jingru closed her eyes briefly as if calculating something. Gu Xingman was Lu Sai's personal secretary for the past 3 years. Qin Shui was stunned. There's actually such a thing? Not just a private secretary, Bai Jingru swallowed back the bitterness rising in her throat. They were secretly married for 3 years and only divorced 2 months ago. Qin Shui, the assistant beside them. After about 10 minutes, there was movement from the company van. The car door opened, and Qin Shui stepped out, striding purposefully toward the director's tent. Behind her, an assistant carefully helped Bai Jingru out of the vehicle, moving slowly as Bai kept her head lowered. Seeing this from the director's tent, Wei Lai instinctively turned to glance at Gu Xingman. Gu Xingman sat at her seat, idly scrolling through her phone with ease and relaxation. Lin Xiaona lightly patted Gu Xingman's shoulder. Sister man, they're coming down again. Chapter 86, hard-hearted, sharp-tongued, and righteously defiant. Hearing this, Gu Xingman looked up, her gaze remarkably cool. Qin Shui was a renowned golden agent in the entertainment industry, known for her slick maneuvering and undeniable competence. The artists under her wing were always the company's top-tier talents, and she certainly wouldn't stand by and watch Bai Jingru call it quits. What a shame, Qin Shui just had a bit of bad luck this time. Bai Jingru, you're doomed. Gu Xingman narrowed his eyes, rose to his feet, and took a few steps forward before stopping beside Wei Lai. Qin Shui felt her heart sink slightly at the sight. It seemed Gu Xingman was determined to stand his ground against Bai Jingru. She stopped before Gu Xingman and Wei Lai, forcing a smile while adopting a humble demeanor. Director Wei, Teacher Yi, I apologize for Xiaojing's emotional outburst earlier. I've already reprimanded her. She's been going through some personal issues that put her in a bad state, but she's calmed down now. I brought her to formally apologize to you. Since we'll all need to continue working together, I hope Director Wei and Teacher Yi can give Xiaojing another chance considering she's still new to this. They say no one would strike a smiling face, and Qin Shui, having been in this circle for so many years, understood this principle all too well. Given her seniority now, most people would at least show her some respect. Yet as her words trailed off, neither of the two across from her responded. Gu Xingman's face was expressionless, her beautiful eyes so calm they revealed nothing. Wei Lai kept her eyes downcast, avoiding Qin Shui's ingratiating gaze. Qin Shui clenched her teeth, now she was certain of it. Things weren't going to be easy today. Though indignation swelled in her chest, she could only turn away to pull Bai Jingru along. Xiao Jing, say something too. Qin Shui pulled Bai Jingru before Wei Lai and Gu Xingman. Bai Jingru stumbled from the sudden tug, barely managing to steady herself in an awkward manner. Still grasping her wrist, Qin Shui coaxed with a smile. It's normal to have some initial hiccups on the first day of filming. As a newcomer, there's still much you need to learn from Director Wei and Teacher Yi. Be more sweet-tongued, understand? Upon hearing this, Bai Jingru raised her head. Her ordinarily graceful and beautiful face now showed smudged makeup, and even the pale pink lipstick couldn't conceal her bloodless lips. Her eyeliner had smudged, leaving her eyes red and swollen. When she looked at people, her gaze trembled with a hint of reluctance. In truth, her heart recoiled at the idea of taking the initiative to apologize and make amends. But Qin Shui had just explained in the car that if she walked away today, there was an 80% chance the production crew would announce the termination of their collaboration tomorrow, citing their fallout as the reason. Bai Jingru couldn't afford to lose this role. It was the last opportunity Lu Sai would ever give her. If even this chance slipped away, she truly didn't know how she'd continue surviving in the ruthless world of showbiz. Qin Shui grew impatient at her prolonged silence and tightened her grip on her hand. Bai Jingru winced slightly at the pain, her brows furrowing as she took a deep breath. Bowing her head, she closed her eyes and spoke in a hoarse whisper. Director Wei, Teacher Yi, I'm sorry for losing my temper earlier. Please give me another chance. I swear I'll perform well. As her words faded, the filming set fell completely silent. Lin Xiaona stealthily pulled out her phone nearby and began recording the scene. She wasn't actually planning to send it now, just keeping it as insurance. Well, Wei Lai glanced at Gu Xingman, who remained expressionless. Clearing his throat, he turned back to Bai Jingru. Miss Bai, you can stand up now. No need to apologize, we weren't really angry to begin with. Hearing this, Bai Jingru exhaled in relief and slowly straightened up. Qin Shui also relaxed. Though Gu Xingman hadn't spoken, Wei Lai's remark just now likely meant they were willing to let the matter drop. She looked at Wei Lai with a smile even more relaxed and enthusiastic than before. Director Wei, thank you for being so considerate toward Xiaojing. How about this? Xiaojing isn't in good shape today, so I'll take her back to rest first. Tonight, I'll have her private tutor go through the script with her thoroughly, and we can resume filming tomorrow. Does that work for you? Wei Lai hadn't expected Qin Shui to misinterpret his earlier remark, leaving him momentarily flustered. Gu Xingman glanced sideways at Wei Lai and noticed his hesitant, conflicted expression. With a resigned sigh, she turned to Qin Shui, her tone clipped. Director Wei is too soft-hearted to say no, but I'm tough and sharp-tongued. Let me say it, then. Wei Lai, with such unapologetic hardness of heart and sharpness of tongue, aside from Gu Xingman, there was no second person like her. Chapter 87, Twisted Morals, Dark Heart. Hearing this, both Qin Shui and Bai Jingru froze simultaneously, especially Bai Jingru, who stared fixedly at Gu Xingman, the unwillingness and resentment in her eyes resurfacing once more. Qin Shui, at this moment, couldn't be bothered with Bai Jingru's emotional management anymore. She looked at Gu Xingman, a faint trace of anger also flickering in her eyes. Professor Yi, I don't understand what you mean. Gu Xingman gazed at Qin Shui, her expression unchanging. I still retain my initial opinion. Bai Jingru isn't suitable for the role of Dishing. No matter how hard she tries, it'll just be a waste of time. Qin Shui couldn't help but laugh in exasperation after hearing this. Teacher Yi, I respect that you're the original author of the film, but shouldn't you also show some respect for the opinions of the actors, the director, and other production team members? And frankly, with how aggressively you're pressing the issue and stubbornly targeting our Xiaojing, can you honestly say you don't have any personal motives? Gu Xingman arched an eyebrow. Oh, you think I'm deliberately targeting her? Isn't that obvious? And what if I am? Gu Xingman's crimson lips curled slightly as she swept a cool glance at Bai Jingru before turning her attention back to Qin Shui. I'll just admit it openly. I do have a personal grudge against Bai Jingru. I simply can't stand her, so what if I'm biased against her? Aren't you just the same? Qin Shui froze. What did you say? Gu Xingman chuckled lightly. Let me ask you one thing. If you set aside your role as Bai Jingru's agent and judged her acting skills fairly, would you still think her acting can be salvaged? Qin Shui, dig deeper. Set aside the contract you signed. Forget about Lucai backing her. Just look at Bai Jingru as a person. Do you genuinely think her character is beyond reproach? Qin Shui. Seeing Qin Shui hesitate, Gu Xingman's smile deepened, but her words grew sharper. If you don't see a problem, then I can only say Madam Qin, after all these years in the entertainment industry, your eye for talent seems to be regressing rather than improving. Qin Shui's face flushed alternately red and pale, a kaleidoscope of emotions. The worst part was that Gu Xingman's words held undeniable truth. If Bai Jingru weren't her artiste, with that level of acting, she wouldn't spare her a second glance. Bai Jingru saw that Qin Shui was also being suppressed by Gu Xingman, and her whole being plunged back into panic and despair. She shook off Qin Shui's hand and angrily pointed at Gu Xingman's nose, unleashing a torrent of curses. Gu Xingman, stop with your righteous talk. You're just jealous that I'm with I. You hate me so much that you won't let go. You're despicable and shameless. Watching Bai Jingru, now like a cornered dog that jumps over the wall, Gu Xingman couldn't help but think she looked no different from a ridiculous clown. She actually didn't want to waste words with her, but changing the female lead was no small matter. Wei Lai didn't want to play the bad guy here, and she understood her concerns. As for her, she had enough confidence and capital to bear the consequences and risks of replacing someone. So naturally, the role of the villain fell to her. Consider it settling a personal grudge under the guise of official business. She raised her hand, brushed aside Bai Jingru's accusing finger, and sharply pointed out her flaws. Bai Jingru, I didn't want to expose your moral failings in front of so many people, but you're showing absolutely no remorse or shame. You know exactly what disgraceful things you've done, it's obvious to both of us. Why do I say you can't play Dixing? Because your soul is dark and your values are twisted. When you act, your expressions are deceitfully exaggerated, but your eyes reveal the darkness within. You're actually reveling in me Wayne's breakdown and suffering. You don't even think Dixing owes me Wayne any remorse. Just like a mistress who breaks up a marriage feels exhilarated watching the original wife suffer after successfully stealing her position, considering herself the victor. Bai Jingru staggered back a step under this verbal assault, staring at Gu Xingman in disbelief. You're lying. I never. You know the truth in your heart. Gu Xingman couldn't be bothered to argue further and turned to Qin Shui instead. Don't you think I'm right? Qin Shui was completely stunned. Gu Xingman's words struck her face like slaps, each one stinging painfully. The cruel truth was that every word Gu Xingman said was fact. During Gu Xingman and Lu Sai's secret marriage, Bai Jingru was still stirring up romantic rumors with Lu Sai. Wasn't that textbook mistress behavior? For a female celebrity, nothing attracts more online vitriol than being labeled a homewrecker. Qin Shui lowered her eyes and let out a heavy sigh. Given how events had unfolded, she was left with little room to maneuver. Chapter 88, Complete Lack of Self-Awareness. Wei Lai, however, looked positively excited, so much so that she nearly clapped her hands right then and there. As a director, he'd been holding back his true feelings all morning, and finally someone spoke them out loud for him. This feeling was truly exhilarating. Bai Jingru, criticized so publicly by Gu Xingman, felt both humiliated and resentful. She glared at Gu Xingman and was about to speak when Qin Shui promptly grabbed her wrist. Jing, say less. Qin Shui frowned at her, signaling with her eyes that she needed to stay calm. The current situation is extremely unfavorable for them. If Bai Jingru argues with Gu Xingman again, there really won't be any room left for negotiation regarding this role. Bai Jingru has just returned to the country. If word gets out that the female lead was replaced right after filming began, she might as well forget about making it in the entertainment industry. So now, they have no choice but to endure. They must endure. Qin Shui knows Gu Xingman is a tough nut to crack, so she can only pin her hopes on Wei Lai. She looked at Wei Lai. Director Wei, Teacher Yi seems to have a strong bias against Xiao Jing. Could you put in a good word for her? I promise Xiao Jing will perform better in the future. I admit she didn't do well today, but she probably just misunderstood the female lead's emotions. She didn't mean to act that way. Wei Lai was known in the industry as a director who couldn't bear to outright refuse others. Being too harsh simply wasn't his style. He smiled awkwardly and then cast a pleading glance at Gu Xingman standing beside him. Gu Xingman turned away and returned to his seat. She completely ignored Wei Lai's pleading gaze. She'd said all there was to say. With Bai Jingru's level of skill, forget playing the female lead, she'd struggle even with a sixth supporting role. Wei Lai was a seasoned director. Gu Xingman trusted he knew perfectly well whether Bai Jingru should stay. Wei Lai dismissed the other crew members, keeping only a few of them present. This was already saving face for Bai Jingru and Qin Shui. Gu Xingman was seated right next to Wei Lai, while Qin Shui and Bai Jingru stood directly in front of her. Bai Jingru hung her head in silence, enveloped in a thick cloud of resentment. Qin Shui gazed at her, sighing repeatedly. At this point, there was truly nothing more she could do. Qin Shui stole another glance at Gu Xingman's direction. Gu Xingman took the insulated water bottle handed to her by Lin Xiaona, unscrewed the cap, and drank quietly without sparing them a single glance. Taking a deep breath, Qin Shui had no choice but to humble herself further, making one last desperate attempt for Bai Jingru. Director Wei, I admit Xiao Jing still has much room for improvement in her acting. After all, she wasn't professionally trained, and this is her first drama. Some issues might escape her notice. Could you please give her more time? I've already arranged a private tutor for her. She'll dedicate all her off-screen time to intensive study, striving to catch up with everyone's pace. Wei Lai had actually given up all hope for Bai Jingru's acting skills. It was only out of consideration for Lu Sai's face that he didn't speak too harshly. If it were anyone else, with acting like this, they would have been eliminated during the audition. Acting is something that really depends on talent, Wei Lai said to Qin Shui, his tone helpless. Qin Shui, you're a veteran in this industry. You've trained so many artists, you should understand this principle. Qin Shui's smile stiffened. Director Wei. Wei Lai gave a light cough. Miss Bai is the female lead designated by President Liu, but I now feel her abilities are a bit too lacking for the role. Here's what I propose. I'll discuss it with the other film executives, especially the new investors. As for the penalty fee, we'll try to pay as much as possible. Does that work for you? Hearing this, Bai Jingru's expression changed drastically. Director Wei, I won't accept this. Lu Sai personally promised me this role. She had sacrificed so much for this female lead role. How could they just replace her like this? Chapter 89, She'll do it herself. Mentioning Lu Sai again, though Wei Lai did fear Lu Sai's influence, he was genuinely fed up with someone as utterly lacking in self-awareness as Bai Jingru. His expression turned colder as he looked at the stubborn Bai Jingru and said, Miss Bai, it's not like I haven't given you a chance. But this entire morning has passed, and look how much time you've wasted for everyone. The public's eyes are sharp. For someone with your acting skills to insist on playing the female lead, you're really asking the impossible. Bai Jingro's eyes reddened with desperation. I can do it. I just haven't gotten into the groove yet. I'll work harder. Director Wei, if you cut me from the lead role just like this, how will you explain it to Lu Sai? Xiao Jing, Qin Shui hurriedly grabbed her arm and shot her a warning look. Under Qin Shui's scorching glare, Bai Jingru bit her lip resentfully, her eyes gleaming with unshed tears. Wei Lai had initially been somewhat apprehensive, but now that Bai Jingru had so blatantly dragged Lu Sai into the matter, was she openly threatening him with Lu Sai's name? He was generally easygoing, but that didn't mean he had no temper at all. He hadn't given it much thought before, but today, seeing how Gu Xingman couldn't tolerate Bai Jingru at all, he began to piece things together. Gu Xingman and Lu Sai's divorce was probably inextricably linked to Bai Jingru. If that's the case, then Wei Lai would rather thoroughly offend Lu Sai than let Bai Jingru star in this film. A mistress still wants to play the original wife in the movie? How utterly shameless. I'll personally explain things to President Liu. Wei Lan stood up with a cold expression, holding her phone as she walked out of the recording studio. She obviously went to make a phone call to Lu Sai. Seeing this, Lin Xiaona raised an eyebrow at Bai Jingru, puckered her mouth, and whistled with a mischievous expression. Gu Xingman, holding a thermos cup, amusedly kicked the tip of Lin Xiaona's shoe and scolded her. Of all the things to learn, picking up Rongyi's mannerisms is what you're good at. Haha, not bad though. Lin Xiaona stuck out her tongue, her demeanor still unapologetically gleeful. Bai Jingru shot her a fierce glare. Lin Xiaona glared right back. What? Looking for a fight? I'm ready whenever you are. You. Bai Jingru was seething with anger, but one sharp look from Qin Shui instantly deflated her. Gu Xingman couldn't be bothered with Bai Jingru, not even sparing her a single glance. Qin Shui observed Gu Xingman quietly, sensing an indescribable aura around her. The longer she looked, the more convinced she became that this woman had an extraordinary background. Qin Jia. Bai Jingru grasped Qin Shui's hand, her tear-filled eyes pleading. She had already lost her chance with Lu Sai. If Wei Lai made that phone call, her role as the female lead would be all but gone. Xiao Jing. Qin Shui looked at Bai Jingru and gently patted the back of her hand. You must be tired today. Let's go back and rest for now. I'll help you fight for the role again later. I don't want to. Bai Jingru could easily tell Qin Shui was just brushing her off. Her barely contained emotions erupted again as she glared hatefully at Gu Xingman. Gu Xingman leaned back in her chair, arching an eyebrow as she watched coldly. Bai Jingru couldn't take it any longer. She rushed forward, pointing accusingly at Gu Xingman and snarling, Gu Xingman, you're just using your position to settle personal scores. You're jealous that I'm with I. But let me tell you something. I loves me. You're already divorced. You have nothing to do with each other now. He's mine. Xiao Jing. Qin Shui reached out to pull her aside, but Bai Jingru pushed her away and continued pointing at Gu Xingman, unleashing a torrent of insults. What do you think you are? So what if you're a famous writer? All your talent can't change the fact that you're a parentless bastard, no mother or father to love you. Did I ever care about you? In 3 years of secret marriage, did he ever bother with your life? Ha, Gu Xingman, so what if you drive me away today? I loves me. I've carried his child. And you? For 3 years, he never breathed a word about being married, let alone introduced you to anyone. You're nothing but pitiful and pathetic. Qin Shui stared blankly at Bai Jingru, whose expression was now ferocious, twisted and hideous. Mad. She's gone completely mad. Qin Shui stepped back several paces, her gaze filled with shock and disappointment as she looked at Bai Jingru. Bai Jingru was beyond all hope of redemption. Lin Xiaona couldn't take it anymore and was about to rush forward to fiercely slap Bai Jingru several times when Gu Xingman pulled her back. Xingjie. Lin Xiaona, still unwilling after being restrained, frowned as she looked at Gu Xingman sitting in the chair. I'll handle it myself. Gu Xingman stood up, handing her thermos cup to Lin Xiaona. Chapter 90, not just underestimating, but completely blind. Lin Xiaona took the thermos cup and said, you must not hold back. Hearing this, Gu Xingman raised an eyebrow. Does she even deserve any mercy from me? Lin Xiaona spat out, she doesn't deserve anything. Gu Xingman let out a soft chuckle. When she turned around, the smile in her beautiful eyes vanished instantly. With long strides, she stepped forward and swiftly slapped Bai Jingru across the face. The speed was both swift and vicious. Crack, crack. 2 relentless slaps in succession sent Bai Jingru crashing to the ground. Gu Xingman's slap packed such a fierce recoil that Bai Jingru saw black before crashing face-first to the ground. Her forehead struck the floor as excruciating pain exploded, accompanied by a deafening ringing in her ears. Oh my god, someone's hitting people. Someone on set was startled by the scene, but no one dared to step forward and stop it. Qin Shui froze for a few seconds before snapping back to reality and hastily crouching down to check on Bai Jingru's condition. Xiaojing, are you alright? Bai Jingru only felt a burning pain on both cheeks, her forehead aching intensely as well. Supported by Qin Shui to sit up, she immediately covered her face with her hands and burst into tears. Qin Jia, it hurts so much. Qin Jia, you have to stand up for me. How dare Gu Xingman hit me? Her sobs were shaky and fragmented, sounding utterly pitiful. Qin Shui pushed aside her hair to see the glaring red palm prints swollen severely on both cheeks, and couldn't help but gasp sharply. Gu Xingman hit too hard. Bai Jingru's originally beautiful and fair face instantly swelled up like a pig's head. Qin Shui watched with mixed emotions. Though Bai Jingru somewhat brought this upon herself, she was still her artist after all. She couldn't just stand by and watch Bai Jingru get bullied. Qin Shui looked up at Gu Xingman, frowning with a hint of anger in her voice. Mr. E, no matter what, you can't hit people. We live in a society governed by law. If you injure someone, you'll have to face legal consequences. This is between her and me. Gu Xingman looked down at Qin Shui condescendingly. As for the consequences, there's no need for you, Manager Qin, to worry. If you don't want to get burned, you'd better step aside. Qin Shui. That last carried an unmistakable air of lethal intent, she thought. And then, Qin Shui's hand on Bai Jingru's shoulder slowly withdrew. As the hand left her shoulder, Bai Jingru stared in disbelief. She turned her head, her eyes wide and shimmering with unshed tears, watching as Qin Shui gradually stood up and took several steps back. At that moment, the despair in Bai Jingru's eyes reached its peak. Qin Shui dared not look at her and could only lower her head. Bai Jingru braced herself with both hands on the ground, tears pouring down her face as she suddenly laughed. Still laughing, she turned her gaze to Gu Xingman and said, I truly underestimated you, Gu Xingman. You're not just underestimating our cis man. Lin Xiaona stood by with hands on hips, scolding fiercely, you're downright blind. Of all people to provoke, you had to pick our cis man. So what? At least when it comes to Lu Sai, I've won. Bai Jingru glared venomously at Gu Xingman, her whole demeanor twisted with obsession. Ah, you loves me. I was with him 4 years ago, and I'm still with him now. As for you, you'll forever be my defeated rival. Is that so? Gu Xingman raised an eyebrow, crouching down to pinch Bai Jingru's chin between her fingers, her beautiful eyes narrowing. Do tell, how exactly have I become your defeated rival? The woman's gaze was haughty and cold, looking at Bai Jingru as though she were an insignificant ant. Staring into those eyes, Bai Jingru suddenly recalled Lu Sai's indifference and heartlessness toward her. A surge of hatred overwhelmed her, and she abruptly reached out to choke Gu Xingman's neck. Gu Xingman's eyes flashed with ferocity. The hand that had been gripping Bai Jingru's chin now seized her hair and yanked it back forcefully. Chapter 91, CEO Lu, you're quite the actor. Ah, Bai Jingru screamed in pain as tears instantly gushed from her eyes. You won't shed tears until you see your coffin, will you? Gu Xingman's crimson lips curved slightly with an indifferent smile, yet her beautiful eyes gleamed with an icy light. Keep claiming that Lu Sai loves you, then why don't you call him right now to come protect you? Let him come. I'd love to ask him right to his face. How exactly did you two get that child of yours? Bai Jingru stood completely frozen, her pupils trembling slightly as she clenched her teeth without making a sound. How dare she call Lu Sai? How dared she mention a pregnancy to his face? Gu Xingman stared at her, taking in every bit of her panic. With a cold smirk, she mocked. What? Don't you dare call him? He loves you so much. Why wouldn't you even dare to ask for his protection? Bai Jingru's head was forced backward, her neck stretched to its limit, and the hand gripping her possessed terrifying strength, as if it could snap her neck effortlessly in an instant. Gu Xingman advanced step by relentless step, peeling away layer by layer of Bai Jingru's hypocritical facade, exposing her ugly interior inch by inch until nothing remained concealed. You don't dare? Shall I make the call and ask him for you? Bai Jingru's pupils contracted violently as she screamed uncontrollably. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to meddle in matters between me and I? At the time you sent me that pregnancy test report, I was still Lu Sai's rightful wife, Gu Xingman sneered. And you? Whether your pregnancy is real or fake, you knowingly became the other woman. Do you really think this circle will tolerate someone like you with such rotten morals? Let me go. Bai Jingru screamed, realizing now that she had fallen into Gu Xingman's trap. Gu Xingman had deliberately provoked her step by step, pushing her to lose control and say those things. Gu Xingman, you set me up. You vile woman. I hope you die a horrible death. Gu Xingman released her, stood up, and kicked her in the stomach again. Did you really think just because you talk a lot, you're in the right? Bai Jingru, 2 months ago, you shouldn't have been so clever as to fake a pregnancy to trap me. I never forget a grudge. I pay back every slight. Dare to trick me? I'll make sure you never forget me for the rest of your life. Ugh. Bai Jingru curled up, clutching her stomach, trembling all over. Sweat and tears smeared her makeup, leaving her utterly wretched. Gu Xingman's kick was so brutal she couldn't even scream. Everyone on set watched with bated breath, not daring to make a sound. Lin Xiaona walked over and handed Gu Xingman a wet wipe. Manjia, wash your hands. Personally teaching Bai Jingru a lesson really dirted their Manjia's hands. Such bad luck. Gu Xingman took the wet wipe and turned to return to her seat when suddenly someone outside shouted, "President Liu is here." She paused and turned around. Lu Sai strode toward her in a long black trench coat, his long legs cutting through the air. Wei Lai followed behind Lu Sai, looking somewhat embarrassed. Gu Xingman narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, then turned back to her seat and sat down. Lu Sai passed by Jingru when she reached out with a frail plea, save me." Without even glancing at her, Lu Sai walked straight past her towards Gu Xingman. In Bai Jingru's blurry vision, the man's retreating figure looked utterly cold and heartless. A sudden sharp pain pierced her heart, and with her eyes closing shut, Bai Jingru completely lost consciousness. As soon as Gu Xingman sat down, a shadow loomed over her, accompanied by the familiar fragrance of tobacco. A man's deep voice sounded above her. "Are you okay?" Gu Xingman, ? Is this guy blind or something? Given the current situation, how could she possibly be the one who seemed like she might need help? Gu Xingman resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Before she could speak, the man in front of her had already crouched down, his deep-set eyes gazing intensely at her. Man, I'm sorry I'm late." Gu Xingman. She frowned without responding, silently giving him a look that clearly said, "Sir, you're being a bit overdramatic." Chapter 92, If you're still upset, you can keep hitting me. "I just heard from Director Wei, and I'm sorry," he said in a voice gentler than ever before, yet tinged with caution. "I'll explain the situation with Bai Jingru properly later. Don't let her affect you." "Oh." Gu Xingman absent-mindedly twirled the scarf around her neck with slender jade-like fingers, casting a cool glance behind Lu Sai. "I've already hit her just now. Does that count as being influenced by her?" Lu Sai. Gu Xingman let out a soft chuckle, her delicate eyebrows arching slightly. "What's the matter? Does President Liu feel distressed?" "No." Lu Sai answered promptly and firmly this time. "If you're still angry, you can keep hitting me." Gu Xingman. "No, thank you." She turned to Wei Lai beside her and asked, "Uncle Wei, can we still film today?" Wei Lai glanced at the time and said, "Today's schedule only included scenes for the female lead and supporting actress, but given Miss Bai's current condition, we'll need to make some readjustments. Let's call it a day for now." "Oh." Gu Xingman stood up slowly, stretching with a lazy yawn. "I'm heading down the mountain first." Wei Lai nodded. Sure. Gu Xingman glanced at the unconscious Bai Jingru on the floor, then turned to Lu Sai. "President Liu, your first love is in this state, and you're just going to ignore her?" Lu Sai stood up, giving Bai Jingru a cursory glance. "She was never my responsibility to begin with." "Oh?" Gu Xingman raised an eyebrow, looking at Qin Shui. "Didn't Bai Jingru get into the crew through President Liu's connections?" Lu Sai. Qin Shui. Qin Shui had initially thought Lu Sai's arrival might offer Bai Jingru at least some protection, but she had just witnessed Lu Sai completely ignoring Bai Jingru and, without a word, kneeling beside Gu Xingman. His humble and cautious demeanor made her question if this was even the same Lu Sai she knew. Qin Shui glanced at the unconscious Bai Jingru on the ground, her emotions growing even more complicated. It seemed the rumors circulating online weren't true after all. How did Lu Sai resemble the affectionate, soon-to-be-wed image the news painted of him and Bai Jingru? His eyes only see his ex-wife, Gu Xingman, okay? Qin Shui silently held her forehead, feeling extremely grateful at this moment that she had always treated Gu Xingman with respect. She felt there might still be hope for her. "Teacher Yi, I'm sorry." Previously, Xiao Jing hid the fact that President Liu was married from both me and the company. Moreover, she deliberately misled us into thinking she and President Liu were in a relationship. Combined with all those online rumors and the fact that President Liu arranged for her to be the female lead in this drama, I misunderstood. Lin Xiaona and Wei Lai listened on, both lowering their heads to stifle their laughter. Qin Shui's explanation was practically oozing with desperation to save herself. Gu Xingman was always professional about separating work from personal matters, and didn't actually intend to make things difficult for Qin Shui. "There's no need to explain so much to me. Taking Bai Jingru along was just business as usual. Now that you know what kind of person she is, just do what you need to do." Qin Shui hurriedly assured upon hearing this, "Rest assured, Teacher Yi, I'll explain everything to our boss right away, and the company will terminate the cooperation with her." "I don't care about any of that," Gu Xingman said before turning to Lin Xiaona. "Nana, let's go." "All right." Lin Xiaona packed up and grabbed her small bag, following Gu Xingman. Lu Sai glared at Qin Shui with a dark expression before hastily catching up with Gu Xingman. Qin Shui felt a chill run down her spine under the glare and turned to Wei Lai. "Why did President Liu glare at me?" "Think carefully about what you just said." Wei Lai patted her shoulder, looking at her with a hint of pity in his eyes. Qin Shui frowned as she tried to recall her own words. Suddenly, her breath hitched. She just managed to completely absolve herself with that statement. yet her words subtly implicated Lu Sai. Qin Shue's expression cracked. So, did I just accidentally throw Lu under the bus without realizing it? Wei Lai smiled politely. Indeed you did. Qin Shue saw darkness before her eyes. Seeing she was about to cry, Wei Lai lowered her voice to console her. Don't be too nervous. Judging by how fervently President Lu is pursuing Professor Yi, he probably won't have the energy to fuss over you. Qin Shui. Chapter 93, She Let Go. A temporary mobile cabin was set up near the helicopter landing pad for passengers and pilots to rest. Tong Yi and Jian Shan were leisurely eating chicken inside the cabin. Not far away, Gu Xingman and Lin Xiaona emerged from the filming location, with Lu Sai hot on their heels. Man. Gu Xingman initially didn't want to pay any attention to Lu Sai, but halfway through her walk, she suddenly stopped. No matter what, Bai Jingrou's situation had been the catalyst for her divorce from Lu Sai. Now that the truth was out in the open, she felt she ought to have a proper conversation with him about it. Nana, you go ahead and wait for me. Lin Xiaona glanced at Lu Sai and nodded. Okay, sister man, you two have a good talk. Don't argue, and definitely don't start fighting. Gu Xingman knew exactly what she was worried about and helplessly tapped her forehead. Got it, you little busybody. Lin Xiaona giggled, stuck out her tongue playfully, and then dashed off. She felt if she didn't leave soon, Lu Sai's penetrating gaze would bore straight through her. It was nearing midday, and the wind halfway up the mountain was quite strong. To make matters worse, it was overcast today. Standing still like this was genuinely chilly. Gu Xingman stuffed her hands into her jacket pockets and turned to face Lu Sai. I've thought about it, and it's better we clear the air between us. Lu Sai stared at her, his handsome face taut with tension. He had just learned from Wei Lai about Bai Jingrou's disgusting schemes. Along with anger, what he felt most was regret. He regretted having misunderstood Gu Xingman without asking for an explanation, and letting the scandals spread unchecked out of sheer spite. Man, I'm sorry for making you suffer so much injustice because of me, the man said in a deep, solemn voice. Gu Xingman smiled faintly, feeling that she had finally let go of the past now. Actually, Bai Jingrou's methods weren't all that sophisticated. She was just very skilled at scheming. She knew we were in a Cold War at the time and was certain I wouldn't confront you directly after receiving that pregnancy test report. She took advantage of the situation. Luckily for her, it worked. It was my failure to handle things properly. Lu Sai lowered his gaze, suddenly feeling too ashamed to face her at this moment. Gu Xingman sighed lightly, her tone carrying a new sense of detachment. Lu Sai, while I admit that pregnancy test report was what ultimately pushed me to divorce you, after I calmed down, I thought it over carefully. I realized the reason it affected me so deeply was because there was already a gap between us, or perhaps because my trust in you wasn't strong enough. If there's genuine trust between us, with a love truer than gold, then Bai Jingrou's little tricks wouldn't stand a chance. Lu Sai clenched his hands hanging by his sides and raised his gaze to meet Gu Xingman's eyes. At that moment, all he saw in her eyes was relief. Yet his heart was gripped by a spreading pain as fine and sharp as needle pricks. I haven't been a proper husband for the past 3 years. You've been wonderful. It's me who failed to cherish you. You only regret after losing something. But this girl, she had already walked far away from him, no longer belonging to him. There's no need to keep saying sorry anymore. Remembering the scene of him kneeling, Gu Xingman felt the resentment in her heart diminish slightly again. Actually, I figured it all out now. Perhaps neither of us back then had found the right state to maintain our marriage. I always thought that if I took the initiative, if I accommodated everything about you, the distance between us would grow smaller. But the truth is, it doesn't work that way. Love should be equal, yet from the very beginning, I positioned myself as the inferior, the submissive one. To love you, I discarded my dignity and pride, until in this marriage, I lost myself entirely, gradually becoming meek, sensitive, and paranoid. That's why I was swayed by rumors and shattered by Bai Jingrou's petty schemes. Lu Sai listened to her words, the corners of his eyes gradually reddening. Chapter 94, You regret the divorce, but I don't. Yet at this moment, Gu Xingman turned her head aside, avoiding his gaze. She lowered her head, sighed softly, and said, I know you regret the divorce, but I don't. Lu Sai's chest ached sharply. He wanted to reach out and hold Gu Xingman, but he hesitated, because the girl he loved was smiling, brighter and more carefree than she had in the past 3 years. I understand now. Love only makes people foolish. Look, I've broken free from this relationship. Don't you think the Gu Xingman you see now is entirely different from the one you knew? Lu Sai looked at her, his throat tight with emotion. His silence was filled with helplessness and confusion. He knew that the more Gu Xingman spoke, the further apart they became. Gu Xingman's gaze returned to his face, the corners of her lips lifting to reveal 2 faint dimples. Lu Sai, take a good look. The real me is standing before you now. That Gu Xingman who only knew how to love you and revolve around you, she's gone. So then, she gathered her small face turning serious. If you're saying you've loved me unconsciously these 3 years, I'm sorry but I have to point out, the Gu Xingman who loved you so fiercely during those 3 years was an illusion. That wasn't the real me, so what you need isn't the real me either. Lu Sai stared at her in a daze, the corners of his eyes burning red, yet he couldn't find a single word to refute. I've said all I needed to say. Gu Xingman looked at him, her tone remarkably light. Say whatever else you want to say today, because after this, we're turning the page for good. She truly wanted to move forward, to no longer be held back by the past. I know it's too late to say this now, but I still want you to know. Lu Sai took out his phone, opened a photo of a medical report, and handed it to her. Gu Xingman glanced down at it. Who is this Lin Xian? She's my mother. Gu Xingman was startled. She looked up at him with a trace of surprise in her eyes. What? But, wasn't your mother supposed to have passed away long ago? It's no secret that I'm an illegitimate child. 8 years ago, my grandfather found my mother and me and brought me back to acknowledge my roots. At that time, the Lu family was embroiled in intense internal strife. To protect my mother, my grandfather suggested fabricating a false report of her accidental death, to prevent my uncles and my half-brother from getting any malicious ideas. Oh, Gu Xingman herself was born into a wealthy family, and such infighting among the elite wasn't unheard of, so she wasn't overly shocked. However, Lu Sai had hidden it well, married for 3 years, and not once had he mentioned it to her. So, you see, the gap between them was really deep. Married for 3 years, yet never speaking of each other's secrets, it would be laughable if word got out. All these years, I've had my mother settled in Yunqing. At the beginning of the year, she was diagnosed with leukemia, and the hospital found Bai Jingru's bone marrow to be a match in the registry. That's why I reached out to Bai Jingru. She signed a contract with me. She donates bone marrow to my mother, and I provide her with money and resources. Lu Sai paused before continuing. I'll have Songqing send you the contract later. No, Gu Xingman interrupted him seriously. You don't have to do this. I believe you wouldn't lie to me about your mother's health. Lu Sai pressed his lips together and remained silent for a moment before speaking. Thank you. So how's your mom doing now? She's recovering well. Oh. Gu Xingman suddenly felt the atmosphere becoming somewhat awkward as they talked. Are you done talking? She felt so cold and wanted to go back to hide under the covers. Lu Sai pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, aren't you going to ask me why I allowed those rumors to spread back then? Chapter 95. She would never consider him again. Gu Xingman froze slightly, blinking at him in confusion. If this damn man hadn't brought it up, she wouldn't even have remembered to ask. She raised an eyebrow, figuring since things had already come this far, there was no point holding back now. Then tell me why. Her tone carried a hint of tsundere arrogance, seemingly casual. But was there an uncontrollable little expectation bubbling beneath the surface? Lu Sai seemed hesitant to speak. Gu Xingman frowned. Are you going to say it or not? If not, I'm leaving. Alright, I'll say it, Lu Sai replied, looking at her with a soft and somewhat cautious tone. Do you remember about 3 months ago when I took you to a banquet? Gu Xingman thought for a moment and nodded. The one for Chairman Wang's daughter's full moon celebration? Yes. Gu Xingman looked bewildered. What does the banquet have to do with those rumors? Lu Sai cleared his throat, hesitating before he even spoke. I'll tell you everything, but can you promise me you won't get angry? No. Gu Xingman's face remained frosty. Whether or not I get angry is my decision. If you're this unsure, then don't say anything at all. She turned to leave, but Lu Sai hastily grabbed her arm. Gu Xingman paused in her steps, lowered her gaze to the large hand gripping her arm, then raised her eyes to glare at him. Lu Sai. He silently released his hold. Gu Xingman was somewhat satisfied with his tactful response. Last chance, are you going to talk or not? Lu Sai sighed, resigning himself to his fate. That day I accidentally overheard you chatting with a few women. You had your back to me at the time, telling them the only reason you're with me is for my power and money. Gu Xingman, ? She froze for a full 3 seconds. Then she finally recalled what happened that night too. The words did come from her mouth, but she never expected them to coincidentally reach Lu Sai's ears. Yet Lu Sai just believed it like that? Without even bothering to come ask her? A confrontation would have been better than this. Did they just sentence her to death without a second thought? Humph. That damned man remains as arrogant as ever. Gu Xingman initially thought that after clearing the air, she was starting to see Lu Sai in a slightly more favorable light. But now, Thinking this, Gu Xingman suddenly raised an eyebrow and smiled, though that smile carried a chilling edge. Lu Sai's eyelashes trembled slightly as a foreboding feeling settled in. Man, don't be angry. I know I was wrong. Oh, you weren't wrong at all. Gu Xingman continued with a cold laugh. You're Lu Sai, the CEO of Lu Corporation. A man as outstanding as you. How could you possibly make a mistake? You're absolutely faultless. Those words did come from me. You heard perfectly right. That's exactly what I think. I am that gold-digging woman you believe me to be. Lu Sai. Give him a stab, he wants to die right now. So, what exactly did I like about you these past 3 years? Gu Xingman's tone was dripping with sarcasm, her delicate face now completely cold. Lu Sai, after 3 years of marriage, you're blind in both eyes and heart. And so am I. Let's call it even. With that, she turned and walked away. Man, don't follow me. Gu Xingman stopped walking but didn't turn around. Lu Sai's outstretched foot froze mid-step as he watched her retreating figure, his heart aching with each throbbing pulse. Her soft voice remained calm yet resolute. Everything that needed to be said has been said. We're truly not suited for each other. Let's never bring up the past again. I'll forget, and I ask you to forget too. Of course, if you still refuse to give up, fine, keep chasing if you must, but I'll never reconsider you. Lu Sai stood completely petrified on the spot. In the blurred vision, that stubborn and resolute figure gradually faded into the distance. The biting cold wind stung his eyes as warm liquid trickled from the corners. Chapter 96, Silencing Her Forever. 7 p.m., First People's Hospital of Beijing, VIP inpatient ward. The elevator doors slid open on the 8th floor ward, and Shen Maching stepped out. Nurse Zhang had just emerged from room 803, her face clouded with worry. Xiao Zhang, Shen Maching approached, frowning slightly at the untouched meal in her hands. She refused to eat. She did, Nurse Zhang replied, stealing a glance at the closed door before lowering her voice. Dr. Shen, I think Miss Bai's emotional state is becoming extreme. Hearing this, Shen Maching's gentle expression darkened slightly. She just ran into some trouble. Thinking back to that phone call from Lu Sai just now, the man's expression grew even colder. Lu Sai wanted to silence Bai Jingru and forbade anyone from helping her. This is clearly pushing Bai Jingru to the brink. Shen Maching had a heated argument with Lu Sai. Bai Jingru has sacrificed so much for Lu Sai all these years. Even if he doesn't love her, he shouldn't be this heartless. Nurse Zhang knows Shen Maching and Bai Jingru have a decent personal relationship, so despite her suspicions about Bai Jingru's psychological state, she dared not voice them. She merely uttered that one concerned remark earlier, and Dr. Shen's expression instantly turned icy. Miss Bai's abdominal injury was just examined by Dr. Chen, and she also had an ultrasound. Although the bruising looks a bit frightening, there's no internal damage. She'll recover with a few days of rest and some blood-activating, bruise-dispelling medicine. Shen Maching snapped back to attention and responded indifferently with a faint acknowledgement. Nurse Zhang tentatively asked, Dr. Shen, would you take this meal in and try to persuade Miss Bai to eat? Shen Maching reached out to take the lunchbox, his brow slightly furrowed. This food is cold. His expression softened back to its usual gentle warmth as he spoke. Could you trouble yourself to order another portion for me? Of course, I'll place a new order right away. I'll go ahead and order then. By the way, Dr. Shen, have you eaten yet? I have, thank you. Alright, I'll just order one portion then, Nurse Zhang said before returning to the nurse's station. Shen Maching pushed open the door and entered the hospital room. The lights in the room were on, with Bai Jingru lying on the bed facing away from the door. Xiao Jing. Shen Maching approached the bedside, his voice gentle and soothing. I know you're not asleep. Can we talk for a bit? I'm in such a mess right now, I don't want to see anyone. Bai Jingru covered her face, her voice hoarse and thick with nasal congestion. Never since becoming sensible had she felt so utterly humiliated and disgraced. People had always praised her as the nation's goddess, the nation's first love face, and she reveled in such compliments. One could say she took immense pride and satisfaction in her appearance. Yet she never dreamed in her wildest nightmares that someone would actually slap her face in public. Gu Xingman had struck too fiercely. Though the nurse had applied ointment for her, her cheek remained severely swollen, the searing pain still lingering. And this piercing pain was a constant reminder. It was Gu Xingman who had hit her. She loathed Gu Xingman with every fiber of her being, but she had already lost. What she couldn't accept the most was that after she fell unconscious, Lu Sai hadn't cared for her at all. In the end, it was Qin Shui, her agent, who called an ambulance for her. But after bringing her here, Qin Shui left too. She knew it, Qin Shui wouldn't care about her anymore. The company had completely abandoned her. Xiao Jing, I know you're suffering right now, but remember, your body is your own. You must take care of yourself, Shen Maching murmured, looking down at her with a trace of helplessness in his tone. The pain is only temporary. You must pull yourself together. Only temporary? Is that it? Bai Jingru's nose tingled slightly as her eyes reddened, and she raised a hand to wipe them. After a moment, she slowly turned around to face Shen Maching. Shen Maching looked at her swollen, almost unrecognizable face without the slightest hint of disdain. On the contrary, his eyes held unconcealed heartache. Bai Jingru knew this man had been secretly in love with her all along. Chapter 97, Doubled Retribution. Back then, if Shen Maching had dared to be more assertive, perhaps she wouldn't have thrown herself headlong into Lu Sai's arms. In the end, Lu Sai didn't harbor an ounce of affection for her. If it weren't for Lin Xian, he probably wouldn't have spared her a second glance. Now she had nothing left, only Shinmaching still cared for her. Emo-ching, I'm in so much pain, I'm so tired. Bai Jingru spoke through her tears. As those tears slid down her cheeks, Shinmaching felt his own breath hitch with shared agony. He quickly grabbed some tissues, leaning down to gently wipe her tears. Jinger, don't be afraid. No matter what happens, I'll always be here with you. Bai Jingru suddenly grasped his hand, looking up at him with vulnerable despair. I've lost everything. I wants to destroy me for Gushingmon's sake. Now I truly have nothing left. Shinmaching stared at her, and at this moment, he finally made up his mind. Xiaojing, you still have me. Bai Jingru stopped crying and stared at him intently. Maching, are you not lying to me? Shinmaching's gaze was firm. Originally, I thought my sacrifice could bring you and Lusai happiness and fulfillment, but I never expected you to end up like this. I regret it. There's always been a place for you by my side, if only you're willing. Bai Jingru bit her pale lips and asked, I have nothing now. Would you still want me despite that? To me, you'll always be the best. Emo-ching, you're so good to me, Bai Jingru said shyly, stretching out her arms. Could you hug me, please? Shinmaching froze momentarily, clearly taken by surprise. Bai Jingru's eyes reddened at seeing his expression, looking as if she was about to cry again. Shinmaching quickly bent down to embrace her. Jing, I'll take responsibility for you. I'll always stay by your side. Okay, I believe you, Bai Jingru replied, her voice gentle with a hint of tears. Yet the eyes hidden against his neck were as dark and venomous as poison daggers. She wouldn't admit defeat so easily. Lusai and Gushingmon owed her, and given time, she would certainly collect double what was due. Luoyun Mountain. The film crew was having a dinner party tonight, reportedly hosted by the long-awaited male lead himself. The temperature here was lower than in the city, especially at night, so after some discussion, everyone decided on barbecue and hot pot. Lusai didn't leave either. He offered to lend the backyard of his private villa to the film crew. Wei Lai was naturally delighted with this arrangement. All those commercially leased vacation villas yards combined couldn't compare even to a single backyard of Lusai's property. After descending the mountain and returning to the villa, Gushingmon ate the noodles prepared by Lin Xiaonao before retiring to his room to sleep. At 3 o'clock, the entire crew began bustling about to prepare for the group dinner. Seeing everyone pitching in, Lin Xiaonao felt awkward staying idle in her room and went out to help. The backyard was lively with chatter and laughter, which by nearly 5 o'clock had woken Gushingmon from her sleep. The bedside lamp cast a warm amber glow on the drowsy face of the young girl, her cheeks flushed pink and the blankets cozy around her. A moment later, Gushingmon rubbed her eyes and slowly sat up. Lin Xiaonao pushed open the door, and seeing Gushingmon like this, knew she had just woken up. Sister man, everything downstairs is almost ready, Lin Xiaonao said, entering and closing the door before heading to the walk-in closet. It's much colder at night than during the day. Should I find you a sweater? Gushingmon's thick eyelashes fluttered slightly as she fully woke up. With a soft voice, she murmured her agreement, then threw off the covers, got out of bed, and turned to head into the bathroom to wash up. While brushing her teeth, Gushingmon couldn't help but retch twice. Hearing this, Lin Xiaonao hurriedly rushed in. Monjia, are you okay? Chapter 98. She has more than enough capital. Frowning, Gushingmon stared at her slightly reddened eyes in the mirror. After a few seconds, she shook her head. After rinsing my mouth, that nauseating feeling finally faded away. If you're not feeling well, sister man, we can just eat at home. It's the same either way. No need. Gushingmon squeezed out some facial cleanser, worked it into a lather, and applied it to her face. My third brother is making an appearance tonight, and Gu Jiaojiao is definitely going to hog the spotlight for herself. Lin Xiaonao instantly understood but didn't seem too worried. Sister man, don't stress too much. Brother Sanson won't indulge her either. Gushingmon bent down and turned on the faucet to rinse the foam off her face. Lin Xiaonao handed her a facial towel. Gushingmon took it and wiped the water from her face. I know my brother definitely won't indulge her, but he's now an A-list actor after all. His status comes with too much baggage, every word and action of his gets magnified. Plus, he's never hidden the fact that he's the young master of the Gu family since his debut. Now that Gu Jiaojiao is flaunting her identity as the Gu family's heiress, what kind of attitude do you think my brother can afford to show her? Lin Xiaonao froze. Gushingmon tossed the face towel into the nearby trash bin while applying skincare. With the dual status of an award-winning actor and elder brother, how could my big brother possibly treat Gu Jiaojiao poorly in public? Lin Xiaonao gritted her teeth and cursed, that Gu Jiaojiao is truly disgusting. No wonder she was in such a hurry to crown herself with the title of Gu family's precious daughter. While claiming not to rely on the Gu family, she's actually desperate to bleed every last drop from them. Gushingmon smiled faintly, appearing far calmer than the furious Lin Xiaonao. Don't worry, while my brother can't easily deal with her due to his position, I'm different. That makes sense. With this thought, Lin Xiaonao felt much more at ease. Gu Jiaojiao would love for your identity to remain unknown forever. she can't morally blackmail you if no one knows. After applying her facial cream, Gu Xingman asked Lin Xiaona, will Lu Sai be there tonight too? Lin Xiaona nodded. Yes. Not only did President Lu lend out the backyard, but he also brought out quite a few fine bottles from his wine cellar to share with everyone. Hearing this, Gu Xingman smirked lightly. That dog of a man surely has ulterior motives beyond the wine. She felt quite carefree after saying all that in the afternoon, but when it came to Lu Sai's side, she wasn't so sure. Lin Xiaona hesitated but couldn't resist asking, Sister Man, how did your chat with President Lu go this afternoon? What are you thinking? Did you really believe we could reconcile? Gu Xingman finished tidying up her face, turned around to pinch Lin Xiaona's nose, and walked out of the bathroom. Lin Xiaona chased after her. But wasn't the matter with Bai Jingru clarified? Didn't you divorce President Lu back then because of her? Since he didn't actually betray you, then shouldn't you too? Nana, Gu Xingman interrupted Lin Xiaona, looking somewhat helpless. Have you been bought off by Lu Sai? Lin Xiaona. She paused for a few seconds before stomping her foot in playful frustration. I just care about you, alright. Gu Xingman chuckled. You've never been in love before. You wouldn't understand romance. Lin Xiaona, fine, I don't get it. Especially given your current situation. Don't bring this matter up again. Gu Xingman's tone suddenly turned stern. Every decision I've made since the divorce was my own. No matter what my relationship status may be in the future, I will take full responsibility for the choices I've made. She paused, then added, your sister Xing here has more than enough capability to shoulder this responsibility, so your concern is unnecessary. Alright, I get it. Lin Xiaona checked the time. Hurry up and get changed, I'll be waiting downstairs for you. At 6 o'clock sharp, Wei Lai promptly sent a group announcement in the production team's chat, revealing the actor who would play the male lead in this film. It's Gu Qiaoxi, the international film emperor who has been winning awards non-stop for nearly 3 years. The announcement blew up the entire crew group chat. When Gu Jiaojiao saw the news, she was completely stunned. Gu Qiaoxi is actually the male lead. Isn't he the one who never takes domestic films? Chapter 99, she wants to destroy Gu Xingman. She stared blankly at her phone when her agent, Tang Yifeng, approached excitedly and whispered in her ear, did you know in advance that actor Gu would take this film? Gu Jiaojiao tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and replied softly, Sister Tang, I didn't know before. My third brother has his own studio now, and all his personal schedules are kept very private. Even Director Wei had to wait until today to make the announcement. I think it's probably my brother's intention. He dislikes being disturbed by fans and paparazzi while filming. Oh, don't overthink it, I was just asking. Tang Yifeng laughed. Though she was Gu Jiaojiao's agent, Tang Yifeng knew nothing about her background, and the company executives had never revealed anything either. The recent revelation that Gu Jiaojiao was the heiress of the Gu family upon her arrival in Beijing had shocked Tang Yifeng to the core. She immediately called the company's vice president to confirm, and only then was it verified that Gu Jiaojiao truly was the Gu family's youngest daughter. The Gu family had immigrated to country Y a decade ago, maintaining such a low profile over the years that they scarcely made any headlines. Yet everyone knew the Gu family had 3 brothers and 1 daughter. The 3 Gu brothers each carved out their own success in their respective professional fields, yet there was never a single trace of news about this Gu family heiress. The Gu family had sheltered this heiress far too well. Tang Yifeng couldn't have imagined in her wildest dreams that the Gu Jiaojiao she had managed for so many years was actually the mysterious heiress of the Gu family. For Tang Yifeng, being the manager, this was nothing short of a stroke of incredible luck. So now when she looked at Gu Jiaojiao, her eyes sparkled like she was gazing at a money tree, and her attitude became much warmer than before. Gu Jiaojiao naturally noticed the change in Tang Yifeng's attitude. This was precisely one of the perks that came with being the heiress of the Gu family. She thoroughly enjoyed the special treatment her status afforded her. This feeling of being the center of attention was something she had fantasized about for years, and now it had finally come true. Gu Jiaojiao lowered her head, a glint of malice flashing through her eyes. All this had come by with great difficulty. She couldn't afford to be careless now. As for Gu Xingman, she was waiting for an opportunity, the perfect chance to utterly destroy her. Jiaojiao? Tang Yifeng waved her hand in front of Gu Jiaojiao, who snapped out of her daze and looked up at Tang Yifeng. Huh? She blinked blankly. What were you thinking about so deeply? I just told you your third brother is here. He's here? Gu Jiaojiao looked around. Where? I just came over to say hello to Director Wei, and then I saw him heading toward the front courtyard. Front courtyard? Gu Jiaojiao frowned slightly. She knew Gu Xingman was staying in this villa. Could Gu Qiaoxi be going to see Gu Xingman? Gu Jiaojiao asked again. Was he alone? No, I think it was with another actor from our crew. What's his name again? Tang Yifeng thought for a moment, then said, I remember. Rong Yi. Do they know each other? Gu Jiaojiao nodded, her eyes turning slightly cold. Our parents are close. So that's how it is. Tang Yifeng finally understood. Turns out Rong Yi was also a wealthy young master hiding his identity, No wonder a newcomer could land the male lead's rival role right after joining the production. Gu Jiajiao mentioned Gu Xingman in the group chat, then put away her phone and stood up. Sister Tang, I'm going to find them. You can entertain yourself for now. Tang Yifang waved with a smile, go on now. Gu Jiajiao chuckled and turned to walk toward the front courtyard. Lin Xiaona sat on the living room sofa, playing on her phone while waiting for Gu Xingman to come downstairs. Just then, another message popped up in the production crew group chat. She tapped to open it. Gu Jiajiao mentioned Gu Xingman in the group chat. Gu Jiajiao, Teacher E, everyone's here. When are you coming? They're all so amazing. What they made is delicious. You should hurry. You should hurry. I'd rather puke. Xiaona Lin felt sick just thinking about Gu Jiajiao's annoying tone. The doorbell rang. Lin Xiaona put down her phone and walked over to answer the door. Outside stood a man in a black windbreaker, his tall and slender frame nearing 190 centimeters. Lin Xiaona had to tilt her chin upwards to take in his face. With sharp eyebrows and star-like eyes, his well-defined features were striking. The high bridge of his nose stood out prominently under the porch light, creating deep shadows that accentuated his chiseled profile. This is a face so handsome it makes both gods and mortals seethe with envy, even without makeup. Brother Sanson. Lin Xiaona's eyes sparkled like stars as she spread her arms and launched herself toward the man. Chapter 100, Big Brother praised her. Just as Lin Xiaona was about to hug Gu Qiaoxi, a large hand suddenly pressed against her forehead. Lin Xiaona slammed on the brakes, her neck snapping back, frozen in place. Lin Xiaona, have you no shame at all? Rongyi suddenly darted out from behind the man, pressing his large hand against Lin Xiaona's forehead and effortlessly pushing her back step by step. You rotten bastard, Rong Xiaoi. Lin Xiaona stormed back into the room, slapping Rongyi's hand away in furious humiliation. Rongyi lifted his hand, which had been struck painfully by Lin Xiaona, to Gu Qiaoxi's face. Third brother, look. Luckily I blocked her for you. Otherwise if that tomboy Lin Xiaona had lunged at you, your ribs would have been broken. Gu Qiaoxi glanced down at the back of Rongyi's hand, his pale pink lips curling slightly in an amused smirk reminiscent of his sister Gu Xingman's signature expression. Nana's too slender to do any damage, he remarked as he strode into the villa. Under the lights, the man's tall silhouette seemed even more elongated. With hands tucked in his pockets and his chin hidden by the collar of his windbreaker, his chiseled profile resembled a noble prince straight out of a manga. Lin Xiaona tilted her chin up slightly, her sparkling starry eyes fixed unblinkingly on Gu Qiaoxi. Brother San, you're even more handsome in person than on screen. Gu Qiaoxi chuckled, his pleasant voice warm and friendly. Oh really? You're quite adorable too. Lin Xiaona immediately covered her mouth, nearly letting out a shriek. Big Brother praised her. She really liked Gu Qiaoxi, the kind of admiration a fan has for their idol, because Gu Qiaoxi was simply outstanding. Not only was he a great actor, but he could also play the violin and sing beautifully, practically a walking bass cannon. In the eyes of Lin Xiaona and Gu Qiaoxi's fans, their idol could do no wrong, truly a versatile megastar. Of course, Gu Qiaoxi himself didn't pay much attention to such praise. As his status in the entertainment industry gradually solidified over the years, he began shifting toward behind-the-scenes production and placed greater emphasis on nurturing new talent. He's been gradually expanding his studio lately, intending to scout a group of promising newcomers to mentor personally. Originally, Gu Qiaoxi hadn't planned to take on any film projects this year, but upon learning that Gu Xingman's Beyond Day and Night was being adapted into a movie, as her elder brother, he naturally had to step up and support his little sister. Besides, he also wanted to confront the scumbag who had his beloved Man hopelessly in love for 3 whole years. Then can we take a photo together? Lin Xiaona swallowed hard, suddenly nervous. I promise I won't post it on Weibo. I'll just keep it for myself. Of course, no problem. Gu Qiaoxi agreed readily and even leaned forward slightly to match Lin Xiaona's height. Lin Xiaona was so excited she called Rongyi over to take their photo. Rongyi reluctantly served as the photographer for once. After taking the photo, he shoved the phone into Lin Xiaona's arms with a look of disgust. How dare you take a photo with third brother when you're this ugly? That takes some courage. Lin Xiaona opened the photo album and her face instantly froze. Rongyi, you're dead. The ugly photo was indeed of her, caught mid-blink. How could it not look awful? Rongyi smirked gleefully at Lin Xiaona, pulling a face before walking over to sit on the couch. Just you wait. If it weren't for her crush being present, Lin Xiaona would have already pounced on Rongyi to give him a good beating. It's alright, let's take another photo. This time I'll hold the phone. Lin Xiaona's furious expression instantly transformed into bashfulness as she cooed, oh, how could I trouble you? The next second, her phone was thrust right in front of Gu Qiaoxi's face. You're tall, you take it. Gu Qiaoxi. He froze for 2 full seconds before chuckling softly and accepting Lin Xiaona's phone. Chapter 101, Speak Up, How Do You Want Him to Die? After taking a few more group photos together, Gu Qiaoxi returned the phone to Lin Xiaona. Lin Xiaona looked down at the freshly developed group photo, her heart brimming with happiness. Thank you, Brother Sanson, she said cheerfully. Gu Qiaoxi reached out and tousled her hair. It's been 3 years since we last met. You've grown quite a bit taller. Lin Xiaona blushed furiously when someone patted her head. She lowered her gaze bashfully, her fingers nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothes as she murmured, it's nothing special. Just 165 centimeters. Lin Xiaona, I'm begging you. Can't you just act normal for once? Rongyi couldn't take it anymore as she strode over and gave Xiaona a light smack on the back of her head. Third brother was just being polite, and here you are getting all smug about it? Lin Xiaona clutched the back of her head, unwilling to argue with Rongyi in front of her crush. She could only viciously stomp on Rongyi's foot. Rongyi hopped on the spot while clutching his foot. Lin Xiaona, you're so cruel. No one would ever want you in this lifetime. Don't worry, if no one wants me, I'll just marry you. Upon hearing this, Rongyi's baby face flushed red. Who would ever be unlucky enough to marry you? Lin Xiaona rolled her eyes. If you don't want to be the unlucky one, then stop bothering me all the time. Gu Qiaoxi watched their childish bickering with a slight curl of his lips and asked, where's Man? Oh right. Lin Xiaona suddenly realized that Gu Xingman hadn't come down yet after all this time. She shouldn't take this long just to change clothes, right? She muttered, glancing at Gu Qiaoxi. Third brother, wait a moment, I'll go up and check. Gu Qiaoxi nodded slightly, then couldn't resist asking, how has her health been recently? Well, physically she's been quite well, eating and sleeping normally. Lin Xiaona's eyes flickered evasively. She wouldn't dare mention Gu Xingman's recent fever and hospital stay. But trying to hide anything from the Gu family was pure wishful thinking. Gu Qiaoxi walked over to the sofa and sat down. We already found out about her last illness. With just those words, Lin Xiaona's knees buckled. Brother Sanson, I'm guilty. I'll forfeit this year's bonus. Illness can't be helped. Gu Qiaoxi smiled, showing no intention of holding Lin Xiaona accountable. But we can't take it lightly either. You're still practically a child yourself. If it's really too much, I can have Aunt Li come over. Aunt Li, affectionately called Miss Li, was the housekeeper of the Gu family. Around the same age as Gu Xingman's parents, she had single-handedly managed everything from Gu Xingman's mother's pregnancy to childbirth years ago. In many ways, Gu Xingman had grown up under Miss Li's watchful care. Don't trouble Auntie Li. Gu Xingman's voice came from the staircase, making everyone turn their heads. Gu Xingman descended the stairs with careful steps. Manjia, Lin Xiaona called out upon seeing her, hurrying over. As she got closer, she could clearly see that Gu Xingman's face was even paler than before. Sister Man, are you okay? I'm fine. Gu Xingman shook her head, but her expression remained somewhat listless. Actually, when she had just finished changing upstairs and was about to come down, she suddenly felt nauseous again and rushed to the bathroom to retch for a long time, though nothing came up. Fortunately, she had done her homework in advance and knew such situations were quite normal. Everything was fine for the past 2 months. Why did it suddenly? Are you feeling unwell? A warm, large hand covered Gu Xingman's forehead. She looked up and met her elder brother's concerned gaze. Gu Qiaoxi's star-like eyes shone with worry, making Gu Xingman's heart feel slightly warmed. She responded with a sweet smile. Little brother, long time no see. Gu Qiaoxi's sharp eyebrows lifted slightly. It was rare to see her so obedient, and he felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. What mischief are you brewing? Hearing this, Gu Xingman pouted and shot him a glance. Buzz off, I'm saving your face here. Gu Qiaoxi ruffled her hair. Ungrateful little thing. I've been away filming all these 3 years, and it was only recently that Dad told me about your situation. He paused, then said, your brother's here. Go ahead, tell me how you want him to die. Gu Xingman. Thanks. I'm touched, but really, that's not necessary. Chapter 102, No Fate in This Life. Gu Qiaoxi frowned at her reaction, puzzled. What's wrong? Don't tell me you still have feelings for him? He said this through gritted teeth. Gu Xingman laughed at his comment. Do I, Gu Xingman, strike you as someone who can't let go after picking something up? That's hard to say. After all, you did abandon us for him. Gu Xingman. Looks like the past 3 years have thoroughly become her dirty laundry. With a soft sigh, Gu Xingman looked at him and said earnestly, brother, he and I have cleared the air. What do you mean by cleared the air? When I left back then, I acted on impulse. There were some misunderstandings I didn't clarify. Gu Xingman briefly explained to Gu Qiaoxi about Bai Jingrou's fake pregnancy and why Lu Sai had used rumors to give her the cold shoulder. After listening, Gu Qiaoxi fell silent. After a moment, he frowned and said very seriously, though the reason you two broke up in the first place was misunderstandings. Ultimately it's because he was too selfish and petty as a man. And how could he just sentence you to such a harsh judgment because of those few words you said? The more he spoke, the colder Gu Qiaoxi's expression became. Would the jewel of our Gu family really be after his meager assets? What a joke, arrogant and conceited. Such a man isn't fit for marriage. Man, it's a good thing you divorced him. Exactly. Absolutely. Rong-yi clapped enthusiastically, nodding in agreement. Alright, don't be angry anymore. That's all in the past. Gu Xingman took her brother's hand and led him to sit down on the sofa. Little brother, it's been 3 years since we last met. Let's not bring up those unhappy things. Tell me about yourself. Have you been in any relationships these past 3 years? Sitting closely together, Gu Xingman affectionately looped her arm through Gu Qiaoxi's, her petite face brimming with a sweet smile. This was the first time in a long while that she had smiled so genuinely from the heart. Lin Xiaona watched from the side, feeling deeply moved. Indeed, family is always the best. Gu Qiaoxi smiled at her, yet his heart remained uneasy. The thought of their beloved younger sister, who they had cherished and protected since childhood, suffering so much injustice made him wish he could pummel that Lu fellow mercilessly. Man, before I came, Mom called ahead and told me to respect your decision. Gu Xingman looked at him, blinking. And then? Gu Qiaoxi lowered his gaze to her belly and let out a heavy sigh. Are you really sure? Gu Xingman nodded without hesitation. I've thought it through. I only found out about this baby after we broke up. Whether to keep it or not, that's my decision to make. Alright, then let me ask you again. Are you keeping this child simply because you can't bear to part with it, or is it because you still have feelings for him? Gu Xingman frowned slightly. She actually knew what Gu Qiaoxi was worried about in his heart. As family, they naturally didn't want her to become a single mother at such a young age. After a moment's thought, she said, Actually, young man, I thought I had late-stage stomach cancer along with Lu Sai's betrayal, which made me resolve to break up. At that time, I believed I had less than 6 months to live and should live for myself. I wanted to go home and spend time with my parents and all of you. Back then, I was truly in utter despair. So when my parents took me to the hospital for a re-examination and found out not only that I didn't have stomach cancer but that I was also pregnant, the feeling was like being reborn. But after calming down, I carefully considered whether to keep the baby and ultimately decided to keep him. Maybe this is just his fate. Think about it. Just 1 week earlier, the hospital in Beijing completely missed it, and it wasn't until after the breakup when I returned to country Y that it was detected. That can only mean he and his father were never destined to be together in this life. Gu Qiaoxi. That kinda makes sense. Chapter 103, A Suspicious Figure. Gu Xingman saw that her brother was moved by her words and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So, big brother, you really don't need to worry about me. The stupidest thing I've ever done in my life was those 3 years in the past, but that's all behind us now, isn't it? From now on, I'll be just fine, so you should also learn to accept your unborn little nephew, okay? When did I ever say I wouldn't accept him? Gu Qiaoxi snorted coldly. Even though his father is a scumbag, I believe your genes will overpower his. Besides, he'll be raised in our Gu family after he's born. Once he grows up, he'll definitely be 100 times better than his father. Gu Xingman smiled and nodded. That's right, and with such a handsome and talented movie star for an uncle, he's bound to be very proud and happy. Hearing this, Gu Qiaoxi couldn't bring himself to put up any more resistance. He gently placed his large hand on her belly and said, Now that you put it that way, I'm actually looking forward to his birth. Not right? He frowned. Have you not been eating? How come you're not showing it all these months? Gu Xingman was torn between laughter and tears. The doctor said first pregnancies don't show easily, and besides, it's barely been 4 months. What kind of baby bump are you expecting to see? Not showing was for the best. If she did, she wouldn't be able to hide it from Lu Sai. Oh, and by the way, little bro, aside from our family and Nana, no one else knows about my pregnancy. Make sure you don't let it slip. I know, Mom reminded me. That's good then. As the words fell, the air suddenly grew a little quiet. A few seconds later, from the single sofa, Rong-yi raised his hand and looked at the siblings. Hello? Can you see me? Gu Xingman. Gu Qiaoxi. Lin Xiaona raised a hand to her forehead. Yes, Rong Xiaoi didn't know originally, but now he does. Although I'm heartbroken right now, I promise I won't say anything. Rong-yi's doll-like face looked aggrieved. But I'm still so upset, sister man. You actually don't treat me as family. Gu Xingman choked slightly, about to offer comfort when Lin Xiaona beat her to it. Rong Xiaoi, you're misunderstanding here. We didn't tell you not because we don't see you as family, but mainly because we have no confidence in your intelligence. After all, you're the one who got tricked into revealing all sorts of information by President Lu the very first time you met him. Rong-yi. Well, then Rong-yi isn't innocent. Gu Qiaoxi nodded, sincerely voicing his thoughts. Gu Xingman also nodded. Yeah, Rong-yi's intelligence totally takes after Aunt Tan. Rong-yi. He swore to cut ties with these three. The group chatted and joked, the atmosphere relaxed and cheerful. At that moment, Gu Xingman suddenly furrowed her brows and covered her mouth. Gu Qiaoxi noticed her unusual behavior. Man, what's wrong? Before she could speak, a wave of nausea surged through her stomach, followed by uncontrollable dry heaves. Quick, the trash can, Lin Xiaona exclaimed. Gu Qiaoshi reacted quickly, grabbing the nearby trash bin and placing it in front of Gu Xingman. Gu Xingman lowered her head and retched a few times, tears uncontrollably rolling down, but after much effort, nothing came up. Manhwa, pat Manjia's back for her, I'll go make some sour prune water, Lin Xiaona exclaimed as she hurried into the kitchen. Luckily, Aunt Qiao had left extra supplies before coming to Beiqing, who knew they'd actually come in handy. Lin Xiaona walked out of the kitchen carrying freshly brewed salted plum water and glanced toward the villa's main door as she passed by. The door was slightly ajar, and a shadowy figure seemed to flash across the gap. Frowning, she muttered to herself, wasn't the door just closed? Nada, hurry up with the plum water, Rongyi called impatiently from the other room. Oh, coming. Lin Xiaona carried the sour plum drink toward the living room, the shadowy figure already forgotten. Outside the villa, Gu Jiaojiao hid behind the stone statue by the entrance, her head lowered, her eyes brimming with jealousy and resentment. How could Gu Xingman, how could she possibly be pregnant with Lu Sai's child? Her nails dug into her palms, that innocent, sweet face turning dark and twisted. She wouldn't allow it, would absolutely never allow this child to be born. Chapter 104, He doesn't recognize her? Footsteps approached from nearby, accompanied by the murmur of voices. President Liu, shall I take it inside for you? After a moment, the man's deep voice responded, take it inside. This voice. Gu Jiaojiao's brows twitched slightly as she raised her head to look. A few meters away, two men stood facing each other. Lu Sai handed the plate in his hand to Songqing. It held freshly grilled skewers. Songqing took it and turned to walk toward the villa. Gu Jiaojiao's gaze, however, lingered on Lu Sai, the admiration in her eyes impossible to conceal. After 10 long years, she finally saw him again. Songqing walked to the doorway and noticed someone behind the stone statue, frowning slightly as he asked, who's there? Gu Jiaojiao froze in surprise, flusteredly smoothing her hair before stepping out from behind the stone statue. Miss Gu? Songqing recognized Gu Jiaojiao. After all, this was the Gu family heiress who had trended on social media the moment she arrived in Beiqing. But what would a young lady like her be doing hiding here at this time of night? Gu Jiaojiao probably realized how inappropriate her presence was at this moment and hurriedly explained. I was just coming to call Teacher Yi out for snacks, but I tripped halfway here. As she spoke, she had already subtly leaned against the stone statue for support, her right foot barely touching the ground on tiptoe, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. She looked utterly fragile. Seeing this, Songqing didn't think much of it but instinctively asked out of courtesy, would you like some help, Miss Gu? Gu Jiaojiao bit her lip and glanced at Lu Sai not far away. Songqing followed her gaze, and his eyebrows instantly twitched. No way. Is Miss Gu here with ulterior motives? Songqing's gaze returned to Gu Jiaojiao's face. The woman remained oblivious, staring unblinkingly at Lu Sai. Songqing cleared his throat softly. Miss Gu, why don't you wait here while I deliver these items inside? I'll come back to help you find your manager. Gu Jiaojiao. Since when did she need Songqing's support? Biting her lip in frustration, Gu Jiaojiao kept her gaze fixed on Lu Sai, who stood several meters away. Meanwhile, noticing Songqing lingering outside, Lu Sai frowned with concern that the food would grow cold. What are you waiting for? Come inside, he urged impatiently. Songqing, can't you see I'm helping you ward off admirers? There's just a door between us. What if your ex-wife happens to come out and sees Gu Jiaojiao clinging to you? Your whole winning her back plan would practically be over before it begins. The woes of a straight man. Their CEO Lu will have to learn this lesson the hard way someday. Lu Sai's entire focus right now was on getting those skewers to Gu Xingman as quickly as possible. As for Gu Jiaojiao, he didn't even notice her existence. Seeing no movement from Songqing after what felt like ages, Lu Sai completely lost his patience. He strode forward with his long legs. As the man drew nearer, Gu Jiaojiao's breathing grew shallow, her heart pounding like a drum. Just as she was about to proactively greet Lu Sai, she saw him reach out to take the plate from Songqing's hand. With his long legs striding up the steps, he walked right past her. The motion was fluid, without the slightest pause. Gu Jiaojiao's initially raised smile instantly froze, her once hopeful eyes reddening uncontrollably. Lu Sai had actually ignored her completely? Does he not recognize him anymore? Yet she had never forgotten him all these years. Gu Jiaojiao clenched both hands hanging by her sides tightly onto her skirt, her knuckles turning white. It's fine, it must be too dark. He didn't recognize her. If she had just been a bit more proactive, he would have definitely recognized her. Chapter 105, A Wall Built Around the Heart. Songqing watched as Lu Sai opened the door and stepped into the villa, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it's far better to deliver it personally than to risk Miss Gu striking up a conversation right outside the door. Songqing turned his head to look at Gu Jiaojiao. Miss Gu? Gu Jiaojiao met Song Cheng's gaze, forcing out a sweet, triumphant smile. Assistant Song, is something the matter? Song Cheng studied her reddened eyes. Miss Gu, does your leg hurt badly? Should I call a doctor for you? Truth be told, whether Miss Gu's leg hurt or not was beyond his knowledge, but he reckoned her heart must be aching quite a bit. Gu Jiajiao's smile gradually became strained, but she still shook her head and said, no need, I can get back by myself. If you don't mind, I can help call your agent or assistant to pick you up, Song Cheng said respectfully. It wasn't that he particularly cared about Gu Jiaojiao, he mainly feared she might stubbornly refuse to leave. But Gu Jiaojiao seemed intent on waiting for Lu Sai here. She glanced back at the villa gates behind her, the disappointment and reluctance in her eyes poorly concealed, though Song Cheng clearly noticed it. He pushed up his glasses with his hand. Miss Gu, don't misunderstand. I just noticed you looked unwell and thought your leg might be hurting. No, it only hurt when I twisted it earlier. It's fine now. Gu Jiaojiao rubbed her eyes, fully aware that Song Cheng was subtly urging her to leave. Though reluctant at heart, she understood it wasn't the right time to push too hard. She told herself there would be plenty of time, she had already made it to Beijing, closer to Lu Sai, and opportunities would come. Gu Jiaojiao gave a nod to Song Cheng. Assistant Song, thank you for your concern. If there's nothing else, I'll head back first. Song Cheng smiled and nodded in return. As long as you're fine, Miss Gu, please walk carefully on your way back. Alright, thank you, Gu Jiaojiao replied before turning to walk toward the backyard. Once she had walked some distance, the smile on Gu Jiaojiao's face instantly turned cold. Under the night sky, she gazed at the lively scene of the gathering spot ahead, yet her mind was filled with the image of a man in military uniform walking toward her against the light. Song Cheng watched the woman's retreating figure, shook his head, and let out a knowing sigh. So overconfident. His words were directed at Gu Jiaojiao's feelings for Lu Sai. Although he himself had been single since birth, all these years following Lu Sai, he had personally helped Lu Sai fend off countless admirers. With just one glance from those women, he could already discern their intentions. This Miss Gu before him was no different from those women who adored his boss, Lu Zong. A single glance was all it took to reveal her blatant motives. Yet, none of these women could hold a candle to Gu Xingman. It wasn't that Song Cheng was biased towards Gu Xingman, it's just that among all the women whose adoring gazes he'd seen directed at Lu Sai, only Gu Xingman's eyes held such pure, blazing intensity. Those women might adore Lu Sai for his status, his chaebol wealth, or his handsome features, whatever the reason, they all lacked that same purity of affection. Even this Miss Gu before them now, despite being the Gu family heiress, had just looked at Lu Sai with admiration tinged by ulterior motives, that unmistakable eagerness to attain something through him. In this entire world, perhaps only Gu Xingman could love Lu Sai with such complete, unreserved devotion, loving to the point of abandoning oneself, loving like a complete fool. Unfortunately, that was Gu Xingman before the divorce. As an outsider, Song Cheng witnessed firsthand how Gu Xingman loved Lu Sai over the past 3 years, and also saw how ruthlessly she severed those feelings. In the end, she was wounded too deeply. Those who awaken through pain become like steel, their hearts building an impenetrable fortress that no one can easily breach. Song Cheng turned his head to look at the tightly closed villa gate, feeling nothing but regret. His boss, Lu, was probably going to regret this for a lifetime. Inside the villa, the atmosphere was bizarrely tense. No one had expected Lu Sai to show up uninvited, and to barge in so abruptly without even knocking. When he entered, Gu Xingman had just finished vomiting and was leaning weakly against Gu Qiaxi's chest. Chapter 106, He's already out of the game. Gu Qiaxi held her with one arm while accepting the plum-flavored water handed by Lin Xiaona with the other, about to help her drink it. Lin Xiaona and Rongyi hovered nervously around the pair. Hearing the commotion at the door, the group froze mid-action, their gazes snapping toward the entrance in the next instant. Lu Sai never expected to walk into such a scene the moment he stepped inside. Gu Xingman was nestled in another man's arms, her posture both delicate and docile. He halted abruptly, his tall frame rigid as if petrified. In that moment, the man's dark pupils constricted violently as his chest tightened with suffocation. His hands holding the plate began trembling uncontrollably. Ever since the divorce, he often dreamed of Gu Xingman embarking on a new romance. In those dreams, she would snuggle into another stranger's arms just like now, gentle and clingy. Each time, such visions would stab his heart awake, leaving him struggling to escape the dream, his back drenched in cold sweat, his chest heavy with lingering pain. The discomfort was so unbearable that he feared falling asleep, needing the aid of alcohol or sleeping pills to drift off. He thought the torment of his dreams was the most painful, but never imagined that witnessing it in reality would hurt 1,000 times more. For a fleeting moment, he nearly went mad with the impulse to snatch Gu Xingman away, to tell her she wasn't allowed to look at other men, let alone lean into another man's arms like this. Yet, reason whispered fiercely, no, he couldn't. He had already divorced Gu Xingman. Now he was out of the game, no longer qualified to interfere in any of her choices. To him, this was a brutally painful truth, but he had no choice but to accept it. Agony spread through his chest. This pain reminded Lu Sai that Gu Xingman had truly moved on, leaving him behind without so much as a backward glance. Recalling their conversation on the mountainside at noon, Lu Sai finally resigned himself to reality. He needed to respect her. Lu Sai closed his eyes, took a deep breath, his Adam's apple bobbing as his deep voice trembled slightly. Sorry for intruding. Damn. Rongyi was the first to react. How did you get in? Rongyi strode toward Lu Sai. Where are your manners? Don't you know to knock before barging into someone's home? Lin Xiaona, Rong Xiaoyi, don't act rashly yet. This house belonged to Lu Sai. Although Songqing had previously said they'd have primary rights to the place during their stay, how could they possibly stop the actual owner from coming? I just came to bring some food for Man. Lu Sai's Adam's apple bobbed with visible difficulty as he gazed toward the sofa. The girl who once adored him with every fiber of her being, she didn't even glance his way. Gu Xingman had now regained her composure and, fearing Lu Sai might notice something amiss, simply clung to Gu Qiaxi's arm. Her beautiful eyes curved into crescents as she looked at him, her voice soft and coquettish. Qiaxi Ge, don't misunderstand. I haven't had any contact with him anymore. Gu Qiaxi, as a celebrated film emperor, he couldn't say he was unaccustomed to his sister's sudden acting. It was just undeniably a bit over the top. But over the top or not, with Lu Sai barging in at such a delicate moment, if they didn't do something to divert his attention and he grew suspicious, things could get complicated. As part of the bride's family, Gu Qiaxi was absolutely unwilling to let Lu Sai know about the existence of this child. It wasn't that he was afraid Lu Sai would try to take the child. If it came to a legal battle over custody, the Gu family had nothing to fear from Lu Sai. He simply wanted to avoid unnecessary complications. He hoped Gu Xingman and the child could have a completely peaceful and simple life. Chapter 107, She Plans to Leave. If Lu Sai found out about the child's existence, given his way of doing things, he would probably become relentless in his pursuit. Gu Qiaxi gently ruffled Gu Xingman's hair and said softly, Don't worry, I trust you completely. That's good. Gu Xingman smiled as she hooked her arm around Gu Qiaxi's and suggested, I think it's a bit chilly outside. Why don't we skip the dinner outing tonight? I'll ask Xiaona to prepare a meal so we can eat at home. Sounds good. It's too crowded outside anyway. Eating at home will be much more comfortable. The two of them chatted back and forth, sounding almost like the daily conversations between lovers. It didn't help that Gu Xingman was even holding onto Gu Qiaxi's arm, her effortless closeness seeming natural and intimate. Lu Sai couldn't take it anymore and shoved his tray into Rongyi's hands before swiftly turning to leave. The man's retreating figure was hurried, and if one looked closely, they might even notice his gait was slightly unsteady. It was less a departure than an escape. Indeed, Lu Sai fled. That scene was something he couldn't bear to face. Even more, he feared that staying longer might compel him to step forward and fight for Gu Xingman. The villa's door opened, then closed. Only a cold gust remained, quickly dissipating indoors without leaving a trace. Lin Xiaona and Rongyi exchanged glances, both feeling awkward. However, the sibling pair on the sofa seemed entirely unaffected by Lu Sai's arrival. Man, your acting needs improvement, Gu Qiaxi remarked in a professional tone. Gu Xingman released his arm, snatched the plum drink from his hand, took a sip, then looked up and said lightly, I'm only good at writing, not acting. It's alright, next time I'll guide you through it. I promise your scumbag ex-husband won't spot any flaws. Gu Xingman chuckled dryly, Young man, you'd better be careful then. Don't get too into character. Brother-sister romance is absolutely forbidden. Gu Qiaxi, holding back for a second, he couldn't resist. The man flicked Gu Xingman's smooth forehead with his knuckles. You little brat, sure enough, even after all these years apart, that mouth of yours doesn't spare anyone, not even family. Gu Xingman didn't hold back either, lifting her foot to kick him in the shin. Taking advantage of me while I'm pregnant, are you? Keep knocking on my head and if the baby comes out too dumb, I'm blaming you. Gu Qiaxi rubbed the spot where he had been kicked and said, Don't worry. There hasn't been a single dull child born into the Gu family, unless the father happens to be someone like Rongyi. Rongyi, huh? He snapped angrily, damn it, you two siblings can bicker all you want, but suddenly dragging me into it, isn't that going too far? Gu Xingman suppressed a laugh. Sorry, just stating the facts. Alright, stop making such a fuss, Lin Xiaona said as she tugged at Rongyi's hoodie. Your intelligence is universally acknowledged, no need to struggle with it. Come help me wash vegetables and be my kitchen assistant. We'll have dinner at home tonight with just the few of us. Being dragged backward, Rongyi coughed and protested. Ahem. Lin Xiaona, let go. You're choking me. Can't die. Don't you know fools usually have 9 lives? You're the fool. Your whole family's foolish. The quarrelsome pair bickered their way into the kitchen. Gu Xingman drank most of the sour plum beverage before finally feeling much more comfortable in her stomach. Gu Qiaoshi regained his serious expression and looked at her. This must be morning sickness, right? Probably. She set down her cup, thought for a moment, and said, tomorrow I'll make time to go to the hospital for a prenatal checkup, and while I'm there, I'll ask the doctor if there are any ways to relieve or improve it. You should find some relief, otherwise it's too hard on you. And with reactions as strong as earlier, if it happens in public, it could easily raise suspicions. I know. Don't worry, brother. If the reactions really get too strong, I'll just return to Country Y first. At worst, Nana can stay here with you, and we can connect remotely during the events. That should work fine. No matter what, she absolutely must not reveal her pregnancy. Alright, let me know if there's anything I need to cooperate with, he said, rubbing her head gently. Gu Xingman smiled and replied, I definitely won't hold back when I need your help. Seeing how calm and well-prepared she was, her elder brother Gu Qiaoshi didn't have much to worry about. Chapter 108 Someone freed, someone trapped. After leaving the villa, Lu Sai didn't attend the dinner party and departed directly. Song Ching was driving. The journey from Luoyun Mountain to the city center would take over an hour. Once in the car, Lu Sai simply said, back to the hotel. Song Ching noticed that his boss had emerged from the villa in an extremely foul mood. It was just like when they first learned Gu Xingman had cancer and disappeared without a trace. Outwardly, he seemed fine. After being hospitalized for alcohol-induced stomach bleeding and discharged, he threw himself into work day and night. Even robots couldn't keep up with that pace. That state had improved slightly after Gu Xingman returned to Beijing. But today, stepping out of the villa, Song Ching felt like he was seeing that same Lu Sai again, the one who had just learned Gu Xingman supposedly had stomach cancer. His entire being was engulfed in an aura of utter desolation. Song Ching was burning with curiosity. What had actually happened inside that villa? Yet the entire duration couldn't have been more than 5 minutes from entry to exit. Suddenly, Song Ching's eyelids twitched, and he instinctively glanced at Lu Sai through the car's rearview mirror. That single glance made him even more convinced of his suspicions. It strongly resembled the look of a lovelorn fool whose world had collapsed after being robbed of their beloved, utterly despondent, burning with silent anger yet not daring to speak up. Of course, Song Ching only dared mutter these words in his heart. After all, kicking his boss while he was lovelorn would be incredibly unwise. One wrong move and he might find himself transferred to Africa. He'd better just drive quietly. The Rolls-Royce entered downtown, heading toward the hotel. Back to Jing'an Garden. Song Ching froze for a moment, slowing the car slightly. Mr. Liu, are you sure? Since the divorce, Jing'an Garden had become Lu Sai's forbidden territory. Turn back. Not a single word more, uttered with absolute resolve. Song Ching acknowledged the order and swung the wheel at the intersection ahead. The car was eerily silent, while the scenery sped past outside the window, endless streams of traffic, towering skyscrapers, and fading lights. Beijing is a first-tier city in China, still bustling and lively under the night sky. The city remained the same city, yet this winter was colder than any in years past. Lu Sai's pitch-black pupils reflected the scene outside the window, his gaze lonely and sorrowful. The image of Gu Xingman leaning into another man's arms kept replaying endlessly in his mind, impossible to erase no matter how hard he tried. The man pressed his pale, cold hand against his chest, where it seemed a crack had formed, letting in an endless stream of icy wind that stung and numbed him. His heart no longer felt warm, each beat devoid of sensation. At 9:30, the Rolls-Royce pulled into the courtyard of Jing'an Manor and came to a stop at the entrance. Song Ching shifted into P Park without turning off the engine, the car heater still running warm. Yet when he turned his head, an inexplicable chill crept over him. This chill was different from the usual aloof, keep your distance aura Lu Sai naturally exuded. The Lu Sai before him now appeared lonely, ice-cold, even somewhat desolate. Song Ching finally realized the situation had taken a rather serious turn. Mr. Liu looks utterly abandoned by the whole world. Could it be that Gu Xingman has really found someone new? Could there be a man hidden in the villa? Song Ching carefully studied his expression. Mr. Liu, I'm just worried about you. What's going on with you tonight? Lu Sai remained staring out the window. At Song Ching's words, his lashes fluttered slightly, and his thin lips parted as he murmured, I'm fine. Song Ching, how does this look like nothing to you? Did Miss Gu say something to you again? Song Ching couldn't help pressing further. After several seconds of silence, Song Ching heard the man's voice, so quiet it was almost inaudible. No. She didn't even acknowledge him, didn't even glance his way. Her eyes were filled only with the man holding her, her coquettish demeanor radiating tenderness and happiness. He closed his eyes briefly. She's truly moved on. Hearing this, Song Ching froze. After a moment, he lowered his head, wanting to offer comfort yet finding himself at a loss for words. In this divorce, one found liberation while another sank into despair. What a cursed fate. Chapter 109, The Breakdown of Adults is Silent. Although Lu Sai was notoriously sharp-tongued and strict in daily life, he was actually quite good to Song Qing. Not only did he pay Song Qing much higher than the industry standard, but he also included him in some guaranteed profitable projects. Lu Sai never dwelled on such things, but Song Qing remembered them clearly. He knew full well that his boss, despite his tough exterior, had a soft heart beneath. In the business world, Lu Sai's methods were indeed unparalleled. He operated by his own set of rules, mastering both gentle persuasion and hard coercion. Over the years, Lu's enterprise had transformed from a struggling entity to today's commercial empire entirely through Lu Sai's leadership. Yet the heavens remained fair. This business titan who maneuvered effortlessly through corporate waters turned out to be emotionally inept in personal life. As for his emotional quotient, Song Qing couldn't say it was non-existent, just that it was in a negative, seriously negative. Song Qing had always believed that the matchmaker played favorites with Lu Sai, giving him a gushingman. Over the past 3 years, Song Qing had repeatedly marveled at how Lu Sai had turned misfortune into blessing. After that car accident, he gained an angelic wife like Gu Xingman. As a man, he couldn't help but feel envious. So when Lu Sai's love life suddenly took a nosedive, even Song Qing hadn't seen it coming. These days, watching Lu Sai go from divorce to desperately chasing after his wife, witnessing his repeated uncharacteristic behavior, Song Qing was not only shocked time and again but also saw Lu Sai's helplessness and confusion. Though Lu Sai absolutely deserved this fiery aftermath of chasing his wife, seeing him in such a state gave Song Qing mixed emotions. With a soft sigh, he turned around and silently turned on some music. They say adults break down in silence. Perhaps what Lu Sai needed most right now wasn't others' comfort, but a quiet, soothing atmosphere. A space where he could fully immerse himself and calm down. Soft music played in the car, its gentle melody soothing to the soul. In the back seat, Lu Sai remained in the same posture, his head tilted as he gazed out the window. From this angle, he could clearly see the master bedroom on the second floor of the villa. For the past 3 years, no matter how late he returned from social engagements, as long as Gu Xingman was home, the lights in the master bedroom were always on. No matter how late it was, she would always wait for him to come home. But now, with Gu Xingman gone, the villa they had shared for 3 years stood empty. This house had become the place he couldn't bear to face most. Since Gu Xingman left, he had only returned once when the hospital called that night, and never again after that. He dared not return, afraid the sight would stir old emotions. The truth he'd been unwilling to admit was brutally laid bare tonight when he saw Gu Xingman leaning in another man's embrace, exposed and bleeding before his very eyes. Yes, he had to admit it, he was afraid of losing her, afraid he might never hold her in this lifetime again. Jing'an residence held too many traces of their shared past life together. On the sofa, she curled up her legs in a dress, head bowed as she read a book. In the kitchen, she stood at the counter wearing an apron, cooking a meal. In the master bedroom, with the light on, she leaned against the headboard, her head tilted to one side as she slept. In the bathroom, with tears glistening in her eyes, she clasped her arms around his neck. Lu Sai closed his eyes in anguish, each breath laced with stinging pain. There were too many, so many that merely recalling them drove him to the brink of madness. Why did those trivial details he once dismissed now replay relentlessly in his mind since the divorce? Each memory carried fresh agony, and the sharper the pain grew, the clearer those scenes became. For the nth time, Song Qing glanced at the back seat through the car rearview mirror. Lu Sai remained in the same position, his gaze still fixed on the master bedroom on the second floor, unwavering. The man's handsome, chiseled profile was half hidden in the darkness, making him appear even more desolate and withdrawn. Song Qing sighed softly and dared to ask, "President Lu, it's getting late, shall we return to the hotel?" The man in the back seat gave no response. Song Qing coughed again. "President Lu, there's still an important meeting tomorrow, you should get some rest." This time, Lu Sai responded. He turned his head and glanced at Song Qing. Then he leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Let's go to Renjian," he said. Song Qing was taken aback and instinctively glanced at the time. It wasn't late, just 10:30, the hour when nightlife was just beginning. After some thought, he sighed and could only turn the car around, heading toward the world of revelry. Once there, they wouldn't stop drinking until daybreak. But there was nothing to be done. Song Qing couldn't persuade him, so he discreetly sent a message to Jiang Beiwang instead. Now there's no young madam to keep President Lu in check, but at least 7th Master can still manage him. Chapter 110, Don't let her be too disappointed. Gu Jiaojiao was absent-minded all evening. The gathering ended, and she returned to her room just at 10:30. She immediately took out her phone to check WeChat. Around 8 o'clock, she had sent Bai Jingru a message, but Bai Jingru hadn't replied at all. Fortunately, Bai Jingru replied at this moment. "Bai Jingru, I'm sorry Miss Gu, I just woke up and saw your message. Thank you for your concern, I'm feeling much better now." Gu Jiaojiao looked at this message and immediately edited a reply, still filled with concerned pleasantries. The two exchanged their usual hollow courtesies for a while. When Bai Jingru gradually began to relax and show familiarity, Gu Jiaojiao's eyes staring at the phone screen darkened noticeably. Her fingers tapped across the screen, typing out all the words she most wanted to say. Gu Jiaojiao, actually, I don't think Teacher Yi meant to lash out today either. It's probably because her emotions got the better of her. I've heard pregnant people are sensitive and irritable, and Teacher Yi is expecting right now, so it's normal for her emotions to be uncontrollable. Please try to understand her. After sending the message, Gu Jiaojiao counted the time. About a minute passed, before tapping recall. Message recalled. By Jingru, Miss Gu, I saw what you just sent. Gu Jiaojiao curved her lips into a smile, her fingertips dancing even more merrily across the screen. Gu Jiaojiao, don't tell anyone about this, but I accidentally overheard her talking to her assistant at night. This seems to have been going on for a while now. Gu Jiaojiao, I originally went to call Teacher Yi out for a group dinner, but when I got to the door, it wasn't closed. Suddenly, I heard retching sounds. I was so startled that I stood there frozen for a while. Teacher Yi and her assistant were also whispering about how Lu Zong mustn't find out about the pregnancy. After sending the messages, Gu Jiaojiao felt a slight thrill, staring at the screen with calm anticipation as she waited for Bai Jingru's reply. Bai Jingru paused for over a full minute before replying. Bai Jingru, she said this child needs to be hidden from Lu Sai? Gu Jiaojiao, yeah, though actually I'm not entirely sure. I just overheard them saying that. Later I felt it wouldn't be appropriate for me to walk into that situation, so I left. After all, this is Teacher Yi's private matter, and I felt kinda awkward about accidentally eavesdropping. Sister Jing, you must keep this secret from me. Bai Jingru, don't worry, I won't tell a soul. Gu Jiaojiao gazed at the message, a triumphant sneer curling in her heart. Then, she sent Bai Jingru a few more comforting messages. After the huge commotion during the day, everyone now knew Bai Jingru had tried to be the other woman, only to end up with unrequited feelings. Lu Sai had never taken her seriously in the first place. The thought of Lu Sai ignoring Bai Jingru on set today filled Gu Jiaojiao's heart with delight. She had originally thought Bai Jingru had at least some influence over Lu Sai, and had even felt a bit jealous. But in the end, she was nothing more than a clownish spectacle. Gu Jiaojiao tossed aside her phone, feeling utterly refreshed. Great, things are unfolding step by step exactly as she had envisioned. Though she was 4 years behind Gu Xingman, it didn't matter. The one who laughs last laughs loudest. As for that child, even if Gu Xingman wanted to hide it from Lu Sai and give birth, it wouldn't be allowed. In this world, only she, Gu Jiaojiao, is worthy of bearing Lu Sai's child. Gu Xingman, she simply doesn't deserve it. Gu Jiaojiao smiled, her gaze growing increasingly sinister. Bai Jingru, you'd better not disappoint me too much. Chapter 111, The Guilt in Her Eyes. In the hospital ward, Bai Jingru sat on the sickbed, staring blankly at her phone with lowered head. The last message on the chat page was sent 10 minutes ago, their conversation ending with Gu Jiaojiao's warm and adorable hugging emoji. The hospital room door opened as Shen Maching in a white coat walked in, turning to close it behind him. Bai Jingru didn't notice, her fingertips turning pale as they clenched tightly around her phone. Shen Maching approached the bedside, glanced down at her, then waved his hand before her eyes. Jingru? Startled from her thoughts, Bai Jingru looked up at Shen Maching, blinking her tired eyes before forcing a faint smile. You're here? Shen Maching sat down on the chair by the bed and glanced at the phone in her hand with lowered eyes. Whose message has you so captivated? Hearing this, Bai Jingru quickly put away her phone and smiled, saying, Nothing. It's just Miss Gu texting to ask about my health. I think she's quite nice. Shen Maching slightly furrowed his brows. That Gu family heiress who emigrated abroad? Bai Jingru nodded. Yes. Do you know her too? She was trending hot on searches before. As soon as she returned to the country, her identity and background were exposed, and her fame and public persona skyrocketed instantly. Bai Jingru froze for a moment. She wasn't stupid and could read between the lines of Shen Maching's words. You think she bought those trending searches herself? I don't jump to conclusions without evidence. Shen Maching's voice remained gentle, though he paused before adding, but I sense she's not as innocent as she appears. You do well to keep your distance from her. Bai Jingru frowned upon hearing this, clearly displeased. Miss Gu was the only one who reached out to check on me after the incident. How can you speak of her like that? She was counting on building a good relationship with Gu Jiaojiao, hoping to leverage her influence and status to reopen doors for herself in the entertainment industry in the future. But Shen Maching remained unaware of Bai Jingru's true intentions. Listening to her words, he only thought she was being excessively naive. Jing, faces may be familiar but hearts are unknowable. You've always been too simple-minded, that's why you wasted so many youthful years on Lu Sai. His words came from the heart, but upon hearing them, Bai Jingru immediately darkened her face, her eyes brimming with tears. Maching, what do you mean? Are you still unable to let go of that past between me and I? Shen Maching froze for a moment, looking at her in confusion. Xiao Jing, you're overthinking it. Bai Jingru lowered her head and began to sob quietly. I'm sorry, I'm too sensitive. Shen Maching frowned slightly and patted her shoulder gently. I'm sorry, my words were poorly chosen. I'm not stopping you from interacting with Miss Gu. I'm just reminding you to stay cautious. Bai Jingru looked up, her eyes brimming with tears as she nodded faintly. I know you're the only one who cares about me now. So much has happened to me in just these past few days. I truly don't know how to face my future anymore. The company terminated my contract, Qin Shui won't even speak to me, and now I barely have any friends left in the country. Even a Yi might keep targeting me for Gu Xingmon's sake. Maching, right now, I desperately need someone's comfort and care. Miss Gu and I only met a few times, yet she took the initiative to show concern for me. I'm moved and grateful. Is that really so wrong? Shen Maching actually wanted to say that precisely in times like these, one should be even more cautious, but seeing how emotionally fragile Bai Jingru was, he decided against pushing the matter further. My mistake, I'm sorry. Shen Maching pulled out a tissue and gently wiped the tears from her face. You'll be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. After being discharged from the hospital, I don't know where else I can go. If you don't mind, you can stay at my place first. My apartment is close to the hospital. Although 200 square meters isn't very big, it does have 2 bedrooms. Bai Jingru sniffled, her tone suddenly carrying a hint of shyness. Is it really okay for me to stay like this? I live alone, just have a housekeeper who comes to clean every day. Shen Maching paused before adding, don't worry, I know it'll take time for you to forget him. I can wait. Bai Jingru held his hand, moved, and said, Maching, you're so good, thank you. Shen Maching chuckled softly, looking at her with warm eyes. You never need to say thank you to me. If you hadn't saved me 4 years ago, I wouldn't be alive today. That was just a coincidence. Don't keep bringing it up. Bai Jingru lowered her head, her voice still shy, though a faint trace of guilt quickly flashed in her eyes. Chapter 112 Cutting to the heart of the matter. Night, the Mortal World Club. In the VIP private booth closed to the public, Lu Sai sat on the sofa, 2 buttons of his black shirt undone, revealing a flushed neck and collarbone. The redness came from alcohol. The man gazed at Song Qing with dark, intense eyes, handed over. Song Qing hugged the wine bottle in his arms, leaning against the wall. His gaze was both fearful and stubborn. President Liu, you've already had 2 bottles. You shouldn't drink anymore. He really didn't want to see Lu Sai end up in the ER again. The colossal Lu Corporation was simply too much for a lowly assistant like him to manage alone. Lu Sai narrowed his alcohol-flushed eyes slightly. Don't make me repeat myself. Song Qing. He knew there was no stopping him. If he could have blocked him last time, he wouldn't have had to watch helplessly as Lu Sai drank non-stop for 3 days straight before being rushed to the hospital. The current resistance is merely buying time. Bang, the private room door was violently kicked open from outside. Song Qing turned his head and was instantly overjoyed. 7th Master, thank heavens, you finally arrived. As he spoke, he hastily shoved the wine bottle in his hand into Jiang Beiwang's grip. It's all yours now. I'll go guard the outside. With that, he turned and walked out of the private room, casually closing the door behind him. The entire sequence of movements was executed in one fluid motion. Outside the door, Song Qing looked at the private room entrance and heaved a sigh of relief. Inside the private room, Jiang Beiwang placed the liquor bottle on the coffee table, walked over, and sat down on the sofa opposite Lu Sai. He pulled out a cigar, lit it, and clamped it between his thin lips. Leaning back against the sofa, he crossed his legs and gave a slight shake to the military boots on his feet. Lu Sai ignored him, reached out to grab the wine bottle, and refilled his glass. You want a drink like that, huh? Jiang Beiwang caught the cigar between his calloused fingers, blowing a smoke ring. Go ahead, I won't stop you. But first, make your will, and while you're at it, tell me what our friendship's worth in funeral money. Lu Sai set down the wine bottle with a pause, lifting his gaze to sweep a glance over, one so eerie it chilled to the bone. What are you staring at? Jiang Beiwang took another drag of his cigar, a wisp of smoke escaping from his nostrils. No need to fly into a rage out of humiliation. Just tell me, are you drowning yourself in liquor to sell your tragic story, or are you committing slow suicide for love? Lu Sai. Suddenly, the wine glass in his hand became too heavy to lift. Jiang Beiwang and Lu Sai had known each other for years, training together, going on missions together. Even though both had left that special forces unit, the revolutionary camaraderie forged through life and death experiences meant they recognized not only each other's strengths but also each other's vulnerabilities. Lu Sai's weakness was that his pride was too fierce, his heart too unyielding, can't sweet talk, and has zero emotional intelligence. This has more than a little to do with his background. The absence of a father's love made this man particularly strong-willed from childhood. The world only knows his ruthless methods, his arrogance and indifference, unaware of the experiences of his childhood. Jiang Beiwang sighed. After a round of provocation, he knew when to stop and softened his tone. Ah Yi, we've been brothers for so many years. I really can't stand to see you treat your own body like this. You're a smart man. Why do you always act foolishly when it comes to love? Lu Sai lowered his eyes, his dark gaze fixed on the wine glass in his hand, his jaw tense, not uttering a word. He didn't respond, but Jiang Beiwang knew he had heard. Songqing said you met your ex-wife tonight, and then you completely fell apart? His tone carried a trace of probing. Did she find someone else? After a pause, Jiang Beiwang nodded again and said, she definitely found someone, otherwise, you wouldn't be acting like you're at death's door. Lu Sai. Truly brothers who've been through life and death together, that hit the fucking nail on the head. Chapter 113, Can you let her go? No need to answer. Jiang Beiwang could read Lu Sai's expression loud and clear. He took several drags of his cigarette, suddenly at a loss for words. Divorced, the ex-wife has found herself a new lover, perfectly legal and reasonable. Lu Sai no longer felt like drinking now. He silently pulled out his cigarette case, lit one, and took slow drags. He inhaled too quickly and choked, coughing with his head lowered. Jiang Beiwan tapped cigarette ash into the crystal ashtray on the coffee table, watching the man coughing rather awkwardly across from him before slightly dialing back his schadenfreude. He cleared his throat and said, though I do sympathize with you, I think this outcome was inevitable. Lu Sai stopped coughing. Hearing Jiang Beiwang's words, he let out a self-mocking laugh. You think I had it coming too, don't you? Jiang Beiwang pressed his lips together and didn't respond, but silence spoke louder than words. Lu Sai looked up at him. Actually, I think I deserved it too. His hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. That psychological pain churned wildly in his chest. Only in front of his most trusted brother did he finally admit his failure. She told me today she doesn't regret the divorce, Lu Sai said, taking another deep drag of his cigarette. As the nicotine seeped into his lungs, the stabbing pain in his chest seemed to ease slightly. He took several more fierce puffs, then said hoarsely, the ridiculous thing is, she was smiling when she said it, a smile I haven't seen in 3 years. Jiang Beiwang silently gazed at him, his eyes now tinged with pity. Old Seven, you always teased me that I'd crash and burn sooner or later. See, I've crashed. Lu Sai laughed, yet tears welled at the corners of his eyes. He lowered his head, covering those unbearably red eyes with his large hand, his broad shoulders trembling. Jiang Beiwang was stunned. The cigar between his fingers was forgotten as he stared in disbelief at the man across from him, who covered his face in silent sobs. Jiang Beiwang had never been in love in his life, but Lu Sai's appearance at this moment made him profoundly realize that love could make people vulnerable. This man, who had weathered storms of bullets and was a 7-foot-tall iron-willed hero, was now covering his face and crying alone over unrequited love. The private room was utterly silent, save for the man's ragged breaths echoing through the space. The voice was restrained, agonized, yet never fully unleashed. Jiang Beiwang watched in silence, helpless to do otherwise. The burning cigar scorched his fingers. Jiang Beiwang cursed fuck as he frantically stubbed it out in the ashtray. Then he turned back to look at Lu Sai. Lu Sai seemed to have been startled awake by the commotion on his side. He stopped crying and was wiping his tears with the back of his hand, head bowed. Jiang Beiwan gulped, feeling utterly at a loss. Damn it, who said tough guys aren't afraid of girls crying? Tough guys are even more afraid when other tough guys cry. As his mind wandered with wild thoughts, he racked his brains trying to figure out how to persuade his love-stricken brother who couldn't free himself from this emotional poison. After a moment, he broke the oppressive silence. What are your plans for the future? Lu Sai's emotions had calmed slightly, his gaze somewhat vacant. She wants to pursue a new life. I shouldn't stand in her way. And then what? Jiang Beiwang pressed further. If you just give up like this, could you ever be content? What else can I do even if I'm unwilling? Lu Sai picked up that glass of liquor, downed it in one gulp, and set the cup down heavily. I can't be that selfish, she's right. For the past 3 years, I've only enjoyed her devotion to me, yet never truly cared about what she wants or needs. So by your own admission, you really were quite the scoundrel. Jiang Beiwang lit another cigar. In that case, I won't persuade you against giving up anymore. I should instead advise you to show mercy and let the poor girl go. Lu Sai, taking a drag from his cigar, Jiang Beiwang continued, but if you truly can't let her go, then become a Casanova instead. Hearing this, Lu Sai frowned, confused. What do you mean? Chapter 114, maybe just be a simp instead. When I said love guru, I was being euphemistic. To put it bluntly, more like a simp. Lu Sai? He held back for a few seconds but couldn't resist asking, are you doing this on purpose? Don't judge a gentleman's heart by your own petty standards. Jiang Beiwang poured himself a glass of wine. I only learned the term simp from my little sister. %%. When mentioning Jiang Beiwang's younger sister, Lu Sai felt somewhat moved. He remembered Jiang Beiwang's sister was the same age as Gu Xingman, except she was still in college. In Jiang Beiwang's words, this sister of his was a naive and innocent sweetheart. But girls at that age all view love with longing and fantasy. Lu Sai wondered if Gu Xingman was the same way. Tell me, what's a simp? Jiang Beiwang laughed. You're such a straight shooter, you don't even know what a simp is? Lu Sai frowned even deeper, staring at Jiang Beiwang without a word. Jiang Beiwang poured a glass of wine. I can't be bothered to argue with you. I'll let my sister explain. Girls understand girls' thoughts best. Lu Sai thought the same. Sure, call her right now. Jiang Beiwang, are you insane? What time is it? My sister lives at school. Lights are out and she's asleep by now. Can't answer the phone with lights out? Jiang Beiwang couldn't hold back a curse. With emotional intelligence like yours, no wonder your wife ran away. Lu Sai. He just wanted to find out as soon as possible. What does that have to do with his emotional intelligence? Is your younger sister in the film department? Jiang Beiwang took a big gulp of alcohol and shot him a glance. What are you trying to do? Call her right now. I'll get her a role in Beyond Day and Night. Jiang Beiwang, does our Jiang family owe you this movie? If you don't call her, I'll do it myself tomorrow. I'll tell your sister it was you who declined this movie role for her. Jiang Beiwang, you might not understand what being a simp means, but right now you're truly being a dog. Jiang Beiwang complained as his thin lips clenched the cigar, pulling out his phone and squinting to open his contacts. There were quite a few names in the contacts list, but the first one was labeled Yan Yan. Jiang Beiwang's younger sister was named Jiang Beiyan, a name personally chosen by the Jiang family patriarch. The old man claimed that the Jiang family had too many sons. In his father's generation, Jiang Beiyan was the only treasured daughter. Her name had to sound strong and resilient so she wouldn't be overshadowed by the 8 characters, astrological destiny, of her elder brothers, which might suppress her own fortunes. The older generation put great stock in birth characters and the 5 elements. Jiang's parents figured since it was just a name, they might as well let the old man have his way. So Jiang Beiyan's birth chart lacked the water element, and both Bei and Yin characters belong to water. The character Bei sounds more spirited, and coincidentally Jiang Beiwang also has Bei in his name, sibling names that turned out quite endearing. The Jiang parents ultimately agreed, but perhaps the name was a tad too formidable, because Jiang Beiyan grew up to be extraordinarily wild since childhood. Though quite lovely in appearance, her temperament was another story, calling to disturb people's sweet dreams in the dead of night, menopause for women, impotence for men. A girl's angry roar erupted from the private booth. Lu Sai raised an eyebrow, looking somewhat surprised at Jiang Beiwan, then glanced at the phone Jiang had placed on the coffee table. The screen displayed, call in progress. Jiang Beiwan knew his little sister had terrible morning moods, but he never expected her to say something like this. The elder brother's face darkened as he clenched his cigar, his voice laced with menace. Say that again, I dare you. The phone line fell silent for a few seconds, before a dial tone started blaring. Beep beep. Hung up. Jiang Beiwang. But soon, the phone vibrated. It was Jiang Beiyan calling. Jiang Beiwang held the cigar between his fingers and slid the green button to answer. Brother, I'm sorry, that was just my roommate earlier. She didn't scare you, did she? A soft, sweet girlish voice came through the receiver, completely different from the aggressive woman's voice moments ago. Chapter 115. She must have been in such pain back then. The girl's voice sounded somewhat muffled now. She was probably hiding under the blankets to take the call. Jiang Beiwang's thin lips curled slightly as he deliberately teased. Oh, your roommate's voice sounds quite similar to yours. On the other end, Jiang Beiyan froze for an awkward second before stubbornly refusing to admit that the earlier voice had been hers. Well, don't all girls' voices sound alike? Anyway, brother, what are you calling me so late for? Are you free right now? Jiang Beiwan glanced at Lu Sai. I need to ask you something. Oh, then wait a moment, I'm going to the bathroom. There came a rustling sound from over there, and soon after, the soft click of a closing door was heard. Brother, you can speak now. Jiang Beiwan gave a light cough and glanced at Lu Sai. Do you remember that friend of mine, Lu Sai? Of course. The president of the Lu Corporation, the campus heartthrob. My roommates all adore him. But after that scandal with the dancer by Jean Gru, they were so disappointed. They said his taste was terrible, that by Jean Gru was obviously a green tea bitch, so fake it made you want to puke. Lu Sai. Do young girls these days have such sharp eyes when judging people? Jiang Beiwang looked at Lu Sai, suppressing a laugh as he continued chatting with his younger sister. Those are just nonsense written online. He's actually a married man. What? Jiang Beiyan's sweet voice rose several pitches. Who? Which brave soul dared to marry him? This man clearly has the face of someone who'd break hearts easily, though he is handsome. He's only suitable as a lover for some romance. Taking him seriously as a husband would be, Well, let's just say I'd never choose this type of man as a husband. Honestly, Lu Sai? Jiang Beiwang truly couldn't hold back his laughter this time. This outburst made Jiang Beiyan somewhat nervous. Brother, whatever you do, don't tell him I said that about him. I might end up working on one of his invested dramas someday, and I definitely don't want to offend him and risk being sexually harassed. But unfortunately, I heard every word. Jiang Beiyan? The air suddenly went silent. Lu Sai stared at the phone on the table. Explain to me, how exactly do I have a heartless face? And why am I unfit to be a husband? Hey, brother, I can't hear you. Bad signal here. My phone's almost out of battery too. Gotta go. If you dare hang up, I'll give the role in Beyond Day and Night to someone else. Jiang Beiyan? After a pause of a few seconds, Jiang Beiyan's kitten-like voice came through. Manager Lu, hello. I wasn't fully awake just now and spoke without thinking. Please be magnanimous and don't take it to heart. Jiang Beiwang let out a contemptuous snort. Spineless toady, can't you show some backbone? Our Jiang family isn't incapable of pulling strings for you. Give me back that same fire you had earlier. Keep ripping into him. Tear him to shreds. Jiang Beiyan, ha ha ha, brother, what are you talking about? I get it, you must be drunk, definitely. I can tell from your voice you've had too much to drink. President Lu is such a great person. I admire him so much I wouldn't dare contradict him. Jiang Beiwang chuckled in exasperation. What a character. Lu Sai finally got to witness it today. Jiang Beiwang hadn't exaggerated. The Jiang family's little princess was quirky and whimsical, flipping personalities multiple times in just a minute. No wonder Jiang Beiwang said she could single-handedly carry a 3-person comedy skit all by herself. It was true. This personality is actually quite suitable for the entertainment industry. Both 23 years old, Lu Sai noticed that Gu Xingman was completely different from Jiang Beiyan. After their marriage, Gu Xingman also joined the Lu group. Starting from the grassroots level, her progress was surprisingly fast. However, the male colleagues in the company were too bothersome, always clinging to her, so he selfishly had her transferred to be his personal secretary. In truth, work was just an excuse. He simply couldn't bear to see her interacting with those male colleagues. But he had never delved deeply into every decision he made regarding Gu Xingman until he lost her. Only then, in his anguish, did he slowly dissect and gradually come to understand his own feelings. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Seeing Jiang Beiyan, who was the same age as Gu Xingman, so lively and cheerful, Lu Sai's mind was filled entirely with thoughts of Gu Xingman. She always wore professional attire with her hair in a ponytail and black-rimmed glasses, maintaining a strictly business-like demeanor, mature and composed, often making him forget that she was just a 23-year-old girl. He really is quite the bastard. To make a girl 8 years his junior, who'd just been handed a death sentence, firmly decide to divorce him. Making such a decision must have caused her unbearable pain. Chapter 116, Wishing you a lifetime of happiness and many children. Old 7. Lu Sai let out a heavy sigh. Ask her for me. Jiang Beiwang froze for a moment before realizing, this man couldn't bring himself to ask directly. Yen, properly explain to President Lu what a simp is. Give him a proper lesson. A simp? Jiang Beiyan paused briefly. Why is President Lu asking about this? Speak when you're told to, and don't ask unnecessary questions. Jiang Beiwang tapped his finger on the phone screen. Hurry up. Actually simp refers to people who shamelessly grovel and fawn over others. Lu Sai frowned. Explain it more clearly. You still don't get it? Jiang Beiyan took a deep breath, gathered her thoughts, and slowly began. Actually, the term simp applies more to you guys. It basically means constantly messaging a girl, buying her gifts, and doing all sorts of things for her even when she barely responds, still managing to feel self-satisfied and moved by your own efforts. Of course, sometimes it gets heartbreaking, and you swear you'll never simp again. But then the girl might just send a simple you there, and the guy immediately comes crawling back to keep simping. Some advanced simps combine it with the self-discipline of a backup option. Even when they know the girl is already taken, they still quietly devote themselves to her. They'd rush faster than her actual boyfriend at her slightest word, and they don't even need acknowledgement. Their classic line is something like, I do this willingly. Just seeing you happy makes me happy. That's pretty much the gist of it. Jiang Beiyan said it all in one breath, exhausted by the end. After finishing, she even let out a sigh. I'm done. After listening, Lu Sai fell completely silent. Jiang Beiwang looked at him with a faint smile. Think that's already quite exaggerated, don't you? Lu Sai lifted his gaze, looking at him in confusion. Jiang Beiwang took a drag of his cigarette, then tapped his phone screen again. Yen, give him a rundown on your ranking system for lapdogs. That ranking system is too detailed, explaining it would take forever. Jiang Beiwang said, unable to suppress a yawn. Bro, can I just find that post and send it to you later? Jiang Beiwang could tell she was sleepy and didn't have the heart to keep her up any longer. Alright, let's hang up then. Send it to me once you find it, and go straight to bed. got it. Jiang Baiyan's voice grew quieter. Mr. Liu, are you still there? Yeah, go ahead. Nothing much, actually. I just wanted to ask, since I've been so enthusiastically educating you about the simp rules, what about that movie you mentioned earlier? Lu Sai said, I'll speak with the production director tomorrow, and someone will contact you. Yay, thank you, President Liu. Handsome and wealthy President Liu, wishing you and your wife a century of happiness together and the early arrival of a precious baby boy. I'll hang up now. Good night. Beep. Jiang Baiwang stared at the darkened screen, suppressing a laugh as he glanced at Lu Sai. 3 years of hidden marriage without receiving such blessings, and my sister managed to make up for it today. Care to share how President Liu feels about finally getting these well wishes? Lu Sai's face darkened. Get lost. Jiang Baiwang burst into laughter just as Jiang Baiyan sent him a WeChat message. He opened it. It was that post ranking clingy suitors by level. I'll forward it to you, Jiang Baiwang said as he shared the post with Lu Sai, then added persuasively, it's getting late. Songqing hasn't had it easy working under you all these years, a 28-year-old bachelor who's never even had a girlfriend. Do him a favor and quit this charade. He won't dare leave while you're here working overtime either. Go home early so the poor guy can get some proper sleep. Hearing this, Lu Sai glanced at his wristwatch. It was past 12 o'clock. It was indeed very late. Even if he returned to the hotel, he wouldn't be able to sleep, but at least Songqing could rest peacefully. Let's go. Lu Sai pocketed his phone and stood up, only for a sharp pain to shoot through his right knee. The tall man's figure swayed unsteadily as he stumbled back several steps before barely steadying himself against the wall. Hey, are you all right? Jiang Baiwang stubbed out his cigar and rushed over, reaching out to help, but Lu Sai raised his hand to decline the assistance. Really don't need help? Jiang Baiwang had clearly seen it. His right leg was completely unable to bear any weight. He frowned and tentatively asked, is your leg acting up again? No, I just drank too much and feel dizzy. Lu Sai's expression remained unchanged as he reached out to pat Jiang Baiwang's shoulder. You're on duty tomorrow. You should head back. The pain had already passed. Lu Sai stepped forward steadily, his gait firm, not at all resembling someone with leg issues. Since he insisted he was fine, Jiang Baiwang didn't press further, though he kept his gaze fixed on Lu Sai's right leg, deep in thought. Chapter 117, Not Letting Her Have This Child. The next morning at 10 o'clock, in the obstetrics and gynecology department of First People's Hospital, Gu Xingman and Lin Xiaona exited the examination room. Lin Xiaona hooked her arm through Gu Xingman's while studying the freshly printed ultrasound image in her hand. So this dark blob is the baby? Gu Xingman rubbed her stomach with one hand, which had been uncomfortable since last night. The sudden onset of morning sickness left her in poor spirits, and she couldn't even bring herself to study her baby's ultrasound report anymore. Lin Xiaona looked up, noticing her listless expression, and frowned as she asked, what's wrong? Feeling nauseous again? The nausea isn't too bad, but my stomach just won't settle, and I can't muster any energy. You can't go on like this, you'll wear yourself out. Let's ask the head doctor later if there's anything to relieve the symptoms. Lin Xiaona sighed as she spoke, you're really unusual. Most people have terrible morning sickness during the first trimester, but you're the opposite, suddenly hit by it well into your second trimester. Lin Xiaona paused, then grumbled, truly a chip off the old Lu block, such a little troublemaker. Why couldn't you inherit the good traits instead of the bad ones? Gu Xingman, not even born yet, and already certain about what traits are inherited? Gu Xingman found herself torn between laughter and exasperation. I haven't even called you out yet. So fierce when cursing him behind his back. Don't chicken out when he actually stands before you. Lin Xiaona, you wouldn't understand. These are my post-experience symptoms. Gu Xingman raised an eyebrow. Oh, got a story to tell? Lin Xiaona nodded like a rice-pecking chicken. Sister man, do you remember when you were last sick with fever and hospitalized? I remember. What about it? That night Mr. Liu was actually really worried about you. He saw you were delirious from the fever and afraid you might fall, so he personally carried you to the bathroom. If I hadn't stopped him, I bet he would have even helped you pee. Gu Xingman, exclamation point. She froze for a few seconds before snapping back to her senses, flustered and annoyed. Why didn't you stop him then? Lin Xiaona rolled her eyes. Sister man, you've been married to him for 3 years. Don't tell me you've never seen Mr. Liu when he's in full protective mode. Lin Xiaona spoke while mimicking Lu Sai's glaring expression from that night. He looked at me like that the whole evening. Sob sob, I'm just a weak little girl. How could I not be scared? Gu Xingman. Alright, she could actually imagine exactly what Lu Sai's glaring face looked like. After all, over the past 3 years, Lu Sai had basically maintained that deadpan expression in public, especially during senior management meetings at the company. If those executives' proposals didn't meet his standards, his stare and aura would terrify them all into submission. Thinking about it, Gu Xingman realized that Lu Sai had indeed changed a lot since their divorce. In the past, if he had groveled and apologized to her like this repeatedly, she probably would have been moved to tears, right? Gu Xingman curled her lips in self-mockery. Hey, isn't that by Jing Gru? Lin Xiaona suddenly stopped and tugged lightly at Gu Xingman's arm. Gu Xingman followed Lin Xiaona's pointing finger and indeed saw Bai Jingru. Bai Jingru was accompanied by Shen Maching, both dressed in casual clothes, with Shen Maching carrying a small travel bag. How does Dr. Shen know her too? Gu Xingman averted his gaze and said calmly, anyway, we're not familiar with them. Let's go find the head doctor to review the report. Oh. Lin Xiaona withdrew her gaze and followed Gu Xingman to find the attending physician for the registration card. Just as the two turned around, Bai Jingru's gaze happened to fall on them. Her footsteps paused slightly as her eyes drifted upward to read the words obstetrics and gynecology. Her tightly clasped hands in front of her tensed as she clenched her teeth secretly. Gu Xingman was indeed pregnant. Still coming for prenatal checkups? What's the point of keeping the child when you said you'd never look back after divorce? Playing hard to get, she must be trying to tie Lu Sai down with their child. The more Bai Jingru thought about it, the angrier she grew. Gu Xingman wanted to keep this child, but she simply wouldn't let him. Shen Maching took a few steps forward when he realized Bai Jingru wasn't following. Pausing to look back, he saw her staring blankly toward the obstetrics and gynecology department. He walked over and glanced at the obstetrics section again, finding nothing unusual. Xiao Jing, what are you looking at? Bai Jingru snapped back to reality, flustered as she glanced at Shen Maching. Huh? No, I just thought I saw someone familiar, but I must have been mistaken. She should be abroad right now. Shen Maching nodded without overthinking it. Let's go. I'll take you back to your place to get your things first. Okay. Bai Jingru turned around and naturally reached out to hold Shen Maching's hand. Shen Maching paused slightly before withdrawing his hand, instead placing it on her shoulder. He was tall, with long arms and legs, maintaining a certain distance between their bodies. His slender, elegant hands rested gently on Bai Jingru's shoulders, exuding refined courtesy. Let's go. Bai Jingru lowered her head, unable to hide the unwillingness in her eyes. Was it just her imagination? Why did she feel like Shen Maching was somewhat resistant to her proactive closeness? Chapter 118 Her stomach ailment. In examination room 12 of the obstetrics and gynecology department. At the doctor's desk, Director Chen, in her 50s, glanced at Gu Xingman sitting across from her before looking back down at the test report in her hands. The ultrasound looks good. Today marks exactly 19 weeks, and all the fetal development indicators are on track. However, your blood test report shows slight anemia, and your blood pressure, well, it's also a bit low. But honestly, it's not too concerning. Many slender women experience these minor issues during pregnancy. I won't prescribe medication for the anemia yet. First, try dietary adjustments at home. Increase your intake of organ meats. This list here has details. Take it with you. Thank you. Lin Xiaona reached out to take the dietary list and then asked, Director Chen, my sister started feeling nauseous last night, often retching but not actually vomiting much. Plus, she hasn't been in great spirits today. Are there any ways to alleviate this? Director Chen adjusted his glasses and said to Gu Xingman, open your mouth and stick out your tongue. Let me take a look. Gu Xingman complied. Not a big issue. Director Chen lowered his head to write the medical record. Your tongue coating looks fine. This is morning sickness. Some women eat and sleep well throughout pregnancy, while others suffer more. How were your first 3 months? Gu Xingman replied, no major reactions, just slept a bit more than before pregnancy. The director smiled and said, that's good then. There's not much to be done about pregnancy symptoms. Just eat whatever you can keep down, and don't force yourself to eat anything you don't feel like. Usually, this doesn't last too long, though there are rare cases where morning sickness lasts the entire pregnancy. That's really tough, but yours doesn't seem so bad, right? Gu Xingman looked listless, rubbing her stomach. I haven't actually thrown up, just feel nauseous and dry heave. Do you maybe have some pre-existing stomach issues? Gu Xingman nodded. I've been checked before, superficial gastritis. Director Chen shook his head, you're only 23. At such a young age, gastritis is definitely caused by poor diet and irregular eating habits. Gu Xingman remained silent, but Director Chen was right. Her stomach problems only started acting up in the past 2 years. After Lu Sai recovered, he immediately returned to the Lu Corporation to take charge. At that time, the corporation was plagued by internal strife and external threats, and Lu Sai was busy day and night. As his wife, she naturally stayed by his side. Later, the Lu Group got back on track and reached unprecedented new heights under Lu Sai's leadership, and her stomach ailment quietly faded away without a fuss. Later, Lin Xiaona asked some more questions about pregnancy precautions. After getting all the information, the two bid farewell to Director Chen and left the examination room. Old Zhong happened to have some matters to discuss with Director Chen and ran into Gu Xingman and Lin Xiaona right at the clinic entrance. Old Zhong glanced at Gu Xingman, his gaze lingering an extra second on her orange-pink dyed hair. Gu Xingman and Lin Xiaona didn't notice and walked straight past him. Old Zhong watched the two girls' retreating figures, stroking his chin with a hand. Girls these days, even when they're mothers, dye their hair such bright colors. TSK. Several meters away, Gu Xingman suddenly stopped in her tracks and turned back to glance behind her. Old Zhong had already turned away and entered the consulting room. Manny, don't pay him any mind. Just some old man with antiquated ideas. Lin Xiaona had naturally heard the old doctor's comment too and was a bit indignant. Since when can't mothers dress and style themselves however they like? Such moralistic posturing. Gu Xingman wasn't really angry. She just thought the voice of the old doctor sounded somewhat familiar. She must have heard it somewhere before, but couldn't quite recall at the moment. Never mind, it must be her imagination. We can't control what others say, Gu Xingman advised, then added, come on, let's find a hair salon. Huh? Lin Xiaona was stunned, staring at her hair. Manjia, don't tell me you're planning to dye it back? What should I dye? Shouldn't I be taking care of my baby now? I dyed my hair on a whim last time, never expecting to get pregnant. Had I known, I definitely wouldn't have done it. Now, no matter how much I dislike it, I'll just have to endure until after the baby's born. Lin Xiaona breathed a sigh of relief. Then why are you going to the hair salon? Chapter 119, Paying Respects to the Former Wife, Your Majesty. My hair's gotten too long. As my belly grows bigger, washing it will become a hassle. I think it's better to just cut it off. Cut it off? Lin Xiaona was dumbfounded. Cut it short? To collarbone length. Gu Xingman even gestured to demonstrate, her expression resolute, making it clear this was no joke. Lin Xiaona took a deep breath and sighed with emotion. Motherhood truly is something else. I remember how precious this long hair was to you. Won't it hurt to just chop it off like that? Out with the old, in with the new. Gu Xingman casually grabbed a lock of her hair, examining it thoughtfully. Besides, I read on apps that many new moms say hair falls out easily during pregnancy, especially postpartum. Cutting it short reduces hair loss. Ah? Lin Xiaona frowned, her little face scrunching up. Sister man, you've sacrificed so much for the baby. Seeing you like this makes me never want to get married, let alone have a baby myself. Gu Xingman glanced at her, gently stroking her still flat belly. You say that now, but when the time comes, you'll find you simply can't resist the presence of a baby. Blood ties truly are a magical thing. Lin Xiaona fell silent as she looked at her. At this moment, Gu Xingman's eyes were extraordinarily gentle. Talking about the baby, those usually reserved eyes of hers radiated with maternal brilliance. She suddenly clenched her fist and gave a cheerleading gesture. Sis man, I support you. Ditch the dad, keep the baby. You'll always be the most badass sis man. Gu Xingman. No need to be so dramatic. But that phrase, ditch the dad, keep the baby. Gu Xingman raised an eyebrow. Not bad. Lin Xiaona wasn't familiar with Beijing. After getting in the car, she asked Gu Xingman, Sister man, where should we go for a haircut? Gu Xingman had just fastened her seatbelt in the passenger seat. Hearing this, she turned to look at Lin Xiaona. Lin Xiaona didn't hear the response and turned her head to look. Their gazes locked, both equally bewildered. A few seconds later, Gu Xingman's thick lashes fluttered slightly as he murmured, would you believe me if I said I didn't know? Lin Xiaona, though slightly shocked, it occurred to me, how could I possibly have time for shopping or beauty treatments when I'd been so busy supporting my husband's career during our 3-year secret marriage that I even developed stomach problems? President Liu is truly inhuman. Lin Xiaona grumbled angrily, then lit up her phone screen. Let me check which place around downtown North City has the best reputation. Gu Xingman leaned back in her seat, casually grabbing the insulated cup from the center console and opening it. Soon enough, Lin Xiaona found a very famous one. Lin Xiaona entered the address, started the car, and followed the navigation to that barbershop. At 2:30 in the afternoon, a helicopter landed steadily at the mid-mountain drop-off point in Luoyun Mountain. The cabin door opened, and Tong Yi jumped down, reaching out a hand to Lin Xiaona. Lin Xiaona grasped Tong Ye's hand with one hand and steadied herself down the stairs in a few quick steps with the other, then turned to help Gu Xingman. Gu Xingman wasn't in great shape. The morning sickness had already left her utterly exhausted, and this helicopter ride made her nausea and dizziness even more intense. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she hastily shook off Lin Xiaona's supporting hand and rushed to a nearby tree. Leaning against the trunk, she bent over and vomited. Manjia, Lin Xiaona hurried after her, gently patting her back. Tong Yi stood holding the handbag Lin Xiaona had brought, watching the two women beneath the tree before turning his gaze toward the helicopter's cockpit. Jian Shan, your piloting skills are really slipping. Miss Gu just threw up from your bumpy ride. Jian Shan cursed with a laugh. I was flying steadier than ever today. Besides, the wind wasn't even as strong as yesterday. Didn't puke then but puking now? Lighting a cigarette, he took a drag and smirked at Gu Xingman. Threw up this bad? And here you were bragging about handling heavy aircraft. Girls these days love exaggerating. He barely finished when the cabin door got a hard pound. Jian Shan looked down to find Tong Yi glaring, dead serious. He paused for a moment before laughing and saying, "What? You like Miss Gu that much? Can't even mention her name? Get lost," Tong Yi urged. "Come down here, I need to talk to you." Jian Shan didn't understand why the other man had suddenly turned so serious, but he pushed open the cabin door and jumped down. Tong Yi grabbed his shoulder, leaned in, and lowered his voice warningly. "Miss Gu is President Lu's ex-wife. Jian Shan, let me add one more thing, she's the ex-wife that President Lu is currently pursuing obsessively." Jian Shan, was there still time for him to go pay his respects to Her Majesty the ex-wife? Chapter 120. She wants to live more vibrantly. This time Gu Xingman genuinely vomited, completely purging the rare hearty meal she'd managed to eat at noon. Lin Xiaona flustered about, fetching water for her to rinse her mouth, then using tissues to wipe away her tears and clean her lips. After all this turmoil, Gu Xingman finally felt like she'd come back to life. "Sister man, how are you feeling now?" Lin Xiaona looked at Gu Xingman's red eyes and nose, her own eyes welling up with tears. "I'm much better," Gu Xingman nodded softly. Vomiting had indeed made her feel lighter, though her throat was a bit sore. She raised a hand to massage the spot. "That damned Lu Sai is nothing but a complete bastard." Lin Xiaona's eyes burned with fury. The first time she cursed Lu Sai like that was on the very day Gu Xingman returned to country Y. That day, Gu Xingman only informed Lin Xiaona and asked her not to tell their family yet. Hearing the gravity in Gu Xingman's voice over the phone, Lin Xiaona didn't dare inform the Gu family and went alone to pick her up at the airport. She would never forget how Gu Xingman looked when she emerged from the arrival gate, her face deathly pale, eyes hollow, slowly forcing a faint smile when she spotted Lin Xiaona at a distance. After 3 years, Gu Xingman had changed so much that Lin Xiaona almost didn't recognize her. She ran over, staring at the broken smile on Gu Xingman's delicate face, her heart wrenching painfully. She was the one who started crying first. "Manjia, what happened to you?" But Gu Xingman didn't cry. Instead, she spoke in a hoarse, weak voice. "Nana, I got divorced, and also, I'm dying." At that moment, Lin Xiaona hugged her tightly and burst into loud sobs. Although it was later clarified that the stomach cancer was a misdiagnosis, Lin Xiaona still felt lingering fear whenever she thought about it. Later, it was discovered that Gu Xingman was carrying a new life in her belly. This dramatic turnaround wasn't just something Gu Xingman herself had to process. Lin Xiaona and the entire Gu family needed time to digest the news. Lin Xiaona promised Gu Xingman that she wouldn't tell the Gu family about the divorce between Gu Xingman and Lu Sai, only saying they had broken up due to irreconcilable differences and that the baby was an accident. Yet despite this, everyone in the Gu family initially strongly objected to Gu Xingman keeping the child. After all, Gu Xingman was only 23, too young to become a single mother, and as friends and family, they couldn't bear to see her endure it alone. The most vehement opposition came from Gu Xingman's father, who even nearly stormed north to confront Lu Sai in person. In the end, it was only when Gu Xingman invoked that incident to defend Lu Sai that her father reluctantly backed down. Even so, her father remained firmly against keeping the child. It wasn't until Gu Xingman and her mother had a private talk, during which she confirmed her decision had nothing to do with Lu Sai, that her family finally agreed to let her keep the baby. The Gu household operated under Mr. Gu's authority, but every word Mrs. Gu uttered had to be heeded by him. So in the end, no matter how unwilling Mr. Gu was, he could only compromise. Lin Xiaona initially struggled to accept it too, but as days passed, watching Gu Xingman gradually regain his spirit, the hatred she felt towards Lu Sai in her heart wasn't as intense as before. But now, witnessing Gu Xingman suffering from morning sickness with her own eyes, Lin Xiaona was heartbroken to death, and that hatred towards Lu Sai flared up again. "I'm fine," Gu Xingman patted Lin Xiaona's head. Seeing her so worried for her warmed her heart. She had once abandoned these family members and friends who loved and cared for her so much, moving to Beijing for Lu Sai, only to return covered in wounds. Perhaps even fate couldn't bear to watch any longer. Fortunately, it wasn't too late after all. At only 23, her life was still long ahead. In the days to come, she would live better and more vibrantly, repaying these loved ones, her family and friends, for all their affection. "Sister man, being a mother is so hard. Seeing you like this makes my heart ache too." Lin Xiaona's eyes were rimmed red, her voice choked with emotion. Gu Xingman had been holding up fine, but seeing Lin Xiaona like this made her own nose sting with suppressed tears. "Nana, I'm really okay, I'm not suffering." Lin Xiaona suddenly hugged Gu Xingman tight. "Woo-woo, seeing you work so hard made me think of my own mom." Gu Xingman. Chapter 121. Wait, do I have to strip completely? Tong Yi approached carrying Lin Xiaona's handbag. Gu Xingman patted Lin Xiaona's shoulder lightly. "Someone's coming." Lin Xiaona immediately released her and lowered her head to wipe away tears. Gu Xingman turned around, glanced at Tong Yi, and gave a slight nod. you alright? Tong Yi looked at Gu Xingman's pale face and asked with concern, if you're still feeling unwell, there's hot water over there. Drinking some might make you feel better. Thank you, I'm fine. The woman appeared composed, her tone polite. Her eyes were particularly striking, beautiful yet detached when looking at others, with emotions deeply concealed. She looked like a completely different person from the woman who had been bent over vomiting miserably just moments before. Lin Xiaona stepped forward, reaching out to take the bag from Tong Ye's hands. Thank you. Tong Yi chuckled. It was nothing. Besides, President Liu specifically instructed us to take extra good care of Miss Gu. At these words, Lin Xiaona's face fell. Please tell your President Liu that our sister man doesn't need his special treatment. What she really needs is for him to stay far away from her. Lin Xiaona finished speaking and hooked her arm through Gu Xingman's, turning directly towards the filming location. Tong Yi watched Lin Xiaona's resentful retreating figure, shaking her head with a soft sigh. Looks like President Liu still has a long road ahead in winning back his wife. The weather today was slightly better than yesterday, with sunlight breaking through the clouds to illuminate the entire Luoyun mountain. Inside the director's tent, Wei Lai was explaining the scene to Rong Yi and Gu Jiaojiao. Everyone was deeply engaged, and compared to yesterday, the atmosphere had improved significantly. Gu Xingman paused outside the shed. Big sis, aren't you going in? Wait a moment, going in now would disturb them. Lin Xiaona nodded, that was indeed true. Gu Xingman suddenly asked Lin Xiaona, how does my complexion look? Not bad, not as pale as before, but your lips are still a little pale. Gu Xingman touched her lips. Did you bring lipstick? I brought it. Lin Xiaona fished out a lipstick from her bag and handed it over, lowering her voice to say, after you fell asleep last night, Brother Sanson gave me a case. Inside was a whole set of skincare and makeup specially for pregnant women, everything you could need, big and small. He said Aunt Xiao told him to bring it. Gu Xingman applied the lipstick while looking into a small mirror. My mom really is an experienced one. Of course, she's a hot mom who's had 4 kids. Gu Xingman. Inside the recording studio, Wei Lai finished explaining the scene and called Rong Yi aside, telling Gu Jiaojiao to go touch up her makeup. He patted Rong Yi on the shoulder and said, Kid, you've got real talent. That emotional delivery just now was spot on. Keep it up. Next scene's about showing off superpowers. While we'll add effects in post-production, remember Yan Luosi is a strength-type ability user. Don't hide those muscles of yours. Flaunt them boldly. Got it? Rong Yi's doll-like face flushed slightly. Do you mean strip completely? Wei Lai frowned momentarily before laughing. What? A young guy like you getting shy? Just showing your upper body. Many aspiring actors would kill for this kind of spotlight. Rong Yi. Thanks, but he only wanted to conquer the world by his own capabilities. Wei Lai stared at him with eyes full of anticipation. Rong Yi closed his eyes briefly and conceded, alright, perfect, go get ready. Wei Lai turned to the assistant nearby and said, take him to the dressing room to change. Then have the makeup artist enhance his muscle definition. Go bold, exaggeration is fine. The assistant nodded and looked at Rong Yi. Mr. Rong, please follow me. Scratching the back of his head, Rong Yi followed the assistant. Standing outside the tent, Gu Xingman and Lin Xiaona watched silently. Manjia, I think that silly kid Rong Yi is embarrassed, isn't he? Gu Xingman smiled. He's still young. It's normal for him to be shy. If showing off his muscles makes him shy, what's he going to do when he has to film intimate scenes? You seem quite looking forward to it? Gu Xingman arched an eyebrow at her, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Lin Xiaona, why does it feel like Manjia's gaze at her carries some hidden meaning? Chapter 122, No More Contact with Lu Sai. Wasn't she entitled to her expectations? What girl doesn't enjoy watching a handsome guy flex his muscles? Seeing her scratching her head and looking perplexed, Gu Xingman didn't press the matter further. Let's go in. The two walked side by side into the director's tent. Hearing the commotion, Wei Lai turned her head and immediately smiled. Ah, man's here. Uncle Wei, Gu Xingman greeted. Wei Lai's gaze fell on her shoulder-length hair, visibly surprised. You cut your hair? She gave a slight nod, reaching up to touch the ends of her hair. It did feel much lighter after the cut, softer, smoother, and her mood had lifted along with it. The girl's face was pale with a distinctly cold tone, a striking contrast against her crimson lips, though her shoulder-length bob gave her a much more spirited appearance. Wei Lai recalled her previously waist-length hair. Your hair was so long before, didn't it hurt to just chop it off like that? It'll grow back, Gu Xingman replied indifferently as she settled into her seat and picked up the script. Which scene are we shooting today? Scene 7 is up next. Yan Luosi fights those grotesque creatures to save Muani. I've already told Rong Yi to get ready. Wei Lai sat down beside Gu Xingman and said with a smile, this kid has natural talent. With proper nurturing, his future is promising. Gu Xingman raised his eyebrows. To receive such direct approval from Uncle Wei, I'm convinced he's suitable for this path. However, Wei Lai sighed. But he's still young. Will he continue his studies later? He's already graduated from university. Wei Lai, I thought people like you who graduate college at 19 were extremely rare cases. Not really. Almost all of us in our little group are like this. Nana was slightly slower, but she still graduated by 22. Gu Xingman's tone was utterly casual, as if commenting on the weather. Wei Lai. This conversation was becoming impossible to continue. He cleared his throat awkwardly and forced a smile. Well, I suppose anyone who can keep up with your Gu family circle must be extraordinary. Now he deeply regrets not sending his son to the same school. With gradual influence over time, his boy might have become half a genius by now. Just then, Wei Lai's pocket buzzed with his ringing phone. Pulling it out and seeing the caller ID President Liu, he nearly dropped the device. What could this big shot possibly want from him again? After barely managing to explain the Beijing incident yesterday, please don't let there be another impossible task assigned to him. Gu Xingman listened to the incessant ringing of the phone, glanced at Wei Lai's mobile device, then raised his eyes to look at Wei Lai. Wei Lai looked utterly miserable, which amused Gu Xingman quite a bit. Uncle Wei, I have nothing to do with him now, but we're not exactly enemies either. You don't need to worry too much because of me. I know you're a sensible child, but... Wei Lai glanced around before lowering her voice. Your third brother warned me last night. I'm forbidden from contacting Lu Sai anymore. Gu Xingman. This was indeed something Gu Qiaoshi would do. But the movie business wasn't that simple either. After all, Wei Lai worked in the film industry, and most of the resources in Beijing were controlled by the Lu Group. Having worked at the Lu Group for 3 years, she naturally knew how extraordinary the company's influence in the entertainment industry had become over the years. It's not that the Gu family couldn't put up a fight, but any escalation would drag many innocents into it, Wei Lai being one such example. Gu Xingman sighed softly. I'll talk to my little brother about it. You should take the call. Wei Lai held his phone, nearly moved to tears. Man, you've really grown up, he said. Daughters are just better, so thoughtful and understanding. Unlike his silly son, who only ever reached out to ask for money, spending every day either infuriating him or well on the way to doing so. Wei Lai silently cursed her son in her heart as she pressed the answer button. A warm smile spread across her lips. President Liu, I'm so sorry. I didn't have my phone with me just now. I kept you waiting. Chapter 123. The little ancestor of the Gu family is about to make a move. Gu Xingman lowered her head to continue reading the script, occasionally jotting down notes with a pen in complete concentration, showing no interest in whatever Wei Lai and Lu Sai were discussing. I see. Let me ask her about it. President Liu, could you hold for a moment? Willie moved the phone away and turned to ask Gu Xingman. Man, here's the situation. President Liu has a good friend whose younger sister, a 23-year-old film student, is apparently your devoted fan. She wants to audition for this movie. President Liu asked me to check if you'd approve. Gu Xingman's pen paused mid-stroke. She looked up at Willie, her delicate face expressionless. Uncle Wei, you're the director of this production. Casting decisions should be yours to make. Wei Lai smiled on the surface but roared inwardly. Wasn't it your ex-husband who insisted you make the decision? Mr. Liu meant that he isn't familiar with the girl either. It's mainly because Mr. Liu is close with her brother, so he wanted to secure her a role. And since you, the original author, are here, naturally we should seek your opinion. I have no opinion, Gu Xingman said flatly. Uncle Wei, you decide. Wei Lai. Isn't he just afraid to make the decision? With a light sigh, Wei Lai brought the phone back to her ear. Mr. Liu, you heard Teacher Yi's response too, right? On the other end of the line, the man's voice was deep. I understand. I'll personally bring someone over this afternoon. As for whether we can use it, Director Wei, just follow protocol. Alright. I'll wait for your arrival then. Lu Sai responded indifferently and ended the call. Wei Lai let out a huge sigh of relief. Gu Xingman, seeing Wei Lai in such distress, paused before saying, Uncle Wei, I think there's something I should mention to you beforehand. Gu Xingman narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, her voice carrying a trace of cold decisiveness. Gu Jiaojiao is not someone we can use. Wei Lai, if we let her finish filming this movie, all your hard work might go to waste. Wei Lai was both shocked and confused. What exactly do you mean, man? You have to make this clear to me. $1 billion film is no joking matter. Precisely because this isn't a joke. That's why I'm telling you in advance. Gu Xingman's beautiful eyes swept across the director's booth before she lowered her voice. If an actress crashes due to personal reasons, all the films, TV shows, and commercials she's involved in will be affected. No one can bear the consequences of such a chain reaction. She dropped just enough hints, and only now did Wei Lai finally catch on. He glanced around before whispering urgently, Man, do you have some dirt on Gu Jiaojiao? I can't explain now, but I'll handle it as quickly as possible. She paused, then added, so start looking for her replacement now. As for the female lead, if you don't have suitable candidates on your end, I actually know someone you might consider. Wei Lai's eyes lit up. Who? Gu Xingman didn't say anything. Instead, he took out his phone, opened his photo album, and handed it to him. Wei Lai glanced down and exclaimed, "Holy shit, isn't this that? Man, you're amazing, this is totally awesome?" Gu Xingman chuckled lightly, putting away her phone. "Then it's settled, but keep it a secret for now, especially from my little brother." I get it. He nodded enthusiastically, never tiring of the gesture. Gu Xingman put away her phone and lowered her head again to focus on her script, her delicate face composed and indifferent. Who would think she was just a 23-year-old girl? But Wei Lai knew, this little ancestor of the Gu family would soon make her grand move. Indeed, Gu Jiaojiao, an adopted daughter, was flaunting the title of the Gu family heiress so ostentatiously in Northern City. Even an outsider like him found it excessive, let alone Gu Xingman, the true heiress. If Gu Xingman could still tolerate this, it would be a disgrace to her infamous reputation as the Gu family's little tyrant. Chapter 124, the show is about to begin. A few minutes later, Rongyi had finished changing. His assistant led him out of the dressing room. From a distance, Lin Xiaona spotted Rongyi's flushed, baby-faced cheeks. Taking a closer look, wow. Rongyi had his arms crossed, his big hands covering 2 points on his chest. It couldn't have looked more awkward. Lin Xiaona couldn't hold back her laughter and pulled out her phone, clicking the shutter nonstop at Rongyi. Rongyi was furious, reaching out to grab Lin Xiaona's phone. "Lin Xiaona, don't you dare take photos. Oh ho, you're exposed." Lin Xiaona dodged Rongyi's hands while frantically pressing the shutter. Rongyi was at his wit's end, his face turning as red as a child's despite his towering, muscular frame. TSK, how can someone be such a contradiction? A pretty boy's face on a hunk's body. Ah. Suddenly, Lin Xiaona's heel caught on an electric wire, causing her to lose control and fall backward. Rongyi instinctively rushed forward to grab her hand, pulling her toward him in one swift motion. Lin Xiaona stumbled forward from the force, and in the midst of the chaos, she felt a sharp pain at the tip of her nose and lips. Rongyi froze. Lin Xiaona was also stunned. Rongyi still held Lin Xiaona's arm with one hand, while her mouth and nose pressed tightly against his chest, those soft lips grazing the man's firm pectoral muscles. This taste, bah, Slap's own mouth, this unfamiliar yet slightly electrifying sensation left Lin Xiaona's mind utterly blank. Gu Xingman observed the two pressed together, her delicate brows arching slightly as a glimmer of amusement sparked in her eyes. Everyone else on the set also stopped what they were doing, their eyes uniformly fixed on the two of them. Gu Jiaojiao sat on a nearby rest seat, quietly scoffing to herself before lowering her head to continue playing with her phone. In her eyes, Lin Xiaona was Gu Xingman's lackey, and Rongyi, aside from having a good figure and looks, was practically a retard when it came to brains. Yet both of them were utterly loyal to Gu Xingman, forcing her to put on a meek and friendly front in front of them every single time. A message appeared on the phone in her hand, and Gu Jiaojiao lowered her head to tap the screen open. "Miss Bai has arrived. I've given the item to her." After reading it, Gu Jiaojiao curled the corner of her lips slightly before flipping her hand to delete the message. Putting her phone away, she shifted her gaze back to Rongyi and Lin Xiaona. Only this time, her eyes held a hint of excitement that wasn't there before. The show begins. Over there, Lin Xiaona was the first to snap back to reality, hastily retreating a few steps in a fluster. Rongyi snapped out of her daze because of that action, releasing her grip while still covering those 2 points. Yet the skin where Lin Xiaona's lips had just touched now burned faintly. The young boy's face flushed bright red, his words stumbling out. You owe me for saving you, so delete all my photos." Lin Xiaona immediately hid her phone behind her back. "Why are you being so stingy? You're going to film soon anyway. It's not like you can cling to it forever, right?" As she spoke, she even lifted her chin defiantly at Rongyi. "Besides, it's nothing special. What's so great about it?" Rongyi. How could there be nothing great about it? Rongyi might have doubts about his intelligence, but he was absolutely confident about his physique. A man who'd practiced martial arts since the age of 3, sculpting these muscles under his father's rigorous training regime, what countless people envied and admired. And yet Lin Xiaona actually said, "Nothing special to look at?" Rongyi's face flushed crimson again, this time with sheer indignation toward Lin Xiaona. He suddenly released his grip, letting both arms fall rigidly at his sides with fists clenched, throwing back his shoulders to roar, "Open your damn eyes, Lin Xiaona. Who the hell says there's nothing worth looking at here?" Chapter 125, those muscles are easy on the eyes too. Lin Xiaona's eyes immediately lit up as she grabbed her phone and snapped several pictures in quick succession. So handsome. That's enough shots for me. Keep up the good work." After taking the photos, she even blew a teasing whistle at Rongyi before turning to dash off toward Gu Xingman. She had to run. If that guy got embarrassed and angry enough to chase her down, those well-defined muscles of his would be way more than she could handle. The two were fooling around while the rest of the crew watched with amusement, mainly because Rong Yi's shy demeanor was simply too adorable. And of course, those muscles were quite the sight too. The female crew members couldn't help but praise Rong Yi for being cute while secretly blushing as they eyed his toned physique. Rong Yi had initially wanted to chase after Lin Xiaona to settle the score, but Wei Lai was already approaching him with a script in hand. Rong Yi clenched his teeth and glared at Lin Xiaona, but had no choice but to give up. Lin Xiaona ran to Gu Xingman's side, stuck her tongue out at Rong Yi, who was glaring at her, and then glanced at the girls who were staring at him. Suddenly, for some reason, she felt a little irritated. With a tone dripping with sarcasm, she teased, "TSK, look how adorably contrasting Rong Xiaoyi is. See how all those girls can't take their eyes off him?" Gu Xingman looked at her, half smiling. "Yeah, and you're one of those girls too." Lin Xiaona's ears suddenly turned red as she planted her hands on her hips and declared, "Why yes, I am his older sister." Gu Xingman chuckled. "Playing dumb, Lin Xiaona." Wei Lai walked over to Rong Yi with the script in hand, glanced at his physique, then gave a thumbs up. "Not bad. You must hit the gym often with those muscles, huh?" Rong Yi scratched his flushed baby face awkwardly and instinctively covered his chest with his hand. "Director, I don't go to the gym. I've practiced martial arts since childhood." "Oh, so you're trained. No wonder you've got such an impressive build." Wei Lai watched him clutching his chest with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. "No need to be shy. Sure, male celebrities these days are expected to mind their public image, but this is for the movie. It's just showing your upper body, no big deal. The CGI team will enhance it beautifully in post-production. Come on, be a man, hands away." Rong Yi, what could he do? For the sake of art, he had to let go. The moment his hand dropped, the set immediately erupted in commotion. "Ah, I'm dizzy. The contrast between her figure and face is too striking, but I love it. Ah. I decided, starting today I'm going to stan Rong Yi. Even though he's a newcomer, I feel like he's definitely going to blow up. Yeah, with standards like his in the entertainment industry these days, there's really no one else. I'm gonna stan him too." The surrounding area was filled with the muffled squeals and chatter of female students. Lin Xiaona listened, feeling increasingly suffocated in her chest, inexplicably finding those girls exceptionally irritating. Gu Xingman glanced at Lin Xiaona and flashed a meaningful smile. Over there, Wei Lai finished giving instructions to Rong Yi and Gu Jiaojiao before turning back toward the director's tent. He took a seat in front of the monitoring screens. Grab the megaphone, stare at the monitor. "Alright, dim the lights a bit, get the wind machine ready." Rong Yi's natural talent, combined with his martial arts background, made his performance in this scene quite commendable. Though there were a few NG takes, for a newcomer, this was already quite impressive. "Alright, cut." Wei Lai stood up and shouted, "Rong Yi did great. We got this take. Let's take a break before moving to the next scene." Applause and words of praise erupted on the set. Miss Gu acted so naturally, though her role in that scene was brief. The way she cried with pearly tears streaming down her face was exactly like Mavini. My attention was completely on Rong Yi, especially when he showed off his skills. The raw power was so dashing, I nearly forgot he has such a boyish face. Right? He's utterly dashing. Off-screen he seems so goofy, but when acting, he's completely serious. When I read the novel, I always imagined Yan Luosi as someone with a cool, striking appearance. Who knew Rong Yi could channel that same cool aura with his youthful looks? Yeah, Rong Yi's presence is so intense when he gets into character. That look in his eyes just now felt like his ability had truly awakened. The girls were all buzzing around Rong Yi. Lin Xiaona listened to the chatter, feeling inexplicably irritated. Chapter 126, Destiny, perhaps. Rong Yi bowed to the staff present, humbly saying, "Thank you for your hard work," then followed the assistant to change outfits. Lin Xiaona's gaze followed Rong Yi until she suddenly stood up. "Sister man, I'm heading to the restroom." "Go ahead." Gu Xingman saw through it but chose not to comment. Lin Xiaona stomped angrily toward the dressing room, while the restroom was in the opposite direction. Gu Xingman averted his gaze, and as he lowered his head, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. For childhood sweethearts, the most beautiful stage is the budding period of romantic feelings. During the transition break, Wei Lai reviewed the footage again with the assistant director. "Assistant director, we should shoot 2 more close-ups of Gu Jiaojiao." Wei Lai was about to nod in agreement, but suddenly recalling Gu Xingman's earlier reminder, he shook his head. "No need, let's keep it like this." The assistant director looked surprised. "Isn't this approach too casual?" "It's fine. If needed, we can always reshoot during post-production." "How troublesome, the makeup and set haven't even been taken down yet." "Who gets the final say, me or you?" "Assistant director, you're the boss, you call the shots." At that moment, Chen Yang walked in from outside. "Director Wei, President Liu is here." Wei Lai instinctively turned to look at Gu Xingman. Gu Xingman kept his head down, still engrossed in scribbling notes on the script in his hands, completely unaffected by the surroundings. Wei Lai rubbed his nose. "Take President Liu to the meeting room." Okay, Chen Yang turned and walked out. Soon, voices could be heard from outside, followed by scattered footsteps passing by the director's tent. In the makeshift meeting room, Wei Lai opened the door and entered. President Liu, I apologize for making you come all this way. Lu Sai stood by the bed, his tall figure silhouetted against the open window. One hand rested on the sill, long fingers holding a cigarette from which smoke curled lazily. From this angle, he could see the director's tent but not what was happening inside. You talk to her yourself, Lu Sai said, glancing sideways and gesturing with his cigarette toward the girl beside him. Her name is Jiang Beiyan. Got it. Wei Lai responded respectfully before turning his attention to Jiang Beiyan. The girl had fair skin, almond-shaped eyes, and delicate features with a small mouth. A sesame-sized mole on the tip of her nose added a distinctive touch to her otherwise genteel and modestly pretty face. She wore a white hoodie with casual jeans, a simple outfit that concealed her figure. Though her height appeared to be around 165 centimeters. Standing properly, she nodded politely at Wei Lai upon noticing him. Wei Lai returned the nod, his gaze carrying a hint of approval. It was the approval of a director recognizing the promising appearance of a newcomer. Imagining this girl dressed in the style of Mawini in his mind, he actually felt somewhat expectant. This must be fate. He had just been thinking of finding a replacement for Gu Jiaojiao when this girl brought in personally by CEO Liu happened to fit the image perfectly. Jiang Beiyan wasn't one to be intimidated. She noticed Wei Lai sizing her up and met his gaze openly. After a brief pause, she flashed a smile and introduced herself. Hello, Director Wei, my name is Jiang Beiyan. I'm 23 years old, from the film department at Peking University. President Liu has already briefed me about your situation. Wei Lai glanced at Lu Sai beside him, but Lu Sai was simply looking out the window, occasionally taking a drag from his cigarette, showing no interest in their conversation. Who exactly he was looking at, Wei Lai knew all too well. He cleared his throat and turned to Jiang Beiyan. Shall we sit over there and discuss this in detail? Yes, Jiang Beiyan responded obediently. Wei Lai led Jiang Beiyan to sit down on the couch. Jiang Beiyan couldn't wait and said, Director, I haven't starred in any film or TV projects yet. The only acting experience I have is from school stage plays. Once again, Wei Lai's rhythm was disrupted by Jiang Beiyan. He ran his fingers through his hair in slight disarray, gathered his thoughts, and then smiled. Oh, I see. Being a newcomer is fine, more practice will do good. Exactly, that's what I think too. Jiang Beiyan immediately beamed. Director, could you give me a copy of the script to take home tonight? I'll read it right away and can join the set tomorrow. Wei Lai. Chapter 127, She Let Him Go. What had he been about to say just now? Wei Lai thought for a moment before finally remembering. Clearing his throat slightly awkwardly, he said, Miss Jiang, here's the thing. Since you were referred by President Liu, I need to consult your opinion regarding the acting fee. Hearing this, Jiang Beiyan quickly waved her hands. How could I, a newcomer, dare to bargain over the paycheck? Director, if you're willing to cast me at all, I'm already more than grateful for the chance to gain experience. She paused before adding, even if there's no paycheck, as long as I get to act, I'll take it. Wei Lai smiled. This young girl seemed quite earnest, and her personality appeared rather good so far. Moreover, when she spoke, her eyes sparkled with an innate liveliness. The more Wei Lai looked at her, the more she resembled Winnie. However, even if the appearance fits perfectly, it's all for nothing if the acting skills aren't up to par. Wei Lai pondered for a moment and said, I have a role here that I'm considering recasting, but nothing's finalized yet. If you're willing to wait, I'll confirm it for you. But first, you'll need to pass an assessment. Jiang Beiyan nodded without hesitation. I can wait. No matter how long it takes, I'll wait for the chance to star in this film. As for the assessment, go ahead and test me. I'm good at improvising. Would you like me to perform all sorts of emotions right now? The young girl stood up as she spoke, cleared her throat, and prepared to begin her performance. Wait. Wei Lai raised his hand to signal. No rush. Sit down first. Oh. Jiang Beiyan could only obediently sit down, staring at Wei Lai with eager doe eyes burning with a desire to perform. Wei Lai cleared his throat lightly, then wait here for a moment. He took out his phone and dialed Gu Xingman's number. After the call connected, Wei Lai explained the situation to Gu Xingman and added as a reminder, President Liu is also waiting here for news. On the other end, Gu Xingman's voice remained completely flat. Oh, so you want me to come over and give my opinion? Yes, I think your judgment would be more accurate. I can come over, but unnecessary personnel will have to leave. Wei Lai choked for a moment, instinctively glancing at Lu Sai. Alright, I'll let President Liu know. Alright, I'll be there in 5 minutes. Alright. After hanging up, Wei Lai summoned her courage and walked over to Lu Sai's side, cautiously reminding him, Mr. Liu, here's the thing. I need to assess Miss Zhang's acting skills with instructory now. So you. Lu Sai glanced sideways, his dark eyes narrowing slightly. Did she ask me to leave, then? Wei Lai. You certainly know yourself well. A faint smile curled at the corners of Lu Sai's thin lips as he extinguished his cigarette and tossed it out the window. Fine, I'll leave. He turned and strode directly out. Wei Lai called out to the man's indifferent retreating figure. Thank you for your cooperation, President Liu. The man's tall silhouette quickly disappeared through the doorway, and Wei Lai heaved a huge sigh of relief. A short while later, Gu Xingman arrived. In the conference room, Gu Xingman sat on the sofa, eyeing Jiang Beiyan. The moment she saw the girl, there was awe in her eyes. Wei Lai wasn't wrong. Jiang Beiyan's image matched Mi Weini perfectly. To be precise, she resembled the early version of Mi Weini, an innate likeness that radiated from within, unlike Gu Jiaojiao's deliberately crafted superficial resemblance. Her aura is impeccable. Gu Xingman voiced her opinion directly. Wei Lai became even more excited upon hearing her words. Right? I also think she's perfect for Mi Weini. He paused, then added, but Mi Weini's character undergoes a dramatic dark transformation later on. A newcomer might not be able to handle that complexity. Gu Xingman disagreed. A blank canvas has the greatest potential. Isn't she from the film department? She must have some acting foundation. Plus, there's an innate charm about her, the kind that draws people in with just one look. Jiang Beiyan blushed slightly at the praise, nervously pinching her reddened earlobe. Wei Lai stared at Jiang Beiyan for a moment before nodding. What you're saying makes sense. Should I have her try out a scene first? Gu Xingman set the script aside. I don't think an audition is necessary. She can be cast directly. Of course, if you're uneasy about it, Uncle Wei, you could have her audition. If you put it that way, then there's no need for a tryout. Wei Lai turned to Jiang Beiyan and said, Miss Jiang, you've heard what we discussed. The role you're playing must be kept strictly confidential for now. The script will be handed to you by Qinyang later. Go through it after you get back, and await my notice about joining the production. Chapter 128, Losing the Last Chance to Stay. After these words were spoken, Jiang Beiyan remained unresponsive for a long while. Only then did Wei Lai notice the young girl was staring intently at Gu Xingman, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling brightly. Gu Xingman had noticed it too. She remained comparatively calm. Miss Jiang, do you have something to say to me? Teacher Yi, I really never dreamed you'd be a woman. Jiang Beiyan clasped her hands together, her face full of admiration. I never imagined a woman could write such cool and amazing sci-fi novels. You're incredible, Teacher Yi. And you're so beautiful too. My God, it's such a waste you're not a celebrity with that face. Gu Xingman. The sudden stream of flattery left her completely at a loss. She glanced at Wei Lai. Wei Lai raised a hand to rub his nose. I understand how you feel. This kid's a bit too energetic. Gu Xingman smiled slightly. With that goofball persona, you might just get famous. Wei Lai shrugged. That's something her agency should worry about. Meanwhile, Jiang Beiyan wasn't paying attention to their conversation. Her gaze remained fixed on Gu Xingman. Teacher Yi, could you please sign these for me? Jiang Beiyan pulled 2 books from her backpack. Gu Xingman took a closer look. It was a physical copy of Beyond Day and Night. Narrowing her beautiful eyes, she lifted her gaze to Jiang Beiyan and arched an elegant eyebrow. You came prepared, huh? At first, she found it hard to believe Jiang Beiyan was truly a fan of her books. After all, she wrote for the male demographic. It was surprising to find such an adorable girl enjoying novels targeted at male readers. Gu Xingman was taken by surprise. Jiang Beiyan hugged her books and immediately threw herself in front of Gu Xingman. Teacher Yi, you should know, you write male-oriented fiction, so most of your fans are guys. Rarely do you get adorable female fans like me, so please cherish your rare, adorable female fan and sign this for me. All Gu Xingman heard was someone firing off a rapid string of words by her ear, even faster than when Lin Xiaona scolded Rong Yi. It left her momentarily stunned. After a moment, she took the book and pen from Jiang Beiyan, placed them on her lap, and opened the book, signing with a flourish. Gu Xingman's handwriting was exquisite, especially when autographing for her devoted readers. She had perfected a signature style, wildly unique yet visually captivating strokes that danced across the page. Jiang Beiyan watched the pen dart rhythmically before settling on the inscription. To adorably sweet Jiang Beiyan, may every day sparkle with joy, from Yi Chong. Thank you, Teacher Yi. Clutching the freshly signed book to her chest, Jiang Beiyan suddenly straightened with enthusiasm. Could you sign my shirt too? Wearing your signature at school would make me strut like the coolest breeze on campus. Gu Xingman. Wei Lai watched from the side, feeling somewhat awkward, and averted his gaze. That young girl has quite a lively personality. Gu Xingman also laughed. She's adorable, witty, and mischievous, perfect for the entertainment industry. After signing the documents, Jiang Beiyan went to find Qinyang to collect the script. As Gu Xingman and Wei Lai stepped out of the conference room, they spotted a figure dressed in black from a distance. Lu Sai stood outside the recording booth, his thin lips gripping a cigarette, the swirling smoke making his dark, intense eyes appear slightly blurred. Wei Lai paused, then turned to look at Gu Xingman. Of course, Gu Xingman had also noticed Lu Sai, but she showed no reaction and didn't stop, walking straight toward the director's booth. Wei Lai hurried after her from behind. Lu Sai watched as Gu Xingman drew closer, instinctively tossing away his cigarette and stepping on it with lowered head. When he looked up again, Gu Xingman's figure had already disappeared into the shed. A breeze brushed past his face, seemingly still carrying the familiar fragrance of that woman. His Adam's apple bobbed as he sighed softly, turning to Wei Lai. Did she cut her hair? Wei Lai nodded. Lu Sai frowned. Why? Wei Lai. How would he know why? Why would a young girl report getting a haircut to an old uncle like him anyway? Besides, it's just a haircut. Why make such a big deal out of it? Wei Lai truly couldn't understand Lu Sai. He could only look at Lu Sai with innocent eyes. Only when Lu Sai turned to see this expression did he belatedly realize he'd asked a foolish question. Indeed, it was just a haircut. He was being oversensitive. From the moment Gu Xingman began to make changes, he should have realized just how serious things had become, but he didn't. Clinging to what little dignity he had left, he turned a blind eye to her transformation, and so, he lost his final chance to keep her by his side. Lu Sai closed his eyes, rubbing his temples. Go attend to your own work, he said. Understood. Let me know if you need anything else, President Liu. Lu Sai responded lightly and lit another cigarette. He didn't leave immediately, but neither did he enter the director's tent. He just stood rooted to the spot, silently smoking. Chapter 129, Suspicious Pills. At 3:30 in the afternoon, a private car with Taiha Housekeeping Company decals drove into the Luyenshan Villa district. The car stopped in front of Lu Sai's villa. The woman driving wore a mask and a uniform, with a work ID hanging around her neck. A security guard approached and tapped on the car window. The car window rolled down, and the woman handed her work ID to the security guard. Housekeeper? Yes. The guard didn't think much of it. After all, everyone living in this area was wealthy, and those who stayed here occasionally on vacation usually hired hourly cleaners. Soon, the guard opened the gate. The black private car pulled into the villa courtyard and parked in a designated spot. A woman got out of the car, walked up the steps, and stood at the villa's entrance. She took out an old mobile phone and snapped a photo of the keypad lock. Then she opened WeChat, selected the first contact in her list, and began editing a message. Taiha Housekeeping Employee Number 133, Ms. Chen, Miss Lin, I've arrived. Is no one home at your place? A reply came swiftly, this time as a voice message. Lin Xiaona, none of us are here. The passcode is 123,456, you can just go right in. These formal housekeeping services all maintain proper records, ensuring high security standards. Taiha Housekeeping Employee Number 133 Ms. Chen, understood. She entered the password and stepped into the villa. As the door closed behind her, the woman glanced around and, seeing no surveillance cameras, finally relaxed. Setting down her cleaning tools, she hurried into the kitchen. Opening the refrigerator, she located the fresh milk inside. Fortunately, the carton of fresh milk was already opened. She twisted off the cap and pulled out a small medicine bottle from her pocket. This was the abortion pill she had obtained through special channels. Without any hesitation, she poured all the pills from the small vial into the fresh milk. The seller said this drug is even more dangerous than those used in regular hospitals. Taking an overdose could directly cause severe bleeding, and you might not even be able to save your uterus. And this was exactly the effect she wanted. Tucking the medicine bottle back into her pocket, the woman screwed the fresh milk lid back on, gave it a shake, and finally returned it to the refrigerator. Finished with these tasks, she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she waited a little longer, judging when the time was right, before stepping out of the villa. Once in the car, she started the engine. The security guard opened the gate for her, and the woman rolled down the car window, giving him a nod. The black private car drove away. Approaching 5 o'clock, Gu Xingman and Lin Xiaona returned to the villa. Gu Xingman was utterly exhausted. She had forced herself to stay awake all the way up the mountainside, but now that she was home, she collapsed onto the sofa, drowsy and ready to fall asleep. Lin Xiaona walked into the kitchen, opened the fridge, took out that bottle of fresh milk, poured a cup, and put it in the microwave to heat. Ding! The heating time was up. Lin Xiaona carried the milk into the living room. Sister man, don't fall asleep yet. You vomited today and didn't eat anything on set. This isn't healthy. Get up and drink some milk first. Don't want to drink it. Gu Xingman's eyelids fluttered faintly, utterly exhausted. Lin Xiaona sighed softly. You're really impossible, aren't you? She placed the milk on the table, turned away, and returned moments later, placing the straw she held into the cup before crouching down and bringing it to Gu Xingman's lips. Drink it with the straw. Gu Xingman remained motionless. The baby will go hungry if you don't drink it. Gu Xingman frowned slightly before finally opening her mouth to take the straw, sucking in 2 large gulps. After swallowing, she mumbled, no more. There's still half left. At least take 1 more sip. 1 more and I'll go make dinner. I won't disturb your sleep anymore. Gu Xingman forced herself to take another big sip. Lin Xiaona eyed the remaining third of the milk before reluctantly conceding, "Go to sleep then." Gu Xingman was truly exhausted, and without Lin Xiaona disturbing her, she fell asleep in an instant. Chapter 130 Boss Lu snatching someone? Lin Xiaona went upstairs to fetch a small blanket and gently covered Gu Xingman with it before turning to prepare dinner. Rongyi and Gu Qiaoshi wouldn't be back for dinner as they still had scenes to shoot tonight, likely pulling an all-nighter. Lin Xiaona carried the unfinished milk to the kitchen to pour it out, then opened the fridge to see what ingredients were inside. The fridge was now stocked with plenty of ingredients, fish, meat, and even the cherry tomatoes Gu Xingman loved most. Strange, who brought all this? Lin Xiaona murmured, then suddenly paused, realizing the answer. No one else but Lu Sai would have done this. It's quite baffling how this man couldn't remember her sister man's pollen allergy, yet manages to recall her fondness for Australian cherry tomatoes. Lin Xiaona took out the cherry tomatoes along with other ingredients, planning to whip up a hot and sour soup with them. Gu Xingman was showing obvious pregnancy symptoms. Maybe some hot and sour soup would help ease her discomfort. Before long, the sounds of busy cooking filled the kitchen, while the living room remained silent, with Gu Xingman fast asleep on the couch. About 20 minutes later, Lin Xiaona's hot and sour soup was ready. She turned off the stove, washed her hands, took off her apron, and stepped out of the kitchen. At that moment, the villa's front door was suddenly yanked open, and a figure in black rushed inside. Startled, Lin Xiaona recognized it was Lu Sai and immediately frowned, shouting in a low voice, "Hey, President Lu, what are you doing?" Lu Sai ignored her and walked straight towards the sofa. Man, wake up." Lu Sai knelt on one knee before the sofa, gently patting Gu Xingman's cheek with his large hand. Gu Xingman was fast asleep and didn't respond. Lu Sai felt a sharp pang in his chest, his handsome face turning deathly pale. He flipped aside the small blanket covering Gu Xingman and swept her up into his arms. "Songqing, go open the car door." "Got it." Songqing chased after them, saw Lu Sai carrying Gu Xingman, and hastily turned to run outside. "Hey, are you all insane?" Lin Xiaona jumped in agitation at this kidnapping scene. "Lu Sai, what the hell's gotten into you? Put my sister man down right now." "Miss Lin, don't panic just yet." Songqing held back Lin Xiaona, who was about to rush forward and stop Lu Sai. "Mr. Lu is saving Miss Gu." "You're crazy. She was sleeping just fine. What's there to save?" Lin Xiaonan reached out to push Songqing. "Stop her," Lu Sai commanded with a dark expression, carrying Gu Xingman straight toward the door. Songqing had no choice but to restrain Lin Xiaonan. "Miss Lin, please let go of me, alright? This is a matter of life and death." Watching Gu Xingman being taken away by Lu Sai, Lin Xiaonan lost her temper completely and kicked at Songqing. "Are you out of your mind? My sister man was peacefully asleep. You can't just take someone away like this. It's illegal." Songqing dodged Lin Xiaona's kicks while earnestly explaining, "I'll explain this to you later, but right now, put me down." A soft female voice interrupted the commotion. Lin Xiaona and Songqing turned their heads toward the door at the sound. Lu Sai also stopped, staring blankly downward. Their eyes met, his gaze turbulent with panic and grief. Man, President Lu, what do you mean?" Gu Xingman regarded him coldly, a trace of anger still flashing in her eyes. She hated being woken from sleep. Lu Sai not only woke her up, but also started getting handsy with her. "Lu Sai." She narrowed her eyes, her voice husky from sleep, soft yet laced with a chill. Lu Sai snapped out of his daze and frowned at her. "Are you okay?" "She was just fine sleeping. What could possibly be wrong?" Lin Xiaona pushed Songqing aside and stormed over. "President Lu, could you put her down first? You're divorced now. Don't you know men and women should keep their distance?" Lu Sai ignored Lin Xiaona's furious rant, simply lowering his head to stare at Gu Xingman with an unusually grave expression. "Do you feel unwell anywhere?" Chapter 131, a slap on each side, perfect symmetry. Gu Xingman frowned slightly, bewildered by Lu Sai's sudden irrational behavior. But when she had just opened her eyes, she saw Lu Sai's tightly clenched jaw. The distance between them was so close that she could even hear his heartbeat clearly. His nervousness was genuine. Gu Xingman maintained a cold expression, her voice indifferent. "I'm fine. Please let me go now." Lu Sai remained silent for a moment before carrying her toward the car. "It's better to get checked at the hospital." "Hey, Lu Sai, don't push it. Give sister man back." "Songqing, don't pull me. If you keep pulling, I'll bite you." "Miss Lin, please don't be angry just yet. There's a reason for this." Lin Xiaona and Songqing tugged at each other, neither willing to yield. Gu Xingman glanced at Lin Xiaona, who couldn't break free, then lifted her gaze to Lu Sai. The man's expression was grave as he carried him straight toward the Rolls-Royce waiting outside. "Lu Sai, let me go." Gu Xingman struggled, but her current strength was too weak to be any match for Lu Sai. Man, don't be angry. Let's get in the car first, and I'll explain on the way." Lu Sai walked to the car, glanced at the door, and then at Gu Xingman struggling in his arms. He furrowed his brows, supporting her waist and bottom, lifting her up. Lu Sai. Gu Xingman's pupils trembled slightly, her hands instinctively tightening around the man's neck. The man's large hands cradled her bottom, transforming the Princess Carrie into a bear-hugging posture. Gu Xingman, still shaken with fright, glared at him fiercely. How could this man be so reckless? If he'd slipped and dropped her, what would happen to their baby? Her restrained temper instantly flared. Gu Xingman raised her hand and slapped Lu Sai across the face. Smack. Lin Xiaona and Song Qing, who had just arrived, froze in place. The slap was so forceful that Lu Sai's face jerked to one side. Bastard. Even after delivering the blow, Gu Xingman wasn't satisfied. She shoved at his chest with her hand. Put me down. Lu Sai's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he looked down at the struggling woman in his arms, sighing helplessly. I'll explain in the car. Even though it was nighttime, the red mark on the man's cheek was still clearly visible under the light. Song Qing swallowed hard. Just looking at it made him wince in sympathy. This is the last time I'm saying it. Put me down. Gu Xingman's voice was icy. This humiliating position made her feel utterly mortified, yet she couldn't risk fighting back forcefully for fear of harming the baby. And why on earth would someone suddenly decide to take her to the hospital? Did he suspect something? The woman had a slender figure, and Lu Sai effortlessly supported her with one hand under her thighs while using his other hand to pull open the rear car door. Witnessing this, Gu Xingman's eyes widened in shock. Lu Sai. Lu Sai opened the car door, looking down at her furious little face. The slapped cheek burned with pain, yet inexplicably, he felt content deep down. At least Gu Xingman was looking at him now. Though her eyes blazed with anger, they were finally focused on him again. Gazing into her eyes, his voice dropped low. Asterisk if you're still upset, go ahead and hit this side too. One on each side, perfect symmetry asterisk. Gu Xingman gritted his teeth. You think I wouldn't dare? Go ahead if you dare. Crack. Another slap landed, louder than the last one. Lu Sai happened to be speaking when the blow struck, causing him to bite his own tongue unavoidably. A metallic taste of blood instantly flooded his mouth while his cheek went numb. He lowered his gaze to look at the flushed, exasperated woman, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. Instead of anger, a smirk tugged at his lips. You're quite strong. Seems your body is indeed fine. Gu Xingman flexed her numb palm and ordered coldly, I won't say it again. Put me down. Chapter 132, Surveillance in the Kitchen. You still need to go to the hospital for a checkup. Ignoring her resistance, he promptly placed her in the car before climbing in himself. As soon as Gu Xingman got into the car, she immediately reached to open the opposite door. Lu Sai had anticipated this. With one swift motion of his large hand, he pulled her onto his lap instead. Lu Sai, what the hell's gotten into you? Gu Xingman was furious, her brow twitching as she swung her fists wildly, forgetting entirely that she was currently pregnant. Lu Sai caught one of her ankles with one hand while the other pressed firmly against her waist. His neck and chest took the brunt of her blows as he frowned and sighed. Did you call cleaners to tidy up the place today? Gu Xingman's fist froze mid-strike against his chest before she blinked in surprise. How did you know? The cleaning company was one Lin Xiaona found online after searching. Lu Sai grunted quietly, taking the punch without protest, then reached for a tablet beside him and pulled up a video. See for yourself, he said. Gu Xingman glanced down at the tablet. It was surveillance footage. Frowning, she demanded, you installed cameras in the villa? Lu Sai cleared his throat with a hint of guilt. Only the kitchen, living room, and outdoor areas have them, nothing in the study or bedrooms. They're for keeping an eye on the staff. Gu Xingman fixed her gaze on him, her beautiful eyes slightly narrowed with a hint of sharpness. Lu Sai avoided her gaze and looked out the car window. Fine, there's one installed in the study too. Tisk. She let out a derisive laugh as she took the tablet from his hand. Mr. Lu, please let go of me. Even if there were extenuating circumstances, that still doesn't excuse you from harassing a young woman. Lu Sai. He silently loosened his grip. Gu Xingman climbed off his lap and shifted aside, lowering her gaze to watch the video. A considerable gap now separated them, enough space to comfortably seat two more people. Lu Sai turned his head to glance at her, his tongue pressing against the bitten spot inside his mouth. It stung a little, but he didn't consider it significant. If scolding or blows could earn him even a fleeting glance from her, why not? Having watched the entire video, Gu Xingman's expression darkened completely. Her fingers gripping the tablet turned white at the tips. What kind of drug did this person put in my fresh milk? Lu Sai shook his head, his dark eyes fixed on her, still unclear. To the hospital. Her voice trembled slightly as she instinctively covered her stomach. Hurry, take me to the hospital. Her eyes were slightly red, her heartbeat racing. Lu Sai noticed her clutching her stomach and panicked. Are you having stomach pain? Gu Xingman didn't speak, but her eyes were filled with terror. If she were alone, she might still stay calm, but now there was also her baby. The baby mustn't come to harm. Lu Sai called Song Qing over to take the wheel. Song Qing hurried over, while Lin Xiaona quickly climbed into the passenger seat. Under the night sky, the black Rolls-Royce sped along the road heading downtown. Songqing drove fast, and the atmosphere inside the car was particularly tense. Lin Xiaona gripped the seatbelt tightly, turning sideways to glance at Gu Xingman, who remained silent with her head bowed low. "Sister man, are you feeling any discomfort right now?" Gu Xingman's nerves were wound tight as she attentively monitored every bodily sensation. Fortunately, from that moment until now, she hadn't detected anything unusual about her physical state. She lifted her head, looked at Lin Xiaona, and shook it slightly. "I feel fine," she said. "That's good. Maybe it's just some nasty prank." Lin Xiaona's words were meant to comfort Gu Xingman, but also to comfort herself. Thinking positively always feels more auspicious. Man, why are you always holding your stomach?" Lu Sai had noticed it earlier. Gu Xingman turned her head, her gaze icy cold as she looked at him. "What right do you have to ask?" "Lu Sai, I'm just worried about you. First tell me, who is this person?" Gu Xingman asked, though frightened. His thoughts were already clear. "A housekeeper, and I have no grudges. She has no reason to frame me." Lu Sai looked at him with a hint of helplessness in his tone. "I've already sent people to find her. We should have news soon. Our priority right now is to go to the hospital and ensure your health and safety." Chapter 133. Gu Xingman is pregnant. Though furious, Lu Sai was right. Gu Xingman closed her eyes and took a deep breath to calm herself down. This wasn't the time for her to be locking horns with Lu Sai. Gu Xingman had rewatched the surveillance footage twice already and uncovered quite a few clues. First, the cleaner had a very clear goal upon entering the villa. She went straight for the fresh milk in the refrigerator. The entire process of drugging was carried out with extreme calmness, clearly premeditated. The way she glanced around was obviously checking for surveillance cameras. Suddenly, Gu Xingman's brow twitched, and she turned to stare at Lu Sai. Lu Sai's gaze had been fixed on her the entire time, watching her think coolly. When she finally sighed, his heart twisted involuntarily with a hint of panic. Man, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to keep it from you. When was the surveillance camera installed?" Gu Xingman's tone was relatively calm. "Lu Sai, can't you ever tell me the truth?" Lu Sai lowered his gaze, unable to meet Gu Xingman's eyes. "The camera, it was installed this morning." If it was installed this morning, then he probably hadn't discovered her pregnancy yet. "This is for the best." She gathered her thoughts and said, "Later at the hospital, Nana and I will go for the checkup ourselves. You don't need to come with us. I'll just watch until you finish the examination. Once I confirm you're physically fine, I'll leave." "No need. If you truly care, go find the person who drugged me. I also want to know who this person is and why they're targeting me. We already have people searching. I believe it won't be long." The phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated, interrupting Lu Sai's words. Lu Sai picked up the phone. It was Jiang Beiwang calling. He pressed the answer button and brought the phone to his ear. "Did you catch him? The suspect has been apprehended. It's by Jean Gru." Lu Sai frowned slightly, his dark eyes turning gloomy. "Did she mention what kind of medicine it was?" "Over there." Jiang Beiwang fell silent for a moment before replying. "It's an abortion pill." Lu Sai froze for a moment, wondering if he had misheard. "What did you say?" "She said she gave Gu Xingman an abortion drug." Jiang Beiwang paused before adding, "To put it simply, your ex-wife seems to be pregnant." "Gu Xingman is pregnant?" Lu Sai's grip on his phone tightened abruptly. He turned to look at Gu Xingman, his eyes burning with intense, turbulent emotions. On the other end of the line, Jiang Beiwan continued, "But there's a twist. By Jingru's pills were swapped out, replaced with ordinary vitamin C tablets. Guess who this anonymous do-gooder was?" Lu Sai's heart rose and fell, but finally settled when he heard the words, "The medicine was switched." He pinched the bridge of his nose, where a dull ache throbbed. "Was it Shenmaching?" Jiang Beiwang chuckled on the other end of the line. "Not bad. How did you guess it was him?" "He's a doctor." Lu Sai paused briefly before adding, "And I know Bai Jingru has been seeing him frequently lately." Maching is actually a decent guy. It's just that his judgment of people is really hard to describe. I know you two haven't gotten along these years, but without his behind-the-scenes help, your wife might have ended up with a corpse and 2 lives lost. The dosage of the abortion drug that Bai Jingru gave your wife was utterly ruthless." Hearing this, Lu Sai's eyes darkened abruptly, revealing an unmistakable killing intent. "Keep her detained. I'm handling this personally. It's best you come yourself. Maching is here too." Jiang Beiwang paused, then added, "His intention is to hope you'll spare Bai Jingru." Lu Sai gritted his teeth. In his dreams. Chapter 134. Sorry, the child has nothing to do with you. Jiang Beiwang sighed. "You handle your matters first. We'll talk more when you come later." Alright. Jiang Beiwang paused, then asked, "By the way, how is your ex-wife doing now?" Lu Sai glanced at Gu Xingman's hand resting on her stomach. "She seems fine for now. Just watched the video, probably got startled. It's better to go to the hospital for a checkup, and also," Jiang Beiwang laughed on the other end, "congratulations on your ex-wife running away with the bun in the oven." Lu Sai. The man hung up the phone with a dark expression, roughly loosened his tie, unbuttoned 2 buttons, and let out a heavy sigh. His fingers gripping the phone turned white from the pressure, his dark eyes fixed unwaveringly on Gu Xingman. Gu Xingman felt somewhat flustered under his intense gaze. Though she couldn't hear what Jian Beiwang said on the other end of the call, she could sense the fluctuations in Lu Sai's emotions. She didn't look at him, her expressionless face appearing utterly composed. Yet in her heart, she harbored a faint sense of foreboding. Lu Sai hung up the phone, his Adam's apple bobbing with difficulty. Man, are you pregnant? Gu Xingman's breath hitched slightly, her heart sinking a little. The premonition had come true. The thing she had been dreading had finally happened. And to have it hit so suddenly, if anyone says they wouldn't panic, they're lying. She turned to look at Lu Sai, her eyes devoid of emotion. Yes, she said. Lu Sai's pupils constricted violently, his Adam's apple bobbing with difficulty. When is it mine? Gu Xingman arched a brow. Don't misunderstand, President Lu. This child has nothing to do with you. But she didn't want to admit just like that the connection between this baby and Lu Sai. Of course, Lu Sai didn't believe her. He knew Gu Xingman was still acting out of spite. If it's not mine, then why hide it from me? Hide it from you? Gu Xingman scoffed coldly. President Lu, what exactly is our relationship now? Why should I notify my ex-husband about a child from my current partner? Lu Sai froze for a moment before retorting. Man, I know you're still blaming me, but the child is ours together. President Lu, I'm truly not lying to you. Gu Xingman interrupted him, looking at her with utmost composure. The woman's icy voice echoed through the car. President Lu, we've been divorced for over 2 months. Isn't it perfectly normal for me to be pregnant with my current partner's child now? You're lying to me. Lu Sai practically growled the words out. Gu Xingman looked at him and chuckled softly. Let me be honest with you. Right after my divorce, I got together with my current partner. The pregnancy was unplanned, but we decided to keep the baby after discussing it. As for keeping it from you, excuse me for correcting you, we weren't just hiding it from you. We chose not to make it public since my boyfriend, Gu Qiaoshi, is a public figure. Going public would negatively affect him. Enough, Lu Sai roared. I don't believe a single word you're saying. Gu Xingman shrugged. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Are you afraid that if I knew this child was mine, I'd fight you for it? Lu Sai gnashed his teeth as he stared at her. Inside the dimly lit car, the man's eyes were barely visible. Only when a fleeting ray of light passed by could one vaguely catch the glimmer of tears shimmering in them. Gu Xingman's delicate face remained icy, betraying not a hint of emotion. Her words were even colder. Mr. Lu, self-delusion is a sickness, you should get it treated. Fine. He laughed, the sheen of tears flickering in his eyes. Then let's go to the hospital together and get checked. Gu Xingman frowned. Can you be reasonable for once? But Lu Sai stood his ground. If you want me to believe this child has nothing to do with me, then you'll have to show me proof. Gu Xingman glared at him before finally giving up on responding. 10 minutes later, a black Rolls-Royce came to a halt outside the hospital entrance. Chapter 135 Boss Lu, mind a lightning strike. The passenger door swung open as Lin Xiaona hurried over to help Gu Xingman out of the car. Stepping onto the pavement, Gu Xingman linked arms with Lin Xiaona and strode straight toward the hospital entrance. Behind them, Lu Sai gave relentless chase. The man with long legs followed them at an unhurried pace. Gu Xingman knew it wouldn't be easy to shake him off, so she didn't deliberately quicken her steps. Lin Xiaona leaned close to Gu Xingman's ear and whispered, Sister man, what should we do now? Gu Xingman remained silent, but she held her phone and typed a message. Send a message to my second brother and ask him for help. Lin Xiaona instantly understood. The two entered the hospital, and the only option at this hour was the emergency department. Sister man, I really need to pee. I'm heading to the bathroom first. Gu Xingman replied calmly, all right, go ahead. I'll wait for you in the emergency room. Okay. Lin Xiaona turned and ran toward the restroom. Just as Gu Xingman was about to head to the emergency room, Lu Sai caught up and stopped her. I've contacted an obstetrician. Thanks, but no thanks. Lu Sai raised a brow, staring at her. Are you scared? Gu Xingman raised her eyes, their gazes locking. She smirked coldly. Indeed. I was afraid President Lu might hate me for carrying my current partner's child and harm my baby, wasn't I? Man, Lu Sai growled through clenched teeth. Do I really seem that vicious in your eyes? Who knows? She shrugged with an air of indifference. Please address me as Miss Gu. We're already divorced and have no connection whatsoever. It's inappropriate for you, President Lu, to call me that way. Lu Sai's face darkened at the rebuke. In the past, he would have already lost his temper, but now, he wasn't in a position to get angry. He closed his eyes briefly, telling himself to stay calm, softening his tone. I've arranged for an obstetric specialist on my end. Don't you want to get checked sooner to confirm the baby's condition? This is the emergency room. Who knows how long the queue will take? Songcheng approached respectfully and said, Miss Gu, please rest assured, Mr. Liu means no harm. The specialist physicians here were arranged by the hospital director. They're highly skilled. You can trust them completely. Gu Xingman was in the midst of a heated argument when a gentle voice suddenly came from behind. May I ask who needs medical attention? This voice. Gu Xingman sharply turned his head, and a flash of delight glimmered in his eyes upon seeing the owner of the voice. The young female doctor in a white coat approached and gave Lu Sai a slight nod. You must be President Liu, the one the director mentioned? Hello, Lu Sai responded casually, his gaze barely lingering on the female doctor before shifting back to Gu Xingman. He was acquainted with the hospital director. Before arriving, he had called the director to arrange for a reliable obstetrician, the choice of whom was entirely up to the director. Hello, I'm Jiang Ning from the obstetrics department, Jiang Ning said, turning to Gu Xingman with a gentle, affectionate smile in her eyes. The director told me President Liu is bringing his wife for a prenatal checkup. You must be her, right? Gu Xingman. She turned her head, chin slightly raised, squinting at Lu Sai. President Liu, can you have some shame? Lu Sai guiltily lowered his head and cleared his throat. I just forgot to change my wording for a moment. Huh, do you think I'd believe that? Gu Xingman mercilessly called him out. After 3 years of a secret marriage, apart from Grandpa and Songqing, have you ever told anyone you were married, or introduced me to anyone? She spoke with increasing amusement, her tone dripping with sarcasm, and you just happened to forget to change the way you address him? President Liu, watch out for lightning. Lu Sai. Songqing stood to the side, his head hanging low. He didn't want to admit this was his wise and esteemed boss, the president of Liu Corporation. It was just too embarrassing. Getting completely owned by a woman with no ability to fight back. What a disgrace to manhood. Chapter 136. Want to be the godfather? After verbally thrashing Lu Sai, Gu Xingman turned to Jiang Ning with ice in her beautiful eyes instantly melting into a warm smile. Hello Dr. Jiang, my surname is Gu. Just to clarify, Mr. Liu and I currently have no relationship whatsoever. I see. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Jiang Ning glanced at Lu Sai, whose awful expression clearly showed he was furious but didn't dare speak up. The dean had just reminded her that this President Liu was the most untouchable tycoon in Beijing, advising her to be respectful and mind her words. Little did she expect to see him rendered speechless by Gu Xingman the moment she arrived. Jiang Ning turned to Gu Xingman. Miss Gu, please come to my consulting room first. All right, sister man. Lin Xiaona ran over, noticing Jiang Ning's slight frown. Just as she was about to speak, her wrist was firmly grasped by Gu Xingman. Nana, this is Dr. Jiang. She'll be assisting me with the examination later. You and Songqing can wait outside. Lin Xiaona froze for a second. Seeing Jiang Ning's smiling face, she quickly put 2 and 2 together. Oh, sure. Lin Xiaona nodded at Jiang Ning. Dr. Jiang, we'll trouble you to take good care of our young lady. Rest assured, President Liu, with you here watching, I wouldn't dare be careless. Jiang Ning glanced at Lu Sai. Lu Sai's brow furrowed slightly, his deep voice carrying an undeniable authority. Inspect carefully. Any oversight will be on you. Jiang Ning gave a faint smile. President Liu need not worry. The director assigned me to examine Miss Gu precisely because I'm trustworthy. Are you threatening even the doctor now? Gu Xingman shot Lu Sai an annoyed look. Lu Sai's stern expression froze for a moment. He lowered his gaze to look at her, the intimidation in his dark eyes vanishing instantly, replaced entirely by tenderness. Man, I wasn't threatening you. I'm not deaf. Gu Xingman rolled her eyes. And let me emphasize one last time, don't call me man. You're not worthy. Lu Sai. She turned to Jiang Ning with a smile. Dr. Jiang, let's go. Okay. Jiang Ning led Gu Xingman towards her consultation room. Behind them, Lu Sai followed closely without relenting. Lin Xiaona and Songqing brought up the rear. Songqing sidled up to Lin Xiaona and asked softly, testing the waters, Miss Lin, they say women are the softest-hearted. Most who divorce with children end up remarrying their ex-husbands for the kids' sake. Do you think Miss Gu would do the same? Lin Xiaona stopped in her tracks, crossed her arms, and raised an eyebrow at him. Assistant Song, have you been working under President Liu for so long that your brain's gone weird too? Songqing choked silently. How many times do I have to say it in one night? Sister man's baby has nothing to do with President Liu, and now you're trying to pry info from me? What, you want to be the godfather or something? Songqing. Lin Xiaona snorted coldly and turned to catch up with Gu Xingman. Trying to wheedle information out of her? Did they mistake her for Rongyi? At the door of the consulting room, Jiang Ning pushed the door open and walked in. Gu Xingman paused in her steps, turned around to look at Lu Sai, her small face icy cold. Does President Liu still want to follow us in? Lu Sai. He did, but faced with Gu Xingman's icy gaze, after struggling for a moment, he could only grit his teeth and lower his head, muttering sullenly, I'll wait outside. Gu Xingman scoffed, I'd much rather hear you say you're leaving right now. Lu Sai. Gu Xingman turned and walked into the examination room, casually closing the door behind her and even locking it as she went. The sharp click of the lock made Lu Sai's temple twitch. Lin Xiaona walked over and sat down on a nearby bench. Song Chung stood to the side, watching the motionless man at the door, who stood as rigid as a pine tree, and let out a soft sigh. It'd be best if the child really was President Lu's. If it turned out not to be, would he completely break down? In the consultation room, as soon as Gu Xingman locked the door, Jiang Ning couldn't wait to pull her into the inner examination room. After they entered, Jiang Ning drew the curtains shut. Chapter 137, Listening to the Baby's Heartbeat. Sister-in-law. Gu Xingman looked at this not-so-familiar face, and the term sister-in-law came out a bit stiff, but it was entirely sincere. Jiang Ning froze for a moment. She still wasn't quite used to this form of address. Still, she was happy. Jiang Ning reached out to pat Gu Xingman's head. Man, it's been a while. Sister-in-law, how come you're working in Bay City now? The Jiang family was also originally from Haidu, with all their assets located there. It was said Jiang Ning had never left Haidu for studies or work. She hadn't even chosen to go to country Y immediately after marriage. Yet now she'd suddenly appeared at a hospital in Beijing. Gu Xingman found this utterly unexpected. I'm currently on an overseas training assignment. Jiang Ning gazed at Gu Xingman for a moment before speaking softly. I heard about what happened to you, man. You've suffered. Gu Xingman had never been a sentimental person, but perhaps influenced by pregnancy hormones. Hearing Jiang Ning's words made the tip of her nose tingle with suppressed emotion. She smiled, perfectly at ease. It's all in the past. I'm doing well now. Jiang Ning sighed softly, feeling a pang of sympathy for her. Your brother didn't go into details when he called me just now. He only mentioned that you didn't want President Lu to know the child is his. That's right, I don't want him to know. Gu Xingman paused, then added, my baby bump isn't showing yet, and we've been divorced for 2 months. I made him believe the child belongs to me and my childhood friend. He still doesn't know I'm the daughter of the Gu family. Jiang Ning nodded. She understood that Gu Xingman had his own thoughts and plans, and as family, her role was simply to cooperate. Go ahead and lie down first. I'll perform an ultrasound to check on the baby's condition. All right. Gu Xingman lay down on the examination table and pulled up her shirt. Jiang Ning glanced at her still flat stomach and slightly furrowed his brows. How many weeks along are you now? Just had the checkup today, 19 weeks. Then it's really not showing at all. Jiang Ning placed the ultrasound scanner gently onto her belly with practiced ease, his eyes fixed on the display. Your placenta is posterior. No wonder there's no visible bump. Gu Xingman lay on the bed, watching Jiang Ning's focused profile. Does a posterior placenta affect anything? It doesn't matter whether the placenta is anterior or posterior, both are normal. It's just that a posterior placenta tends to show less on the belly, but both positions are completely normal. However, if it's a placenta previa, then you'll need to be more cautious. Oh, I see. I had no idea there was so much to learn about placenta positioning. Don't worry, it's completely normal for first-time mothers not to know these things. Let's exchange WeChat contacts later. You can message me directly anytime you have questions. Okay. Gu Xingman didn't really have much impression of Jiang Ning. She only knew from childhood that the Gu and Jiang families were close, and their parents had arranged an engagement between her eldest brother and his future wife since they were young. Later, when the Gu family immigrated to country Y, their relationship with the Jiang family remained unchanged. The reason she could recognize Jiang Ning was because of the grand wedding between her eldest brother and his wife 3 years ago. She had watched their wedding video online, and her parents had also sent her their wedding photos. Thinking of the wedding, Gu Xingman felt a touch of guilt. Looking at Jiang Ning, she spoke earnestly, Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I didn't even return to attend your and big brother's wedding. Jiang Ning glanced down at her with a smile and said, It's all right. Your elder brother and I both understand you. Gu Xingman asked again, How are things between you and my elder brother now? She recalled her mother mentioning that after marriage, the eldest brother and his wife had essentially been in a long-term separation. Theirs was an arranged marriage. It seemed they'd had little contact before the wedding too, with no emotional foundation to speak of. Looking at the display screen, a flicker of melancholy flashed through Jiang Ning's eyes, but she quickly smiled and said, We're doing fine. It's just that we're both very busy with work. That's true. Gu Xingman pressed her lips together, realizing this topic wasn't suitable to pursue further. Both the eldest brother and sister-in-law were doctors. The sister-in-law had always practiced domestically, while the elder brother, a renowned surgeon in country Y, had recently co-founded a medical institution with their uncle Anisan. Gu Xingman didn't know the specifics. She only knew that her eldest brother and sister-in-law had always spent more time apart than together due to their work. The ultrasound looks normal. Jiang Ning asked her, Would you like to hear your baby's heartbeat? Gu Xingman's eyes lit up. Great. Jiang Ning smiled and pressed a button. Thump thump thump. The fetal heartbeat sounded like a train, powerful and exceptionally rapid. Gu Xingman found it utterly magical. Can I record this? Sure, go ahead. Chapter 138. Only the stubborn won't yield until faced with stone-cold reality. About 20 minutes later, the consulting room door opened. Gu Xingman and Jiang Ning walked out from inside. Man Jia. Lin Xiaona immediately approached. Did the checkup go okay? Gu Xingman nodded faintly. Everything's normal. That's good. Lin Xiaona sighed in relief, then looked at Jiang Ning. Dr. Jiang, thank you. Jiang Ning nodded slightly and smiled faintly, saying, no need to thank me. It's my duty. From over there, hurried footsteps raced closer. Lu Sai knocked the ash off his cigarette as he strode briskly from the depths of the corridor. Gu Xingman glanced at him and bid Jiang Ning farewell. I'll head back first then. Jiang Ning nodded. Alright, contact me on WeChat if you have any questions later. I will. Gu Xingman smiled at her and immediately dragged Lin Xiaona away. Lu Sai didn't stop Gu Xingman, but instead approached Jiang Ning. Where's her medical report? Everything is here. Jiang Ning handed the report to Lu Sai. Lu Sai took it and began carefully examining it with his head lowered. When he saw 8 weeks and 2 days pregnant, his entire body froze in shock. This can't be. Lu Sai clenched the report tightly, his jaw tense, his dark eyes fixed on Jiang Ning as the atmosphere around him turned icy. Dr. Jiang, are you certain there's no mistake? Mr. Liu, are you questioning my medical expertise? Did she ask you to write this deliberately? Lu Sai's face darkened to an extreme degree. Do you know the consequences of lying to me? Jiang Ning chuckled lightly. If you don't trust me, Mr. Liu, you can always find another doctor to run the tests for Ms. Gu again. She glanced at her watch as she spoke. I have rounds to make in the ward. Mr. Liu, I won't see you out. As the daughter-in-law of the Gu family, Jiang Ning had witnessed all sorts of formidable auras. Someone like Lu Sai held no fear for her. Song Qing watched Jiang Ning's departing figure before turning his gaze back to Lu Sai's face. The man was staring fixedly at the report in his hand, his head bowed so deeply that Song Qing couldn't see his eyes. Yet he had the distinct feeling that President Liu might be on the verge of tears. To be honest, if this report were genuine, then the child would basically have zero connection to President Liu. With this thought in mind, Song Qing couldn't help but look at Lu Sai with a tinge of sympathy in his gaze. President Liu, President Liu, where are you going? Holding the medical report, Lu Sai dashed straight toward the hospital entrance. Only then did Song Qing realize what was happening and rushed after him in a frantic hurry. Outside the hospital gate, Gu Xingman and Lin Xiaona stood by the roadside, with Lin Xiaona holding her phone to book a ride. Seems like there are very few rides going to the suburbs at this hour. Lin Xiaona sighed, looking at the ride-hailing app on her phone. I think it'd be better if we drove ourselves. Yeah, we should find time to visit a 4S shop and buy a suitable car. Buy a car? Lin Xiaona was surprised. But are we returning to Country Y in just another month? Sell it off when the time comes, and donate the money to the orphanage. Lin Xiaona, truly my sister man. Man. Behind her came the shout of Lu Sai. Gu Xingman's brow furrowed tightly. He's really like a lingering ghost. Lin Xiaona whispered, I think President Liu still doesn't believe it. That man has always been stubborn. He won't admit defeat until he's backed into a corner. Gu Xingman knew perfectly well that making Lu Sai believe just based on this examination was impossible, but openly acknowledging the child as his own wasn't an option either. For now, she could only play along with the situation and take things one step at a time. After all, she only had a month left before leaving Beijing. Lu Sai walked over and stood behind Gu Xingman, slightly out of breath. Man, can we talk? Gu Xingman closed her eyes briefly, took a deep breath, then turned around to meet Lu Sai's faintly reddened eyes. What would you like to discuss, President Liu? She asked. Chapter 139. Do you expect me to get a DNA test? I want to hear the truth from you. Lu Sai raised the report form. I don't believe this report. Since when has President Liu ever trusted me? Gu Xingman retorted with an indifferent tone. Even when that misdiagnosed cancer report was delivered to your hands, you didn't believe it either. Luckily, I'm tough. Otherwise, if I had actually died from illness, would you have gone to my grave to accuse me of faking my death for attention? Lu Sai looked at her, a trace of pain flickering in his eyes. I didn't. It's written in black and white, and the doctor was even arranged by you. If you still don't believe me, what can I do? Gu Xingman's face turned icy, her tone sharpening. What? Do you want me to undergo amniocentesis for DNA testing? That's not what I meant. Though not a doctor, he was a former Special Forces soldier with some medical knowledge. Amniocentesis posed risks to the fetus. No matter how much he wanted to confirm the child was his, he wouldn't resort to such an extreme method. Gu Xingman scoffed lightly. If that's not what you meant, then please refrain from crossing the line, Mr. Liu. Your suspicion is disrespectful, both to me and to my current boyfriend. Lu Sai was left speechless by the retort. Gu Xingman's icy gaze was like a sharp dagger, each glance piercing straight through his heart. His heart bled helplessly. They stood face to face, her delicate features frigid, every word a rejection, every syllable an urgent attempt to sever their ties. Lu Sai wasn't foolish, he simply hadn't wanted to face this situation. But now she was pregnant. Although he didn't yet have absolute proof that the child was his, what would it matter even if it could be proven immediately? Gu Xingman was utterly unwilling to acknowledge it. Her attitude toward him wouldn't change easily just because of a child. Lu Sai took a deep breath. Songqing, who had been standing silently not far away, hurried over. President Liu? Take them back. What about you? I'll have someone else pick her up. Lu Sai paused, then added, drive slowly on your way back. I know. Songqing turned to Gu Xingman. Miss Gu, it's hard to get a cab at this hour. Should I drive you back? Gu Xingman glanced at Lin Xiaona. Lin Xiaona shrugged helplessly. Still no one's taking the order. Let's go then, Gu Xingman said, glancing at Songqing. Assistant Song, we'll trouble you. Of course. Holding the car keys, Songqing listened as Lu Sai spoke before turning to walk away. He pulled out a cigarette case, lit one, and smoked in silence. Under the night sky, the tall man's figure appeared somewhat lonely. Songqing couldn't help but feel some pity. Gu Xingman didn't care at all, turning instead to walk toward the car. Songqing hurried to catch up, opening the rear door for her. Gu Xingman thanked Songqing before bending down to get into the car. Lin Xiaona followed Gu Xingman into the back seat. Songqing slammed the car door shut and glanced back at Lu Sai not far away. Lu Sai was smoking, holding his phone to his ear with his other hand, likely calling someone to pick him up. Songqing walked around the front of the car, opened the driver's door, and got in. The car started, entered the main road, and gradually vanished into the night ahead. Lu Sai's gaze followed closely until even that faint tail light shrank and disappeared from view. His voice was steady as he said, come pick me up. At 9 o'clock at night, downtown Central Police Headquarters. A black Hummer pulled into a parking spot in front of the police station. The passenger and driver's side doors opened simultaneously, and two tall men stepped out, walking toward the station. Jiang Beiwan patted Lu Sai on the shoulder. Let's go see Moqing first. He's been waiting in my office for a long time. Chapter 140, Shen Moqing's plea. Lu Sai frowned slightly. The only reason he's looking for me is to plead on Bai Jingrou's behalf. Jiang Beiwang pondered for a moment before saying, actually, I don't think his relationship with Bai Jingru is necessarily what you imagine it to be. I don't care about their relationship, but since Bai Jingru had the nerve to mess with Man, no amount of pleading will do any good. At least consider your shared school days by meeting with him. Besides, wouldn't you want to hear any news about your ex-wife from him? Lu Sai stopped in his tracks and turned to look at him. See, as expected, your ex-wife still comes in handy. Jiang Beiwang chuckled. Let's go. Moqing wants to plead with you. Shouldn't he trade some information for it? Hearing this, Lu Sai furrowed his brows slightly but remained silent. Jiang Beiwang knew he had agreed. Let's go to my office. Jiang Beiwang pushed open the door and led Lu Sai inside. From the sofa area, Shen Moqing immediately stood up upon seeing the two enter. Everyone take a seat, no need for formalities between old friends. Jiang Beiwang enthusiastically played his role as mediator. Lu Sai sat down opposite Shen Moqing with a cold expression. Seeing him take a seat, Shen Moqing also sat back down. The two faced each other expressionlessly, the atmosphere noticeably tense between them. Jiang Beiwang cleared his throat lightly. Would you like coffee or tea? No need. They spoke in unison, then both froze, exchanging looks of surprise between them. Jiang Beiwang joked with a smile, not bad at all. The chemistry between you two is something even couples married for decades can't match. Lu Sai ignored Jiang Beiwang's teasing, his dark eyes fixed on Shen Moqing. If you're trying to get me to spare Bai Jingru, I advise you to give up now. Shen Moqing had expected Lu Sai to respond this way, so he had been pondering all along, searching for a way to persuade him. After much deliberation, the only leverage he could think of was Gu Xingman's pregnancy. He looked at Lu Sai and asked, what if I trade you for information about the child in Gu Xingman's womb? Just as expected. Lu Sai's thin lips curled slightly. You knew she was pregnant when she was hospitalized for a cold last time, didn't you? She asked you to keep it from me, right? Exactly. Shen Moqing decided to come clean at this point. She didn't want you to know, and yet you had the audacity to call her your wife. I asked her later, and she made it clear to me that you're divorced. She doesn't want any further entanglement with you. She plans to raise the child herself. Of course, Lu Sai understood Gu Xingman's thoughts perfectly. Tonight at the hospital, she'd made her stance crystal clear. His tongue probed the wound in his mouth, the sharp pain helping him regain some composure. Give me her real medical records. Shen Moqing unlocked his phone, pulled up a photo, placed the device on the table, and slid it across. Lu Sai lowered his gaze to examine the photograph on the phone. That was Gu Xingman's medical record, clearly stating her actual gestational age. Calculating from that, today she was already over 19 weeks pregnant, which meant she had been pregnant for more than 4 months now. Lu Sai's heart was racing. It's finally confirmed. This is the answer he's been waiting for. Lu Sai's jaw clenched tightly as he struggled to contain his overwhelming excitement. He and Gu Xingman are having a child. The man's downcast eyes shimmered with a dark undercurrent of joy and excitement. I promised Miss Gu I wouldn't tell. Shen Maching retrieved his phone, looking solemnly at Lu Sai. But today I must break that promise. Consider this repayment for saving your child. Let Bai Jingru go. Chapter 141, Self-inflicted consequences, blame none other. Let her go? Lu Sai gave a cold sneer. Shen Maching, as a doctor, you understand better than I do what horrific consequences would have occurred if those pills had actually entered Gu Xingman's mouth. I know, which is why I stopped her. Shen Maching sighed softly. I never expected her to be so reckless either, and I know she's unforgivable. But at least considering that Miss Gu and the child are safe, I hope you can show some leniency. Bai Jingru tried to harm my woman and child. How can you expect me to show leniency? Lu Sai looked at him impassively. I remember the debt I owe you. Aside from this, you can ask for anything else. Shen Maching frowned. This is my only request. Lu Sai stood up immediately, his voice cold. Then consider me an ungrateful villain. Lu Sai. Shen Maching stood up, glaring at him angrily. Are you really determined to push Xiaojing into a corner? Her parents died young, and she was raised in hardship by relatives since childhood. She worked tirelessly at dance and finally achieved success today. If it weren't for you, she wouldn't have returned from abroad at all, and if she hadn't come back, she wouldn't have ended up like this. No matter how much Shen Maching pleaded, Lu Sai remained completely unmoved. Her suffering and unhappiness don't justify harming others. She was manipulated. Shen Maching growled. I checked her phone. Gu Jiaojiao was the one who told her about Miss Gu's pregnancy. Think about it. She had just been beaten up and hospitalized by Miss Gu, so of course she resented her. Gu Jiaojiao deliberately revealed Miss Gu's pregnancy to her, clearly with malicious intent. Hearing this, Lu Sai and Jiang Beiwang froze slightly, then exchanged glances. Lu Sai asked, Are you certain it was Gu Jiaojiao who told Bai Jingru? I took photos of the chat logs. Jiang Beiwang stroked his chin. Show me. It looks like this goes beyond just Bai Jingru wanting to harm your ex-wife. Shen Maching handed the phone to Jiang Beiwang. Lu Sai, with a grim expression, took out his phone and dialed Song Cheng's number. President Lu. Ask Gu Xingman, what is her relationship with Gu Jiaojiao? Song Cheng was driving, and upon hearing this, he instinctively glanced at the rear seat through the rearview mirror. Gu Xingman was leaning against Lin Xiaona's shoulder, sleeping soundly. President Lu, Miss Gu has fallen asleep. Upon hearing this, Lu Sai hesitated for a moment before saying, Never mind, let her sleep. Okay. Lu Sai hung up the phone and glanced at Jiang Beiwang. Finished reading? Jiang Beiwang stood up with his phone. I'll print these chat records. They might come in handy later. Shen Maching pressed on. This is clearly Gu Jiaojiao purposely provoking Xiaojing. You should bring her in for questioning too. Just based on these chat records alone, suspecting Gu Jiaojiao seems a bit far-fetched, Jiang Beiwang said while operating the printer. Besides, if it really is Gu Jiaojiao, we need to stay calm now and not startle the prey. Jiang Beiwang's words made sense. Lu Sai sat down again, lit a cigarette, took a few puffs, and said in a deep voice, I'll investigate Gu Jiaojiao's side, but even if Gu Jiaojiao intentionally provoked it, the one who did this was still Bai Jingru. I won't let go of anyone who might threaten Gu Xingman. After all, she did save your mother. Shen Maching gritted his teeth in fury. Let her go, and I'll arrange for her to leave the country tomorrow. She'll never come back. Lu Sai leaned back slightly, his thin lips holding a cigarette as wisps of smoke curled around him. His dark eyes narrowed slightly, icy and devoid of any trace of warmth. With slender fingers holding a cigarette, the man smiled like a demon from hell. Too late. The day Gu Xingman started dealing with her, she should have had the sense to flee abroad, but she didn't, so she brought this on herself. Can't blame anyone else. Chapter 142, Not Worth Sympathy. Shen Maching looked at Lu Sai's current demeanor, and the last glimmer of hope in his heart was utterly extinguished. This was Lu Sai, heartless to the core, devoid of even a shred of humanity. He took a step back, bent down to sit, lowered his head, and wiped his face with his hand. Furious, resentful, yet completely powerless. Shen Maching understood Lu Sai's temperament. This man held grudges relentlessly. Once his bottom line was crossed, he never showed mercy. The more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. Worse still, he felt Bai Jingru's sacrifices weren't worth it. Had the man she loved not been you, I believe she wouldn't have ended up like this. Hearing this, Lu Sai curled his lips disdainfully. No one can predict what they'll experience in the future. Nobody has complete control over their own destiny. He took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling smoke rings as his voice turned icy. But what makes humans human is our capacity for independent thought beyond animals. If someone can't even control their own mind, letting emotions dictate their life, then why even be human, harming themselves and others? No matter how pitiful such people are, they don't deserve sympathy. I actually agree with I on this one. Jiang Beiwang walked over with the printed chat records and returned the phone to Shin Maching. Shin Maching accepted the phone silently, lowering his eyes without speaking. Mo Ching, to be honest, the three of us are old acquaintances. No matter how much Bai Jingru has suffered, she shouldn't have resorted to harming others. Jiang Beiwang lit a cigar, holding it between his thin lips as he continued persuading. This is a society governed by law. She's a graduate from a prestigious university and has lived a seemingly respectable life abroad all these years. Yet she knowingly broke the law. Regardless of her reasons, she should be held accountable for her actions. But I can't just stand by and watch her ruin herself like this. Shin Maching sighed heavily. She's done me a great favor, and now I'm the only one who can help her. A favor? Jiang Beiwang sounded surprised, frowning as he pressed further. Tell me exactly what happened. Shin Maching glanced up at Lu Sai. 3 years ago, I had a bit of an accident, and she was the one who saved me. What do you mean? Lu Sai narrowed his eyes at him, explained the whole process clearly. Shin Maching scowled at him. Are you actually doubting even this? You look like someone who got sold out and is still foolishly helping count the money. Lu Sai flicked his cigarette ash as he spoke. Shin Maching, I was wondering why a cool-headed literary genius like you would be so obsessively devoted to Bai Jingru. You'd better distinguish between love and gratitude. Jiang Beiwang looked at Shin Maching, a meaningful glimmer in his eyes. This is the 21st century. Marrying someone out of obligation isn't exactly the fashionable way to repay kindness anymore. Shin Maching choked up, his gentle countenance betraying a hint of embarrassment. Jiang Beiwang's words struck like a thunderbolt. He furrowed his brows in thought, his usually gentle eyes tinged with a trace of bewilderment. Yes, he had never deeply considered why he was so fixated on Bai Jingru. Was it because of love, or was it because of that debt of gratitude? After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. 3 years ago, I was being hunted down. She saved me. You? Jiang Beiwang hesitated for a moment. From the Shin family of Haidu? Shin Maching nodded. Yes. Lu Sai paused his smoking motion, looking at Shin Maching. So this is why you came to Beijing under an assumed name? Shin Maching acknowledged with a sound. Jiang Beiwang and Lu Sai exchanged glances. They both knew Shin Maching was originally from Haidu, the illegitimate son of the Shin family. Like Lu Sai, he was also the illegitimate child of a wealthy family, but the paths they chose in life were entirely different. Jiang Beiwang chuckled. You two are quite alike. It'd be a shame not to become sworn brothers. Scram. I'm not like him, getting ambushed and hunted down, then just hiding away. Hiding in this northern city, changing his name, planning to keep his head down for the rest of his life. I never had any interest in the Shin family's business in the first place. Shin Maching cast a disdainful glance at Lu Sai. I think being a doctor and saving lives is just fine. Unlike you, who's content being a profit-driven capitalist. Lu Sai clenched the cigarette between his teeth, his dark eyes narrowing. Their gazes collided in the air like sparks, as if flames would erupt any second. Chapter 143, You two are stupid in perfect synchrony. Jiang Wang noticed the tense atmosphere and hastily intervened. You're getting off track. Save other questions for later. The priority now is figuring out what's going on with Maching. Lu Sai scoffed lightly, putting out his cigarette. Isn't it obvious? Would the assassin sent by the Shin family be anything but skilled? Bai Jingru saved him? I'd really like to hear how she managed that. Exactly. How did a young woman like her even rescue you? Jiang Beiwang also found the matter suspicious. Shin Maching frowned. Under their questioning, he suddenly realized something seemed off about the situation. I was wounded and unconscious at the time. When I woke up in the hospital, the staff told me Bai Jingru had called an ambulance and paid my medical bills. Is that all? Jiang Beiwang suddenly felt almost amused. What if she just got lucky? Think back carefully, the scene when you were attacked. Shin Maching frowned as he searched his memory, a slender figure vaguely surfacing in his mind. When I was stabbed and fell, in that fading moment of consciousness, I saw a woman's figure from behind, long hair, very slender, but it appeared she was fighting with those men. Are you certain? Jiang Beiwang's expression grew grave. Do you really think someone like Bai Jingru could grapple with assailants? A sudden remark jolted me awake from my dream. Shin Maching's pupils constricted violently, as if waking from a profound dream, staring blankly at Jiang Beiwang. Jiang Beiwang shook his head, even his gaze carrying a hint of pity. Did you hit your head back then too? No need to ask, definitely. Lu Sai delivered the merciless finishing blow without hesitation. Don't castigate others when you're equally guilty. Jiang Beiwang chuckled, puffing on his cigar with his legs crossed. Just make up already. Honestly, the way you two share this special brand of stupidity makes you a perfect match. Such a waste not to become sworn brothers. Shin Maching. Lu Sai, get lost. In the detention cell, Bai Jingru huddled in the corner, her ashen face streaked with tear stains. Although Shin Maching had promised to save her, she was still afraid. Now that the deed was exposed, Lu Sai would definitely not let her off easily. More than 4 hours had passed since she was brought here. The excruciating wait and the unknown outcome filled her with immense fear. Suddenly, there was movement outside the door. The sound of a lock turning, the detention room door swung open. Bai Jingru looked up to see Shin Maching standing outside the door. Mo Ching. Bai Jingru abruptly stood up and dashed toward Shin Maching. I knew you'd come to save me. I knew you wouldn't just stand by and watch me go to prison. She tightly grasped Shin Maching's arm, her eyes brimming with ecstasy. The usually gentle man appeared somewhat distant at this moment, but he wasn't truly hard-hearted. With just a light brush of her hand, he said, "You may leave now." An officer in uniform walked in and removed Bai Jingru's handcuffs. You're lucky. After causing such a big scene, someone still came to bail you out, but you'll still need to write a self-criticism and a statement of guarantee. Come with me. Compared to prison, writing self-criticism and guarantee statements was nothing. Bai Jingru was immersed in the ecstasy of avoiding jail time, completely oblivious to the change in Shin Maching's attitude. She followed the police officer, with Shin Maching watching her from behind, the disappointment in his eyes gradually spreading. Half an hour later, Bai Jingru submitted the letter of guarantee and self-criticism. The police officer sternly lectured her, while Bai Jingru kept her eyes lowered, showing a genuinely remorseful attitude. All right, you can go now. Bai Jingru secretly rejoiced in her heart as she turned around and walked outward, scanning the surroundings for Shin Maching's figure. Yet all the way until she stepped outside the police station, she never caught sight of Shin Maching. Looking for Shin Maching? A low, icy voice suddenly came from behind her. Bai Jingru froze. When she turned to see who had spoken, her pupils trembled violently. Chapter 144 Save me. Someone wants to hurt me. Ah. Bai Jingru retreated, her face etched with pure terror. Shut up. Who gave you the right to call me Ae? Lu Sai's thin lips clamped around his cigarette. Through the curling smoke, the man's narrow eyes gleamed with predatory coldness, radiating bloodthirsty menace. His laughter echoed like a demon of the dark night. Bai Jingru, you'll soon learn that prison would have been a mercy for you. This is a blatant threat. No. Bai Jingru turned deathly pale with fear, stumbling as she fled in panic. Lu Sai watched her hurried escape without any urgency to give chase. Outside, Bai Jingru tripped and fell to the ground, screaming Shin Maching's name with tear-choked desperation. Soon, a black sedan pulled over by the roadside. Bai Jingru saw it and immediately knew these were people sent by Lu Sai. Scrambling frantically on all fours toward the police station, she screamed, "Help me. I need to report a crime. Someone's trying to kill me." Jiang Beiwang approached Lu Sai with a frown, admonishing, "Couldn't you have picked somewhere else? Making an arrest right outside the police station isn't asking me to turn a blind eye. You're demanding I play completely blind." Lu Sai raised an eyebrow. "Since when does your station handle psychiatric emergencies?" Jiang Beiwang, you're ruthless. Lu Sai's cold, stern features revealed a hint of impatience as his gaze swept indifferently toward the bodyguards outside the door. "Miss Bai is having an episode. Why haven't you taken her to the sanatorium for treatment yet?" As Lu Sai finished speaking, two black-suited bodyguards who had just stepped out of the car immediately strode toward Bai Jingru. "Ah, let me go. I'm not sick." Bai Jingru began screaming hysterically. "Lu Sai, you can't do this to me. I'm perfectly fine. I won't go to any sanatorium." Lu Sai ignored Bai Jingru and instead looked at Jiang Beiwang. "See? Classic lines from a lunatic. She's genuinely sick." Jiang Beiwang. The rest of the police station watched quietly, though everyone knew Bai Jingru's condition was far from qualifying as mental illness. Since Lu Sai insisted she was, they could only play along and feign ignorance. Bai Jingru was dragged into the car, and the black sedan sped away in a cloud of dust. Shin Maching, who had been hiding and hadn't shown himself earlier, only walked out of Jiang Beiwang's office after the car had driven far away. His expression was somewhat desolate. Jiang Beiwang looked at him, gently sighed after pressing his lips together, and said, "Maching, don't carry this psychological burden. What you've done for her over the years is enough to repay the medical expenses she covered for you. Moreover, her opportunistic act of impersonating your savior was inherently wrong. A woman full of lies like her doesn't deserve your leniency." "I know." Shin Maching understood the reasoning all too well, but as a doctor, he was acutely aware of the consequences of Bai Jingru being taken away by Lu Sai's people, and it left him feeling uneasy. At that moment, a black Bentley pulled over by the roadside, and a male assistant in a suit stepped out from the driver's seat, bowing towards Lu Sai. Lu Sai flicked his cigarette away and patted Jiang Beiwang's shoulder. "Thanks for tonight. Let's catch up another day." "Sounds good." Lu Sai strode towards the Bentley. "Where are you going?" Shin Maching hurried after him, his expression agitated. Lu Sai halted his steps and turned to look at him. "What? You still want to plead for her?" Shin Maching softened his tone. "After all, she's just a woman." Lu Sai sneered. "She should be grateful she's a woman." Shin Maching frowned. "Don't mention her in front of me again, and we'll still be brothers." Lu Sai tossed out these words before heading to the driver's seat. He opened the car door and said to his assistant, "Take a cab back. I'll drive myself." The assistant nodded respectfully. Understood. The black Bentley merged into the main road, disappearing into the night ahead. Shin Maching withdrew his gaze, heaved a heavy sigh, and turned to walk toward his car. Chapter 145. He wanted her to go mad slowly while fully conscious. Half an hour later, the black Bentley pulled into a private sanatorium on the outskirts. Director Chow of the sanatorium personally came out to greet Lu Sai. The car door opened, and the tall figure of a man stepped out. Dean Chow immediately stepped forward to greet him respectfully. Mr. Lu, long time no see. Lu Sai gave a faint nod, his voice indifferent. Is everything arranged? Everything has been taken care of as you instructed. Take me to see her. Certainly, right this way. Dean Chow stepped aside to show Lu Sai the path. Bai Jingru had been placed on the top floor VIP level, where security was strictest, no unauthorized visits permitted. Naturally, escaping from here was nearly impossible. The elevator reached the top floor, its double doors sliding open. Lu Sai strode out first, with Dean Chow hurriedly following behind. Mr. Lu, Miss Bai has been arranged in the last room, Ward 1914. Footsteps echoed in the corridor, interspersed with faint screams from Bai Jingru that seeped through the hospital room walls. The voice was desperate, shattered. Dean Chow said, Ms. Bai refuses treatment, her mood is quite volatile, but as per your instructions, I didn't administer any sedatives and only had her movements restrained. Outside Ward 1914, Lu Sai paused and peered through the observation window to take in the scene inside. Bai Jingru was tied to the hospital bed, her hair disheveled as she screamed hoarsely, thrashing with desperate struggle. Her eyes were bloodshot, her ghostly pale face twisted in terror, and faint traces of blood lingered at the corners of her mouth, left there when the bodyguards had slapped her for resisting too violently. Gone was the former image of the nation's goddess. At this moment, Bai Jingru was no different from the long-term psychiatric patients isolated in mental institutions. But this alone is not enough. Lu Sai lit a cigarette and took a slow drag, squinting through the smoke. Dean Chow stood nearby with downcast eyes, waiting silently while stealing occasional glances at Lu Sai's expression. The man's sharply defined profile exuded an intimidating aura, those deep-set eyes and angular features radiating a formidable presence that commanded involuntary deference. He had smoked half a cigarette before finally speaking. Find someone to perform surgery on her. Director Chow was stunned. After a moment's thought, sudden understanding dawned on him. CEO Lu, you mean? Lu Sai narrowed his eyes, looking down at the much shorter Director Chow. I didn't bring her here for treatment. Have her uterus removed, keep her well-nourished, and absolutely no sedatives or calming drugs. I want her to lose her mind slowly, while fully conscious. Dean Chow couldn't help but gasp. This was ruthless beyond measure. Removing a woman's uterus is an act of unparalleled cruelty, but worse than this physical torment is the psychological torture, the most vicious and despairing kind. Dean Chow stole a glance at Bai Jingru in the hospital room, sighing inwardly. Just what could this woman have done to provoke Mr. Lu like this? Alas, her life is utterly ruined. After leaving the sanatorium, Lu Sai didn't return to Luoyun Mountain but drove directly back to Jing'an Villa. During this period, he never mustered the courage to enter this house again. But tonight, he made a decision. The black Bentley pulled into the villa courtyard as Lu Sai turned off the engine and stepped out. Unlock, step into the villa. Even though no one had lived here for a long time, there were still people coming to clean every few days. Lu Sai went upstairs and entered the master bedroom directly. He turned on the light, walked to the bedside cabinet, crouched down to open the second drawer, took out a document bag from inside, and then went downstairs. His footsteps were hurried, impatience evident as he walked while calling Song Qing. Has Gu Xingman been delivered? Yes, President Lu. Song Qing had just been about to turn back to the city. Have you settled everything on your end? Lu Sai got into the driver's seat, placed the document folder on the passenger side, started the car, and swung the vehicle around to exit the villa gates. Have someone come tomorrow to remove the Jing'an residence plaque and replace it with a new one. Song Qing froze for a moment, then asked, then what should we change it to? Chapter 146. What right did he have to feel wronged? Lu Sai held the steering wheel with one hand and his phone with the other. After a brief contemplation, he said, Shi Mansion. Eh? Song Qing couldn't immediately grasp the deeper meaning behind this name. President Lu, is there some special significance to this? Do I need to explain myself to you? Song Qing. Alright, indeed not necessary. Rest assured, I'll arrange it right away. Also, find a reliable chef and arrange for them to go to Luoyun Mountain. This Song Qing understood immediately. Gu Xingman was now pregnant, so her nutritional intake definitely needed to be properly maintained. I understand. Lu Sai paused before adding, tomorrow I'll have someone send over some nutritional supplements suitable for pregnant women. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Song Qing stared at his cell phone and muttered, it's not even your kid she's carrying, so why are you more eager than the biological father? Lu Sai drove towards Luoyun Mountain. Along the way, he stopped by a convenience store and came out with a large plastic bag in hand. He placed the plastic bag in the passenger seat, restarted the car, and continued driving towards Luoyun Mountain. His mood was somewhat excited along the way. The moment he thought about Gu Xingman carrying his child, his heartbeat uncontrollably quickened. He firmly believed this was heaven's gift to him. Though he understood Gu Xingman hadn't kept the child for his sake, he still held on to the belief that the child would be their bond. As long as he maintains the right attitude and takes concrete actions, one day he will surely win back Gu Xingman's heart. It was only after Bai Jingrou's reckless actions this time that Lu Sai had his epiphany. The name Jing'an Garden had been chosen by the original developer. After purchasing it, he never paid attention to the name, but now that he thought about it carefully, it had unknowingly created a monumental misunderstanding. Jing'an Garden, baseless rumors, forged pregnancy test results, these three things, combined with Bai Jingrou's malicious scheming and provocation, made it no wonder that Gu Xingman was utterly convinced. So how could he feel wronged when Gu Xingman was being so ruthless to him now? As a husband, he hadn't even noticed her stomach trouble, let alone protected her from that devastating blow, and at the time he'd actually thought she was just being temperamental. The more Lu Sai thought about it, the more he realized what an utter bastard he'd been. The man rolled down the window and stepped on the gas, the black Bentley speeding rapidly through the night. The biting cold wind blowing in his face cleared his thoughts even more. At this moment, he finally understood what he should do in the future. Luoyun Mountain. Gu Xingman and Lin Xiaona finished their dinner and took a stroll in the courtyard to aid digestion. Walking along, I arrived by the poolside. The overhead lights and ground lamps illuminated the area brightly around the pool. The night breeze carried a hint of chill, knocking down the crimson maple leaves one after another. A maple leaf happened to land on Gu Xingman's head, and Lin Xiaona reached out to remove it for her. Sis man, these maple trees are truly beautiful, and each one is so big, this must have cost quite a fortune. Gu Xingman walked to the edge of the swimming pool, crouched down, and scooped up a maple leaf from the water to play with in her hand. Most people know that the maple tree symbolizes perseverance, she said quietly, but only a few understand it also represents nostalgia for the past, the sedimentation of life, the eternity of emotions, and the cycle of time, along with longing for a beloved from bygone days. Her voice was soft, yet Lin Xiaona found herself unexpectedly moved. Crouching down to meet Gu Xingman's level, Lin Xiaona studied her face. Assistant Song mentioned this villa was originally meant to be President Lu's birthday gift for you. Judging by the scale and design of this place, doesn't that suggest he wasn't entirely indifferent to you these past 3 years? Hearing this, Gu Xingman paused the turning maple leaf in her fingers before tossing it back into the pool. She stood up and muttered, "Who knows?" Chapter 147, President Lu's second kneeling. Sister man, do you think President Lu will let Bai Jingru off the hook after tonight's incident? No, Gu Xingman answered without hesitation. Lin Xiaona raised an eyebrow. Sister man, you're so confident about President Lu? Didn't you say he had feelings for me these past 3 years? Gu Xingman arched an eyebrow at her with a faintly mocking smile. If that's how he treated me despite supposedly having feelings, how do you think he treated Bai Jingru whom he never gave a damn about? I don't have much confidence in his feelings. I just know his temperament all too well. Even if it wasn't me today, had Songqing been the one bullied, he wouldn't have let it slide easily. In short, he's extremely partisan when it comes to his own people. Lin Xiaona, to compare yourself with Songqing, Manny, you must be desperate to distance yourself from President Lu. Let's go back inside. Gu Xingman tucked her hands into her coat pockets and sniffled. Pregnancy seems to have made me more sensitive to the cold. Lin Xiaona came over and linked arms with her, and the two walked inside together. Sister man, I heard that if you feel cold during pregnancy, you usually have a girl. Really? So they say. Do you prefer a boy or a girl? Gu Xingman thought for a moment and said with a smile, either a boy or a girl would be fine. I think a girl would be better, preferably a mini version of you. If it's a boy, I'm afraid he might look too much like President Lu, and I wouldn't be able to resist teasing him. Gu Xingman shot her a glance. You dare? Lin Xiaona immediately raised her hands in surrender. I wouldn't dare. Any child that comes from you, sister man, I'd treasure more than anything. The two had just stepped onto the porch steps when the sound of a car came from behind. Headlights swept over them. Lin Xiaona turned around, raising a hand to shield her eyes from the glare. Who could possibly be coming at this hour? Gu Xingmian didn't look back, pulling open the door and walking inside. Who else could it be? It had to be Lu Sai. She could easily guess that Lu Sai must have dealt with Bai Jingru before coming over. Lin Xiaona chased after her, even closing the door behind her. Holy shit, it's President Lu. Why is he here again? Gu Xingman glanced at the clock on the wall. 11:13. His efficiency is surprisingly impressive. Gu Xingman let out a yawn. Nana, I'm sleepy. I'm heading upstairs to bed. But what about President Lu? Lin Xiaona looked at her with tearful eyes, nearly crying. Although she still harbored significant resentment toward Lu Sai, the thought of facing him alone. Sorry, she simply didn't have that kind of courage. Gu Xingman noticed her thoughts and chuckled. You don't have to open the door for him. Lin Xiaona. This was President Lu's house after all. He could still come in even if she didn't open the door. Beep. The sound of the electronic lock disengaging came from the entrance. Lin Xiaona's back stiffened, and in the next second, she directly ran to Gu Xingman's side. Gu Xingman. That damn man actually unlocked it and came in on his own. The door opened as Lu Sai walked in, carrying a plastic bag and a document folder in his hands. He lifted his gaze to meet hers. Our eyes met. Gu Xingman narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, a chill flickering in their depths. President Lu, though you're the landlord, isn't it inappropriate to barge into a tenant's home without so much as a notice during the lease period? Lu Sai cleared his throat lightly, his fist raised to cover his mouth. My apologies. This will be the last time I come uninvited. There are just a few matters I'd like to clarify with you in person. Fine. Coincidentally, I'm quite curious about how you'll handle Baijin Gru, Gu Xingman replied, turning to take a seat on the sofa. If Lu Sai's handling didn't meet her satisfaction, she wouldn't hesitate to take matters into her own hands. Lin Xiaona sat down closely beside Gu Xingman. Lu Sai secretly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Gu Xingman hadn't directly kicked him out the door. He stepped forward, his gaze settling on Lin Xiaona's face with a chill in his eyes. Lin Xiaona. She felt intensely threatened. Gu Xingman frowned and glared at Lu Sai. Speak if you have something to say. Ask her to step aside for a moment. What if I disagree? Lu Sai frowned, his tone tinged with helplessness. Man, please, I'm begging you. Gu Xingman was feeling a bit irritated and was just about to speak when Lin Xiaona voluntarily stood up. Hey, I just remembered I haven't taken out the clothes I washed today to dry. I'm gonna go hang them up now. Sis, if you need anything, just give me a shout. With that, Lin Xiaona turned and ran off at full speed. Gu Xingman sighed in exasperation, casting a cold glance at Lu Sai as she demanded, Can we talk now? Lu Sai responded with a low hum, reaching into the plastic bag to pull out a washboard which he tossed onto the floor before him. Then, beneath Gu Xingman's stunned gaze, he bent his knees and knelt stiffly upright upon it. Chapter 148, So you did care after all. I'm sorry. The man's dark eyes fixed on her, his expression solemn. His knees pressed into the grooves of the washboard, the piercing pain making him clench his jaw, yet his back remained ramrod straight. Lin Xiaona hid around the corner of the hallway, covering her mouth as she witnessed the scene, her mind screaming holy shit, internally. Though this wasn't the first time President Lu had knelt before her fierce sister-in-law, the sight still packed an overwhelming punch. Not sharing this would really be doing injustice to President Lu's hard work. Lin Xiaona quietly raised her phone and turned on the recording function. Gu Xingman looked down at the washboard beneath the man's knees, finally processing the situation before frowning to ask, Where did you get this washboard from? Bought it on the way. Gu Xingman. Last time it was the keyboard, this time it's the washboard. Her current mood was somewhat indescribable. You really don't have to do this, she said, looking at him with a calm expression. If this is about Baijin Gru, there's even less need. We already cleared the air last time. But it's because of me that she keeps targeting and scheming against you. Lu Sai paused, then continued, I'm not asking for your forgiveness, just for a chance to explain everything properly. After I finish, I'll leave. He knelt, his gaze and tone utterly humble. After all, Gu Xingman was just a woman too faced with such a Lu Sai. Even she found it hard to refuse coldly. She sighed softly, All right, speak. I'm listening. Lu Sai's eyes brightened instantly. Thank you, man. You could get up and speak too. She glanced at the washboard, made of wood, with grooves protruding in sharp, thin edges. For a man over 6 feet tall to kneel on it, pain was inevitable. Lu Sai, however, shook his head. I'll say it like this. Gu Xingman, seeing his resolve, didn't press further. Suit yourself. Over the past 3 years, I've expressed too little and cared for you too sparingly. Lu Sai's deep voice echoed through the living room. I kneel because I know I was wrong. I want to formally apologize to you. I'm sorry. Though we spend every day together, I failed to notice your stomach problems, letting you go to the hospital alone for tests, leaving you to face the blow and fear of a misdiagnosed stomach cancer by yourself. As a husband, I failed you. Gu Xingman listened quietly, his little face still expressionless. Lu Sai continued speaking. Also, I actually had Song Qing look into your background before, but the records only showed you were an orphan. I was afraid you might feel inadequate, so I never dared to ask about your family. I thought as long as you stayed by my side, we could weather life together, that this would be the best future and security I could give you. So you've actually looked into me. Gu Xingman arched an eyebrow, her tone light and breezy. I thought you never cared. I'm sorry. It was my stubbornness that deepened the misunderstanding between us. Gu Xingman frowned slightly as she looked at him, a hint of sorrow flickering in the depths of her eyes. In truth, if you'd just asked once, even just once, I would have told you everything. After all, at that time, her heart and eyes were truly filled only with him. Aside from her parents and brothers, the person she trusted most was Lu Sai. A faint ache spread through Lu Sai's chest. I know I missed my chance, so you won't tell me now, right? We can't go back anymore, Gu Xingman said with a slight tug at the corner of her lips. But I don't blame you. I just hope you can also look forward. Lu Sai lowered his gaze, anguish exploding in the depths of his eyes. He desperately wanted to follow his heart and tell her. He didn't want to look ahead. He didn't want to drift apart from her. But reason whispered to him, you mustn't. Opening the document folder in his hands, he pulled out a property ownership certificate and handed it to Gu Xingman. These are the property documents for this house. Though it's late to bring this up now, I feel these matters about the house should still be made clear to you. Chapter 149, Then Don't Let Me Owe You. Gu Xingman glanced at the property deed handed to him, just one brief look. Lu Sai, as you know, I won't accept it. I know. Lu Sai placed the property deed on the coffee table, meeting her gaze. Those eyes held a hint of determination. I just wanted you to know that I remember everything you've said. I've always remembered you mentioning that movie called Sunset Love, about a deeply devoted couple where the male lead built a house for the female lead as a testament to their love. Man, these were all your words, things I never got the chance to tell you. The way you clung to my arm that day, your eyes filled with admiration and longing, has stayed vividly etched in my memory. I even commissioned Songchim to scout locations and hire architects, planning to gift you that house as a birthday surprise. The man's voice cracked slightly as he spoke. He closed his eyes briefly, drawing a steadying breath to regain composure, refusing to let emotions overwhelm him completely. Gu Xingman stared at him in stunned silence, her pupils reflecting his vulnerable expression. He used to be such a proud man, whether at work or in private life, domineering and assertive, never wasting a word of explanation. Yet now, he lowered his stance again and again, painstakingly explaining to her, detail by detail, the reasons behind every past incident. Tonight, through Bai Jingrou's matter, I suddenly realized, my attitude over the past 3 years was what left you perpetually insecure. So later, those rumors about me and Bai Jingru, the misdiagnosed stomach cancer, followed by her fake pregnancy provocation, became the final straw that broke you. You divorced me filled with resentment and despair, while I, still clinging to that damned pride, spoke words of spite that only hurt you further. He swallowed hard, forcing down the metallic taste in his throat, his lowered lashes glistening faintly with moisture. He clenched his eyes shut tightly, suppressing the ache in his eye sockets before taking a deep breath and lifting his gaze to meet Gu Xingman's once more. Finally, there's one more thing I need to clarify. The name Jing'an Garden for our marital home was chosen by the developer. I must have had shockingly low emotional intelligence back then. I never noticed these little details women care about. It only occurred to me tonight. Have you always thought the house was named after Bai Jingru? Gu Xingman. She had to admit, ever since Bai Jingru returned to the country and those rumors erupted, she had indeed become oversensitive. Even the 3 characters Jing'an Garden seemed to hint at Bai Jingru no matter how she looked at them. Reading her expression, Lu Sai gave a bitter smile. I can't blame you for thinking that way. I really was too careless in the past. I'm also at fault in this matter. Gu Xingman stated objectively, I was caught up in my own thoughts, letting emotions cloud my judgment and worsening the misunderstanding between us. So you don't need to feel guilty. As for ending up with divorce, neither of us is innocent. Lu Sai stared at her blankly. Lu Sai, have you said everything you needed to? She genuinely couldn't bear to see him stay kneeling like this any longer. Just one final thing. Lu Sai pulled out another property deed from the folder and placed it on the coffee table together with the rest. This is for our marital home. Gu Xingman frowned. I just said, I won't take the house. You have to. Lu Sai insisted firmly. At this point, I accept the outcome of divorce, but we need to revise the divorce agreement. I know you're not short of money, but you've given too much for me these past 3 years. Putting everything else aside, 3 years of youth will never return. Don't you want to stop entanglement with me? Then don't let me owe you. Chapter 150, CEO Lu's emotional intelligence finally awakens. Gu Xingman hesitated as she looked at him. Are you serious? Yes, but I don't need these 2 properties. She paused, then continued, I understand what you're saying, but from the very beginning, all I wanted was you. Now that I don't even want you anymore, these worldly possessions mean nothing to me. Then let's each take a step back, Lu Sai said, lowering his gaze to glance at her stomach. Gu Xingman felt her eyebrows twitch at his look, an inexplicably uneasy premonition creeping over her. Sure enough, the next moment she heard the man say, I'll transfer ownership of these 2 properties under the child's name. Until he comes of age, you'll merely be holding them in trust for him. Have you lost your mind? This child has nothing to do with you. Shen Maching told me everything. Gu Xingman's eyes widened, those usually indifferent and calm orbs now brimming with shock. Did he really tell you everything? If you don't believe me, you can call him right now to confirm. Lu Sai paused, then added, actually, we're old acquaintances. We had a falling out over by Jingru before, but we made up tonight. Gu Xingman. This was completely unexpected. She never imagined Lu Sai and Shen Maching had this kind of connection. It seems fate was determined to make her crash and burn this time. Gu Xing irritably rubbed her hair. Though unwilling, Gu Xing decided not to struggle anymore since things had come to this. The moment she chose to keep the child, she knew there would come a day when Lu Sai would find out. Though it arrived earlier than expected, now that it was here, she would face it actively. She took a deep breath. If you think I'll soften and remarry you for the child's sake, I advise you to wake up. I decided to keep this child only because he's my flesh and blood, a part of me. I have a duty to take responsibility for this little life. Secondly, as a single mother, I'm fully capable of raising him independently. So if you want to sue me for custody, I'm ready to fight you all the way. Upon hearing this, Lu Sai frowned slightly. Don't worry, I won't fight you for the child. Lu Sai, your credibility isn't very high in my book. Gu Xingman narrowed her beautiful eyes, then added after a pause, but if you show me proper sincerity, I might consider trusting you one more time. He nodded without hesitation. Tell me, what kind of sincerity would make you believe me? Black and white, we'll sign an agreement, you permanently relinquish custody rights, and the child must take the mother's surname at birth. Lu Sai stared at her, unblinking. Gu Xingman met his gaze with unwavering determination. She knew this demand was relatively harsh for Lu Sai. He has the capability to fight for child custody, so asking him to give up just like that, he would certainly be unwilling. Fine, I agree. Gu Xingman, agreeing so readily? It even felt somewhat unreal to her. Did you hear me clearly? I said permanently relinquishing custody. I know. Lu Sai looked at him, a trace of tenderness flickering in his eyes. Man, you've misunderstood me quite deeply. Gu Xingman frowned, not quite understanding where this was coming from. The truth is, even if we weren't divorced yet and you made this request to me now, I would still agree. Not just the child's surname and custody rights. If you asked for all the assets under my name, I'd give them to you. Ha, President Liu, there's a limit to your smooth talk. I know that deep down, every man in this country has a bit of machismo. Wouldn't you feel ashamed telling people your child doesn't carry your surname? Hearing this, Lu Sai arched an eyebrow and chuckled. What's dignity compared to making my wife happy? Gu Xingman, who the hell is your wife? Lin Xiaona stared at her phone screen and suppressed her voice with a triple holy shit exclamation. Holy shit times 3, President Liu's emotional IQ has awakened. Chapter 151, Are you feeling hot? Gu Xingman was completely caught off guard by Lu Sai's sudden and bottomless surrender. She had mentally prepared herself, even considering going to court to fight for custody of their child. Never did she expect this man would play such an unconventional card. As she watched the man kneeling meekly on the washboard now, an utterly unrealistic idea suddenly flashed through her mind. Lu Sai, I'm going to ask you a very serious question. At the words very serious, Lu Sai's back instinctively stiffened, and he swallowed nervously. Go ahead, he said. Gu Xingman's expression was earnest as her gaze swept over him from head to toe. Have you been body snatched? She asked. Lu Sai, is this a serious question? The man looked utterly bewildered. Gu Xingman stared at him, clearly waiting for his response. After a moment, he cautiously said, Man, your novels are excellent, but we should still distinguish between reality and fiction. Gu Xingman, very well, I feel offended. Lu Sai found her speechless expression rather adorable. The originally heavy atmosphere lightened considerably because of this sudden digression. He cleared his throat politely with a fist to his mouth and said seriously, I won't fight you for custody of the child, but I do have one request. It was a request, not a condition. Gu Xingman narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly as she looked at him. She noticed that the man was indeed very different from his usual self tonight. The most obvious change was that his domineering aura had significantly faded. Now his attitude was earnest, and the words he spoke made it impossible for her to outright refuse. This sudden shift left Gu Xingman feeling inexplicably passive. Lu Sai, afraid she might reject him, added, I won't interfere with your life with the child or your future, but I hope you'll grant me the right to visit. I want to be good to our child, please give me this chance. Are you saying you want me to openly tell the child you're her father? Gu Xingman raised an eyebrow, her gaze carrying a hint of amused skepticism. Lu Sai immediately tensed up. Is this okay? What if I say no? Lu Sai froze. Panic and disappointment welled up in his eyes. Gu Xingman couldn't stand that look. It made her feel like some wicked old witch. She raised her hand to her forehead and sighed softly, saying, Too much has happened tonight. My thoughts are a bit scattered. It's okay, I'm in no hurry. Take your time to think it over. I can wait. Alright, I'll let you know once I've thought it through. Gu Xingman glanced at his knees. Get up now. I'm fine, but I'm sleepy. Gu Xingman arched an eyebrow at him. If President Liu still wants to keep kneeling, that's fine, but please do it outside. Lu Sai, President Liu, time to go back. Gu Xingman yawned and stood up. Lu Sai lowered his gaze with a sigh. Bracing against the coffee table and enduring the sharp pain shooting through his right knee, he gritted his teeth and forced himself upright in one motion. His right knee couldn't bear weight, but he stubbornly forced himself to stand firm in one motion. The man, once a special forces soldier, possessed extraordinary willpower, yet despite it, fine beads of sweat still dotted his forehead from the excruciating pain, his handsome face slightly pale. Then rest early. His tone was composed, betraying no hint of the bone-splitting agony he endured. If only the dazzling chandelier overhead weren't so brilliantly bright, making the sweat on his forehead all the more obvious. Gu Xingman stared at his glistening forehead and frowned as she asked, "Are you hot?" Chapter 152, so rational it's almost frustrating. Lu Sai's expression stiffened slightly. Her scrutinizing gaze made him uneasy. He wiped his forehead with a large hand and forced a casual smile. "A little. Was kneeling hurting you?" She lowered her eyes to glance at his knees, then at the washboard, clearly disapproving of this behavior of his. "Don't do this kind of thing again in the future," Gu Xingman said coolly. "You should understand, a heart that's died can't be brought back to life by kneeling." Deep down, she too was proud and unyielding by nature, and thus found it unbearable to watch the normally dignified Lu Sai debasing himself in this manner. Lu Sai listened to her words, feeling an uncontrollable bitterness in his heart. Her words were far too rational, frustratingly rational. He lowered his gaze, a fleeting glimpse of disappointment flashing through his eyes. "You don't have to be influenced by me." Lu Sai raised his eyes to look at her again, a gentle smile lingering in his gaze. "I kneel to give myself closure." "All right then." Gu Xingman stopped dwelling on it. Those who kneel can behave so freely, why should she be affected? She paused and suddenly asked, "By the way, how did you deal with Bai Jingru?" "Sent her to a suburban sanatorium, treated as mentally ill." Gu Xingman raised an eyebrow. "Just like that?" Lu Sai. "I want to hear the truth." Lu Sai sighed helplessly, returning courtesy with courtesy. His words were subtle, but Gu Xingman understood perfectly. She instinctively touched her stomach. Though the method was a bit ruthless, the thought of her baby nearly being harmed made it feel insignificant. Her gaze turned icy as she said, "Even if you don't handle it, I will." Lu Sai lowered his eyes to her belly. "Let me take care of such things. You're carrying a child, focus on resting and taking care of yourself. That's what matters most." Gu Xingman frowned. Why does this conversation sound so weird? When did they become so harmonious that they could discuss prenatal care together? No good, she's letting Lu Sai steer the conversation tonight, and it's throwing her off rhythm. Her control of the situation is clearly slipping. Absolutely not. She can't let this continue. She needs to stay sharp, stay alert at all times. Over there, Lin Xiaona noticed that the two had finished their conversation. She quickly stopped recording, put away her phone, adjusted her expression, then pretended she had just finished tidying up and walked toward the living room. Hearing footsteps, Gu Xingman turned to look at Lin Xiaona. "Nana, show President Liu out." "Got it." Lin Xiaona approached with a respectful gesture of invitation. "President Liu, it's getting late. Drive carefully on your way back." Lu Sai ignored Lin Xiaona, his gaze instead following Gu Xingman up the stairs. He didn't withdraw his gaze until the woman's figure disappeared at the stairwell, his expression turning cold and indifferent again as he turned to leave. Behind him, Lin Xiaona squatted down to pick up the washboard and eagerly chased after him. Hey, President Liu, aren't you forgetting your washboard?" Lu Sai, who had just pulled open the door, suddenly halted and turned around, his dark eyes sharply fixed on Lin Xiaona. Lin Xiaona, clutching the washboard, came to an abrupt stop, watching him from 3 or 4 meters away. "There's murderous intent. Did you just see that?" Lin Xiaona's breath caught as she froze for a few seconds before finally reacting with furious head shaking. No, I didn't see anything at all. If possible, please consider me blind." Lu Sai couldn't be bothered to watch her perform her desperation for survival. With a cold tone, he threw out the command, "Don't you dare speak a word of this to anyone," before turning and walking away. With a loud bang, the front door slammed shut. Soon after, the sound of a car engine roared to life, the revving of the engine gradually fading into the distance. Inside the house, Lin Xiaona stood frozen in place, her mind replaying Lu Sai's final warning, "Don't you dare speak a word of this to anyone." She didn't say it out loud, but she had just recorded it on WeChat and immediately sent it to their small group chat. The group didn't have many members, just herself, Rong Yi, Gu Xingman, and the 3 Gu brothers. Chapter 153, I won't dare next time. Gu Xingman returned to her bedroom, grabbed her nightgown, and headed straight to the bathroom to shower. After taking a shower and drying her hair, it was already half an hour later when she stepped out of the bathroom. She picked up her phone from the bedside table, lifted the blanket, and snuggled into the bed. Just as she was about to open the prenatal education app, she noticed their WeChat group named Spoiling Man only had 99 plus messages. What could everyone be chatting about so energetically at this late hour? Curious, she tapped open the WeChat group. "Nana, video." Nana, video. Nana, video. Scrolling down dozens of entries, every single one was 15-second short videos posted by Lin Xiaona. Gu Xingman clicked on one of them and immediately furrowed her eyebrows. There was no need to look further. It was a live video of Lu Sai just getting down on his knees for her. Gu Xingman felt a headache coming on. Sure, Nana peeking was one thing, but actually recording it and sharing it in the group? This was adding fuel to the fire. Scrolling down, she saw responses from her 3 older brothers. 1-3, a washboard? Heh, that's interesting. 2-3, he's ex-special forces. What's a washboard to him? 2-3, at Nana, I'll mail you some thumbtacks tomorrow. Remember to scatter them before this dog kneels next time. 3-3, as expected of my second brother, this move is brilliant. Second bro, I'll send you a red envelope. Buy more of them. This is money we can't skimp on. 13, is this the second time this Lu guy has knelt? Nana, right, the second time. The first was over a keyboard, in public, but CEO Lu's assistant Song immediately formed a human wall with hotel security, didn't cause a scene. 23, it's all an act. At Man, we don't believe it, don't get shaken. 13, second floor +1. 33, I'm pulling an all-nighter filming tonight. Tomorrow when I come down the mountain, I'll talk to Man immediately. With me here, you've got nothing to worry about. 23, it's precisely because you're involved that we're worried. 13, just don't get carried away and accidentally reveal Man's true identity. 33, all of you, piss off. The messages that followed for dozens more lines were all roughly the same. Her 3 brothers were unanimous in their stance, absolutely unwilling to forgive Lu Sai. After reading through the messages, Gu Xingman finally replied with one final line. Man, don't worry, big brothers, I'm perfectly sober. Just as she sent the reply, a knock sounded at her door. Gu Xingman put down her phone. Lin Xiaona pushed the door open, stepping in with a cup of bird's nest in her hands. Sister Man, drink this before you sleep. Gu Xingman raised an eyebrow at her. I just saw the messages in the group chat. Lin Xiaona's hands went weak, nearly dropping the bird's nest. She walked to the bedside, placed the bird's nest on the nightstand, then leaned over the bed with a pitiful expression and begged for mercy. I'm sorry. I just thought the sight of Mr. Lu on his knees was so shocking. It would have been such a waste not to share it with the guys. You know how my brothers are. Gu Xingman tapped Lin Xiaona's forehead. You just love stirring the pot without worrying about the mess. Okay, I admit I was wrong. I won't do it again. Gu Xingman glared at her. You dare even think about a next time? Lin Xiaona playfully stuck out her tongue. Who knows, maybe President Lu will upgrade to a double meal next time. Gu Xingman, please, for heaven's sake, let's not have that happen. She rubbed her temples. The night had been exhausting, and now that she'd finally relaxed, the fatigue was hitting hard. No more acting on your own. I'll be returning to Country Y in a month. I don't want things getting unnecessarily complicated. Alright, I'll remember. Lin Xiaona noticed her exhausted expression and quickly picked up the bird's nest soup. Sister Man, Aunt Xiao insisted that I should make this bird's nest soup for you every day. Have some before you sleep. Gu Xingman leaned in to sniff the scent, and the nausea hit her again. She hastily covered her mouth and turned away, frowning as she refused. You have it, I really can't drink it. Feeling sick? Gu Xingman nodded. Lin Xiaona hastily moved the bird's nest soup away. Alright, if you don't want to drink it, then don't. Please don't vomit again. You drink it, finish it and go to bed early. Okay. Watching her lie down, Lin Xiaona carried the soup toward the door. I'll leave the door slightly ajar. If you feel unwell tonight, just call me or shout. I won't close my bedroom door next door. Gu Xingman closed his eyes and responded sleepily, quickly drifting off to sleep. Lin Xiaona turned off the main light, leaving only a small night light by the bedside. Then she walked out, leaving the door slightly ajar, sipping bird's nest soup as she turned to head downstairs. After finishing the bird's nest soup, she washed the bowl, turned off the lights on the first floor, and began scrolling through Weibo on her phone while making her way back upstairs. Suddenly, her footsteps froze. Staring at a hot search topic that had abruptly appeared on Weibo, her pupils trembled violently, and a surge of anger rose within her. A moment later, Lin Xiaona turned around and stormed down the stairs, switching the first floor lights back on with a huff. Not wanting to disturb Gu Xingman, she quickly created a small group chat, including everyone except Gu Xingman herself. She immediately shared that trending hashtag in the group. Nana, damn it, I'm furious. Gu Jiaojiao is targeting cis man. Chapter 154 Gu Xingman gets backlash. Hashtag shocking video surfaces. Xia Yicheng's Beyond Day and Night crew beats up newcomer hashtag. The trending topic was an overnight sensation, shooting straight to the top of the charts within just 1 hour. The video wasn't long, captured from a skewed angle that clearly showed it was secretly filmed. Though devoid of sound, Gu Xingman's ruthless demeanor drew waves of condemnation. The Weibo account that posted this video was a burner account. The person claimed to be a longtime fan of Lee Chung, having followed the author since the first book, but never imagined Lee Chung's character could be so terrible in private. They expressed deep disappointment and wanted to prevent other fans from being deceived, declaring such an author undeserving of fans' admiration. The post ended by calling for everyone to cancel their support. Soon, the comment section was flooded with Lee Chung's fans angrily threatening to unfollow. However, another group of fans fixated on one detail: Lee Chung is actually a woman, and an incredibly beautiful one at that. The two reactions were equally loud. Only a few rational fans questioned the video's authenticity, pointing out that a single clip couldn't possibly prove the woman hitting someone was actually Lee Chung. As soon as this audio clip surfaced, book fans gradually started to realize, exactly, since the release of her first book until now, Lee Chung has always kept a very low profile, with her personal information tightly sealed. So how could this whistleblower confirm that the woman in the video hitting someone was indeed Lee Chung? Slowly, even the fans who had been cursing began to shift their focus to the question, is the woman in the video truly Lee Chung herself? Seeing the public opinion trending differently, the whistleblower hastily released another post. This time it was even more direct. They outright released an audio recording of Gu Xingman reprimanding Bai Jingru on set in her capacity as the original author. The audio lasted a full 5 minutes. After listening, netizens went ballistic. The previously subdued book fans completely erupted like a volcano after the whistleblower's second bombshell post. Netizen 1, it's really Lee Chung, this completely shatters my worldview. The male-dominated genre god I've followed for 10 years is actually a woman. Let me smoke a cigarette to calm down. Netizen 2, the person above me has decent manners, at least able to calm down with a smoke. I'm so pissed. I'm not sexist, but I never imagined Lee Chung was a woman. Sure, she's pretty, but that character, women really shouldn't be put on too high a pedestal. Netizen 3, the second audio clip was crystal clear, and combined with the previous video, it feels like the actor's terrible acting pissed off Lee Chung. I won't comment further, but why resort to violence? The original author has every right to stand by their story. But if the actor's interpretation falls short, shouldn't they just communicate more? Why hit someone? Lee Chung, come out and explain yourself. Don't let your book fans down. Netizen 4, I'm fucking disgusted. Women just can't be spoiled. I always thought I was fangirling over a visionary big bro with heroic ideals, but turns out it's a venomous woman? Fine, she's a woman, but then she abuses her fame to assault an actor. Who the hell does she think she is? I stand with that Netizen 2. Women shouldn't be idolized too highly. Utterly unworthy of respect. This is just appalling. Netizen 5, stop talking already. The actress who got hit seems to be the national sweetheart Bai Jingru. Damn, that's brutal. Is Lee Chung jealous of her looks? But isn't Bai Jingru the girlfriend of the Lu Corporation CEO? How can he tolerate this? Netizen 6, hey, commenter above, how do you know CEO Lu is just tolerating it? This trending topic appeared out of nowhere. It's probably his doing. Lee Chung really overestimates herself, daring to touch CEO Lu's woman. Just wait for her to get blacklisted. Chapter 155, Overconfident men are terrifying. Netizen 7, maybe Lee Chung just has a crush on CEO Lu but can't have him and can't confront him, so she takes it out on Bai Jingru instead. That just shows how narrow-minded women can be. What does talent matter if you lose your head over a man? Lee Chung's career is toast. Here omitted tens of thousands of abusive and speculative comments targeting Lee Chung. Amidst this collective barrage of insults against Lee Chung, one lengthy comment captured widespread attention from netizens. Summer sun, though I'm completely bewildered right now, and deeply shocked along with somewhat disappointed by Lee Chung's violent behavior, there's also part of me that refuses to accept it. I've followed her work from her very first book until now. Her writing and stories have profoundly moved and astonished me. Every story brims with positivity and hope. Every character is vividly and deeply portrayed. Every protagonist remarkably upright and lifelike. So I simply can't believe the Lee Chung who wrote these stories could be what you all claim. After scrolling through comments for over an hour, I realize how ugly many so-called fans are revealing themselves to be. Does Lee Chung's gender matter so much to you? From her debut book till now, Lee Chung has never claimed to be male. Just because she writes male-oriented fiction means she must be a man? Which law states women can't write male-targeted novels? Your blatant sexism is barely concealed. I noticed most of these comments come from men. Honestly, you all seem stuck in the Qing dynasty. Spouting nonsense about women will always be women and women can never measure up to men. Hey, I just want to ask, did you all reproduce asexually? Even calling you male chauvinists would be an insult to male chauvinism. Before criticizing Lee Chung, why don't you go back and check your own comments under her book reviews? Is it really that hard for you to acknowledge female excellence? They say mediocre men are both short-tempered and inadequate. Today I've witnessed it firsthand. This isn't eating melons, spectating drama. it's just you venting your shattered fantasies. Let me be crystal clear today. I'm a woman, come at me if you dare. I roll. I only admire Ichong more as a woman who can write such brilliant sci-fi for male audiences. As for the alleged assault, no comment, waiting for Ichong's response. Prayer hands ×3. Netizen 2. At user 10888. Obvious paid Ichong apologist detected. How much did she pay you to whitewash this? Gender bias? Point out one inaccurate thing we said. Women with slight talent get arrogant. Big deal if some female writers educated. Their core values can never match us men. Netizen 5. At user 10888. If you were a man I'd beat you up myself, you Ichong licking dog. Get lost and keep licking in private, spare us the embarrassment. The netizen Yen Summer, who dared to speak up for Ichong, was instantly drowned in a deluge of hate comments numbering in the tens of thousands, vanishing without a trace. Even the few rational book fans who initially supported Yen Summer fell silent upon seeing this onslaught. It became painfully clear that the majority of book fans simply couldn't accept the fact that Ichong was a woman. Compounded by the impact of both the first video and second audio recording, waves of fans were swept up in the frenzy until the comment sections became completely dominated by vicious attacks and verbal abuse. The group chat exploded with messages all at once. E-san, this trending topic was clearly bought by someone. At Air-san, investigate this. Nah, no need to investigate. It's obviously that monster Gu Jiao. She was on set that day too. If it's not her, I'll chop my head off and use it as a soccer ball. Chapter 156. What if something goes wrong? 23. I'm looking into it. Give me 5 minutes. Nana, Gu Jiao is really insane. She's gone too far. Right now I feel like rushing to the film set and beating her to death. 13. Don't act impulsively. Wait for 23 to reply. Lin Xiaona sat on the sofa, seething with anger, and could only grab a cushion to use as a substitute for Gu Jiao, pummeling it wildly. It took about 3 minutes, with 2 or 3 exchanges of words. 2 or 3. The ID is new, not from the country, near the border between Myanmar and T country. Hearing this, Lin Xiaona froze. The small group chat fell silent too. A moment later, Lin Xiaona typed with trembling hands. Nana, overseas, could it be that person? Ersan, my system can't pinpoint the exact coordinates. I've sent the ID to Uncle Xiao to see if he can crack it. Isan, if it's him, then even Uncle Xiao won't be of any use. The atmosphere suddenly turned heavy and oppressive. Lin Xiaona's eyes reddened. Nana, then does this matter actually have anything to do with Gu Jiao? There's no way she could know that person, right? Ersan, currently there's no direct evidence proving Gu Jiao has any connection with that person. But your suspicion toward her isn't wrong. Right now other than Gu Jiao, no one in the country knows Man's true identity. 1-3. If it were just the identity of Ichong, that person wouldn't be interested at all. His target has always been the wealthy Miss Gu alone. Lin Xiaona grew increasingly tense as she read further. Suddenly, a question buried deep in her heart for years seemed to crystallize into clarity. Nana, could it be that Gu Jiao has some connection with that person? 13. Nana, don't tell Man about that person yet. It's not easy for her to be where she is now. She's forgotten all those painful memories from 10 years ago, and we can't bear the thought of her remembering them again. Nana, I understand. I know how devastating that kidnapping incident 10 years ago was for Sister Man. Otherwise, third uncle and Aunt Xiao wouldn't have immigrated your entire family to country Y. 23. Just stay with her these next few days and keep her indoors. We'll handle everything else. Nana, alright. Nana, should we tell Uncle San and Aunt Xiao about this? Air-san, I'll tell my dad in a moment. E-san, after hiding for 10 years, he's finally lost his patience. Lin Xiaona watched their exchange as her right eyelid began twitching uncontrollably. This feeling was somewhat awful. She raised her hand to rub her eyes. Nana, if the trending topic keeps blowing up, I think we should advise Manjia to return to country Y first. Ersan, let's talk about it later. We've waited 10 years for this day. Nana, but Manjia is pregnant now. What if something goes wrong again? 13. No need. Your second and third brothers will take care of all the arrangements. Seeing their resolute attitudes, Lin Xiaona didn't press the matter further. Truth be told, she didn't know much about what happened 10 years ago either. Her mother was an exceptionally skilled psychiatrist, with hypnotherapy being her specialty. 10 years ago, it was under the hypnosis of Lin Xiaona's mother that Gu Xingman was reborn anew. She had forgotten some of the cruel and painful memories from that incident, but not all. Lin Xiaona exhaled a sigh, exited the small group chat, and opened the conversation page labeled Dearest Mommy. Nana, Mom, are you there? Dear Mom, so formal. Out with it. What trouble have you gotten into? Nana, I wanted to ask you about something.